Quedan 5 minutos para el comienzo de la manga. 5 minutes for the start of the first kit of the day. Once again, all the free surfers remaining out there. Leave the comp area, paddle in. Tres minutos para comenzar, 3 minutes to start. Tenemos listas ya las 4 participantes: Tessa Thyssen de rojo, Lola Loureda de azul, Noah Clapp de blanco y Charlotte Moulay de verde. No more surfing, please, ladies. Hold your positions in the lineup. No more surfing. Two minutes, ladies, 2 minutes. One minute. Ladies, 1 minute. 1 minute. Ladies, 1 minute. 1 minute. Ladies, 1 minute. Estamos a punto de arrancar el ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro en este cuarto día de competición.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. My name is Chico by Chico, and I'm here with José Ferreira. Welcome, guys. Early mornings there. Waves look fun. There's a little right in there. A bit of a quick wave, but nonetheless, conditions look great. We have plenty of action coming up today. Looks a bit cloudy, just a bit cold, but there's some firing conditions coming up, and we are amazed to be here for this heat, right?
That's true. And Tessa Tyson starts straight away with this nice wave on her second turn. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning to these four ladies that will hit the water on these 25-minute heats. Let's take a look at this wave again. Tessa Tyson has been surfing very well this season and the last couple of years. Nice backhand snap and then a hit off the top there. So nice way to start. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, a quick 2-for-1 on that one. A bit of a really quick wave, so she had to really apply a bit of pressure quickly on that wave, but I think it's going to be a good one. From what we saw this morning, looks a bit hard to find this type of wave that allows you to actually apply more than one maneuver. So that's actually a really good quality wave for Tessa Tyson to start off. So we have round 3 in the water, eat one of the woman, and we have on the red Tessa Tyson, Lola Loreda in blue, Noah Clapp in white, and Charlotte Mule in green with 23.5 minutes to go. Tessa Tyson start offs with a 5 there. So nice quick start for Tessa. And yeah, she's looking good for this one. Gets the rhythm going really quickly at the start of this one. And Tessa Tyson, she's been one of the standouts over the last couple of years. Some really good results on the Challenger, especially in Saquarema last year. She had a 5th in Saquarema, so she's really good there. So
that's true. And also, it's interesting to see this first heats of the day. It's the time for the judges to set the criteria and to to really send subliminal message to all the athletes saying, look, guys, this is what we'll be valuing, this is what we won't be valuing. So these first heats gets everyone attention because they will set the reference on what the judges will be valuing throughout the day. And that wave from Tessa was nice. 2 nice turns. That first one was nice, but still the judges went like, look, we have a long day ahead. This is not finals day, but we're getting there. So we're going to set the bar, on a medium ground, so we can grow from there. So that means that we'll be expecting some great waves and great action here in Pantin, this beautiful piece of land that has a very historical background in terms of surfing. And we had a paddle there. It's Tessa again, and just the one turn. But apparently, so this is the first day we have webcast, but apparently this section, the surfers are a bit more to the right of the beach. Let's look at this again. And these sections, these shore break sessions have been apparently very hard to make, but money makers in terms of points.
Yeah, just a really quick snap under the lip, and I feel like that 5-point ride was a really quality wave for this morning there. So from what we are seeing, that was actually a really, really good wave by Tessa. So this last one, a quick hit off the top. As you said, really hard to make that one. But as we see the replay of blue, Lola Loreda just going left, and a bit of wind to the face, really mushy left, so nothing really good on offer there, but nonetheless, Lola trying to find herself out there. Looks really hard this morning there.
Yeah, well, look at where the surfers are coming back. So they have a rock right in front of them, as you can see. Look at this beautiful views. This is the view from the surfers. And then they have like a channel and they have a current. So it's fairly easy to come back to the outside. But how is it for you to be the first heat of the day, Chico?
Well, I feel like the first heat of the day, it's always there's people that loves it.
Oh, we have some action here.
Wow. Really hard one there.
That was quite a kick.
The landing was all about the landing. Was really hard, that one. She did everything right. I feel like nice bottom turn, opens her arms, nice, and the lip snap.
Very inverted turn. That would be nice from Great Britain. Charlotte Mooley. She's going at it. But yeah, first heat of the day. Those are, you know, it depends really from person to person. What do you think about him?
Well, I feel like there's people that loves it and people that hates it, and of course you always ask surfers what they prefer, and they all say, "Oh, I love early morning eats," or "I hate it." And Kelly Slater was one of those that didn't really enjoy early eats. So it depends on the surfers. I usually enjoy, but yeah, as we see the replay of Lola, just a bit of a snap off the top there. I don't think it's going to be nothing really major in terms of score-wise. Tessa Tyson, another 5, so Tessa sitting on the score total of 10 point right with 2 5s. Lola Loredo with a 1.6 and a 0.5. And Noah Clapp with a 1 with no waves yet. So yet to catch her first wave. 18 minutes to go, and yeah, a lot of action to unpack today. We have plenty of rounds coming up next, so we're gonna see the woman, we're gonna see the man, and this is pressure time for our European surfers. They all need a big result. This is the second stop. We had the Nuki stop and now Pantin. So ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. So one of the major stops of the European region and a really important one in terms of qualification. This is a 3,000 event. So as I was saying when I was driving to Pantin, well, I didn't drive there, right? You drove all the way, but yeah, I talked all the way with you, and yeah, it's such a special event for our surfers, really important one. A lot of points on offer, so it's just that time of the year where you can feel the pressure. You can feel they trained a lot for this on the off season. So it's just a really important contest overall, right?
Exactly. This is a very important stop for the qualification campaign into next year's Challenger Series. We still have Anglais right around the corner. This is the European leg. We had Lacanau as well. And so a few chances for surfers to qualify. It's a hard road. I think, if I'm not mistaken, is 7 or 8 places for the men and 4 places for women. So it's fairly tight. We're talking about the best in Europe. You know, when the structure of the Challenger Series was different, there was no separation by countries. You would always have, you know, around I would say from 5 to 12 European surfers on tour. So and you had European surfers competing against all the other surfers in the world to be in that top 100. That was the thing before. So QSs didn't have restrictions in terms of regions, and everyone had to compete to be in the top 100 pool, and you always had, you know, 10 to 12 surfers. So just made it a bit harder, a bit more competitive for the European surfers to be on that Challenger Series. But it also brought so much good things. You know, the Challenger Series now you see more diversity in terms of surfers, which I think has been very important to see some, to have some fresh air on the Challenger Series. I think like for the Japanese or the Asian region, that has been really, really good. Um, and I think overall that has been very good for surfing in general.
And as I was seeing, Noah Clapp, she's sitting in second place on the rankings, so a bit of a shocker for her with 14 minutes to go. A really good surfer from Deutschland, and yeah, she's having a shocker, and as we were saying, a really important event in terms of points, and would be a really big loss for her, sitting in that spot after 2 events. To lose on round 3 here in Pantin, but she looks a bit lost. Now she tries to move away from the pack, and she paddles a bit more to the middle of the beach, as we see on our screen. Beautiful shot here by our drone pilot, as we see, as I was saying. No clap, live action. Oh, just a quick in and out. Not really the wave she was looking for, but there's 30 minutes to go, so anything can happen. There's always the possibility you catch 2 quick ones and you turn it around. So as we see Blue looking at this one, not an easy one as well. So Tessa Dyson on a really good rhythm, always finding the ones that allow her to
yeah, but she just lost priority.
Yeah, she lost priority, but
it's a tight peak there, so it's actually one of those days where priority is an important thing. But she's definitely controlling this heat. Everyone, Lola needs an 8.4 to turn it around, so she definitely has it under control. But going forward, those decisions really have to be thought about when you're paddling. But I think she's putting rhythm as more important than priority at this moment, and it has been going well for her.
Yes, indeed. Tessa Tyson keeping the rhythm. She's always been one of the standouts here in Europe over the last few years. She's sitting in 7th position, so a really important event for her to gain some ground on the rankings. And 12 minutes to go. It has been a quite slow hit, Zé. It's just like...
True.
I feel like they have been like in between a bit, like on the inside and on the outside. I feel like when the set comes, they are too much on the inside, and when they move further to the outside, they can't catch the medium-sized ones. So it's a tricky peak there. You can get caught in between that kind of a rip.
And there's exactly. There's a lot of rip. There's a lot of water moving. There's a lot of bumps in the face of the wave. So it's definitely not easy conditions. We were looking at it from from the surfers area, and it looks messy. It looks better when you're looking on your screen, but it's actually hard. There's 2 peaks. If you're watching us and you haven't been to Pantin yet, first of all, you should. This is beautiful here. And second of all, this is a very long stretch of sand. It's a beach break. And basically the surfers are on the right top side of the beach. Like, as you can see, they have a lot of space to surf to the left. There's a few peaks to the left as well. But apparently this has been where the surfers have been choosing to surf. The scoring potential here apparently is also better, although we saw a few good waves on the left there, right, Chic? On a bit more to the left, but the judges love the risk, of that shore break, and so surfers go after that.
And Zay, you have a special connection with Pantin, right? You, back in the day when you were competing, you had the final year, so it's quite a special place for you to be back.
Definitely. Actually, 3 days ago, I had a Facebook memory. Still use Facebook, and 11 years ago, I made the final here.
You still use Facebook?
I think against Carlos
Going
Munoz.
back to the I-5.
Yeah, almost. Look, we have 2024 action. Look how beautiful this is. It's, you know, amazing place. Good food. If you're around, come by. It will be a nice day. There's music at the end of the day, and Tessa Tyson giving us music here, but not being able to ride out of that one.
Well, 9 minutes to go. I feel like I didn't want to say that straight away, but I feel like that first score she had was probably a bit higher for the conditions we have. It's just that hard.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what I thought.
You thought the same?
I thought, yeah, I thought like, so this is the first heat of the day. It's obviously like a hard heat to judge because, you know, the judges don't know what surfers will do. The surfers don't know what they will do. So everyone is kind of like setting the
bar,
the reference and the bar for the day. And because this is round 3 already, and it's Friday, the contest finishes on Sunday, I think the judges are like, so this is, it's harder now. We have, we're at a more advanced phase of the contest, so we're not going to settle low, we're going to set the bar high. And I think that's the reason of the score, and also because although this first heat is a bit slower, others might be not so slow. So yeah, but anyway, it's very common that judges adapt the scale of judging if needed throughout the day, right? Because conditions change. But yeah, in retrospective, that first wave from Tessa was very nice.
Yeah, she had the space to open up. She had 2 turns off the top on a set wave, so for me, maybe just a bit of maybe a point and a half there, but nonetheless, she's in the lead, so nothing to really be scared of. She's controlling this one, and the other 3 surfers, they are a bit lost, we would say, with nothing really better than a 2-point ride there. So a bit of a shocker for our surfer Lola, Charlotte, and Noah. So
yeah, especially Noah being in second. I think, oh look, this looks like an alright wave. Tessa is positioned, and she goes, but Charlotte Moulet was also interested. I'm not sure if she ended up going on that one. Tessa definitely did, but she had 4th priority, so she had to make way for Charlotte to go, otherwise she would have an interference. Although if she had an interference, she would still be first place.
Yep, that's true. And this is Tessa just having a look, as you said. She was a bit behind the peak with 4th priority, and was forced to kick out because she had Charlotte Moulet dropping in front of her, so she had to give away priority to her. As you can see on our screen, there's our sign to the priority system. We know that blue as the P number, so letter, so that means blue as the priority to catch the next wave. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is the order they got to the outside. So this is a really good system that allows our surfers to really show their skills on their eats and not really try to fight for waves. Back in the day, we saw big fights, and that's not what we want to see in the water. want to see surfing, and a really great system applied a couple of years back where we have priorities for our surfers, so everyone gets their opportunities on the eats, and that's why they train so much and they travel all the way here. It's catch waves, so sounds like the perfect system for in terms of opportunities for all the surfers. And with 4 minutes to go, I think it's going to be a really close battle for the second place position, because if you stand up and you do one turn, you're going to go second straight away, right?
Yeah, definitely. As we see some lines coming in, but none of our surfers are interested in that, and it looks like they're coming a bit more to the left side of the beach if you're looking towards the ocean. And Tessa is interested. First left-hander, nice first turn and nice second one. So now I think the judges are going to, release a bit more. Also because, there was a lot of risk in that wave, although it was a smaller wave. We'll have to look into the replay. What do you think, Sheik?
Well, the first section looks really steep, which is something great. The first snap off the top was massive, and the last one on the shallow part of the bank, and she controls it. So yeah, for sure, I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far, and it's going to be a big score. I feel like that first turn was money. Like, she threw the fins out, and a really hard section to do that turn. So
yeah, you can hear the coins falling.
Yeah, you can definitely hear the coins falling, and that wave had really good potential. So 683 for Tessa Tyson, and Noah Clap from Deutschland with a quick snap. This is gonna really help her cause, that's for sure.
Yeah, look at this. She needs a 183. I think she got it. But now, Lola, Charlotte, and Noah will be fairly tight, and this will be a heat that will come down to the dying seconds, because everyone will be looking for waves. The scores will be small, so we'll have some intensity in these last 2 minutes. Time will go very slow for Noah Clapp and very fast for Lola and Charlotte. Lola just got this wave, but in and out for her.
So Lola needs a 168 and Charlotte needs a 218. So just a bit of a one turn wave probably would help them, but they have been caught inside, so still some swell out there. And
who's on the outside though? We have 3 surfers in the inside with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. So whoever is on the outside definitely has the upper hand, because if it's Charlotte Mouly, no, it's not Charlotte.
Well, I don't know. There's no priority, so there's no one on the outside, I think. If there's someone on the outside, they would probably have priority. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go,
everyone is on the inside. Is it?
They got caught by the set, and looks like really shallow, and there's the rip pushing you towards the beach.
Yeah, that's why they were paddling around the rock through the channel at first. So that's a shame. 1 minute to go, small scores, and no one is in the outside.
It's all about these moments and pressure moments here on this first heat of the round 3. And as you said, it's a shame everyone is on the inside trying to paddle back out.
Yeah.
It's just there's not too much size out there, but
yeah, there's nothing to do at this point. None of them will reach the outside.
Yeah. We see White here, but Noah is in second, so I think she's safe. I think she got the job done.
Yeah, I think they don't really know what to do, because on theory they have to keep going, but they understood already that no one's gonna get to the outside. So.
Look how far they are on the inside.
Yeah, you know, I think it's like there's a big low in terms of sand there, and then there's a lot of sand from some point onwards, and it makes a current that is very hard to get by. So that's why I think the surfers were using the channel to fight that, because if you're put in that position, it's, you know, you there's the danger that you're stuck, like it happened to these girls in this heat. But anyway, Tessa Tyson gets the win in this first heat of the day. Noah Clapp keeps the chance to maintain her good position in the rankings, and next heat just started.
Yep, next heat coming up next. Ina Maria Conradi from France, Alice Barton from Great Britain, Sara Leiciaga from France, and Garazzi Sanchez from the Basque Grand Prix. So, with 24 minutes to go, we have the second heat underway, and joining myself here this morning, really special and a pleasure to have by myself, Prescott.
My pleasure, Chico. My pleasure.
David Prescott.
My pleasure.
How are you?
I've been here for a while, mate. I've been here for a while since last Tuesday.
But you're looking fresh.
I'm looking fresh. I've been beaching now since Tuesday. We have some long days, but some fun days. We had a pretty fun start of the event with some proper waves. Then we have a pretty small day on the second day of competition. But yesterday was a blast, Chico. Yesterday was one of those days that I really like. Solid overhead surfing. A bit of a closeout on the outside, but that meant, let's go, stay with this one, that's white already, Sara Leiciaga.
Oh.
But that was what I was talking about. It was a day pretty much of make it or break it. You have to go big or go home. There was not a lot of chances for combos. So I love those days when you have to go for a single turn and you have to put all your efforts on that single turn. And like you announced before, this is the 3000, most important event in the whole season. So you could tell with the posture of the boys out there that they're really making it for their lives, you know. So really, really good surfing. We saw some excellent scores yesterday. I believe the man of the day, and I'm putting my numbers on him, was Joan Duru. Joan got a sick air. Joan Duru. Yeah, he got a 7.5 on an air, and he got like on a single turn on his backhand, he got an 8.5. So
there was a backsider.
Yeah, there was a back. Both of them were on the backhand, pretty much.
Wow.
And then
that's massive. Joan Duru keeping up. What a great performance on the Olympics as well.
Yeah,
in
just got beat it.
And as you said, a lot of emotions. I feel like I haven't been here, so I got here today.
It was a pretty emotional day yesterday. You could tell, yeah, with the boys. It was a super important round. You know, it's the first round where the top seeds come in. So for sure, you don't want to lose on your first round.
A lot of nerves involved, right?
A lot of nerves involved, and like I said, pretty solid conditions. And from time to time, what we saw on the previous heat, that was a little bit of the story what we saw yesterday. You know, if you were lucky enough to be outside and you kind of kick out early, but if you get stuck on the inside, it might be a little bit of an issue. But now we're with the girls. Let's pay attention to this one. On the previous one, obviously, we had a girl. It was Tessa in the heat with 11.83 total. Remaining girls, a second place finish with 3.27. So a little bit of a shocker. Now already Ina Maria Conradi on this one. She's been joined with Sara Leiciaga and Alice Barton. Another thing that's been impressing me, it's the new generations from different countries, like Great Britain right now with the best generation ever, I believe, with like Lucas Skinner. It's been ripping. We have right now Alice Barton on his heat. Her young brother, they're talking about Alice.
Bang. Wow, that turn was massive. Blowing the fins out. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't make it, but as you said, Great Britain looking great, right, David?
Yeah, Great Britain, Italy, looking great too. The surfers from Israel, as usual, when we talk about single turns, condition, beach break, closeout conditions, they rip. You know, Ido Arkin yesterday, like surfed really, really good. You know, same from David Sassi, Elia David Sassi. They've been surfing really, really good. Especially on those days we have like opportunities for single turns, they're really, really strong on single turns. So that's for me were like the highlights of the day, but especially conditions. And it was a very fun day, Chico, because we got here, it was like knee-high, maybe waist-high on the sets. So we were on hold until 2 o'clock. I was talking with Mark and Charlie Martin, and they were asking me, Dave, do you think we're going to come today? I said, we're kind of running on a tight schedule. Last day of competition, last day on the waiting period, Sunday. It's not looking that promising, so I was pulling all my coins, all my money that we're going to run. Yesterday I was saying, oh, it's so small, but we're waiting for the swell. And as soon as we put the surfers out there, first couple of hits were a little bit slow, kind of the inside. Third hit already, they were surfing on the outside, and it came on 1 hour. It went from waist high pretty much to overhead surfing. So it was pretty sick. We finished really late. We finished, it was almost 9 o'clock here in Pantin when we finished yesterday. Long days. We have light until 10. So could actually run a couple more hits. We didn't have to. But it was a very interesting day of competition. Mostly dedicated yesterday pretty much to the boys division.
And that's massive news and a really good welcoming in terms of what we can expect on our live stream from today on. But yes. Look at this, Alice Barton just got an interference. What happened?
Yeah, I'm having a feeling that's going to be a not priority interference. It was at the start of the heat. It happened like at least we had 3 interference calls yesterday.
Oh.
You know, I don't know. We had a couple of priority interference. One of them at the end of the heat with Marc Lacomar, but we have also a couple of non-priority interference at the start of the heat. I don't know. You know, Alice is pretty experienced. She actually made a final here a few years ago, I believe, with Yolanda Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken. So she's really experienced here, but well, maybe a little bit of nerves. And we already have a good score on our board, the 4.5 for Sara Lesiaga. Garazzi with a 3.67, and that interference call on Alice Barton, unfortunately for the surfer from Great Britain. So we're talking great things about Great Britain. And there we go, just jinx it.
We shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, commentators curse. It's very well known.
Let's stay in silence all day for 10 hours and let people enjoy without listening to us.
Yeah.
So we don't put the curse on anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, Great Britain looking great. Interference. So yeah, Sara Lesiaga with a big backside turn, a 4.5, and Alice Barton with a 4 on their last. So a big turn off the top. She gets awarded a 4-point right.
Now see, Alice, that's the contrast with this heat and the heat before. That's where you should pedal out. That's the keyhole, pretty much, where you see the surfers pedaling out for your heat. You see that rock on the top right hand, on the top right of your screen. In between that rock and the main cliff, that's kind of a keyhole there. You can use the riptide. That's where usually the water patrol stays as well, and use that riptide to come all the way around. The thing on the previous heat where the girls were stuck in the middle of the beach. And like Zé was announcing, there's a big hole there. So you're paddling on the white water, and it's actually pushing you back the whole time. My home break on the north shore of São Miguel at Areia Santa Bárbara has exactly
the same problem.
The same problem
in
front
remember.
of the rocks.
It's true. I got caught there a few times, and it's a nightmare to get back out.
Chico, I saw Oki stuck there for a good half an hour. It was the water patrol who came to pick him up, and it was Oki. And not Oki like last year. It was Oki like 10 years ago.
Yeah, Oki from 10 years ago would be a different Oki. Just a really strong Oki with really consistent paddling. And
it's always a tough situation, that kind of situation on beach break.
So annoying when you can't get back out because of the rip or just because of the waves. Sometimes you can get really mad. I've seen a couple of friends getting out of the water really mad at conditions because they couldn't really get to the outside. So it's just a really annoying process of surfing.
And it can be embarrassing too. Surfers have big egos. You don't want to be stuck on the inside, not make your way out and with your friends on the outside.
That's the shame walk, right?
That's the shame walk. There you go.
That's the one. Oh, you think you're going to make it? Yeah, for sure I'm going to make to the outside. And then 5 minutes later, he's on the beach walking back to the car. How was it? Well,
yeah,
it was fun. I didn't make it to the outside, Mom.
Now, different story on this one, comparing with the previous one already. We have Sara on a 4.5. We have Alice on a 4. I'm still trying to figure out, until we have, let me check here. It was, I'm not sure yet if it was a priority interference or not. because only 2 scores on Alice. And the wave of interference has been scored as a 0, as you should. It's counting, contabilized, but scored as a 0. And then Garazzi there.
I feel like the first is always the one that really decides kind of what they need to do and where to sit, and then the second one just goes with a bit more understanding of the lineup. So you can feel the urgency of these surfers. They know it won't be 8s and 9s, and they're gonna get through with a couple medium scores. So you can feel they're a bit more less selective and a bit more trying to feel the rhythm. And this was actually a good wave by Ina Maria. Nice carve there. Gets a bit caught here, but we saw a big turn from Garazzi Sanchez. She's been around for quite a long time.
Yes. Good results here at Pantin.
Wow.
With his break and Sara Lesiaga.
Wow. This was a really good wave. David, right?
Nice combo there by Sara.
Yeah. The first two felt like transition maneuvers. The wave was a bit flat. Just talk me through this one.
Let's go. That's kind of a setup turn. There you go, this first part. Now it gets a little bit more vertical. A little bit stuck on that second turn, but then the last one coming a little bit more clean. So kind of a setup turn and then 2 turns to finish this one. She got a 4.5. I think this score is going to go pretty much around that. It's not going to improve much, but she'll be the only surfer out there actually with 2 keepers so far in the heat. All remaining surfers still with 1 keeper. The 367 of Garazzi. We all also waiting for scores on Garazzi. But I was talking about Alice. I'm still trying to figure out if it was a priority interference or a non-priority interference on Alice. As soon as she got one more wave, we'll find that out. And there we go. 347 for that last one of Sara Lesiaga. Goes together with the 4-5, but we're still missing scores now on Red, on Ina, and on Garazzi as well.
Yeah, you were right on the 347. First 2 turns were a bit of a setup, right?
Yeah.
And the last one, a bit of a froth in the face. So much of the score came from probably those 2 first setup maneuvers. So as we see live now, Blue winding up, quick carve there, nice stylish surfer Alice Barton, and a big snap off the top and a bit of a cool jump there. She didn't try to go for that last maneuver, but nonetheless the work was done, right, David?
Yeah, let's see it once again now from the drone angle. There you go, the first carve, waiting there, staying a little bit closer to the pocket. Now the wave gets a little bit more steep, quick snap there, and kicks out like you said. The job is done. If you remember Sara's 3.47, it was pretty much for the last turn, like you said. I think there's not a lot of opportunities on these kind of conditions right now before the close-out section, pretty much, you know. So that's what we saw yesterday. A few combos. Yesterday, at the start, when conditions were improving, they were not as big as it got later on the day. There were still some surfers connecting with the inside, and then milking it on the white water, coming all the way to the inside, but it's pretty far away. That lasted for a couple of hits. After that, they realized what the judges are looking for, because pretty much, if you got like a small turn on the outside and you got like 3 average turns on the inside, it went like with the 4 point right, you know. And if you had like a proper turn on the outside,
and you had to paddle all the way back.
And you have to paddle all the way back out, and you saw what happened on the previous heat, you know. And another thing is that you stuck on that white water for a good 10 seconds, 15 seconds, clueless on what's going to offer for you on the inside. It could be like a full closeout, it could be a double up, or it could just die on the way to the inside. So the boys realized that pretty soon, and like you said, the first heat of the morning is always a hard heat for the surfers, for the judges too, because they're still realizing where the potential where the potential is. They arrive here early, the judges, just to check the free surf, but everybody's pretty much adapting throughout the first heat. Now, everybody's a setup, the judges know where the potential is for sure, and you see these girls, they're surfing on a whole different way. Now, I can tell it was, unfortunately for Alice Barton, a priority interference, so Alice will be counting with only 1 score. That's going to be a hard one for Alice.
And our mistake, Sara Lesiaga actually got a 5.4 on that wave we saw, with the 2 transitional maneuvers in the last one. So,
so the 347
was the previous one.
Was
I
the previous one.
I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
I think there was one more away for white, actually, you know.
With a big turn.
Yeah, with a big turn for that 5.4.
Well, she's looking good. She has a 5.4 and a 4.5, so she's in the lead with 9.9 total. Quite a good combined total for today, right, David?
Yeah, and well, for sure, it's pretty hard to get. She has actually the top 2 waves of the whole heat. We saw a lot of that situation happen yesterday, just like on the previous one. Surfer in the lead most of the time. He had not only the best wave of the heat, but the top 2 waves of the heat, you know. So there's someone who's like really in touch with conditions, and the rest of the heats are a little bit struggling out there.
Feels like one of those places that sometimes it's also really good to not have priority. Sometimes you just catch like a good one, you come back up, you're paddling, you're in the rhythm with the ocean, you catch another one, you do another big turn, and just like that you have the 2 biggest scores of the heat. So I feel like from the years I've been here, that you can be really lost out there, or as you said, you can be really in tune with the ocean. So it's just one of those places where a few meters to the inside or a few meters to the outside changes the whole heat for you, and the waves that you catch. So a tricky lineup, Pantin. It has been always a tricky lineup. Really wide beach, really plenty of opportunities. Sometimes, and most of the times, the waves come, but they have some like lumps in the face, and you cannot really tell like if it's going to be the one or not. So a really hard place to make the decisions. Oh, this is the perfect one. Sometimes you can see like definitely it's going to be a really good one, but most of the times it's just there's bumps and lumps on the face of the wave. And they, like yesterday, probably you would see that sometimes the wave that doesn't look good turns out like a really good one, and sometimes the one that on the start looks really fun gets really mushy and not that good. So a really hard place to have priority, actually. So
yeah, it can work both ways for you. I saw yesterday, on a day like yesterday, and it's kind of not the same, but very similar to yesterday today, just a little bit smaller. Like you said, Chico, it was pretty much like for single turns. Most of the waves were close out, so you don't have to be selective. You just have to take turns and go for it and take your chances. You know, like you said, you never know when you pedal for a wave, it's going to be like a proper close out with enough time to go for a turn or not. It was like Nuno Jonet a lot of times announced that waves on a day like yesterday looks like melons. You have to taste them to feel if they're sweet or not. You know? and it was.
It happens to me with melons.
Yeah,
all the time.
all the time. It was pretty much like that yesterday. If you stayed too selective, you will just run out of time. And then you realize that all the rest of the guys out there or girls were like,
oh, big turn now, as we were speaking.
There you go.
About big turns, Ina Maria Conradi doing a big turn off the top there and blowing the fins out. So I feel like this is going to help her cause she was in 3rd place, needing a 2.81. And I think she's going to jump probably into 2nd place. I feel like she's going to do it as we see the replay.
She has the 3rd best wave of the heat already. Yeah, there you go. Nice single turn there. For a 2.81, I'm saying that we're going to have Ina Maria Conradi in 2nd place. Garassi is actually in 2nd, but she's sitting on a couple of backups, the 367 and the 347. So Ina Maria most probably will now advance to 2nd place. And it's good to see that the judges on these later rounds are now opening a little bit more the scale too, you know, and the conditions permit that too. On the first couple of days, we were like with low scores and super tight heats. Now I believe under these conditions with these high-ranked surfers out there, the scale is more open. We see a lot of more opportunities too, and still on standby. Judges have access to replays, so reviewing and comparing.
So if you're Alice Barton right now with priority and interference, what would you be thinking, David?
I've been thinking I don't need a high score. So far, she was chasing, before this last one of Ina Maria, she was only chasing a high 7. So she's still way into condition, chasing that high 7. Now with this last one of Ina Maria, things are going to look harder for Alice. 4.8 for Ina Maria. That's actually the 2nd best wave of the whole heat. Puts Ina Maria in 2nd place. There you go with a pair of 4s. and now Alice is chasing a 9.13. So before this last one of Ina Maria, I think still pretty achievable. Now it's going to be pretty hard for Alice.
What's a 913 today, David?
A 913 today.
Sorry for that question so early in the morning.
No, but I can relate with what we saw yesterday with, for example, Jorgen Cousinet, who got like a 9-point ride.
9.5, right?
A 9.5, and it was a solid combo. Like it was 2 turns, and you have to look at any one of those turns. If it was like only one, if you individually look at those turns, you have to be like 6-point rides for the 6-point scores for those turns.
How good is Jorgen on those combos?
That was like the first one. If you only got like the first 10, I already throwing him like a 7 for sure, you know. And there was actually one of the judges throwing him a 10, which I can actually totally understand that was my call. I would give him a 10.
Well, if you have 2 6s on each turn, that's
exactly
11.5.
There you go. Just the first turn was a solid 7 for me if it got stuck on that one, or if I only got that one. But then the second one was like amazing wave by. So I think that's what you need today to get a 9. It's exactly that. Get a solid combo. Get a solid combo. The first one is really good. Then the second one is like an amazing turn by Jorgen.
Jorgen, always one of the best here in Europe. One of the standouts, so close to qualify actually. So
the whole how many years?
I think he almost qualified for 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
But for by 2 or 3 spots.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he couldn't. So it's just like those spots you don't want to be in when you're trying to qualify, right?
For sure.
Like you say, well, I almost qualified by 1 spot, but you cannot really tell I qualified. So,
well, you can never give up. I know you guys are kind of the same generation as Ramzi Bohayam, so you can never give up. You know, Ramzi took what, him 7 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Talking about inspiration, then getting hurt, injured on his practice for his first year of the World Tour.
Such a warrior.
You know, still believing
and always on good spirits. So
my point is that's very inspirational, you know. And Jorgen for sure is looking at that too and thinking,
I was thinking like our friendly commentator that's with us, José Ferreira, made the final. So a couple of years back. So
a little bit more than a couple of years.
Just like 8 years.
Yeah.
11 years.
11 years. Time flies by.
11 years. Yeah.
I was announcing that.
But he's the same age as Ramzi. So it's funny how you look back at time, and Ramzi competes since then.
Yeah.
So he's been
Ramzi,
around for a while.
I can tell you something, Chico. I'm gonna be next year 20 years announcing for the World Surf League, and I've been Ramzi started pretty much his campaign when I was starting announcing too, you know, and so he's been around for a while, like you guys, starting with junior as well.
So on the juniors, exactly.
And Zé Ferreira has been showing me a hit here on the semis. That's for me, it's still one of my favorite hits to announce as a beach announcer ever. Zé was stuck like with 5 minutes to the end of the heat. He was like on a combo, and he got a couple of 9 points. He got actually 18.37. I have a really good memory, yeah? Either that or I'm looking at the screen right now and checking the scores from that hit back in the day. 18.37 in 5 minutes. That's what they got. Right, it was solid. It was not on the outside. It was solid, closer to the inside, kind of short breaky, really. On the lefts, it was like speedy ones, and Zé just went for it. It was. I remember that hit like yesterday. Zé knows that it was still one of my favorite hits ever to announce. Stoked.
And Zé should have keep going.
Yeah, I think so too. And you too.
I think Zé was a lot better.
Man! Hey, I'm gonna put it this way. I love Zé on point breaks. I love you as a power surfer too, huh? You're really good as a power surfer.
But I don't have a beach. No beach break, nor either point break or beach break.
Yeah.
Zé is good on the point break. I'm just powerful because of all the cakes. But yeah, 1 minute to go, and Lisiaga, she had a really good wave again. So as you said, normally the person that has the best score has the 2 best scores.
There you
go. And David, you've been on point. I feel like you've been here for a while now.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, we got here like from a parachute this morning, so we drove throughout the night. So 5-6-3 for Leiciaga.
Yeah, you see that's they're very separated. A pair of fives for the leads, a pair of fours for second place, a pair of threes for Garazzi. And now Alice, well, poor Alice, that's 4 points, and that's pretty much it. Now chasing that 9.13 with 35 seconds remaining. Priority with Ina Maria. It's going to be hard for Garazzi. Garazzi actually with the fourth priority.
As we see the partners of our ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, Junta de Galicia, Galicia Corresponsables e Deputación da Coruña.
So Corresponsables is a really nice activity. They have activities for the kids here,
Okay.
all related with the ocean and with nature and sustainability. So
I love the name.
Yeah,
Corresponsables.
there you go. You're co-responsible for it. You have responsibility
Exactly.
from early age. That's the end of the heat. So Sara will advance together with Ina Maria. We're going to say bye-bye to Garazzi and unfortunately Alice Barton at 4 and an interference call. And we're about to start the next one. Chico, I believe you're going to interview Sara Leiciaga.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to interview Sara Leiciaga.
Oh, if they're ready already.
If they are ready, I'm more than stoked to interview Sara. So I'm going to leave you with David, and good luck for round 3, E3 with Mafalda Lopes, Ariana Ochoa, Tiara van der Uls, and Sol Borelli. So, Zé Ferreira, you can come in.
Thank you so much, Chico. Now, just like Francisco announced, Mafalda Lopes, as you can see it on your screen, she's representing Portugal. Ariana Ochoa, the Spanish Basque country, that's Euskadi. The Netherlands with the Tiara van der Hulst, and España in green with the Sol Borelli. Zé Ferreira, welcome back to the booth. And Zé, this is Ariana Ochoa up and riding. We have surfer from the Netherlands on this one, and I can tell you, one thing is for sure from Team Netherlands, and I've been talking with the coaches, they have really, really good scouting. Because there are not a lot of good waves on the Netherlands, but there's a lot of surfers pretty much around the world who are Dutch. And I'll give you an example as Berk de Vries, who's out of the competition already. Tiara has been surfing really good, and on the Euro Juniors for the European Surfing Federation this year, the Netherlands came in with a young girl called Zoe Zitz, which I was kind of wondering if there was a connection with Seabass, and I was beach announcing on her second wave. I went to the whole beach. I'm 100% sure there's a family connection, because she surfed like there was a carve there to remind me a lot of Seabass. So
that's cool.
A strong team by the Netherlands. You know, they've been working really good coaches. I can see that Berk has been around too, involved with the coaching and passing that experience too. Now we have Mafalda Lopes on this one, and I'm calling her maybe, well, she's top seed. She's wearing the red singlet, and I'm calling her the favorite for this one.
Yeah, definitely. This is a interesting heat because we have two surfers that both have been doing very well. Ariana Ochoa and Mafalda Lopes. Ariana Ochoa, I'm not 100% sure if she's on the Challenger Series. But anyway, she has been doing very well, as we could see on that first wave. Nothing amazing, but like on point, as we have the first wave of Sol Borelli. So, Dave, we have a hard heat in our hands.
A very hard hit on our hands, you know. I was looking at Ms. Mafalda because that's a nice one on her backhand by Ariane, and that was live. Mafalda on single turns, she can be huge too. Huh? She got a 10-point ride at my place back home at Açores a few years back. You know, last hit of the day by almost in the evening.
Was it with an air?
It was with an air.
With an
I
air.
was talking about single turns, how strong she is on single turns. She made already a few finals. I remember actually the first final, all Portuguese final, on the ladies' side was with Mafalda and Teresa Bonvalot in
Yeah,
Caparica.
exactly.
And Mafalda beat it, Paulina Ado, in the semifinals on her way to the final.
And she just won. She just won
Lacanau.
Lacanau.
Yeah.
So she has been on a roll.
Yeah.
She has been on a roll.
That's
And
why I put my coins in Mafalda on this one.
Yeah. And actually, like last year, I think the last event was Caparica, right? As
Yes.
it usually is. And
Tough event. Very tough event.
very tough event. And she almost, like, she did very well on the event as well. She didn't qualify at the end, but it was like a question of, like, if in another event she had go past one heat, she
Should be qualifying.
she would have qualified with the result she had. So she basically missed the Challenger Series this year, that it's currently still running, because of that. And it's good to see that she's positioning herself well for next year.
Yeah. And it's been so exciting to see the girls' performance the last, let's say, 3 years,
Yeah.
Especially, all over Europe. They've been the level's been going up and up every single year. But don't get us wrong, we are Portuguese, but we have to say that the Portuguese girls been pretty much dominating the scene here in Europe, surfing really, really good. So Mafalda, and then they feed from each other. That's my point. Mafalda's been surfing a lot with the 2022 World Junior Champ. That's Francisca Vazelco from Portugal as well. You check Yolanda Hopkins. And
Fifth in the Olympics.
Yeah, and if you just listen to the commentator throughout the Olympics, how they were looking at Yolanda, thinking, well, she's going to die or she's going to make it. So, so she's definitely...
They know how she rocks.
Yeah, exactly. So my point is that all the Portuguese girls are feeding from each other. They've been competing on the nationals in Portugal. They've been practicing with each other too, and the level's been just rising and rising and rising. But like you said, let's not forget. And actually, on this one, Ariana Ochoa and the Basques too, and the French girls too. So exciting times here in Europe for girl surfing. There you go, Mafalda, single turn on her backhand, solid one for Mafalda. So far, a 4 and a 3.67 by Ariane. Ariane in the leads, and now. That's definitely a keeper for Mafalda. Let's see if we get the replay. Meanwhile, that was Tiara.
Yeah, and also I think Mafalda, just to add to that, she's not officially on the challengers, but she didn't have rankings to go into Australia, but she did Bolito and the U.S. Open. Her coach just told me that, Rodrigo Souza, and so that's also maybe one of the reasons why she is so much on the roll right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she had a taste. She had a taste already, and she wants to go for it. And definitely, most of the times that I'm beach announcing and announcing these girls for the beach, I tell the whole crowd, hey, you're watching some of the best female surfers in the world. In the world, the Europeans, especially, like I announced before, the Portuguese, names like Mafalda. And we're expecting to see great things coming on the next few years. And there we go, replay now from the angle from the drone.
Yeah, no, sure. I just confirmed that she is on the Challenger Series.
Okay.
I had the impression, I've been commentating about her on the Challengers, and that's true. And she's one of Spain's best representatives at the moment, because she has such an amazing style, and the lines that she's drawing on the waves are beautiful. Rail surfer, and then we have this very young surfer, Sol Borrelli, also Spanish. So we're talking about the Portuguese group, especially on girls.
Just checking the last of Mafalda for a single turn, best wave of the heat, a 4.27.
That's amazing. And we had a group of Portuguese boys and girls, but mostly girls. And now I think it's time because we have been seeing an amazing generation of Spanish surfers, both boys and girls, coming up.
Especially for the Basque Country.
Exactly. They come from a lot from the Basque Country, where the surf is better, and also I think there's a lot of surf culture, right? It's both Galicia and Basque Country. I think that's where surfing is
And then the islands.
Strongest.
And then the islands.
Yeah, exactly.
And then from Canary Islands too.
Canary
You know,
Islands.
like,
Yeah.
there's
That's
really good surfers coming out
well
from the girls
remembered,
too.
yeah.
Like Luis Diaz on the boys' side.
Yeah.
And we have Lucia Martinho. Lucia, Lucia, I'm sure that's her first name.
Yeah.
Coming from the Canary Islands too. So, and the boys, like two juniors, the two brothers. Donegan,
Connor,
Dylan and Connor.
Exactly.
Actually, one of them twice world champ for the ISAs under 18, already 2 times the world champ.
Connor or Dylan?
I'm always mistaking, and I'm saying sorry to the family the whole time. I think it's Connor. I think it's Connor.
I spent some time with Dylan in Madeira.
He charges
for a project, and he surfs really well. They
were invited for the Kemao challenge, so that tells you a lot how they rip. Huh?
Yeah,
they're super young.
Usually surfers from the Canaries, they go for it. Like they don't hold back.
Yeah, coming from the Azores and São Miguel, and it's, you know what? I almost quit coaching the young kids, because as a coach, you need to pedal out when they pedal out too. And a few of those days, I was having second thoughts. You guys are sure? Because they're talking about 12-year-olds and they're going like for double overhead.
Yeah.
Because they get. It's like if you're.
It's part of the DNA. It's like.
If you're raised.
Look, we have. Ooh.
Oh, under the lip there.
That was Tiara.
If you're raised, I think we can relate when we talk about that. Like if you're raised in Praia Grande in Portugal, for example, you go big or go home. Because either you love overhead surfing, or you're staying at home the whole winter, pretty much.
Or you do skimming.
Exactly. And that's what's happening in the islands, like we said. A little same kind of in the Basque Country. They have like big waves there too, especially in the winter time. There's Mafalda on the 343, so that's Mafalda backing up her 4.27. Ariane so far in the lead, but look, 700ths of a point split between first and second. Mafalda has the best wave of the heat, a 4, but then the combined totals. Ariane has a little bit of a better backup than Mafalda, and then the combined totals puts Ariane in first place and Mafalda in second. Now Tiara is being left a little bit behind in fourth place, chasing already that 6.57. It's not going to be an easy task for Tiara. Maybe she can do it on 2 waves. I think that's probably a better approach, but still plenty of time ahead of us, plus than 14 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like the wind has dropped a bit. It's cleaner now. You know, that we had a bit of that morning sickness. We still have this current and a lot of bumps on the wave. Like, it's not easy, but it's cleaner. I think it's more, you know, accessible at the moment, as we have Sol Borelli with the first little snap. Let's see how she finishes this off. And she does finish. Nothing very big, but nice wave for the young Spanish surfer.
Yeah,
Borelli sounds Italian, though.
That could.
Borelli.
Well, the first was a kind of a setup, then the second one a better one, the close-out turn. Yeah, could be. You know, there's plenty of nationalities, surfers coming from the Mediterranean, and especially from North Europe, right now residing on the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal. Plenty of those, and so Sol. Well, actually, that's going to come in as the highest score of the whole heat. That one of Sol. So the judges really appreciating that last turn, a 5, and that puts Sol Borelli in the lead with the highest score of the whole heat.
Yeah, she did. I think she went to the last juniors in El Salvador, the ISA contest.
And Spanish team did really good.
Spanish team did really good. She was under 16 Spanish champion, national champion. So she's a very young surfer. So she must been 15 or must be 15 or 16.
Spain just won the Euro Junior for teams. Spain in Portugal.
In Portugal, in Santa
Cruz,
exactly.
And Spain was the winning team on the
so
juniors. So that tells you a lot.
Tells you a lot. And
were
you there?
I was there.
Yeah?
It was a very long week, long week of surfing, and there were and France has a super team too. Portugal has a super team too. It was a really close battle. I believe it came down to 17 points. You're talking about thousands of points. It came down to 17 points gap between the Spanish team who won and the French team who got runner-ups. Like I was announcing, and
France is strong.
Super
also
strong.
coming up
Always,
strong.
always.
That's true. That's true. I feel like they had a big gap from Maxime Ramsey's generation, Lacomar's generation, Jean-Sébastien generation, Jean Duroux, until you know what we have now, like Justine Becquerel, and that's pretty much the next next generation.
Saint-Peter.
And Saint-Peter, you know, and like there's an intermediate generation which is like Justine Becquerel and a few others that are surfing really well. But
kind
then there's that generation of Saint-Peter, which is like scary good.
Kind of what happened with us in Portugal too.
Yeah,
between your generation and now this generation, it was a little bit of a gap. When you guys came in, was like for sure the golden generation. I remember like it was yesterday. Nuno Telmo coming into the commentators booth and presenting you and João Kopke and Vasco Ribeiro, like super young, you know.
Yeah.
And we're like the golden generation. I got a little bit of an hiatus there between this generation. Now we have some really good surfers coming in. I've been loving what surfers like Martin Nunes is doing, like Martin Fortes with Ordóñez, and I'm gonna miss a few guys for sure, but it was pretty much the same, you know. It's you know, it's not like you can explain that, you know, but it does happen. It does happen.
What we can explain is why Sol Borelli is in the first place. She's doing this. She's surfing well, surfing a smart heat.
And a hard wave, huh?
And and she's the underdog compared to Ariane and Mafalda. So
for sure.
Interesting. 9 minutes to go. Still a lot of time, but she's building. You know, she has a 5 points. I think the 5 points was this last wave of hers, this last left that we saw the replay.
No, actually the 5
still coming. Was the 5 the 2 turns on the right, the small wave.
The small wave. That kind of a setup. I was a little bit surprised too.
Yeah.
But then, well, you know what? The 427 of Mafalda was a single turn.
Yeah.
Not like I liked better the single turn of Mafalda than the closeout turn of Sol Borelli. But then if you add to that the turn, the carve that Sol did at the start of the wave, I think that justifies that 5 points for Sol. Actually, there's only kind of a 7/10 of a point split between that of Mafalda and Sol.
Are you sure? I think this 5 points was her last left.
I think we're still waiting for scores on that
one. Still waiting for scores. Okay.
I'm also almost 100%. I can see your point, but that 5 has been there for a while. You just check that. It's been there for a while, and I was like you said, I was a little bit surprised.
Oh yeah, there it goes.
There you go. Now scores are coming in for the last left-hander. That's a lot of white water, and that's going to be her backup, a 3.57.
So the left is worse than the right. Okay, that's interesting take. I think the judges really are.
Hey, we are allowed to disagree, huh?
No, for sure. But like I can see that they are really valuing those you know more short breaky sections.
Hey, most, let's say, 8 out of 10 of the highest scores of yesterday come from the right-handers.
Yeah, even if it's just like one turners.
Because if you check the left, it's like running away from you. It's going into the channel, pretty much the left. It's getting the way, and you're progressing on the wave, on where they're sitting right now. Not where you caught those 8-point rights 11 years ago.
Yeah.
Where they're sitting right now.
It's in front of the rock completely.
Yeah, it's into the channel, pretty much.
Into the channel.
Into the keyhole. So those lefts are going to get mellower and mellower, the opposite with the rights. You kind of take off, and the wave is a little bit more mellow, and then it gets like really steep and hollow on the closeout section. And the judges are...
they love that.
They love that.
Risk.
You know? Yesterday we got a couple of airs on the lefts too, but that was the wind helping them too, so that's why they were checking the lefts there. But most of the high scores came in for that closeout section on the right-handers. So Sol, 3.57, so she was clever to get that left probably under priority. And now with 7 minutes remaining, we have Mafalda chasing 3.5 and Tiara with priority. Well, Tiara so far, she's only got a couple of 1-point rights. So not on her biorhythm this morning, Tiara van der Hulst.
Yeah, it's not easy to have heat this early. Um, a lot of surfers struggle a bit with that. You know, they're not as active in the morning. Some surfers, I would say, some people, not just
There you
surfers
go.
in general, take a bit more to wake up. You know, as you're saying, the biorhythm.
Something that you can't control. I'm a full morning person.
You are.
I love the early morning heats.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I love doing that, and I'm one of those guys that wakes up, goes for a surf, and then I have breakfast.
Okay.
After surfing,
Okay,
you know, so
okay,
I
yeah,
get
yeah.
up like that.
You're a
I'm real
morning person.
morning
Yeah.
person, but I'm not an afternoon person at all. You know, but,
Yeah.
so for me it will work out the opposite. But like you said, each one is a different one,
Yeah,
and
exactly. I remember I used to do a few QSs with Spanish surfer that lives in the Canaries, Jonathan Gonzalez. And before he went surfing, he always, but always, like religiously needed to go for a coffee to a place and spend some time, maybe read a newspaper, maybe see something, and then start the day. Cafecito, we would call
Cafecito.
it. Shout out to him.
Another thing that sometimes people don't realize is that each Europe, there's not a huge time difference, but for myself, I'm coming from the Azores Islands. It's still 2 hours. So I woke up this morning and I look at my watch and it was 4 o'clock back home. You know, so
That's rough.
if you look at surfers
That's a
from
different story.
and if you come from the Canaries or something like that, you know, you're still working a little bit with that. And you're
Yeah.
talking about Jonathan, so I'll bet you Jonathan was feeling sleepy every single morning. I was checking his watch and it's looking, and it was like way earlier in the Canary Islands too. You know?
Yeah, definitely. And there's a certain rhythm to. I would say, look, we have a replay of Sol, but
Close
it's
out.
close out. But I think there's like a specific rhythm to the islands.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, it's a bit different from the mainland.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, if you're working a lot on the island, and like if you run a restaurant or a hotel, maybe it's the same, but it's still not the same because I think all the rhythm it's just slower, more health. It's healthier.
I can
would
vouch for
say.
that. You know, I have a
You have the water all around you. You know, it's usually green in the islands, and we
And
have
the-
a wave here.
it was Tiara.
She's
Most
looking
probably
for a 664.
that was her best wave in the heat, on the heat for sure. But so she's going to diminish the gap. Now she's looking for a 5.67 after this one, 2.1, but 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and still needing a 5.67. Now a 5.67 will be the best wave of the heat. So far we had that 5 of Sol, but
And Mafalda needs to work a bit.
Mafalda
because
has priority.
She has priority. She's in third place. She needs a 3.5. But both Sari and Ariana have better scores. So
Use
yeah.
your priority. Use
Yeah,
your priority.
yeah,
I was talking with Chico about that. Under these conditions, there's no point in being too selective.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be like pretty much single turns on closeouts.
Yeah.
So just go for it and take your chance. Another thing is that on single turns in these conditions, if you had you can get back out like really fast and go for another opportunity. There you see, Ariane is taking good care of Mafalda.
Yeah, and Mafalda is wearing booties. Look,
Oh, it's cold.
I think it's just on one feet. Might.
Oh yeah, you're right. Just on
Might
one.
be
A cut.
an injury, a cut.
But the water is not warm, so I won't be like too surprised if
Yeah, in the north of in Galicia, the water is never warm.
That depends a lot on the Gulf Stream.
Ah, that's true. Actually, there's.
A few years we got our warm water
That's
here.
true. That's true. I've surfed some heats with shorts here.
So it could be like on the 19s or could be like on the 12s.
Exactly. Look, this is. I think she's going to better her score. Definitely, she's competing very well against older surfers that are a bit more renowned than her. But Sol is just showing why she has been Spanish champion and why she has been on a roll lately. So remember this name. You will hear it a lot of times in the future.
I love the no claim kind
Yeah.
of concept when you clean your nose at the end of the wave, Kelly, and there you go. I was very curious to see the scores of this one. So compared with what you saw before, 6 points. There you go. And this is a crucial one for Mafalda.
Yeah. Oh. That's, you know, that sucks. She couldn't. She knew she had to do something at 3.5. She still needs to do something. She didn't do much on this first turn, so she risked it all here, but it was too much. 1 minute now. She needs, you know, luck. At this point, David, it's, you know, obviously you can always say that there's no luck in sports, that you make your own luck, everything. That's true.
But you know
But
what?
with a minute to go, like, it's not that you can grab the ball and score on the, you know, on a goal keep. You need a wave, and in order for a wave to come, you need the ocean to collaborate.
And you know, I think what you need to do is to stay active and give themselves more chances. If you look at Sol Borelli in the lead, she has 6 waves ridden on this one. So to get that luck, you need to chase it. For that, you need to get more opportunities. So I think the name of the game for today is like kind of almost forget your priority. Just stay active. Stay active out there. Give yourself more opportunities. And
I would say one turn waves. Like
there you go. Exactly. So give them a try. Eventually, you're going to find a good section. Eventually, you're going to make it. And if you make it, you could get like a solid score on a single turn. Now, Ariane will be trying to improve on a 3.77, but with 10 seconds remaining, I think we're going to see the two surfers from this side of the Iberian Peninsula, Ariane representing Euskadi and Sol Borelli from España advancing to the next round. That's the end of the heat. There was a wave we saw there on the drone by White, but anyways, if that was still on time, didn't look like a 5, 6, 7 for Tiara van der Hills. Replays of this last one. This is a 1.6. That's a throwaway, I believe, for Ariane Ochoa.
And for Mafalda, this is a hard loss because she won Lacanau, but Lacanau was a 1,000.
Yep.
It was an important place here for her to establish, you know, a solid position on the rankings. Now she's leaving everything to Anglais. Pretty much, Anglais is 3,000 as well. I think, and this is the replay from Sol Borelli. She did really well. I think this was the 5 points. Actually, this last section was nice, David.
And then you get the combo. You see it again, and you have the especially the combo now. This is by far
the best
way of the heat. You know. On the left, contradicting what I was saying, for a while I haven't been seeing the high score of the heat on the left.
That's true. You know, not a lot of lefts. But we see some of the surfers sometimes going a bit further to the left to see if they can catch some scoring potential. But eventually, everyone comes back to this peak.
Yeah. Zé, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to invite Francisco Alves Chico to join you now for heat number 4.
See you in a bit, Dave.
See you.
And now, in the water, another amazing heat. This could be a final. So we have Francisca Vezelko. David was talking about her just a minute ago. She was world champion, junior world champion. Then we have Carolina Mendes, another great surfer from Portugal. She's been doing very well. Jaimite Fierro, Vahines Fierro's sister. And Lucy Campbell, Stuart Campbell's sister. Lucy has been doing very well lately. She's one of Great Britain's best, finest surfers. And welcome back, Chico. You come in a good time for a great heat.
Yeah, what a great heat to be commentating right now. And a really good heat to be commentating right now. A really stacked heat, as you said. Vezelko, one of the standouts always on any event. She has been reaping, as you see with me, Zé Ferreira today. So hello everyone, welcome to the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. As I was saying, stacked heat on our ends as we see the replay of Lucy Campbell here with a bit of a froth in the face, trying to go around it, and she couldn't really find her space on that wave. So just a really quick in and out for Lucy Campbell. And with 22 minutes to go, we have plenty of action coming up. Next heat.
Look, Sheik, look at the current there.
It looks
how aggressive.
Looks like a river mouth.
It looks like a jacuzzi.
Jacuzzi.
If you put warm water there.
I've never been to a jacuzzi with that much rip.
If you put a jacuzzi and
the
lettering of like Ritz Carlton, you're not bad.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Olha, Carolina Mendes also did a wave that it was not too bad. 2 turns there for her to start off her campaign. Lucy Campbell had one first wave. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, Carolina, nice carve off the top there, and a bit of a close-out turn. Couldn't make it. She was really focused for these ones there.
And the first turn was nice. You know, she faded on the bottom turn there, and then was able to go for that. You know, I think like she had to take a decision on a split second. Am I going to hit it? Or am I going to do a carve here? And then I think she did bit of both, bit of this, bit of that, but end up doing nice. But unfortunately for her, didn't make the last section. You know, to fall in a wave, you know, in these first waves, it's you know, not great.
It stings, yeah. Like anytime you start off, you catch a good one and you fall. You just feel like straight away, this is not my day, kind of thing, right?
It depends. It depends on your mindset. Look at Kika.
Oh.
Nice, solid first turn, second turn, and third turn, but can't make it neither. Is this the commentator's curse?
Yeah, Lucy on this one, she's gonna make it.
No curse for her. She makes it and makes it well. Smaller wave though, and I'd like to see Francisca's wave from the front. That drone section, it's beautiful.
Yeah, those drone shots always give us a really good perspective on how long the wave was. And yeah, Francisca there with a bit of a fall. Looks like it's a bit of a deep water there as we see the replay.
Let's see, she goes a bit to the front.
Bang.
Nice first turn, a lot of water there. Very composed on those turns, very solid and mature surfing from Kika. And Lucy's wave, that's a nice first turn. A lot of bumps on the face of the wave, then another carve and finishes off. So consistent wave, nothing, you know, spectacular, but nice solid surfing, smart surfing from her. And Francisca just, you know, showing another level there.
Yeah, I feel like that first turn was probably the best turn we saw all morning. Was a really good snap off the top. And yeah, Francisca just, she's going to put on the board the best score of this heat. And she's up again, so staying really busy. Francisca, we can say she's having a busy day, right there. And busy moment for Francisca Vazel on this round 3 heat 4. A bit of a white water there, so just trying to find something under priority. As we see the coastline and the jacuzzi Zé was talking about, looks really fantastic. As we're gonna go for the interview with David Prescott.
Bueno, nada, muy feliz de haber pasado la manga. La verdad que las condiciones están un poco raras hoy, mucha corriente y bueno, igual sale una izquierda ahí al medio que me ayudó muchísimo, la verdad. Estoy con mi entrenadora Aricha que siempre sabe dónde ir y es lo que hay, ¿sabes? Y bueno, muy contenta y a seguir con todo.
Campeona de España, parte del team de España también, que están teniendo resultados tremendos. Pues esta nueva generación, por supuesto, que te está alimentando también y te dando ganas de la motivación que viene también de todo el team, ¿no?
Ya, sí, España está con todo. Este año está con una muy buena racha y bueno, a seguir con todo, ¿no?
Es un día de largo recorrido. ¿Cómo vais ahora a gestionar todo el día? Porque tenéis un montón de rondas hoy por delante, ¿no?
Ya, bueno, ahora a seguir enfocada, motivada y a esperar a ver si pasamos o no.
Vale, felicitaciones, muchísimas gracias. I believe you guys are going to do the translation. Back to you guys in the studio, Zé and Francisco. Chico.
As we saw the interview with Sol Borelli, just saying she was really happy with her performance and with the win.
Probably.
Yeah, and with 7 minutes to go, we have Carolina Mendes on the lead. As I said, oh, look at this bomb during the interview for Lucy Campo.
Wow, that's a nice wave. That's a bumpy wave. This could be a motocross ride as well. She didn't make it, but it was nice to see a bigger wave. We have waves. We have, you know, the QS can be such a grind sometimes. With you know, I'm not even talking about bad waves. I'm just talking about no waves, like literally being flat and like very small and hard. To see a wave like this, it's like, thank you, like you know. And usually in Europe, even in summertime, we have waves. Lacano is a good, is you know, the waves are usually nice. Pantin has really nice waves. Anglais as well, although we had one wave, I think, one year, I think it was like 2 years ago, that the contest had to be cancelled, which is like very rare because it was flat. So, but in general, great waves. We then obviously go to the EDP Visla Pro in Ribeira de Ilhas, Ericeira. That's a different ball game. It's a point break, and it's an opportunity for all these surfers to showcase their surfing in a different way. And yeah, you know, wouldn't be. I think it would be fair to say that both these surfers, let's say, Kika Vezelka and Carolina Mendes, kind of have the upper, you know, an advantage competing in a place like Ribeira.
As we see White here with a big turn off the top, falling. Just a quick reminder, for you to make to Ribeira, you need to qualify. So on the region circuit, and that's what we are doing right now here in Pantin. So this is the third stop, and the best European surfers, they will qualify, and eventually they will compete in the Challenger next year in Ribeira de Ilhas. So whoever qualified last year on the region will compete in Ribeira de Ilhas this year. I know Francisca Vezelka will compete. She has been doing the Challengers this year. She qualified, so it's going to be a big event for her. Last year she competed there as well. So Kika, third or fourth year competing on the Challenger in Ericeira, so a big event for her, that's for sure. Biggest event in Portugal in terms of qualification for the World Tour. So yeah, as you said, Ribeira de Ilhas being one of the main stages from all the events we have back in Portugal.
Yeah, and it's a shame that we don't have a CT in Spain anymore. We used to have Mundaka for a lot of years. It was and I think it was like one of the stops on tour that surfers liked the most, because, you know, tapas and whoever won got thrown to the water. Do you remember that, with a hat?
I just thought like
and a lot of beer.
Yeah, the perspective of being a surfer that does the world tour. Oh, I want to be thrown.
Yeah, exactly.
On the water.
But it's cool because it's like traditions. It's like ringing the bell in bells.
Yeah. There's a big tradition about around the event.
Yeah.
The tapas and being thrown in the water.
And being thrown in the water and beer.
And beer, yeah, exactly. Yeah, back in the day we used to see guys like Andy compete there, and was really crazy how barreled would they get. I remember actually Bobby Martinez competing in
Bobby Martinez, yeah.
How would be.
You're so old.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, not maybe. Yeah, like what, like 40, 42?
No, I'm gonna turn 50 next season. So.
But who looks very mature, not old, is Francisca Vezelko with that carve. She's in second place though, but it looks that she can go up the ladder on this heat with that last one.
Yeah, that turn was massive, and I think she's gonna go into the lead. And as David Prescott said, sometimes the person that it's in the lead has always the best two scores. There's never like
an in between.
Yeah, person.
It's true.
There's always one person that gets all the rhythm, and the other three
steals the rhythm away from everyone else.
And the other three
like that rhythm is mine. What are you doing with my rhythm?
Yeah, just don't play with my rhythm.
And then you ask, like the second place asks, do you have some rhythm in your pocket? A bit of rhythm?
Yeah,
me?
Exactly.
And
there's no rhythm.
And like the other ones are like
the enemy of the rhythm.
They're like asking for rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, like
we can tell.
Hey, do you have a little rhythm for me?
Yeah, you can tell like second, third, and fourth are enemies of the rhythm.
Yeah. They're like an iman.
You're kind of an enemy of the rhythm.
I am
dancing.
Dancing.
I feel like the beat is on one side and your arm is on another.
On the other side, yeah.
Yeah.
And that I usually put my hat off and does anyone has a bit of rhythm to dance? And no one ever gives him. But Kika, she's still on the rhythm. Look at this.
She got a 4:17 for that last one, so 11 minutes to go. She's in the lead with the best two scores of the heat so far.
And she's pushing.
Yeah. She wants more.
Yeah.
Kika is not afraid to throw some big turns, so she loves this type of conditions where there's some power and she can really put herself to the test, I feel like.
Yeah, and she just moved to the first place. And yeah, Kika loves a good challenge, and she's up for it. And now we have Jaime Fierro.
Hemiti,
thank you. Sorry. Nice turn, but didn't make that last one.
The first one was good though.
The first one was good.
Look at her, nice clean rails, bang, throws the fins out, goes around it, and couldn't find another section. So waves just closed out a bit on her, so I think this is going to help her cause she was sitting on a 1.10, so nothing really major under her name. And with 10 minutes to go, so more than halfway through this heat, we have Francisca Vezelko sitting in the lead with a 4.83 and a 4.17. Carolina Mensch with a 2.93 and a 2.5, needing a 6.07. And in third and fourth, Lucy and Emiti sitting on pretty low numbers, right there.
Yeah, it's been common throughout the four heats that we did. As you have been saying, Chic, first and second position have been stealing the rhythm a bit. Carolina now with two turns, but throughout the day, I'm sure we're going to see more and more heats that have a lot of rhythm, where the four surfers have opportunities. And we had a few waves. Lucy Campbell there, nothing major. And with 9 minutes to go, things are pretty similar. This is Carolina's last wave.
And on the next seat, coming up next, we're going to have Janir Gonzalez. So Janir won last year in Pantin. So a breakthrough result for Janir last year was her best result. Other than that was just a bit of a shocker after shocker. So Janir coming up next with a bit of a confidence, right there.
Definitely. Great surfer. Those two sisters, Janir and Annette, are two of Europe's finest. Let's just see Jaime Fierro's wave, her second turn, and a little bump there. Kika right behind her. And yeah, when it's even a bit, when you have a surfer like Kika Vezelko, she's very explosive in her turns. So if you do small turns, your turns are going to look even smaller when when you're going against a surfer that is really powerful. So you really have to choose a bit your game. Um, we always talk about how in surfing, it's an individual sport, and you just have to focus on yourself. But sometimes, just sometimes, you should think about adapting your surf also to the opponent you're going against. It's I don't know a lot of surfers that do that, but like I'm sure Kelly Slater does it.
Yeah, as we see the replay there for Kika, just a quick snap off the top, and unfortunately she.
Like if you're surfing against a guy that is huge in airs, are you going to do airs if you're not as good as him? Like if you really, imagine Toledo against Ethan Ewing, or let's say Caitlin Simmers against Sierra Kerr. Let's talk about women because that's what we're doing. So Sierra Kerr, like she's really good in the airs, and Caitlin Simmers, like she's really good in the rails. So I think that they could adapt their surfing to their opponent. I'm not sure if that is done very much or even thought about. I really am not sure. But
yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. Thank you for the validation.
It's just like amazing how you can really break down a
It's
moment
just
like
free association.
I don't know if
I'm just reflecting.
Yeah,
with you.
I just don't know if there's someone doing that actually.
I think Kelly Slater does it.
Yeah,
bit.
probably he did.
But
back,
he does
back in the day,
everything.
not now.
He does everything.
Not now. Back in the day, I think.
Like trying to surf like an ant.
No, I think he would probably study a bit the strengths of other surfers, and be.
That's normal in competition, but I feel like in surfing that's not done much.
Yeah, it's
right.
True. Yeah, it's just like kind of do your thing.
Yeah, like if you're a tennis player, if we're comparing individual sports, you do that a bit, right?
Yeah. You try.
You try to do it, yeah. Then you never know.
If the opponent doesn't really allow you, you cannot really apply the strategy you thought. But I understand your point.
Maybe on a man-on-man heat is easier for people in the heat.
It's just like studying other competitor and thinking, well, he's good at frontside airs. I'm not gonna let him catch any lefts this heat, and I'm gonna, I don't know, just do a massive turn on my backside, but just a powerful one. I think it's more
exactly,
like that than trying to match the surfing.
Yeah.
Just knowing the strength of the surfer you're going against, and not trying him to catch the ideal wave that suits him. He's surfing. That's why, like Italo, Felipe, and Gabriel are so hard to beat, because you cannot.
They can do anything anyway.
Exactly. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna try to like block him in some way.
Whatever.
And he just goes on a closeout.
He's going to do a backflip.
Yeah, on a closeout. So, and you're like, okay, there's no way. I just need to do my thing.
Surf.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, as we saw the top 5 this year, so we have Italo on that last spot. So we have Griffin, we have John Griff, Ethan
Ewing, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, we have John, Griffin, Jack, Ethan, and Ito by this order. So
wow,
it's gonna be massive.
It's going to be monstrous.
It's coming up.
Whoop, we will have an interference. Maybe are we?
I don't know, Zé.
It won't change the situation.
We need to see that again, but
yeah, we do. Truth is, the wave was pretty much a closeout by the time Carolina had catch it. But so, if we're talking about potential, I'm not sure if it was ruined or I don't know. I wouldn't like to be a judge on this one, but I think. It's it could go either way. It's not clear, but yeah. Anyway, Carolina is still in third, even if Lucy has an interference. So, you know, she has to surf now.
Yeah, so I was saying finals, WSL finals are coming up on the 6th of September, and they're going to run in between 6th and the 14th of September. Lexus WSL final is going to happen in California, so Trestles. It's going to be the last event of the season.
And it's the last time in Trestles. Next year it will be in Fiji, which is nice for a change.
Yeah, it's nice for a change, and I feel like with 2 minutes to go, I don't think we're going to see any changes on this heat.
We'll see an interference apparently.
No, I'm saying first, Vezel
in
looks
terms
really
of
safe.
yeah.
She looks
Not-
really
not
safe. Emiti as well. We can see an interference for 4th place. If that's the case, as we see live action, Kika there with a quick snap and trying to fit another one, and she couldn't do it. So, yep. Nice
Wow.
snap off the top
She's
there.
you know she's really using that power and that flow to do well in this heat. And Jaime Fierro, 2nd place, looking to close Carolina off. Lucy is not out of the picture. She lost 100% of her 2nd best wave, which you know, it's a hard situation. But in a low-scoring heat like this one, a 6-3-4, it's not impossible. You know, it would be different if she was needing an 8. But I feel that, you know, a 6.3 is a very good score, one of the best scores of the day, maybe even the best score of the day. But she does have priority. So with 50 seconds to go, if a good wave comes, it's hers. And here she goes. This wave looks nice. She has to do something special. Let's see. First good carve. She has to hit it really well, and it doesn't look like anything out of this world. Might be her best wave, but not good enough for a 6-3-4 in my first take. We saw that with a drone. We would need to see that on a normal camera. But yeah, Carolina, kind of a shocker for her on this one. And that's it. Francisca Vezelko. We still have a score to come for Carolina Mendes. Let's see what the judges think. And this was Lucy's last wave, Chico.
Yeah, just a bit of a hard wave to surf for. A lot of bumps and lumps. Quite late on that last turn, so I don't think the score will factor in. I don't think that's a 6-3-4, as we saw behind as well. We had Carolina trying to get that 3.42, so a bit of a nice snap there, and she gets up there again and she makes it. So, well, I think this is going to be really close for that 3.42. And Heimiti suddenly in danger, so we are still waiting on scores. And Carolina can go back to 2nd place, and we might probably have 2 Portuguese making this heat.
Yeah, she'll be praying for that.
Is that a 3-4-2?
It's probable. It's
I,
one of those.
For me,
one of those scores.
Felt like the first snap was great, and the last turn was on a meaty section. So
yeah,
I think she's going to get it.
And she does. It's a 3.9. She goes to 2nd place.
Oh, close one.
You can see the experience talking there.
Amazing stuff by the Portuguese. They are talking. No, they are not talking, but we see Vezelko, happy winner, and Carolina Mendes with the 2nd place. Emiti, unfortunately, one of the best up-and-coming surfers in Europe, lost. And Lucy Campbell as well with a bit of an interference. So a really hard heat, and Francisca and Carolina got the nod. As we have in the water right now, 24 minutes to go, and we already have the next heat in the water, and we have Janine, the last year's event winner, Daniela Roma, Gabriela Diniz, and Laura Sandland. And with me, I have David Prescott back in the booth again. David, thanks for joining me.
Oh, a pleasure. Thanks for you guys for joining me. I've been here the whole week waiting for you guys. Chico, thinking about the last situation, we're seeing a lot of last moment decisions regarding when to take a wave or not. I think we're going to see plenty of those interference because of that, you know. We saw on the previous heat already, that's the second interference of the day already. So looking at those waves, most of the time it's like a last moment decision if you're going to take the wave or not. And a lot of times you don't have to look over your shoulder.
Yeah,
and
you
I
don't
think
have the time, right?
Yeah, and that's, I think, what just
you
happened.
You reckon that's like something that the coaches can really look through and...
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard because, like I said, it's. I think all these waves, you're going to look at them and you're going to pretty much decide you're going to take it or not on the last second. It's going to be hard. But still, I think the message from the coaches will be like, try to play it safe, you know, try to make 100% sure.
There's no one behind you, right?
But if you are actually looking that close, you're not paying attention to the wave, you're not taking risks, you know, so it's a very difficult decision. It's hard to manage, that's my point. It's pretty hard to manage between choosing the right one and making sure that you're only a surfer on the wave. And then, although the beach announcers are announcing time over and over again, the priorities, they do have sometimes to look at the LEDs too, you know, and sometimes they don't look at the LEDs. You're out there and you're looking to the ocean, the LEDs, if you're facing the horizon, the LEDs are on your back. So you have to look over your shoulder to check the priorities, you know.
They should actually put something in the ocean.
We've been working on that. You know the watches we have right now from Apple?
Yeah, of course.
First attempt was in 2006 and I was there at sunset. And you know what? Wi-Fi doesn't work in the water back in 2006, and in 2024 still doesn't work in the underwater. It's not about radio waves, so it's going to be pretty hard to find a solution for that. It's kind of working. It does help them, but if it's not working, it can be a distraction. You see a lot of surfers are not like
the buoy they put on the comps on the event.
I thought about putting a loudspeaker there, you know, at least like when you can't hear the beach announcer, you can put a loudspeaker there. I thought about that on the ocean. I thought about that before, nice. But you're talking about the ocean, and if you remember, I'm going to give you an example. Remember,
or on the jersey, you have the color of the priority you have with the number.
Yeah, like with the it's never going to be. I think the what we have right now, those big LED system, and we add one more thing. Right now, the priority judge, they have access to the microphone. They have their own microphone. They have access to the PA system. They can just go and go over the beach announcer if there's a quick priority change. Because let's face it, I think like 7 out of 10 wrong decisions or mistakes from the surfers we saw in the past where guys thinking they have the priority, they do not. And their mistakes can be mistakes as well on the priority judges too. So we're trying, it's a pretty hard one. Right here we're working with 3 guys, a 3-man team on the priority judges. There's one guy as priority, there's one guy behind him all the time, helping him as a spotter. So with prismatics, making sure, especially on a day like today, they're surfing really so far away. And there's another guy on break, on rotation. But there's actually, so it's a 2-man team nowadays, the priority judge. But and another thing is that if there's a mistake regarding priority, there's pretty much, from the priority judge, there's pretty much only one solution. That's a resurf. Because there's no subjectivity in when you're giving priorities, you know. It's a whole different deal than scoring.
As with 20 minutes to go, we're going to go for a quick interview with Francisca Vezelko.
Congratulations. Hard heat. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, it's really hard. From out here, you see a lot of good rides, and then out there, there's a bit of a current and just kind of a lot of closeouts, so it's hard to tell which ones are the good ones. I guess it's just those type of heats that you just have to keep active and create opportunities. So that's kind of what I try to do, even though I fell a lot. So yeah, now it's just to reset for the next heat.
Okay, and so as a powerful surfer, do you use that in your strategy out here in a place like this, in a day like this?
For sure, one turn was my goal for this heat, and then if there's more throughout the wave, then that's a bonus. But yeah, just one big turn, and I think the judges like that, and you can get big scores with one turn. They will reward you.
Yeah, the judges definitely liked your surfing. Do you want to say anything back home?
Olá a todos em casa, o primeiro round está feito, hoje há mais. São condições difíceis, mas está igual para todas e vamos com tudo. Obrigada.
Nice one. Back to you, boys.
There and a healthy chat about how hard the conditions are, what was the strategy, and during the break we saw a really good wave by Lauren Sandland, and this was blue as well, a bit of a snap and another snap, so a 2-for-1, not a huge score.
Kind of a new name. Honestly, it's the first time I see Daniela in a heat. Creo que era que yo no escuché nada, pero me enteré agora puede ser má conexión ahí en los cables y agora mismo.
Pero él estaba hablando y yo estaba intentando decirle para esperar que íbamos para entrevistar.
Que no te escuché anunciando. A él lo escucho, a mí me escucho, a vosotros escucho nada. Y tampoco la entrevista.
Sorry, we had a bit of a technical issue as we are back, David.
Yeah, it's we're still starting this webcast. First heats, already hit number 5. So like I was saying, Daniela Roma, honestly, it's my first time seeing her surfing. Believe I haven't announced a hit for her back in the past, but she's again well motivated. España has been, as a team, doing really good. So she's going to get, so far, the best wave of the heat on that combo. And it's going to be a pretty interesting one. There you go, 3.07. We have another very interesting heat on our hands. Janine Gonçalves Echavarri on this one. Her sister, she's competing on the Challenger Series. She had actually, both of them got a final together.
Exactly.
That was in as a junior at La Toche in Bretagne. Gabriel Diniz, one of the young guns from Portugal.
Yeah, nice snap there and a quick hit off the top. A bit of a 2-for-1 there.
Yeah.
Just two quick turns.
But she's busy, huh? So that's what I'm liking about Gabriela. It's already her wave number 2.
Oh, that first turn looked way better from this angle.
Yes.
And the second one was as I thought. So I don't think it's going to be huge, the score, but I think it's going to be a healthy number that is going to help her.
Yeah, that's going to be a keeper.
It's going to be a bit of a... We'll see, keeper.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's going to be pretty hard. I believe you need to have at least a 4 like as a backup and a 5 at least as a high score to make through the hits. It's a 3.67. But you know what? We're talking about the winners. Because if you're going to go for scores for second place and totals on second place, actually we've been seeing some surfers. Look at the scores of Carolina on the previous one, a total of a 6.83. So compared with Francisca, 9-point total. So you can actually make it on the second place with a pair of, let's say, high threes, low 4s, but to play it safe, definitely you have to get something on the 9-point total, 10-point total. That's what we've been seeing for the last week, pretty much the last few days.
Yep, so 3.67 for Gabriela, almost on that 4 range, as you said.
Yeah, that could work as a backup, but she will still be needing, could work as a backup, still be needing like a high score. Francisco, one thing that I'm realizing, especially from this drone angle, is that if you walk outside and you go for like the interview of the winner of the previous one, it looks like really different when you look at it live. Then you look at it on the camera.
It's always the same, right?
Always, especially on this drone from the angle, it always looks clean. When you're looking from the seagull's point of view,
cleaner, yeah.
It looks so clean. So, but then you go to the beach and you look, and it's like you said before, like always it looks bigger. We do have the cameras up on the cliff, so that kind of compresses the waves too. And when you're filming from upstairs, it always looks a little bit smaller, but it's definitely looking more challenging when you look at it live than you look at it on camera. Here we go. Gabriela Diniz staying active, and I'm loving that about Gabriela, giving herself opportunities.
That turn was sick.
Yes.
Blows the fins. I like the technique here, pushing the tail.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Gabriela does really well and looks really powerful and stylish, you know.
Yeah,
that's a bit of an extra when she does this type of maneuvers, right?
Yeah, totally agree. She puts a little bit of a flair there into that turn, and the judges love that. So well done by Gabriela. And like I said, I love that she's staying really busy. She's not caring about priority, and that's the only tactic that I think I would advise. Like they asked me before, I would advise surfers to go out there, just stay active. And there you go, 4.4 for a single turn of Gabriela, and under priority. She gets the top 2 scores of the whole heat already, and she's obviously in the lead. And now puts a little bit of pressure on all remaining heat. Janire in more than 10 minutes already into the heat. 0 waves for Janire Gonzalez Echavarri.
But I don't think she's sitting on the same spot as the other surfers.
She's not there, so...
Can we get like a bit of open, as we see the Rachel Priesty getting ready for the next heat? And I would love to see like a wide open shot to see where Janire is sitting. Probably she's in the middle of the beach. I don't know if we can have that shot from the whole beach, but yeah, she's not sitting next to the other 3 surfers. So different strategy maybe. So
yes, honestly,
she got injured or something.
We don't have any info there.
I saw her in the morning.
I saw her in the morning too.
She was fine, I think.
Yeah. You know, so
I don't know.
You might be right. She might be surfing further down the beach. We're gonna. Okay. So we just got the info that actually she didn't check in for her heat, so Janire is not out there.
Well,
weird.
Love to understand what happened. We saw her in the morning over here, maybe a bit of sickness related. Something.
I was thinking we could see Annette. We could be, because they're really the 2 sisters. They're really
was Annette. They're really similar, right?
They're very similar.
Was really early for us as well.
So
we
right.
have the
that excuse.
Yeah, of course.
We're excused.
6:30 in the morning, we can have the excuse of like misunderstanding someone.
4:30 in my clock back home. It was.
It was 4:30.
It was 4:30 still back home.
Lovely hour for
lovely
kids
hour.
to wake up.
I'm a morning person, so I'm cool with that, Chico.
Oh, I hate to wake up at that hour. It's just really
yeah, I kind of hate to wake up, but as soon as I'm awake, I'm like already going for it. And I don't drink coffee.
You can say you're happy at 4:30 in the morning.
No.
Yeah, you can say that. But
no.
You're okay.
I'm
right?
okay. You're right. You're right.
You're not spectacular.
No,
right?
no. The one thing that works for me that I have naturally hyped, you know, I drink no coffee whatsoever. If I drink 1 cup of coffee, you'll be asking me what's wrong. Last time I drank a cup of coffee was during the event in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
We had a 7 o'clock heat start, 11 in the evening. I was sending messages to one of our priority judges, talking with him about rules and stuff like that, because I couldn't go to sleep, and it was like 11:30 in the evening, and I woke up like at 5 o'clock, and I had a coffee. So it really works for me. I really don't need. I have my own hype, so it works.
Maybe
as soon as I get out of the bed.
They should put on the coffees a bit of Prescott instead of caffeine.
Oh yeah, well.
That would be the perfect recipe for the coffee.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes I need to go a little bit slower, you know, and I'm like that, you know, like naturally.
Yeah,
and
you feel like you need to put another gear down.
Another gear down. When I went for a surf, you know, I was like, especially as a kid, that was very hard for me to manage my energy. I was like almost
really
frothing, and like the adrenaline goes like so high that I was the kind of a kid, if the surf is pumping, I woke up, I looked to the surf, and I threw up.
Oh, okay.
Just out of adrenaline, you know?
Yeah.
So I need to go 1 gear down, and I believe I'm not the only one. We were talking about biorhythm.
Maybe you need to do like breathing exercises.
Oh man, I'm turning 50, you know.
It's the age, like you should start. It's the exact age you should start.
You know what I just did? I got a kid. I got a son at 47. My young Gabriel was now 2.5 years old, and that I'm way more mellow now, you know. Especially when I'm with him.
You feel like you're mellower.
Oh man, when I'm with him, when I talk with him, the way I talk, it surprises me, you know?
Everything shuts down.
Yeah, and everything shuts down. I go like way mellower, way more slower. I'm trying to put that into the rest of my life too, you know. So learning a lot as a late dad, you know. Great experience. I advise everybody, go for it, you know. And it's keeping me fit too. It's my CrossFit every single day. Taking care of my kids, it's my CrossFit, and just enjoying. She's starting to surf already, 2.5 years old. And talking about surfing, Daniela Roman.
Nice wave by Daniela.
Yeah, nice surprise. Do you know Daniela from before? 'Cause I think it's the first time I see her on the draw.
Daniela Roman, probably, yeah. I feel like she has done it before.
I haven't remember seeing her on the juniors.
Um, but yeah, she's from Spain, so probably from around this area.
Yes.
And nice snap, the first one. The second one was great too, and I think this is going to be a good score for her, as we have the replay. 9 minutes to go. We have Gabriela Diniz in the lead, so a great hit for Gabriela whatsoever. With 8 minutes to go, and this wave looks fun. White up and riding. Gabriela Diniz, nice carve off the top. Winds up again. Bang! Oh, she doesn't make it, but that last turn was the money turn. She needed a turn to go excellent, because this first turn, look at this, David.
And it's a bigger wave, huh? Way bigger wave. Beautiful rail work there by Gabriela.
Look at this turn. Bang!
That could be close to the excellent if she made that last turn.
Makes that turn, and I'm seeing a 7-8-3 or 8-point right. Easy.
And again, Chico, she's staying active. And she's been building 2.67, 3.67 on the second, 4.4 on the third. And if she made it the last turn, like we said before, that could go easily into the 6th, the 7th, something like that, you know. So she's been improving. She's been giving herself opportunities. With that, she's been getting in the rhythm too. I think, like I said before, Chico, that's crucial today. Stay active, get into the rhythm, give yourself more chances. It's not like there's a lot of difference between the waves on the sets, you know, everything. It's not like everything is the same, but there's pretty similar waves out there. And one thing, and there you go, 4.33 for Gabriela. That goes together with the 4.4, so definitely, if she made that last turn, that will easily go into the 6th, maybe into the 7th. So well done by Gabriela. She knows that too.
If it's like a 4 for the first turn and a 4 for the second.
Yeah, I think that could go. No.
I'm just going for
but
the,
it could
the
go
same
into
logic
it
we
could
said
go into
about
the excellent.
sixes.
Yeah, but it could go into the excellent. You know, just the
last turn was really good.
Because the first one was like sick carve she did there. So long carve, hold on to the rail a lot of times. So
beautiful,
beautiful. Well done.
Yeah.
So she has again surfer in the lead with also the top 2 scores of the heat so far. That's been the story.
And as we see the drone shot, beautiful view, beautiful scenes here, right?
Yeah.
Pantin is such a beautiful space.
It's an amazing place with a lot of history. And
you know all the history about Pantin. You told me everything about this place.
Man, yesterday, a couple of days ago, I gave an interview for local radio, and there we go with White Gabriela Diniz. There, see, keeping active. Doesn't even care about priority.
Bang.
There she goes. One more chance there, not making it, and now let's go with the Daniela Roman, currently in 2nd. Getting really stuck on that first turn.
Digging a bit of a rail there, and not completing that.
But Chico, yeah, I've been coming here for almost 20 years now. I'm realizing that. My first event here was 206.
Oh, la la.
It's been a while now. I'm really honored to be invited to this event and be a little bit of a part of the history of this event. Because this is one that I was a kid when we still have magazines, paper magazines. We always see the EPSAS, the European Professional Surfing Association circuit. And this event was a historic one there already. You know, Pantin was one of those major ones. We see like Dapin and all the Portuguese guys, and Sam's father Didier, and all of them competing. This was an important event already back in the early 90s, late 80s. And one thing that I love about the guys who started this event, they were like really confident, because from day one they call it the classic. It's not been the classic like after 10 years. It's been the classic since the first year. So you really have to believe you're going to stay for a while if you call the event a classic. You know, it's 37 editions this year. 37 editions of Pantin Classic. I think only Bells has more events than Pantin. Definitely the oldest event in Europe, for sure. It's a very special one.
And you've been part of it for
I've been
20 years.
For almost 20 years now. I came here with Nuno Jonet, was another thing like kind of my father figure, and you know, a super relevant announcer for worldwide, one of the, if not the best beach announcer ever, because you can do good, but you cannot do good in 5 different languages like Nuno does it. And he came here, he was like a historic announcer for, I believe, from like almost day one. So I was kind of his helper, and 1 year I came up with him here to Pantin, and then Nuno fortunately retired a few years back, you know, and not coming to Pantin anymore, and I just stayed and went through. The organizers are still pretty much the same. Have the pleasure to share the microphone as well with Don Vicente Di Sari. There's a lot of history here, you know, with local surfers. This is one of the spots in Spain with more legacy, with more history, you know. So it's super fun. I have the opportunity to share the microphone with some of the first surfers here for a while, you know, and then the crowd. Because you got here on the day one, Francisco, and if you go to any other surf event, day one, first rounds, let's face it, there's a few tens people on the beach, like 10, 20, 50. During the day, maybe a little bit more. Here, day one, hundreds of people already on the hill. Hundreds of people. Like yesterday, was thousands of people here on a weekday. You know, so the event
passion
is a passion. It's a super important event for the region too, and it's a very well-knowledge crowd too. Unfortunately for Lauren, not making that second turn now. So it's still Gabriela out there with the top two scores, feeling pretty safe in first place. We're in the dying minutes of the heat, 3 minutes 20 seconds. It's a smaller wave. These waves have like half the size of the wave we saw, that 4.33 of Gabriela. So that's the only thing I think they should really pay attention and differentiate the waves out there. It's size-wise. If there's a bigger wave for a single turn, definitely it's going to impress more the judges than on a smaller one. 3 minutes remaining. The top two surfers in the heat, she could have priority. Daniela in blue with first prio, Gabriela with second, with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Highest score of Lauren's been so far at 2.43. Unfortunately, Janira, she's not out there, so it's not going to be. Although the requirement for Lauren Sandlin, I'm realizing now, it's only 2.74. So Daniela Roman with priority has to watch out.
Yeah, not a big requirement for Sandland. 274, as you said. Oh, massive turn there for Gabriela Diniz. The first one looked so good. Yeah. Lay back under the lip, both arms to the back.
It's a shame body. She's not being able to close these ones, you know, like the previous one, only the first 10, but really nice one.
Unfortunately, she fell again,
yeah.
And because she would have probably two really big scores under her name. So Gabriela adapting really well to these conditions.
Really, really well, and a couple of 4-point rides. Yes, for sure, she's on top of this one. There's no way. Doesn't look like the other surfers have any chance to touch her in first place. Oh yeah, the potential for sure. I agree with you. And you know what? She knows that, and she's gonna feed on that. That's gonna build some confidence. She knows that she made it, and there's still room to improve. A lot of room to improve. She, like you said, she could not easily, but she could get out of this heat with double the total that she has right now. If she was really close, and it was not like turns that she really missed the turns. She almost finished the turns on both of those opportunities.
Yeah.
So that's going to be huge for Gabriela's confidence. Daniel Roman, another good result for Spain so far, because Lauren has still priority in third place, and Great Britain's been surfing really good. So, but so far, Daniela Roman advancing. Another Spanish young gun advancing to the next round. Let's see, 45 seconds still remaining. Can't really see where Lauren is sitting right now.
Oh, she's paddling for this one. She's alone in the lineup, actually, so she has all the time. Not all the time, she's got 30 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
She's got a bit of a time to try to do that 274. And Daniela Roma on the inside probably thinking, please, ocean, stop. Just stop, as we see Green here trying to go left on this one, right, David?
There you go. Let's see. Oh. Well, that might be enough. Let's see if she goes to go for one more. It kind of looks like a little bit of a change of direction, not kind of a turn on that last one. But that's from the drone angle. We can't really tell. The requirement was a 2.74. Let's see now. Well.
Oh, nice snap there.
It's going to be close, huh?
Digs the rail a bit and a bit of another snap. Yeah, I think it's going to be close for sure. She needs a 274, so I don't know.
It's going to take a while, I'll bet you. The judges will most probably be reviewing the first of green, that 2.67 and then reviewing this last of blue and comparing. So this score might take a while to come in. We might go into a break, or well, actually next heat will not start until all the judges type in. Francisco will now, Chico, go and interview Gabriela Diniz, winner
Thank you
of
so
the
much,
previous
David.
one. Have a good one. There's Gabriela on our screen. Well motivated. Here we go, checking replays on her high scores. This is the 4.4. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was the 4.4. Now this is the 4.33. And check that first turn. Most of all, the wave is like twice the size. Beautiful work on the rail, and if she made this one, will go solid into the maybe solid 6-point ride, maybe even going to the 7s. And she got one more opportunity on the 397, so well done by Gabriela Diniz. We're still missing scores. For those of you watching us home, and welcome to beautiful Pantin. That's already surfers for the next one, but we're still missing scores. And for Daniela Roman, and a 1.73 she got, so not enough. So Daniela will finish in 3rd place. Janire with a no-show for this one.
Okay.
Now, Zé Ferreira back into the booth. So early in the morning, we said hello to Annette, not Janire.
That's true.
They're very similar, the two
Yeah,
Echavarri sisters.
Yeah.
So Annette is out there. Unfortunately, Janire is not out there. They got a final together as juniors at La Torche in Bretagne. And I announced the whole heat in Euskera, in Basque.
Wow.
For them, with the help of our fellow technicals from the scoring system and
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
the
that's
replays.
a heat worth having in their mother tongue.
Yeah, it was fun. Now this one, that's Baia Frediani, Rachel Presti also in red together with Annette.
This will be a tight hit. I was just down with Annette's coach, with Zé Seabra, and he was saying this will be like a very tight hit on paper. Look at this, nice bottom turn, inverted turn right on the critical section. So it's a great wave to start the hit. Annette obviously surfing very well. She's leading the juniors ranking. Tia Zebrowski, one of Europe's most promising surfers as well. Rachel Presti, representing Germany, also a great surfer. So this again could be a final. The level, at this stage is already scary.
I saw a few hits from Tia Zebrowski on the junior team for France at Santa Cruz doing the Euro Juniors. I have one word. I was amazed.
Yeah.
And when I mean amazed, I mean like Erin Brooks kind of amazement.
Yeah.
I mean like that kind of, and then she was like proper solid turns. You got like super high scores. Obviously, it is a whole different event. 2 months, almost 2 months after that one. And we saw a really good start by Baia Frediani, like you said, Zé. I love the read of Baia on that wave. She surfed good. She didn't take too many risks.
Yeah.
And she made it. 5, 6, 7. That's a solid start by Baia Frediani.
And I love her name, Bahia. It's not common and it's beautiful.
Beautiful name. Still my favorite one ever on surfing, Samba Man.
Samba Man. From a Brazilian?
No. I think it was Australian. Francisco is going to go with the interview. Chico, take it away.
So I have with me the last winner, Gabriela Diniz. Gabriela, you set off the heat building up scores. You found your rhythm out there. Talk me through the conditions today.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. I tried to catch a lot of waves and don't stay still, and I'm happy I made it.
So you had the 2 best scores of the heat, but yet you fell on the 2 best waves you had. So how do you manage that when you're in the heat?
Yeah, I fell on my best 2 waves, but I now have to be more focused on the next heat and try to make them.
Talk me to your board. I know today is smaller than yesterday. Are you riding the same board, or you just have a bit of a smaller board for today?
No, I'm riding the same one. I'm really liking this one, so I'm gonna stick to this.
Some words in Portuguese for home?
Beijinho a quem estiver a ver, aos meus pais e pronto.
A kiss for everyone. Back to you, boys, and good luck for the next round.
Obrigada, thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Chico. And we're going to cut into...
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Gabriela. A comer un...
Terra delle fe, terra de soñar, terra que te pide tempo da contar. Déjate levar por lo natural, algo que te pide volverte a topar.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules, but whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de B Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
We kind of don't like to see commercials and go on breaks, but we have to take our hat off to what the work they've been doing with Junta de Galicia and Estrela Galicia, our main sponsors. Those commercials are really good ones. Now talking about good things, check these 5, 6, 7 from Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, great surfing there from Tia. Very sharp first turn, goes into that second turn and then the third. And Annette had to in and out, so not counting. Bahia had that 5, 6, 7, and Rachel Pressey with a 2, 6, 7. So great openings from Tia and Bahia. Actually, they had the exact same score.
Yeah. Although all the 5 judges give them different scores, just the average comes out as the same.
Yeah, that's why in the end of the day, scores tend to be fair. All this. The judging structure is made that way. So for those who don't know, 5 judges, the best and the worst score are taken out of the equation, and the score you see there, it's the average between the 3 other scores.
And an important thing there is that the judges only score until decimal points. Then we get the average until centesimal points. So when you see a surfer needing a 5, 6, 3 and he gets like a 5, 6, 2, well, that doesn't happen because that average doesn't have those numbers. But it's not like the judge being cruel, saying you're not going to get by 100th of the point. No,
exactly.
It's just the average, the score with tenths of a point.
They can give a 2.5 or 2.6, but they cannot give a 2.55.
There you go, exactly.
2.66.
Exactly. And once they start the heat, usually, if you look right now, the breakdown of the scores, they always like to go like for full numbers, like proper and half numbers, like 1s, 1/5s, and 2s.
Exactly.
And then you start putting the remaining scores in between those.
Yeah.
And it's all about comparing. The most important thing is that the split between the waves, between the scores is fair. Like between a 4 and a 6, it's a fair 2 points, you know, that's the most important thing. It's all about comparing. They have access to replay, so when they check a replay, they don't have to only check the replay of the last wave. Usually the head judge asks the computer operator, a designated one, to check a couple more replays on that hit of similar waves, similar scores, so they can compare and understand which one is better. Sometimes it takes a while.
Yeah, it's a bit more complex than what people might think, the judging.
The whole sport, I feel, competing, judging, setting up the whole technical part of it, it's way more difficult, way more complicated, and it translates actually to the viewers when you're watching back home a surf competition. Just all the
a
things
lot of
involved.
work done in the sidelines.
And we're very proud to see that we're like pioneers on a lot of stuff. You know, like what we're talking about, the replays, that's been taking place in surfing for like close to 15 years. Not all of the events, but for a long time now. VAR in soccer, in football, it's been coming like the last 6 years, something like that. So we're pioneers. Well, we're talking about before with Chico about, well, let's go back to the heat. Annette on her, probably,
wave.
yeah, probably her
wave.
best wave so far in the heat.
Yeah, she had one nice turn to start the wave. It's a well. That will not help our cause. But that first turn was nice. I think she's a bit more to the left than the other surfers. It's possible. We'll have to look into that. But look at that bottom turn. A lot of water there, but you can see that the wave, although it's longer, it's not as steep.
Like I said before, I think it's going into the channel, going into deeper water, and the right-handers are going into shallow water.
Exactly.
So the right-handers, if you stay with the wave, you're probably going to have a good opportunity to finish. It's going to be very hard to have. Might go for a nice first turn on the lefts. Actually, saw a couple of heats ago the best wave of the heat on a left-hander. But the finishing turn, you're going to have a little bit of a hard time to finding an opportunity there. The wave is going to kind of fade away from you. 3.13 for Annette, but she knows that he started with 5.67, same for Bahia. So Annette knows that that's kind of a throwaway.
Yeah. She's building rhythm, though. I feel that she started the heat a bit differently from the others. As we have the replay from Tia Zabrowski, is an in and out, no potential there. You know, when you see two other competitors starting with a 5.67, and let's be fair, 5.67 in a day like today, it's a nice score. It's nothing amazing, but it's like
could be your top score.
It's a keeper.
Could be even your top score.
Could be your top score. And so when you don't start like that, you're like, oh, crap. So they did. So what am I going to do now? Reset a bit? Okay, let's get in the rhythm. So 2 bad waves and a 2.97, a 3.13. So, you know, now she's a bit more comfortable to like catch a wave and like, yeah, do something nice.
Yeah, but that works both ways. You know, that's the importance of starting with a high score too. You know, that's going to put pressure.
Yeah.
Like in Portugal, we have a saying that the light that goes ahead gives twice the light that the one behind. You know, candeia que vai à frente ilumina 2 vezes. So if
I never heard that expression, but that's very nice.
Yeah. Candeia que vai à frente ilumina 2 vezes. I'm older than you, Zé. And we're kind of losing those nice traditions, you know. But yeah, and for sure, you know, like what I mean with that, if you start strong, you're going to feel more confident. Everything is going to look easier for you than if you're chasing after the score. So that's why a lot of times, and they remember that as a very strong competitor. And if you start with a 5.67, what you want to do is straight away getting like a 3.5 or something like that. To add to that, put more pressure on your opponent because.
Close the gap.
And what your opponent is, if you got a 5 and a 2.5 with no one else catching a wave, you're an 8-point total, and all the remaining heaters are going to hear you need 8 points.
There she goes. But the section was better. She went for it, but a lot of bumps there.
There's rebound coming from the cliffs too on those lefts, huh?
Yeah.
It's a classic.
It's interesting that she's choosing lefts mostly, right? When everyone has been more to the right.
And definitely
as I told you, she's more to the left.
So she's actually, I thought she was kind of taking off on the left here, so
exactly.
that the rebound
it looked like that, yeah.
But you're right, she's way more in the middle of the beach. Where we saw pretty much the girls on the first heat of the morning getting stuck there on the inside.
Exactly. Tia, oh, no way.
I told you.
Wow. Wow. And this is one of, you know, the few waves that is better seen from the drone section, because look at this. This is like, it was like an air, a floater, and a top turn at the same time. that's an amazing turn right there.
Yeah, she amazed us during those Euro Juniors.
And
A
she's
few
very
weeks
young.
ago.
She's like
She's very, very
14,
young.
13.
And she looks like 14, 13. It's not like one of those young guns who look like they're 18 already.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a young girl. So
Yeah.
it's kind of puzzling, seeing her out there. And like I said, it reminds me a lot of a young, what a young, she's still very young, Erin Brooks. I saw her for the first time competing Erin and 2020, ISA at Tahara, just before the Olympics for the first time. And she was like eliminating...
Tahara?
Tahara in Japan.
In Japan.
In Japan.
Yeah.
She was like eliminating like some really strong surfers, not even realizing who they were. And there you go. 7 points for Tia Zebrowski on that single turn. Yeah. I was kind of expecting that. If she stayed as consistent as she was in Santa Cruz doing those Euro Juniors, that's not surprising me at all. It was like she was 1 gear ahead of everybody throughout
Let me tell you,
that event.
What I feel is puzzling is that physically these surfers are small and light. Erin Brooks in Fiji, like snapping and carving, she must weigh like 45 kilos or 50 kilos,
That's so humbling for men surfing, when you look
That's
at these
very,
young girls.
but it's what I think it's the cool thing about all this is that we're starting to value, not comparing, but valuing different things in women surfing. That's what I think it's more like. For me, it's the biggest take in all this is that we're not comparing anymore. It's just different, and we're valuing it for its differences, not for its similarities.
Totally agree with you.
And for me, that's great being part of this era where we get excited, but for different reasons.
It's my second turn watching kind of this. We not going to call it a revolution, because the girls on the previous generation, they're really good too, and those were the ones doing the revolution. I was there. You remember when the Nike 6.0 put out that movie, Leave a Message, with the Carissa and Coco and all of those young girls. And right after the movie, we had a great event on the southwest of France, only for girls, sponsored by a very well-known watch company. There we go. Smaller section there by Annette, staying with those lefts, and that's a way better turn there by Annette.
It's good when a surfer creates acceleration from one turn to the other, a score is coming.
Very good point. Let's review this once again, and look how much speed he gets out of this turn. Straight to the bottom turn, very well done. From so rail to rail, well done by Annette. She's most probably going to improve on a 2.97. It's going to be far from the requirement to take first place away from Tia. Tia solid in first place. She's already chasing a 9.54 Annette to take first place. But let's not forget that the second best wave of the heat is still with Bahia. That 5.67. The only thing is that Bahia is on a single wave. This is going to be a kind of a smaller wave there for Rachel. But still.
Yeah, it's Bahia only had a wave, and it's interesting. I would love to have those statistics. Sometimes I would love to push buttons and like have statistics right on right on my lap.
I could ask John. We kind might get that. I'm gonna try to get that.
The statistic I would like to see is like the amount of surfers that lose with the best wave of the heat in the first moments of the heat.
Like, you mean?
Imagine you start with
not on this event. Not on this event.
In
you mean
all
like
the events.
All the events.
Like, because I feel that I see that a lot of times. Maybe it's just a feeling, but sometimes a surfer makes like an 8 in the first moment, and it's like, I got this, Not on the CT as much, because an 8 is like an average score, but in general, when you start with an 8 or with a 9, you relax a bit, and and sometimes the other surfers do like 2 6s or 2 7s, and you're just waiting.
I think you get too greedy, and I think you just want another one. There's potential there for that 8.
Yeah.
And you just want another one. And
what you need instead of doing a 4.
There you go. That's what I said before. After a high score, you should go straight into another one. Doesn't matter if it's a 3 or a 4. Just make sure you have a backup, and then use your priority, and you start waiting for that 8-point ride. You see a lot of time surfing, because you know what? If you got an 8, probably it was a great wave. and you get too greedy, and you want to surf on great
another.
waves. You want
You
another.
want a perfect heat.
There you go. And sometimes Mother Nature just not deliver. There you go, Annette. So Bahia, there's now 6.5 minutes remaining. She was chasing a very low requirement, a 0.43. It's going to be a whole different deal with this score when this score is in. There you go, 4.77. Oh, not that much. 2.23.
It's one turn.
It's one turn.
I think Annette will have to work a bit, and she chose a different strategy. Will be interesting. Look, there she goes. It looks like a steeper wave. She has to go big on that, but the wave closes out. So it's closing out. There's potential there, but again, bold choice going there.
One thing going for her, Zé,
She's alone.
Yeah, she has first priority the whole
Oh,
heat.
the whole
Pretty
heat.
much. She's by herself.
Oh, but you just made the score.
Yeah, so that's gonna most probably put Annette now down to third place. Because I'm kind of guessing, because we saw the end of the wave. Now we're going to see the replay. It was a 2.23, the requirement. Bigger wave. And I believe that's the score.
Oh, she's really strong on these backside turns.
Yeah.
There's like rail and a lot of amplitude in her surfing, right?
Yes.
She covers a lot of space in the wave.
Incomplete there for Tia Zebrowski. Tia has been trying to improve on a 5.67, but she's still pretty solid in first place. So I believe we're going to see Bahia advancing to second, relegating Annette to third place, and Annette will be probably chasing something on the maybe closer to the mid fours. Yeah, Bahia is Annette is going to be chasing actually a high five. 4.9 for Bahia Frediani. So I mean Annette. Annette's down to third, now chasing a 5.8 to take second place away from Bahia with the 4.5 minutes remaining. So different tactic. We listened most of all. We listened to Gabriela Diniz during her interview, and I've been talking about that. I think the only solid plan for today is to stay active and don't even care about priority, like Gabriela did. Give yourself more opportunities, but very selective by Frediani. Now leaving Annette chasing a 5.8. Now I'm curious to see if Annette's going to stay there or she's going to join.
I think Annette's going to stay there, but Bahia is going to join her.
Oh. Good point, Zé. Very good point. And actually, you can see on the split screen that White already paddling our way. That's what Zé just said.
She has company.
Yeah. No longer her own private garden of waves for Annette. She'll have company from Bahia. And now that's going to make a huge difference for Annette. Annette will start second guessing with priority. Bahia is going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 5.8. Basically
second best wave of the heat.
But there she goes. Smaller wave, but has a little wall. Wow, nice first turn, and she has to finish that. Oof. And she, this was the opportunity.
So crucial, that last turn. Zé.
This was the opportunity.
Because the first turn was a really good one. A really good first turn.
With 3 minutes to go, with Bahia going your way, and would have been her last wave. Look at this first turn. It's beautiful. And then she just...
So do you think she was chasing She was chasing a 5.8. Do you think she should be played a little bit more safe on that closeout section after the first turn, or do you think she really had to go for it to achieve the 5.8 like she did?
I think she had to go for it.
Okay.
Honestly, I think she could have been a bit less, but a 5.8, because the judges, my thinking or my rationale is because the judges are scoring on the right more, they're scoring less on the other place. So there's less potential for less scoring potential, let's say.
And let's say for a 5.8, she needs at least for a couple of judges to give in like on the 6 already.
Exactly. So she needs to do a bit more.
Yeah, to make a difference.
Yeah.
Rachel Presti, so far a bit of a shocker for Rachel. Her best wave at 2.67, chasing a 7.9. And there you go. Look at the scores for Annette, 4.4. So now I'm thinking maybe she could be a little bit more safe on that last turn.
Yeah, a bit more safe, yeah. Yeah, but not much.
But she couldn't guess that the score for the first turn was a 4.4.
Yeah.
I'm basing that after the score is in. She got like half a second decision. It's,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's way
Exactly,
different
exactly.
from us up here.
And I think she was positioned well for that turn, but the wave there. Let's look at this replay. Just
Look, that was
another
beautiful. The way she held on to the bottom
driving
turn.
Just smooth.
Yes.
Everything. It's so nice.
Now Bahia, her priority, you see that X, meaning that the priority is suspended, because Bahia is changing from one peak to the other, or she's stuck on the inside. So until she goes back to the lineup, her priority will be suspended. That's a rule that I love.
Actually didn't know. So if she's changing peaks,
Or if she come, imagine you have first priority, and you come to the inside, your priority stays suspended. I'm going to give you an example why they set up this rule. Imagine you're surfing on a point break. You have
there's a huge set,
and you have like second prior, doesn't matter, and you surf all the way to the inside. Then the guy who has first priority is waiting, let's say, on the inside, and on your last section, he just takes off behind you. And you can even tell he took off behind you. It's a point break. Suddenly look back, and the guy with first prior is following you. And with that, you got interference. Because of that, now if you come to the inside and try to do stuff like that or block, you get your priority suspended until you go back to the main takeoff area. That rule changed, I believe, like 3 years ago. And
that's a fair play rule.
It's a very fair play. I remember situations like at San Juan in point breaks at Canary Islands, situations like that happening. Guy surfing all the way from the inside, the guy with priority stays on the inside, and then on last minute he gets into your wave. It's a point break, so there's like priorities to the lefts all the time, you know, stuff like that.
I like it that in surfing the priority rules really value the surfing.
Yes.
And less the tactics. Obviously, there's always tactics involved, but that's good because this should be a gentleman's sport.
So that's the replay of Tia Zebrowski. We kind of missed her score on the last one, but the 13.67 total tells me then I think it was a 6.67 just by doing the math.
Wow, look at that. This turn was awesome.
Beautiful surfing by Tia.
Even that drop, like on the bodyboard, was beautiful.
Yes, well done. Now we're already with hit number 7.
Exactly. I'll take this one away while you go for a break.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what? I didn't have a chance to interview Tia. She was always so focused for her hits.
Oh, nice! Yeah,
I have the time now.
Excited to hear that.
I have a time now to interview Tia, and I'm stoked for that. I have a few questions for her. I'm going to wait until Francisco joins us too. Tia is going to be on her way to the beach marshal. It's going to take her a while yet. So.
Yeah. So, right on this heat, Camila Camp,
one of the most Portuguese Germans in the world.
Yeah.
And look at this heat. It's going to be a very interesting one. Paulina Ado, Leticia Canales Bilbao, and Lilia Estebai.
A lot of experience in this heat.
Yes.
So both of these surfers, all of these surfers, Lilia Estebai less, but Camila, Paulina, and Leticia have been around like for a while. They're all veterans, I could say. Camila might not be in her 30s yet, but getting there. Leticia, the same thing. So they're all experienced surfers. This will be a tight heat.
I'm going to leave you with Chico. I'm going to go and wait for Tia Zebrowski and interview her.
Go for it. Have a good one.
Thank you.
And welcome back, Chico. We have the first wave of Camila Camp, 2 points. And straight into Paulina Ado's first wave. Doesn't look like much. And talk about Paulina Ado, like the experience that a person that like that had. She's been in so many heats, so many hours of competition that she has under her belt. What does that do for you?
Well, first of all, I feel like the point of difference is the time she spends competing. So it gave her a lot of experience. She was multiple years on the world tour. She competed against probably the best of the best over the course of the last 20 years. So she's, of course, one of the examples in Europe on how to do things. She's really professional, as you see, live action green with a two-turn combo. So Lilia Stebai starting off strong with the two-turn combo. So from Morocco, so a lot of right-enders, so she might be used to long stretched walls in Morocco.
Yeah, look at this. Very loose on her board, but safe at the same time. So a little snap to start with, and then off the top there to finish that wave. Nice wave to start from Lilia. She knows she has a difficult heat in her hands, and it's not easy. You've had that experience as a young surfer, as a junior. What was it like to go against older guys that had been around for a long time?
Yeah, I feel like as we see White up and riding with a big snap off the top and a bit of a foam claim, and behind Camilla Kemp on a really good wave. Nice snap there. Let's see if she can finish it off. And she does. She makes it. So
nice one.
Really, really good wave by Camilla.
There was a little no claim there. A hair claim.
Long hair claim. But yeah, really nice wave by Camilla. And this was the replay of White, the wave before. Waiting there to open up there. Really stylish surfer, Leticia. She has been around for a long time as well. And behind her on a bomb, on a really good wave. The rhythm of this wave was perfect. Nice snap there, and bang! Wow.
This turn is beautiful.
That last turn was probably one of the best turns of the morning, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Blowing the fins out. I think judges will love that, and I think we'll see the best score of the morning so far.
Actually, Tia Zabrowski.
Oh, I wasn't.
Yeah, you didn't.
I wasn't here. She did a massive one.
She did a massive one, kind of like an air floater slash. And I think it's getting better. Look at this. It's like.
Was the highest score of the morning.
No, but this will be the highest score. You're right, Chico. You should.
I've always been really accurate with my judging. With judging skills. Yeah.
You should go there to the judging
tower and
say, hey,
just give me a
is
seat,
there anyone that can swap with me?
Yeah.
I'm on point.
I'm in the rhythm.
But yeah, we're going down to the beach with David Prescott, who is with Tia Zabrowski for an exclusive interview.
Tia Zabrowski. Well, it's looking way different from the webcast when you look at here live. I have a feeling you're adapting really good and liking these conditions. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Well, actually, in France, we have a lot of time those kind of conditions. So I actually really like this condition, and yeah, it was pretty fun. I had some pretty good waves, and I tried to do better on the next one.
Yeah, a lot of closeouts out there, so there's like waves that you can do like combos. Strong on the single turns, so I guess you have to stay active and just give yourself opportunities.
Yeah, actually, it was my strategy was just to take a lot of wave and to focus on a single turn. That's it.
Very well done. I'm not going to take you for long. You have a long day ahead of us. You want to send some message back home in France?
Coucou tout le monde, je suis super contente de passer mon premier hit et puis ready pour le prochain. Voilà.
Félicitations, très bien surfé. Merci beaucoup, Tia. Back to you guys.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
to the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. And as I was speaking with David, 30 years plus of this event. So oldest event on the region, on the European region. So an amazing history around this event. A lot of huge names came by Pantin over the course of the last 30 years. And we are in 2024, and with the most important event of the European region, 3,000 event, a lot of points on offer. Camila Kemp is in the lead with a 783 and a 297. She's reaping. There's 16 minutes to go, and I'm really happy to be joined by José on such a stacked heat.
That's true. It's a lot of rhythm on this heat. Look at this. Leticia Canales to the left now with a nice, she's so at ease every time she does a turn. It's like she's not unbalanced. She's not, inconsistent. It's like she's got it all the time. She's a very graceful surfer. And for sure, I would say this is, one of the most stacked heats of the day. Uncharacteristically, Paulina though hasn't caught a wave yet. Means that there's some strategy going into place there. You can never count her out. And yeah, Camila on that 783, sitting comfortably there. I think she's one of the surfers who beneficiated the most out of the Olympics. As she had a different structure, she gained a new structure on the Dutch team. Actually, the Dutch don't have, they're not known by their great surfing, right? By their great waves. But there's Dutch surfers all around the world, and a lot of Dutch couples went to live to Portugal, to Costa Rica, to France, to different parts of the world, and their kids started to surf, and Camila is one of those kids. Leon Glatzer is another one of those kids, and they all joined as a team in the Olympics. Obviously, Germany don't sleep in service when they want to do something well, and it's you can see the difference. Basically, that's what I mean in Camila's surfing. The Olympics has been good for so many surfers. The reach of the Olympics, it's marketing and communication. What do you think? Like, it's the difference between a World Tour event and the Olympics for who's competing in it in terms of reach?
Well, it's just the way you're broadcasting to multiple channels all around the world, and it's a live stream for basically the whole world to understand what surfing is all about. So that's why the reach is so huge, and the support around the Olympics, it's huge. It's just because it's a huge stage and a huge statement in terms of achievement in sports. It's the biggest sports achievement in any athlete's career, and it's all about the love and the culture of the sport itself. So I feel like that's why the reach is, and the support behind the surfers, it's so big, and I feel like that's beautiful, and that's why we most likely saw many sports that we haven't talked about, and I saw multiple sports on the TV I haven't seen in years.
Like
so
what?
I saw breakdancing.
You saw the Australian breakdancing.
No, I saw
basically.
breakdancing in general, and I saw that.
And then you saw
I saw like the guy with that does the shooting with one hand. Was amazing.
The Turkish guy.
Yeah, the one that
glasses,
got really. Yeah.
With the hand in his pocket.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of those moments. I saw a lot of swimming, actually. I saw a lot of swimming, and it looks really hard. The way they swim, looks easier when you're watching on TV, but they are huge.
I would say
they're like
I'm not sure if we're being biased. Look, Paulina Do's first wave, smaller wave, nice carve. She has to do something big. Let's see if the wave collaborates, but it does not. And I was saying that I'm not sure if I'm being biased because we're surfers and we love surfing, but I think that Chopo was the Surf Olympics were some of the standouts. Those barrels, like, what better way to showcase surfing than that?
I think it was amazing. The day was just a picture of exactly what you dream about as a kid, of being in a barrel. You just draw on school barrels all your life.
Yeah.
When you're young, imagine you're doing one of those barrels. So for anyone like looking up to surfing and looking up to be one of the best in the world, that was really special. And yeah, you said it right. It was a statement for and a good way to showcase what surfing is.
Yeah, just hope people were excited about it.
Yeah, I had friends that don't surf that they watched it and they were amazed by.
Yeah.
I don't know, different things, which is funny. Like when a surfer watches surf, is looking at like technical aspects, but when someone that doesn't surf, the questions they make is just like really
different
and really special the way they see it.
Yeah,
like
different new perspective.
What happens if the lip of the wave, that thing, they say that thing and you say the lip, oh okay, sorry surfer, and yeah, the lip of the wave, it's the board. how deep is the wave? Can they cut themselves? Like, is this like the novelty they build up around the wave? It's just like how many seconds do you stay in the water?
There's a lot of risk in surfing, and if you compare it with other sports, what sport is as risky as surfing in the Olympics?
Well, it looks really
skating. Yeah, obviously.
Really,
skating.
like it looks small the way the jumps they make on the grind, but it's huge. Like the stairs, and you can really injure yourself.
Yeah,
out
but
there.
besides, like, let's call them radical sports like surfing, snowboarding, and surfing, what other sports are like that dangerous?
Well, I have to take a minute to
boxing.
think about it.
Boxing.
Yeah,
boxing.
It's heavy.
Obviously.
Nice turn there by Pauline. Quite it. So that's why we have been talking about sports in general. But Camilla Kemp, she's in the lead with that big combined combo, the snap and the huge blow of the fin. So 783 and a 297. She's sitting in the lead, comfortable. And in second, Lilia Stebai, and having a bit of a shocker, Leticia Canales Bilbao and Paulina Do. So let's see if they can kind of come back on this one, as we have 9 minutes to go. A bit of a moment of sleep of the ocean. So as you guys can see, they are paddling towards the shore because there's a bit of a rip that is pushing them towards the outside. There's a lot of water coming out of that keel, and they need to keep paddling towards the inside so they can get in position. Otherwise, they lose the opportunity to catch a lot of waves that just pass by them. And I'm wondering, and we haven't been here, it's our first year, so I'm wondering if the waves get better, Jose, with the high tide. What do you reckon? Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I think so, but let's see what Lila's thoughts are for this wave. Nice first snap, and then a little carve, but the wave dies out.
Looks
Not
like
the
he's
best,
getting...
But I think it's getting better.
It looks like he's getting a bit more soft.
Yeah,
but it's like in between the outside and the inside.
Exactly, and we had kind of like a morning sickness. Let's see.
Wow.
Very sharp and explosive. I think she has a renewed surfing, Camilla. Like she's different. She's more explosive. She's more alive, I would say, more energy. It's great to see.
I feel like she's downloaded a new software.
Yeah, it's like Camilla like 3.7.
Yeah, she just went to another
iOS
level.
She upgraded the app system.
Yeah, I feel like she's done it. Nice snap there and another one. And this is the replay of the last few waves. Nice carve there by Lilias Tebay, probably like that.
Lilia Tebay.
Paulina Do on a small wave, actually.
Yeah, her wave selection hasn't been
we
what
normally
we're
see
used
Pauline.
to
Yeah, exactly.
seeing from her.
And this was the last one, just under the lip snap, and couldn't really find anything else. And Camila Kemp, 5.33, 13.16.
Yeah, but this heat. Look at Camila. Like she's sitting really on the left. Like she, she's got it. The heat is pretty controlled. Look at this. Like the extension of that back foot in that turn. Really quick leg game there.
The way she pushed the fins as well. Nice turn there. Quick one under the lip, and the wave just kind of dies off. But as you said, I like the extension of the back foot there, the whole body in motion. This is the front angle of this last replay. Leticia, nice snap there, really clean rails, nothing crazy, but a beautiful turn there by Leticia.
I just feel she needed like a point break to do a few of those
beautiful ones like J-Bay or something.
Yeah,
should
like
be
to go down the line.
Should be amazing at J-Bay. I feel like it's one of the comps she would completely smash. As we see Camila a bit, you can feel Camila the way she's paddling. There's no pressure.
Yeah,
she's loose now. So normally when you're like that is when you have the most fun in heats. But let's see if she can get one more to see her flare up a bit more, because you can feel she's gonna go for it if she has the chance to. So priority with Paulina Do. Paulina Do needs a 304. So Zé, despite the shocker, she needs quite a low number.
Yeah, exactly. She knows how to navigate heats, and I feel nothing is ever lost for her. She usually really takes control of the situation, even though if she's not winning, obviously not 100% of the times, but this heat is pretty open. So Leticia and Pauline, they need a 3-point to go to second position. So that's a pretty fairly score, even for a day like today. That's a one-turn wave, and you can see the surfers are right in front of those rocks there. Usually they go in on the right side on that little channel, and from what I heard, the water is pretty cold. It's
yeah, the tide is getting really high really quickly, and the conditions changed so much over the course of the last 2 hours. We got here, it was like that low tide, really quick waves, really shallow out the back, and now
a lot of closeouts.
Yeah, we see the shift of the bank from the outside towards the shore. So it's getting closer to that rock. We're gonna see a bit more, maybe like some rollings coming all the way through the middle of the beach, probably with the high tide. I don't know. We have David Prescott coming up next, so he's gonna tell us all about how conditions change with the tide. But we know that yesterday we had amazing waves throughout the whole day, so today we can expect big things from our surfers. We're going to run a lot of heats today. After the women, we're going to have men, round 3 of men, round of 32, of men. So a lot of big names coming up. So stay tuned, because we have plenty of action for you guys today. So if you're back home and you're having a nice relax day at home, just stay with us, because you're gonna see some big surfing happening all day.
Look, Paulina Do, 377, nice turn. She has to complete this, and she obviously will. So I think that is right on the money.
What do you reckon?
I think yes. I think it's you know. Again, it's one of those. Can go either way. But
So-
let's wait for the replay. I think that will help us.
So you think that's
A 3.8.
wow? It was
Yep.
a
No, yeah.
4.43.
Yep. Yeah, 3.8 was what she needed. Smaller wave. Again, you can never count Paulina though out of the equation. She knows how to do it. She knows how to choose waves. She knows how to manage heats. And you see where surfers from the next heat are going in by. And 1 minute and 20 seconds, the situation changes. Now, Liliaz needs a 3.37. That's, that's easy for her. Camila has one last roll of the dice.
That was fun.
That was like a little backflip. She wants to, go to the next level. And Leticia as well, 3.7. So, still possible for either of these surfers. Small scores, they just need waves.
Exactly that. I think that's the question. They just need waves, 3.37 and a 3.7. So, low numbers they need. Let's see if waves cooperate. If waves don't cooperate, someone that is going to be really happy, it's Paulina Dosso.
Ooh, this can be dangerous for Pauline. She left a lot of water on that wave.
Yeah. I feel like it can be a bit tough for Pauline, but we need to see the replay of that wave
Yeah,
from the front.
I think judges will leave that by because the wave didn't have a lot of potential, but it's risky move. But then again, if there's someone here that knows how to navigate it, it's her. Like she knows where the limit is, and she can go all the way to the limit, but don't pass the limit. So, but let's see if the judges think the same way. Would be a shame if she lost out of an interference. I'm not sure if we're going to see that replay again. Probably not. It looks like everything is clear. That wave didn't have much potential anyway, and I think judges will probably take that into consideration.
As
Anyway,
we see, next
heat,
heat.
I'm going down for an interview and pass the mic to David. See you in a bit.
Iago, aqui cara o sofá por la noche e coisas assim, vale? Você vê na câmera que está subindo.
As we have in the water right now, Teresa Bonvalot, Anat Lelior, Lucia Machado, and Indiana Ferri from Italy. So a really stacked heat with a lot of variety in terms of countries. And Teresa Bonvalot being always one of the standouts to look up to in the European region. Anat Lelior as well. Lucia Machado as well. So Indiana Ferri as well. So it's just one of those heats again that it's really stacked. And talking about a stacked heat, I'm going to talk about a stacked team. I have David Prescott back with me.
Thank you so much,
to talk you
Chico.
through tides. I need you to talk me through the tides.
Yeah, there's a time there in between tides that gets really hard for the competitors. Kind of in between tides. It's not a good one. It starts losing a bit of energy on the outside. It starts coming all the way to the inside. That happened yesterday, especially, I think the worst time is then we're from low tide to high tide, not the opposite, because you have to wait. You're sitting there. There's still only like feathering on the outside and coming all the way to the inside. You need for those waves to basically you don't want these waves to break like in between banks. That's pretty much what you don't want to do. You have like to have the lineup really settled, either this peak, all the energy here, or all the energy on the inside. There's a part of the tide that there will be like kind of in between, and you're going to second guess yourself. Should I stay more on the inside, more on the outside? It's going to be pretty hard. Some of the waves lose a lot of energy before they reach the inside too. They become double ups, you know. So it's going to be hard for the surfers to adapt throughout the day. Although today there are different conditions from yesterday. The sand moves too, so on this beach. So a little bit different from previous days. And big tides here in this part of the world, this time of the year for sure. Huh? So I'm going to wait a little bit more before I answer to your question to see what's going to happen on that. Let's say, I'm going to say that next time I'm going to come up here, conditions are going to look really different. So the name of the game right now is adapting, because in 25-minute hits, there's a lot of things happening tide-wise. So if you're feeling that you have good conditions now at the start of your heat, just go for it. Try to take those opportunities while they last, because you never know what's going to happen at the end of the heat, on the last minutes of the heat.
And so you reckon now we are in the moment of the tide where it's quite shifting from the outside to the inside?
I think it's about to get there, but there's still, as you can tell, there's still plenty of sets breaking really good out there. So I think that's gonna last still for a couple of hits. Let's see. And further on, I'll have a better answer for your question. But you can tell already how close this left-hander was breaking to the rocks, you know. So that tells us a little bit. A bigger wave for Teresa Bonvalot.
Just a bit of foam claim and nice snap there.
Nice snap there to finish, yeah.
Really hard section to navigate through, so she did a good job on that. So putting herself on a good spot to go back out.
She was clever to get the first one out of the set, because if it was like the second one, might be a lot of rebound coming out from the cliff, from that last turn, and it was pretty clean. It's pretty rare to get a left-hander so close to the cliffs here, so clean.
Yeah, because of a bit of a backwash coming from the cliff, right?
More than a bit, and it could be a lot of backwash coming from the cliff.
Yeah.
Now, a very interesting hit on our hands. We see, we're talking about, I was forgetting her last name. It was Lucia Machado coming from Canary Islands. I was thinking about a few hits ago. These girls, they have very different approaches, like they're very different mindsets. That's my point. If you look at a surfer like Teresa Bonvalot and you look at a surfer like Anna Tlelior, they're like mind-wise, I'm not going to say opposites, but Teresa, she's very cool under pressure, you know, super relaxed the whole time. Even the way she talks with you. Anat, she's super passionate. You know, she's on top all the time. You know, she's kind of a surfer that screams when she wins, screams when she loses, you know, really lets her feelings talk for herself. You know, you can really tell what she's feeling the whole time. So it's going to be interesting to see under these conditions, those kind of different mindsets, who's going to adapt better to the conditions. Will be the more quiet ones, more selective, or the more hyped ones. Let's see. Talking about Anat, up and riding.
Anat here with a bit of a snap under the lip there. She always has this little backside attack.
Yes.
She gets really, really vertical, and she can get some huge numbers on her backside. So
now we're still missing scores on Teresa. They're starting to come in. It's going to go on the low fives. It's actually a 5. Then Anat a 2.1. So there we saw Lucia. So very well done by Teresa Bonvalot.
Catching that left, a rare one.
You know what, Teresa, for me, is one of the surfers who has the better read out of the ocean. You know, she really, if she arrives early at the competitions and she studies the ocean, and will always remember a hit that she got with Paulinado from a previous hit, as we saw. Nice turn by Lucia there. The final at the Açores, and Teresa just smoked Pauline, because Teresa, and I really know that spot, she was behind the peak, taking off for those waves every single time on the right one and getting like a solid hit on the lip, and then she got a few carves. Pauline never figured out the wave, and Teresa was there for a week looking at that left, you know. So I think that first 5 points ride of Teresa really translates what I was talking about. She studies the ocean. She adapts really good. Not all of the time, of course. Can't be perfect all of the time, but she adapts really good to conditions.
Overall, she's really clever.
Very clever competitor.
Yeah,
there you go.
She's
super smart.
on point. Yeah.
Super smart. 317.
I wouldn't like to compete against Teresa.
No, for sure. Well, nowadays, I wouldn't like to compete against any of these girls out there. Huh?
Look at the nut. Wow.
Solid by Anat.
That was massive, David.
Massive turn on the right-hander. Those close-out sections. So I'm eager to see the score, but I'm calling it the best wave of the hit. I think this is going to go top the 5 of Teresa. Teresa was like a combo, actually.
But this turn was
massive one.
Money. Look at this.
It's not like a huge wave, but it's very well done.
The power she put up there on the top of the wave, the way she pushed against the lip, everything was really committed. So
we've been talking about surfers from Israel and how strong they are on single turns, and there you go again, Anat. Yeah.
You're on point, David. There's the knowledge you gather from all these years.
Yeah.
It's actually like unmatched. So,
Zé, take it away.
Tell me, I have to ask you, what have you been doing in the last months? Because your surfing looks like really fresh and renewed. Tell me a bit what has been your last months.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the Olympics, so that was pretty good. But it's been just left all the time. I've been training my backside so much because of Teahupu and everything that I was struggling before. And now to get some rides and feel comfortable here is, yeah, it's a good feeling, and I'm happy.
Cool. Yeah, you felt comfortable and strong out there. Did you have any strategy, or because it looks pretty messy? How did you manage?
Yeah, I just wanted to get waves, like just keep busy, get a lot of waves, get a lot of opportunities, and I think I got some, and I was lucky to get a good one in the beginning, so it made me more comfortable. I had to just wait for another one and get it back up, so I feel like the strategy was good. I got my coach Didier here, he's supporting me, so I feel like we're a good team, and yeah, we can go a long way.
Yeah, it looks like that's helping as well. And is this an epoxy? No. What are you using?
I'm using a HD 2.5 from Sharp Eye. It's the board that I qualified with, the board that I got big results with, so I keep it in the cupboard and just use it for events. I'm happy with the boards, feel comfortable, I'm happy here. I feel like this wave suits my surfing and I just want to keep going.
Nice. Final words at home?
Danke an alle, die zuschauen, hoffentlich ein paar Deutsche dabei, alguns portugueses também, agradecer o apoio e continuar. Bora.
Nice. Thank you. Back to you in the booth.
We have a replay of the last one of Indiana Ferry, and this is becoming a cracker of the heat. Check the scores for a single turn. The last one of Anat, a 5.5.
You're right. Big turns, big numbers, and we saw just now Lucia Machado going for a big turn as well. And this was the replay as well of Teresa Bonvalot. So
Red Bull te da alas.
But we are back after those commercials. And let's take a look at score-wise, what's been happening in the heat. You have it there on the graphic information on the top left of your screen as well. Let's check replays. This is a 2.1, I believe. Yeah, the last one of Teresa Bonvalot. Just that's a small turn at the start. And there you go. That's what I said about the first one. She was really lucky and intelligent, clever to get that first one, because those lefts closer to the cliffs at this time of the tide can get like really hard to surf. 2.1. Then we saw on Anat's right-hander that single turn, best wave of the heat, a 5.5. And Lucia Machado with a 4.93. Also good surfing by Lucia. Indiana still lacking scores. So no one has a solid backup, but we have three surfers on very similar top scores, Chico.
Yeah, first time during this day that we have the first, second, and third really close to each other.
Yes.
It's not usual. It has been all about one surfer catching all the good ones and the other ones just being a bit lost. So it's the first hit we're going to see some emotion. I feel like we're going to see some shifting back and forth in positions. So I think that's also what we want to see, right?
Yeah,
David?
for sure. Looking at the rhythm they're having into the heat, I think you're 100% sure. This is becoming a very interesting heat, a very tight one. Indiana is a little bit out of pace. She waited a while with priority to catch this one. And let's go now with Anat Lelior. That's going to be an important wave. Nice first turn by Anat. It's going to be a combo. A kind of a setup on that carve, but from the drone you can really tell. She's kind of set up carves, waiting for the wave to get a little more steep. And now, well, I was thinking she might try to connect there, but finishing her wave, she was trying to improve on a 2.1. I believe most definitely she'll improve on her total. So Teresa now will be chasing her higher requirement. And she'll be the only one out of the three, Lucia, Anat, and Teresa, with a backup. Now let's see Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa riding out the back, going around the section, and bangs. Big turn there. Just a one-turn wave, but that turn was massive. So I think she will improve on that 210 for sure.
It's interesting to see that after the 2.1 on the left, Teresa just changed her tactics and now went for the rights. She just realized that not a lot of potential. This is a sick first turn. We couldn't tell from the drone angle. This is not a setup turn that, like I said before. This is a kind of a nice carve too. So, but the combo on the first couple of turns, and that's what the judges like. Connection of major turns, that's what they call it at the start of the wave already. Had some size on that one, so that's going to be a solid score. Now, Lucia.
Oh, if she makes that turn,
yes,
that would be amazing. And this was the last one of Teresa. She will improve on that 210 for sure. Nice turn there. And 667 for Anat Lelior.
Yeah, you could tell, and a couple of judges actually threw her at her 7 points. So well done by Anat. She's going to have a solid lead. She's the only one out there with the top score and the backup too, and it's a pretty high backup at 5.5. Now Indiana has been a little bit out of pace so far for this first 15 minutes of the heat. And Anat is going to put some pressure. It's going to be interesting to see now the battle between Teresa and Lucia. Lucia almost got that turn on the right-hander too, so. And there goes Anat once again, staying pretty active as normal for Anat. Kind of a foam climb on the first one, better snap on the second one, and kicking out. So she will not improve.
I just love that. I was going to say that. I don't think she will improve either. No. But that 667, that first turn was, I think, was money. So most of the score came from that from that first turn. Almost a 7-point ride, and she pushed really hard on that turn. So
Teresa improved.
Well deserved.
Let's check the replay of this last one of Anat.
So it goes around the section, gets a bit of a foam climb, really vertical there, and nice. And the leap snap, but just the rhythm wasn't there on that wave. She had to run around the section for a long time, and I think that doesn't really help on the scoreline.
I think we have two types of waves right now. The last one of Anat, and the last one of Teresa, where the first section really runs really fast and don't have opportunity to hit the leap there. Anat had a little bit more luck on the second section. There was still an opportunity there for a snap. Teresa only had opportunity there for the floater at start and then a small carve at the end. See, that's what I was talking about. Some of them are starting to close out, running really, really fast. This is going to be a better one. This is the good ones. Or maybe not.
It looked like a good one, actually.
It looked like a good one.
The face of the wave looked like it was going to wait a bit for her to open up.
Yeah.
So you want to catch the ones that really wait for you, kind of like.
Exactly. So you want to make sure that at least the first section
waits a bit. This was actually a missed opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah, she was.
I think that section was asking to be hit.
Totally agree with you. I think she lacked confidence. She's lacking a little bit of confidence right now, Indiana, because for sure She had to hit that was a good one. That was the ones we were talking about. It won't be an opportunity for a second turn, but she had an opportunity for a major sick turn. And it was a pre-vertical wave with size 2, so she just lost a major opportunity there.
And we have the man coming up next, David.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be super exciting to see. I
and
can't
we
wait.
see Teresa. Bang.
Still going for the lefts.
Oh, she will improve on this one. This was really well served by Teresa. And as we have on the first seat, Afonso Antunes, Lucas Skinner.
Hey, Afonso.
Andy Crier.
You saw Afonso yesterday?
Served really well, I heard. And this is the replay. Bang! Massive turn there by Teresa. Winds up again and pushes the fins out. I think this is going to be the best wave of Teresa so far. So Teresa, she needs a 717 for the lead.
What she needs to do is improve quickly on that 3.7 because Lucia is really close, needing a 3.78.
Yeah,
that's a done deal for Teresa.
And Lucia is really dangerous.
Oh, she has already a 4.93.
Lucia, if she catches a good right, she's really dangerous. I've seen Lucia over the course of the last 3 years do some damage on her backside.
Oh, yeah.
So Teresa did a good job here to protect her second spot with this last wave, but I think this was one of the most competitive heats we had of this round of the woman in terms of ladies performing.
The most competitive, not one of the most. I totally agree with you, Chico. It's the only hit, like you said before, that we actually seeing a proper battle for second place, not seeing like a first and second, just running away with it.
Yeah.
Now scores are starting to come in for Teresa. Definitely she will improve. Not her best wave in the heat, but it's going to be a solid backup, or might still be her best wave. There's still a few judges tapping in.
Wait, David, wait. I might be right.
You might be right.
I am not right. Oh, it's so hard to not be right. 487.
You know what?
Come on.
If you check Judge 1, he's with you. Huh? You got a 4.5 on the first one and a 5.5 on this one.
I thought this was way better.
There's actually
two that thought the same.
Yeah.
I was the third.
Yeah.
They needed me in the panel to give a 5.5 and that's it.
Yeah, but very comparable with her first one. So, actually, both scores of Teresa on lefts.
Yeah, but I feel like this one was way better. She comes off the bottom, first turn, bang, nice critical section. And the other one, she had to do the foam claim, and then the wave died off. And she did like a proper turn at the end, but nothing comparable to this first turn.
I'm with you. Looking at that like that way, I'm totally with you.
At least a point and a half, 2 of difference.
I think that's too much. I think so.
I just think so.
But I agree with you when you said like the first part where she put the turn was on a way more critical part of the wave.
The first one, right?
Than on the first one. Than on the first wave.
And by the book, we think like if you start off with a big turn, score might be different. So I thought this last score might be higher, like 5.8, 6, easy.
If you look, there's a couple of judges going into the 5s. The 5.5 on one judge, a 5.3 on another judge.
It's just like debating scores.
There's subjectivity into this sport, thank goodness. So that's why we have 5 judges. That's why we have a head judge. That's why we have replays. So there's plenty.
That's the beauty of our sport. The debate around scores has been a while for so long.
Since day one.
Since day one,
Since day one, pretty much. Since we start. Back in the day, used to be.
I think now with like social media being a bit more active in terms of posting like stuff that happens, it's just a bit more funny. Like the debates get a bit more quickly.
But she could still. Judges are human beings. There's a lot of subjectivity and. Well, let's watch this first. Teresa on the right-hander here. Nice hitter on the lip.
Oh, she got a bit stuck there.
She got, and it was the wave, huh? The wave just kind of faded away too.
Yeah,
for Teresa.
There's a deep part there in front of the wave, which is this part. She did everything right. She timed it really well. The place to do the turn was perfect. It was just she lost a bit of speed on doing the bottom turn because of the lump.
Yeah, I think when she went for the bottom turn, the wave had like this amount of power. When she did for the top turn, the wave kind of lost half of his power. It's a 2.37. But my point, Chico, is only, even for the judges, I like I'm more sensible. I'm with some kind of surfing than other type of surfing. You know, it's totally debatable. Still, I give you an example. Everybody does, but maybe my generation, what Ethan Ewing's been doing the last few years, it's like amazes me. You know, amazes me. You know, and if sometimes, but on the other hand, I love Gabriel too. It's totally two different styles, totally two different approaches. You know, so there's still a lot of subjectivity, and especially I think in nowadays things are getting closer. You know, and but yeah, still a lot of subjectivity, and when talking about surfing.
With 3 minutes to go, we have Anat Lelior in the lead with a 667 and a 55. Teresa in second with a 5 and a 487, and Lucia here with a bit of a mistake. She had priority and she just lost it, so she needed a 495. So quite a critical moment for her to lose priority, and we see Green up riding on a beautiful wave. Nice snap there. Goes around it and the wave closes out. So just a hard one. Green, Indiana Ferry, nice snap, and goes around it. The wave closes out. So 2 minutes to go, and Anat Lelior with priority in the lead. So quite a comfortable position for her to be in. With 2 minutes to go.
Again, a leader with the top two scores. Been the name of the game, pretty much what
it would be hard to see a loser with top two scores as well.
Yeah.
It would be really hard to have that.
Yeah, but you see a lot of times third place with the highest score of the whole heat.
Yeah.
And finishing like that.
But 1 minute and 50 seconds. So we have Man coming up next. So round of 32, Heat 1. He's hitting the water in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, looking at the names that have coming up next, it's going to be a very interesting heat. Afonso Antunes coming up next. He won yesterday on the last 10 seconds of the heat.
On the last 10 seconds.
On the last 10 seconds, Afonso. With a 6.5, he turned the heat around. Well done by Afonso. Not an easy one.
Not an easy one.
But then he has with him on the heat Lucas Skinner, Andy Crier, and also Luan Nogues. We're going to talk about that in just over 1 minute. So far, let's stay focused on this one with Indiana Ferry.
She made it, so nice turn there by Indiana.
Still, requirement is 6.14. See, this is what's going to start happening. They're going to start trying to connect here with the inside.
Nice.
Let's see. That's what's going to happen the next hour.
That sounds like a plan.
Tide-wise, yeah. Let's see. My point is just a while ago when I was talking about things nowadays are more getting more together. That we had a part there on Surf History that a lot of, when the airs came in, they were like, the airs were not like proper airs. There were like some guys who like to do the airs, some guys who hated airs, were only for the carves. Nowadays it's pretty easy to like good airs and like good surfing on the rail too. But so I think nowadays it's a little bit coming together more, you know, that you see more surfers who are really good on the rail, really good on the air too, not more specialists on the air like we saw before. So I'm loving this time of surfing history. Like I said yesterday,
you loved all of them.
Yeah,
you've been around 30 years. Come on, David.
Yeah.
You just love surfing. That's it.
Oh, for sure. Huh? We all love surfing. Huh? Now, this might be still in time for Anat, but that's still just for fun.
I'm going to have to go interview this amazing lady that just destroyed her heat. So I'm going to leave you behind with the first heat of the men.
Have fun. We're
Okay,
just about
David.
to start. Go for it, Chico.
See you in a bit, David.
See you in the bit.
Thanks for your time with me in the booth.
It's a pleasure always sharing the booth with you, Chico.
Thank
Always
you
a
so
pleasure.
much.
It's been a pleasure announcing for you when you were competing. It's a pleasure talking with you. You do love surfing too.
Thank you so
Go
much.
for it. Still on replays on that last one of previous heat. So judge is still scoring that one of Anat. Now you can see her coming back to the beach, and we're just about to start the men's. Well, actually, we are started already. Already 1 minute into heat one, men's round of 32. Não te ouvi. So presenting this one, as you can see on your top left screen, Andy Crier, Afonso Antunes, Luan Noguet, and Lucas Skinner. So we have a cracker of a hit on our hands. Kind of no favorites on this one, as and here we go, replay of Andy's first one. That's Andy Crier, who just came as an Olympic competitor. He's just representing España at Tiahupu during the Olympics. So a very interesting hit on our hands. Zé Ferreira, welcome back to the booth. And well, let's check this one of red, because we do have a very special invitee joining us here. Let's check this one of Afonso. And Afonso turned the heat yesterday on the last 10 seconds with a 6.5. So he's going through a pretty interesting moment. Now trying to connect. This is when we're going to start, guys, kind of trying to go for a connect with the reform here on the inside at this time of the tide.
That little air reverse to finish off.
Yes.
Oh, nice, explosive little 2 turns at the end there. So nice wave for him, long wave. That was like 1 minute wave.
Now I'm eager to see how the judges are going to start scoring. They're going to adapt to the judges, start scoring these inside turns.
Yeah.
We have a very special invitee joining us. I have a pleasure to interview him plenty of times back in the past after heat wins. Berik de Vries. Berik, welcome to the booth. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you boys. I'm happy to be here. Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on, it's on.
Testing 1, 2?
Yeah, we're listening to you. Berik, Afonso Antunes starting strong. You've been kind of helping with the team too, competing, but kind of coaching too, no?
Yeah, the surfing's just a hobby now. But yeah, working with the next generation, and it was one of the really big reasons why after my injury I wanted to go sort out the brain, the heart, and the leg at the same time. And I'm happy that the plan's all coming together now. While Alfonso rips a wave to the shore break.
I think we have a message there from the judges. 3.33 on this first one of red.
They want to see bigger waves, bigger turns. So
I think the judges are saying the tide, there's still opportunity out there. Until we have opportunity out there, we have we're gonna stay looking for. And Luke is now missing this one. So let's wait. Yeah, and there we go on our screen. That's the boys. Berik joining us here right now. Welcome everybody to Pantin. Berik, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. It's a pleasure having you here. So obviously coming from an injury, you had a pretty hard year last year, but it's I've been seeing you around the kids, and you're looking like you're a pretty inspirational figure to the kids, and you learned a lot the last year too, I bet you.
Yeah, thank you. It's cool. I was just saying to Goni when he interviewed me just now, I feel like I had a bunch of knowledge, but with my nighttime activities, it hadn't turned to wisdom yet. And I feel like snapping my leg in 5 places that's all it needed. That's all it needed to happen. And it's just, I'm having so much fun with the next generation. And I remember the feelings of when they were all coming on wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, you know. And they kind of are just at that point where they're just 1 result away from believing. So helping them believe before that result is kind of where I'm at.
You guys on the Netherlands team are doing some, well, let's watch this one first of white. That's live on the Crier. Getting a little bit, I was going to say stuck there from the drone angle, but actually good turn there by Andy. Good scouting, a lot of names coming into the Dutch team. We saw on the Euro Juniors surfers like Zoe Zitz coming all the way to Hawaii to compete here. So there's not a lot of, so my point here is that there's a lot of Dutch living outside the Netherlands and coming in and competing for the Netherlands. It's, you've been living further down south. Well, we have an interview now, so I'm going to go back to the question later on. We have an interview with Anat Lelior with Chico. Chico, take it away.
Hello guys, I'm here down on the beach with the last heat winner, Anat Lelior. Anat, how was the heat? You seemed really comfortable out there with these type of conditions. Talk me through the heat.
Definitely the waves are better than yesterday. The girls finally got some sides to surf on. Yeah, I felt comfortable just because it's a beach break, just backside or frontside turns, and I don't know, I'm just surfing, you know. We all came here to surf and compete as well, so I managed to do the job and pass through the next round.
Do you feel like the backside is a bit of a strength when it comes down to competition for you?
Yes, for sure, but my frontside can definitely come to play as well. I've been working on my frontside for the last year, and it got me the minimum to get into the Olympics, so I'm trusting it as well.
Yeah, you're doing such a good job. Good luck for the next round, and welcome to Pantin.
Thank you, gracias.
Back to you, boys.
We have been protecting what we love for more than 15 years through environmental awareness and activism. We are not perfect, but we want to leave a positive impact. Welcome to the regeneration. You are the regeneration. We are the regeneration.
So,
terra delle fe, terra de sognare, terra che ci pide tempo da contare, fíjate levar, polo natural, algo que ci pide volverte a topar.
Really nice commercials, and beautiful ones, inspirational ones too, and plenty of reasons down and visit Galicia. Let's create that of Andy's last one. Got a 3.8, the one that you saw at start from the drone angle. Luan Noguez already started with a 5.17, and Luan just backed it up with a pretty interesting score. That's the replay, Zé, of the last one of Green.
Yeah, nice reverse there. We haven't seen much airs today, so we'll start seeing them now. You know, the tide is more favorable for that. And Lucas Skinner, winner of Newquay, he's been on a roll. And Barrick, if you're like a young surfer going into these contests and wanting to qualify on the Challenger Series, what, you know, in a day like today, what do you think it's like important things to consider, like into your heat?
Yeah, I think, well, if we're speaking from Lucas's point of view, he's on a roll, and there's just something different about when you are getting results. It seems that the ocean starts playing into your favor. You start letting your talents and your sixth sense kind of surf for you, and I kind of see that's where Lucas is. He's kind of giving me the sense of a Matt Pantin type feel when Matt Pantin came on, and it just seemed like he was like getting text messages from God about what was going to happen, you know, because his intuition and the way he's surfing with strength and patience, yet looking hungry, but not desperate. It's a really cool thing, and for Lucas, I think he's got a really good team around him with Luke Dillon, his dad Ben Skinner. Yeah, I would just tell him, keep doing what you're doing, young lad.
Yeah, I love
Great
that.
insight.
I love that when he said you really want to go for it, but you don't want to look desperate. That's stay focused still, you know, don't get into this desperation mode. And let's check the replay of this one of Afonso. That wasn't the section that Afonso was expecting. You can see on his body language that he was a little bit frustrated with that one. Now we got 4 points for the last one of Lucas, a 3.8 on Andy, and Luan Noguez in green. It's kind of running away a little bit with it. He's the only surfer out there with kind of keepers, a 5.27 and a 5.17. We're now missing scores on Andy's last one and also Afonso's last one, but I believe like Andy's one, he was chasing a 2.04. It's definitely a wave to attack second place. Now Afonso, so definitely a keeper for Andy. Afonso is going to go into the low twos. So Andy's going to take second place away, but keep in mind that Lucas only a 4, still lacking a backup. And like Barry's been saying, Lucas is going through a really, really good time. He competed in Casablanca in Morocco early this year, and I can't remember a heat that he got without at least one excellent score. At least one excellent score, at least something higher than an 8. So surfing really, really good, very, very consistent. He's been feeding on himself, like Beric was saying, and good team. I think this is the golden generation, the best generation ever for surfing in Great Britain. And you see that you only go to try one of those turns. You have a lot of confidence. You could tell he's really confident right now.
Yeah, I spoke to Lucas. I said to him, "Where's your mind at?" Because I see him going for full rotations before the sun's even come up, and I'm saying to him, where's your mind at if you don't need to score and you're going for a full rotation? And he said, "Beric, I am putting so much time in with my physical training. The GB team are helping him a lot. Red Bull's helping him a lot." And he said that he's training so he can do that. And because he's doing all that work, he's confident that he can go for airs and turns like that. He looked to land on that front leg. And for me, that's a scary looking thing, yes. As you know. My femur got divorced last year, but yeah, he's young, he's vibrant, and he's going for it, and he's doing the work to prepare himself to do it.
I'm seeing some parallels here. He kind of reminds me of a surfer from the previous years, and kind of the same family situation. I'm talking about Sam Peter. Was like on the roll, kind of like Lucas is a couple of years ago, and even last year he was doing like super excellent scores. Every single heat he got an excellent score. And again, second generation surfers. Sam coming from Didier, Lucas coming from obviously Skin Dog, Ben. So there's since early age they have like a proper routine surfing out there, and it's showing now. It's showing now big time. So,
yeah, and then this is England, Sempite from France, and then we have Matias Canhoto from Portugal. So this European generation is
good point.
Is like from it's strong. Let's see then how that turns into results, because that's a whole different ball game, right? We know that like surfing is different from actually results. And big one from Luan Nog.
Sick turn by
just
Luan.
that one. But I think judges have been rewarding that.
So we're still wondering if you want to come down or not to Pantin. That's why we're sitting. This is one of the most beautiful setups that we have for events all over Europe. It's a beautiful place with plenty of opportunities to do free surfing, to good food, and nice one too. I love these kind of days. I hope the tide would stay full for the whole day, and the boys would stay out there and not come in, because I love days when it's going pretty much Barrick. And I have a feeling you do too. We pretty much go big or go home. There's not a lot of second guessing. There's a section, heavy one, that presents to you. Just go big or go home pretty much. There's not a lot of questioning. You agree? Makes it simple for the surfers, huh?
Yeah, it does. Well, that's actually what Lacanau was for me, because obviously I went for the big section in Anglet last year. Everyone was surfing the left down the beach. I saw a big fat closeout in front, and I was like, I'm going to go out there and give the bigger section a go. Next thing, my leg's in half in 5 places. Okay, so
how did you get out of the water?
I straightened my leg under the water. I was very careful. I knew that the archery underneath, the femoral artery, because I watch a lot of UFC, I know that if the bone touches that, I'll bleed out in the water. So my left arm became my new femur, and I straightened it, held it together, swam backwards. My body wanted to pass out, so I gave myself a few punches to the jaw. I spoke to myself like a very abusive father would.
And all this underwater?
No, I'd come up, but
weren't you like calling people?
I was, but I was just swimming with one right arm, so listen, I got to the beach. But, I mean, going back to what we were talking about, that's what Lacanau was for me. I was sitting in a treatment facility wondering, when I do go back to surfing, I've always been a go big or go home kind of guy. I've always been a we'll worry about the consequences later. I've always told my kids, what's the worst that could happen? And then I guess I showed them. So then I said, what type of man am I going to be after this? Am I going to go, when that section challenges me, am I going to go for it, or am I going to not go for it? And I mean, in my head, I said, I'm going to go for it. You know, I'd rather break my other leg again. I'll do this all over again rather than be the person that straightens out. And I was faced with that section, and I was on dead low tide again, and the section was actually bigger than the other one, and I went for it. I didn't land the turn, I almost did, but when I was almost riding out, I was almost surprised. I was like, got a bit of a fright, but I went for it. And I think that if you are here, you have to be prepared to go for it when that section presents itself to you.
The judges are sending that message loud and clear to the surfers out there. The last one of Afonso for that single turn is 6.77. The last one of Luan for the single turn as well is 6.67. Now remember the 3.33, the first one of Afonso?
Yeah, exactly.
We kind of liked it. Sounds like good turns on the inside, 3.33. So I'm loving the message the judges are sending to the surfers out there.
No doubts, at least, on what you need to do.
Exactly. In the next couple of hours, might change a little bit. We might have a couple of difficult heats where the surfers really don't know what will be the option to only surf out there, to try and go for the reforms. But yesterday, when they tried to go for the reforms, they kind of give up like really soon. Because again, the head judge, all the team is putting the message loud and clear, like we've said before, and I love that. Go big or go home. We had a plenty. Actually, last year here was pretty much the same. If you go to Raso in Galicia for the Pro Junior, where they got Kepa Seixponda getting a really good one. So my point is that last year we had 2-point rides, 2 10-point rides throughout the whole season here in Europe. One on the qualifying here in Pantin, one on the juniors at Raso. First 10 we got here, single turn by Carl Livast on his backhand on a solid proper wave. Kepa Seixponda on the junior got a 10-point ride as well at Raso, just a few miles further down the road. Also, solid single turn on his backhand. So the only 10-point rides we had last year were for single turns, solid ones on proper overhead waves.
Another good one from Luan Nog there.
Luan's been surfing. Look at his scoreboard: 517, 527, 667. He's building big time.
Consistent.
And building.
But I loved what you said in the beginning. Look at what the judges are telling us. Look at the message that the judges are telling us. I have been I've been the person that goes, oh, that was a 4, not a 3, you know, and then try to argue and be right, whether I think I'm right or not. The score is a 3.33, you know. So then rather look at it as saying, what are the judges saying here? And then that leaves the responsibility on you, and that leaves the options to change your strategy, and that you can do the work.
Because the message is clear.
Yes. Are you going to get emotional and try to change something that no one has ever changed?
Exactly.
It's an illness, and I've been that ill. I've been that in the past. And then at the last 5 minutes on the pillow before you go to sleep, what you've done subconsciously is you've said, I can't do anything about it, by blaming the judges. Rather listen to the message, take some responsibility on, and wake up with hope in the morning that I can do what the judges, they sent you a message. Are you going to listen? Well, you're not.
I loved on your post-heat interviews and that you're really aware of what the judges are looking for, but you always made the point to do something different out there to make the difference between you and the other competitors, you know. Although you really comply with what the judges are looking for, you're perfect with that, but every single time I talk with you, you said, okay, I'm going to do what the judges are looking for, but I'm going to try add something more. I'm going to try put some flair, do a different third than him saw before today, you know. Sometimes it worked out for you, sometimes it did not, but you always try to make the difference, and the judges do love to be surprised. So that's, you need to understand what they're saying. You need to kind of be clever about it, be smart about it. Don't try to invent things, you know, like you said before. But still, the judges like to be surprised, and you're really good, and at least trying to do that, Merrick. You send that message to the kids as well, or you think has to be a proper kid with a proper mindset that can feel like that? Because you're a pretty creative surfer. That's the way I feel it. And not a lot of surfers, not all of the surfers are super creative.
Yeah, well, listen, part of this transformation, the way I've transformed my life, I had to get brutally honest with myself. I had to look what my strengths were. I had to look what my defects were. And the same as that as a human, I have to look at my surfing. I've got some weaknesses that I won't say on the webcast. No, I'm just kidding. They're pretty obvious. But see, my front side is my strong point. So I'll play to my strengths. Be honest about myself, or honest with myself. Where am I at? Where can I add my points of difference? You be honest about who you're competing against, and you can kind of see what their plan's going to be, and don't be married to that plan. You know, it's not the definite. You're not trying to predict the future here. But with brutal honesty, you can make a nice, honest, open-minded plan.
Wow. Nice surfing from Lucas, risking it.
Look where he's sitting in the
Yeah,
heat.
I know. That's what I was saying. He needs a 6.11, so not a low score. 4 minutes to go, and he was going really well. I think he did well to risk it there. You know, again, that's his mindset. And when we were talking about these kids and the countries, I missed the Odriozolas that obviously have been on the forefront of European surfers, surfing, Kai and Hans. And I think this generation will definitely bring Europe to a new level. Maybe we'll compete for a world title for the first time. But yeah, Lucas Skinner unfortunately just couldn't make it in that one. But in a decision like that, would you risk it, or would you like play it safe?
Since I've been watching these last two events, I've seen Lucas risk it, and the rewards paid off. I don't see why he should change it, and I hope he can see that was 2% of the 2% chance that he falls off risking it just happened.
Yeah.
So the chances are he lands than whatever he tries next.
You know, it's a cool thing you're talking about that like that, Barrick. I've been noticing, thank goodness, a change on the approach from coaches the last couple of years. Back in the day, you have your strengths, and everybody was going like, you're good at this, but you really need to work on this and this and that. And sometimes you really don't like it. And nowadays, what I'm seeing from coaches is like, you're really good at this, so improve in what you're good at. You know, stay with that. If you're good on power surfing, okay, you might still be lacking something on the other hand, you know, like on small waves or stuff like that. Forget about that. You know, just try to be really good and what you love, what you're passionate about, and things will start working out for you. Now I'm seeing from Lucas what you said. I'm seeing a whole different Lucas on this hit that I'm seeing on previous hits before. I think, like, I totally agree. I think you should stay with that mindset. Go big or go home. I feel that Lucas will be way less upset if he lost with a couple of not make on big turns. That he's going to lose. Well, not lose, but there's 2 minutes remaining with a 4 and a 3.2 on kind of safe turns.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that he could do is act out of character, and acting out of character right now would be to surf safe.
Exactly.
So stick to living and living the way that you have been, because obviously for him to be going for these types of things, whatever he's doing with visualization, he's landing that stuff. And when it comes down to the sections and the air reverse sections, it doesn't look like the first time he's done that.
Yeah.
He's done that on the beach in his head. He's done that in his bed before he goes to sleep the night before. He's been doing that. So, yeah, stick to what he's been doing. Don't act out of character. There's 1 minute 30, and all he needs is a closeout.
That's a good one. That's what I was looking for. Act out of character, exactly. And you see a lot of that back in the day. I can see that. And surfers not being so happy, and people even quitting tour because of that. And then the judges' criteria adapt to that. Thank goodness adapt to that too. Because back in the day, wow. Now the judges, the last few years, a day like today, I love it. I'm sure you're loving it too, the message the judges are sending out there, go big or go home. That's what we want to see as surfers. That's what we like to do as spectators. That's what we like to see too. So the judges been evolving too. You know, back in the day, see a lot of guys, it was more number of turns than like proper surfing. Since we added that sentence that I loved, combination of major turns, I think that's the best thing that happened to surfing on the last few years. It's a classic 8-point ride, you know, like 2 proper solid turns, you get an 8. Back in the day, 2 solid turns, well, might not get you the score, you know. Ooh. If there were waves with more turns coming all the way to the inside and stuff like that. 25 seconds remaining. It does look like it's going to be Luan and Afonso advancing to the next round.
That guy is probably from a Patagonia commercial, going somewhere. But,
1 point, Zay.
Yeah.
Here's a closeout, bro. This is all that what Lucas needs.
And it's a shame for him because he has 1,000 points already to qualify for the Challenger Series. This is a 3,000. One of few. There's this one and then Anglais. We're not sure about next year. So, yeah, he's frustrated, but he has a lot to learn. He's a kid, although he surfs like a man. But, you know, part of the game. How do you... Because all these losses are, like, costful, and, you know, there's a little depression that comes out of every loss, right? how do you recover from that? Like when you're so consistently, on ups and downs on tour, right? From such a young age.
Well, if I look at what I did do and then what I'm doing now is I've made a decision with the HASA, the Holland Surf Association, that I'm going to be doing this for 4 more years. I'm going to be coaching at the same time.
All right.
So
nice.
My first priority is working with the next generation. But while I'm here, I'm also going to have another go at it. So I know that I've made that decision. So Lucas knows that he's going to be doing this for a very long time. If he's making 9 out of 10 heats, then this heat doesn't need to be anything more than exactly what it is. This was one out of the 10 heats that he didn't make. And when you're saying the money and all the stuff that goes involved in it, once you pay that entry fee, that money is no longer yours. You know what I mean? Once you pay for the accommodation and stuff, you put a budget together, which I never did. I'd always just try to do it on the fly, which creates anxiety and desperation, which carries over into your surfing and onto your surfboard.
Yeah.
And if you're going to carry
all these things count.
If you're going to carry pressure onto your boards, you need to order more liters in your surfboards because your surfboard wasn't designed to carry this much pressure.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, in the beginning of the year, you get the amount of money you can together, you pay your entry fees, you do your costs, and then you go be free and really feel good that this is not the last heat, this is not the last surf, and this is not the last swing at it.
Yeah. Nice words.
I think what's going to be harder for Lucas is that he was probably frothing just looking at the conditions out there and thinking this is kind of my kind, and then the whole plan just fell apart. So it has to do with biorhythm too, for sure. Now, Beric, yesterday announcing to the beach, I was saying surfing for myself is like the hardest sport in the world. There's so many different factors that you don't control. On other sports, you control most of that. You go to the court is always the same. You can even go there and practice over and over again. If you want to spend the whole night just shooting the ball into the basket, you can. Like coming to surfing, you have to adapt the whole time. And then you have to adapt under pressure. And still, you can do everything, the plan can go, everything can go like properly, and you can still lose. So it's super hard, and I believe just for Lucas, is probably going to try to understand what was the different part of this day today. What did he different? Why this happened? But it's hard to, as such a young kid. That's why you need coaches to help you to deal with your mindset and realize now and learn from it. Yeah, distanciate from it and learn from it. But as a kid, as we know, there's a saying going like, I wish I was 14 and do all the same mistakes that I did before and even worse, because you did. As you should as kids. It's hard to manage that.
But I agree. But here's the thing. I think that surfing can either drive you into alcoholism and addiction like it did to me, or like where I'm at now is what I learned about life is that I was trying to control things around me that I couldn't. The only thing I learned I can control is myself. And then the rest is up to God's will or your higher power's will, right? So when it comes to surfing, we are at the ocean's mercy. If you come in there and you try to bully the ocean, you never win, right? You have to be in sync, and being in sync, you have to submit that we are not more powerful than the ocean. The ocean is going to be in a rhythm, and you are always going to be the feminine dance partner to in this dance that we're going to be dancing. And having the delusion that we can do whatever we want to do out there brings expectation, and expectation leads to disappointment, I think.
There's a pretty well-known surfer, sorry, Zach, who wrote the book a few years back named Letting Go. I remember that hit probably, I'm talking about Kelly Slater. Yeah. I remember the hit you probably guys do too, that was at the Ahupu, I believe against Bruce Irons at the time, that Kelly was on combo and he turned the hit around, and when he realized it's out of my control. The nature is out of my control. That's the letting go. And after that, he got a couple more titles. He was kind of thinking about, on that event actually, quitting. And that he turned around, and I see a lot of people with that mindset right now. You have to be there's a mix up between and I know these are like fancy and words that people use a lot nowadays, but it has a lot to do, a mix between your mindset with mindfulness, being totally aware of yourself, and at the same time letting go. And just you can only control what you can control. But what you can control, you have to be totally aware and totally present for that. That's why I love beach announcing, because I know that you guys, there's some things that you can control, some things that you can't control. But by me announcing it properly, sending you all the info, there's one less thing that you have to worry about when you're hit and before you're hit, you know?
That's
one
cool.
less thing that you have to control. And I love beach announcing, and the way I do it, it's honestly, I really love
Master
that, you know?
of beach announcing.
No, I love, you know, and I can tell by the body language that they use and stuff like that, you know, that when it's useful, that's when, there's one thing that I changed and I realized the last couple of years, that let's say there's a heat with very low scores. You're set up on your own mind. You're thinking, I'm doing really bad. You're not even aware that everybody's doing really bad. So a lot of times nowadays I go like at mid, if there's a very low scoring heat, I go throughout all the scores on the heat, go like, oh, actually, we have a 2.5 and a 3.5 and all remaining scores are under 1.5. And then everybody realizes, oh, it's not only me.
It's wide open.
It's everybody's like on the same, and boys just wake up and they start going for it, you know. So things that you cannot control, I love that I can help with that, you know, and it's...
That's nice.
But it's a very, like I said before, it's very difficult, that mix between the mindfulness and the letting go. It's an art form. It's an art form.
Yeah, this guy has been letting go. Nice, solid turn there. Nicolas Paulet, and then we had Enzo Cavallini to the left, but no potential there. The wave just goes into the channel, deep waters.
Beric, you know, I love chatting with you. Always, mate. I'm going to leave you a while now with Francisco. Is going to replace me. I'm going to let Chico has a chance to chat with Beric too. And I'm going to interview Luan Ogui before he runs away.
Have a good one. And we had Enzo's wave there. Just the one turn. So mostly one turns there. Ian Bouchard on his first wave. Welcome back, Chico. So we have Enzo Cavallini, Nicolas Paulet, and then Mr. Granville and Mr. Bouchard. What can we expect out of this heat?
Well, I know Enzo, he likes to be really aggressive, as we see here. Really nice turn off the top there. He's really good in the air too. I've seen some clips of him doing some huge full rows in the back, and it's nice to have Beric here with us, going through this heat. One of the best South Africans ever, and with such a good and long career over the course of the last probably 20 years? 20 years, I think.
Yeah, bro, the water is polluted.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you too, Chico Bashiko.
Thank you so much. As we see, white here, Renan Granville, a bit...
Whoa, kind of a dance there, dance move.
A bit disconnected there.
That's creativity, that's creativity.
Nicolas Paulet started off with a 4-3-3, so sitting with priority. Eli Bocha from Israel, nice goofy footer, surfs really well. And Enzo Cavallini always surprises us with excellent scores. And Nicolas Paulet, Renan Granville. Nice heat, a proper round 32 heat, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, Beric, you've been surfing for the Netherlands now, right? So for quite a while, for the last probably 5 years, right? Or more?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, my ancestors, my grandparents live and are from the Netherlands. Yeah, my dad loves it so much there, and I'm really proud just to represent them. When I went there for the first time, it felt like I saw surfing in the 80s. It was cold. The waves were pretty doo-doos. But
there's a big surf scene
frothing,
there. There's a big surf
to
scene
surf.
in Amsterdam.
Yeah, hoods, booties, this, that, and you're like, yes, let's get out there. I'm like, get out where? Oh, that was a big turn.
That was massive.
And then claim to finish
off.
off.
Yeah, the Vries is a really Netherlands name.
And you know,
like on the national team, they've got like a De Vries as well, centre
yeah,
back.
South Africa.
No,
yeah.
De Ligt. De Ligt is the centre back for Netherlands. Wait,
Who?
there's a De Vries as well. I'm gonna find it out.
No, yeah, obviously there was a big presence of people from the Netherlands in South Africa. And so that's why the relation. This was the turn, big one. But you know, I had like a strike mission to the Netherlands, actually to Rotterdam with Marlon Lipke a few years ago.
Okay.
And you can't believe the waves I caught in the Rotterdam area, Rotterdam port. Actually, it's a specific swell. Yannick de Jager, you know him?
Yeah.
He gave us the call, and we literally caught waves. It was very cold, but it was like snapper. We went with James Flint at the time. He was a photographer, I think, for, I don't know, Surfer or Surf Europe. He was a big photographer. And it was so much fun. We only had like one session, 3-hour session on the low tide, but like barreling rides, like long rides. It was amazing. It was crazy. And everyone was like, yo, like it wasn't, no one was fussing, you know?
Yeah.
Like you're saying, like, yeah.
Yeah, bro. When I went there, I saw people that love surfing for surfing, man. And the Dutch are very talented athletes. So where I'm at now is, sorry, I'm kind of watching this wave here for Enzo. Finishing turn, yes.
Sequence.
Nice little left, yeah. But what I'm seeing with the Netherlands is, you know, I didn't grow up out in the Netherlands, but kind of neither did the waves. So where I'm at now is there's a lot of surfing talent, and what I'm kind of trying to do is just get them to locations that have waves, because honestly they are
Portugal.
about 10,000 waves behind the other kids. So I'm trying to get them those 10,000 waves. And then, yeah, there are a lot of dual citizens that hold Dutch passports from around the world that are probably going to be the ones to get those big breakout results that make enough noise for the government.
Just like a bit like Leo, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So then we make a bit of noise there, and then whether it's wave pool technology or then just more people start knowing that surfing is an option, and then they start seeking it out from the younger ages, and then, yeah, the goal is to get a Dutch-born and raised surfer to be a world champion. My goal is top 5 surfing nations within 10 years.
Yeah,
so
that's an ambitious goal.
It's an ambitious goal, but I'm an ambitious man, sir. We can
Shoot for the stars, Barry. Shoot for the stars.
I'll land on the moon if not, though.
Bang! Huge turn by Eli there. We saw a beautiful wave by Enzo as well. A bit of a connection, a few turns to connect at the start. 377, so quite not the number.
You know,
a 3. Sorry,
3 points. Yeah, I think.
Long one though.
As long as you don't have one major turn, judges will like, nah, no, that's not for us. They want to see one critical turn every wave, even if it's just the one, but you have to have one.
They are keeping the scale really low though. I felt like Renan Gransville's turn was nice. You got a 4-1-3 for that.
4-1-3.
Maybe just a touch higher, I would say. What do you think, Derek?
I think that it's insanity to play the game once the score's been dropped. We were just saying in the last heat that is a 4.33, so let's do this, Shikro. What do you think the judges were saying by giving him that score? What do they want more? Do you think maybe he was a bit lateral on the lip line? Do you think maybe he could have been more straight up or straight down?
Yes, Shikro.
Because I've got a kid coming up from the Netherlands, Ollie Hans. He's coming up in 2 heats. And from this conversation, I'm going to build a plan, Chico. So let's do this, bro.
I feel like they would probably want something more in terms of connection of maneuvers. The last one was great, but maybe if you had something just before, which there's not many that allow you to do that, you would go into the 6s. So probably just like a floater, and that turn would go to the 6s, or just like a snap to set up the turn, and that turn would go into the 6s.
I'd have to see the turn again, because I've found out recently that my memory is not as good as I once thought it was. And speaking confidently about my memory is something I try to avoid doing right now. But I think if I remember correctly, it was a little bit of a lip line. Yes, the section was critical, so then he got that into the 4s for the single turn. But I think last heat we saw someone get a 6.77 for one turn, right?
Yep. 2 people actually.
two people. So, and that was more straight up, and the amplitude of the surfboard, the nose of the surfboard changed direction. So there was that big sucky section that presented itself, and they didn't go, oh, they didn't treat it as if it was a big sucky section. Yeah, they treated it as if.
They had like more of an attack approach to the section, like an active. And I would say that Renan's way of approaching that section was a bit more passive, although it was a powerful turn. That might be an explanation. Nice turn there for Eli, but again, that's what he needs: strong bottom turn and hitting it off like.
I just
tight.
feel like sometimes when you get to scale this, like small.
What's your word, bro?
You know, like the gap gets so small. Sometimes what happens is at the end of it, you've got like the impression, oh, he got the last minute wave or the last 2 minutes, and he gets the score, and you get like a bit like lost sometimes because the gap is so close that he needs like a 4.5, and suddenly he does a turn like Renan did, and he's like a 4.6, and you're like, well, you know.
Oh, so that last 2 minutes that there usually is, it's usually an
like
inflamed situation.
Yeah, it's like a little claim. Those last minutes, it's always like a bit inflation sometimes on the score.
Airtime?
Huge air.
No?
We know he can do it.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yep, he's
This
going
wave
for
looks
it.
like it's gonna do it. It happens.
Oh, no. He just got his rail dug in right there in the white water.
Oh.
But that was beautiful.
He normally lands
Beautiful.
like 8 out of 10 of these, I feel like.
8 out of 10. Yeah, maybe. Well,
He comes from.
We've seen one air today, so.
He
But
comes from Guadeloupe.
that's when you know
And
when
he
when
always
you're
surfs
in
that left.
Europe,
You know
in
that
Europe
left with the windy left?
QS, when you have like one air the whole morning.
You know that European, the left in Guadeloupe, they all do full rotations. Oh. Nailed it. So made the turn.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Hard work.
What's
to make
this?
that turn? Bang.
Oh, just on the other side of the slippery slope.
Yeah. But a really close hit though. I feel like they are surfing really well, and with 7 minutes to go, they are really close to each other. So
Everyone is risking it, which is nice, but no one has yet pulling it together. So low scoring heat, although people are pushing. So which will make this final 7 minutes, you know, some tight 7 minutes. A lot of action will happen. Here we
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I might have to go to Guadeloupe because every regular footer that goes there has a good backhand. And to be honest, my backhand's lacking a bit right now. Only problem is, what happens if I hang out with Charlie and Gassien the whole time? You know, that's also a danger.
That's the left.
You know?
That's the left they surf all the time.
So
the rip ball left.
Yeah.
They love it.
It's always, and the wind's always into it, kind of like a Rockies type feel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The amount of times that Gassien's got me with backhand flow-tail reverses, it's almost like he presses like X triangle square and then
And
he
gets
does
it
it.
done, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it on lock, man.
Yeah,
and
he's
Charlie's backhand, I remember Charlie Martin from the World Juniors at Narrabeen. And
Yeah, he would
his
be the
back, do
lifter.
you remember when he lit that left up? And I was like, hey, excuse me, who's this? And yeah, so I was wondering, and that left is answering a lot of the questions, and maybe you should answer mine.
Yeah, and there's a lot of underdogs that come from that region that just throw some huge airs.
Yes, sir.
We used to compete with them on the juniors, as we see Eli on a really hard wave to surf. A lot of white water there, so I don't think this is going to be
little claim there.
Nothing major on this one. I just feel like the wave was really hard to surf. Fun one though. Bit of a snap here. Gets well, it was just a tricky wave to surf overall. So
yeah, but 3.3 probably be going into
Should
second place. But
should we do this? What's your guess of the score?
I don't think it's enough.
That's a risky game.
It's a risky game.
I would say, yeah, we played. You know, it's almost impossible not to play that game once you're in like an ex-pro surfer because you've been doing that all your life.
Yeah, I used to play that game actually back home with. Oh, it's gonna be really close.
For me, it's literally impossible not to watch a wave in competition, like think about what the score is going to be, because like you know, it's it's your game. But anyway, today I just say, I wish I'm glad I'm not a judge. You know, it's a line, but yeah, 3-4-3 exactly.
Yeah.
And he's now in second place. Still, everything is wide open and, you know, very tight between the three surfers. Even Renan has a small score, so.
As we see the replay of Nicolas, nice.
Okay.
Oh, that's the score. That's a 257.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
More amplitude
sure.
there.
Yeah. That's a 257, yeah.
Back me up here, boys.
No, it was great. It was a beautiful turn, a lot of projection on the lip. Bigger wave as well, so 373, you were right, Beric. 373, so it jumps back into the lead. I feel like this is a bit of the battle of the trees. They are all really close together, so.
Yeah, there's two guys that are like, you know, out of the average. Nicolas and Renan, they each have a 4.
So last 3 minutes, anything can happen. I feel like this is one of those heats that a set comes, 2 waves break, and third and fourth go to second and first.
Yeah, this is, but don't you think these heats are classic? Like, you know, I don't know if you guys had this or have had this, but like before the heat that I lost in around 96, I was mind surfing with the other guys that I knew in my heat as if they were surfing the best that I've ever seen them surf, you know what I mean? So then I make my plan off that delusionally, because that heat hasn't really started yet. Their surfing doesn't exist yet in that heat. I'll carry on just after white here.
Ooh.
No. And so then I made this plan. I waited for the best 2 waves that could possibly come through. I only got one of them, and then I lost needing a 5.
In your head?
Yeah, in my head. And before this heat, these guys were probably thinking this was going to be a 12-point heat total requirement to make this heat. Look at the score lines. 2, 6, 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah. You know what would help me? Like in...
Tell me, I'll do anything
like
for you.
Kind of like it wasn't really meditation, because it wasn't, but I would just like lie on the sand and try to empty my head out of all this anxiety. Let's just look at this replay.
A bit late on that one, and the wave just fades away for Eli, so unfortunately for him, he needs a 4-3-6, so clutch situation for him.
Enzo's down the beach strategy.
Yeah.
He's on the left.
Pretty much down the beach, but yeah, just emptying your head before, because sometimes you're thinking, no, I should focus here, let me count the waves, let me see which one is the best wave of the set, but maybe you do that like an hour before, or 45 minutes before, but in those 10 minutes before, you just really want to be like in the present, and if you can kind of empty your head there. And so I'll picture myself out of my own body, looking down, like if I was a drone.
What substances are you taking for this? I know a good place
This is
rehab.
Breath working will give you some adrenaline.
Okay, so I'm
gonna
you need some water.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I'm going there. I'm going to meditate a bit.
1 minute to
See
go,
you guys.
and
I'm going to see you guys from
he
above
would
there.
picture himself outside of his body, so this is nice stuff
And
for round of
it's a
32.
it's a technique. I'm sure some people identify.
To be honest, I do, brother. To be honest, I do the same thing.
Sheik was what he was doing before the heats, right? Laughing,
yeah, of course. But yeah,
that's
I've heard
self-sabotaging.
people that
That's
see
sabotaging.
themselves, but not really in
Well,
in that situation.
Here's the funny thing. When I snapped my leg and I was on the beach, the first thing that they gave me was ketamine, injected me with ketamine.
How ironic.
I don't know about you guys, but that's not made for broken legs, I don't think. And I watched myself get put into the ambulance from above.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why I kind of went there. It kind of brought up a traumatic experience.
The fun fact
for me
is
there,
that Zed didn't broke his leg.
But I was present. You probably...
Same doctor?
Yeah.
Same doctor.
20 seconds. What have we got
Enzo.
going on here? That's expensive.
Oh, he lost priority.
Nicolas
Shame,
Paulet.
man.
He did the damage in the first wave in that one turn. So you know, low-scoring heat. Those happen as well. But at the end of the day, you know, he played a smart heat.
Brothers,
nice
I have
water.
to go do my job. I'm going to coach Ollie Hans.
All right.
I know you can't
Good
root
to
for
have
him,
you.
but root for him, you know.
I'll see you from above later.
Okay, Mr. Drone.
Mr. Drone.
Thank you for having me, guys. I hope I come back. I love this.
Yeah, thanks, Beric.
Respect.
As we have in the water now, for the next heat, Caio Driozola, Jan Fontaine, Nestor Garcia, Maximo Sunot. Another really stacked heat for the round of 32 E3. And we leave our drone friend behind, and we welcome on the booth David Prescott.
I was eager to sit with you guys on the booth because, Chico, you asked me an hour ago how I felt about conditions. And
looks really different.
Looking at this 1 hour,
Yeah.
now I can answer to your question. I told you, let's wait 1 hour. And the boys on the last heat were pretty much all lost. It's that time of the tide that... you remember the first heat of the girls? They were all stuck on the inside. They were all stuck on the inside because that part of the bay of the beach here is more shallow, so they were kind of stuck there. Now, that's the only part of the beach now, where they were sitting before by the rocks. It's getting too much water there, so it's stopping breaking there. It's only like kind of feathering. There's some opportunity still, so you see surfers already going into the middle of the beach where 2 hours ago was like too shallow, too much of a closeout, no many opportunities. It's pretty hard to pedal back out now because it's shallower. It's where the outside is still like holding, you know, there's still proper faces there. But you're going to be a little bit stuck because it came in, it's so fast, the change, that they're going to be a little bit stuck in between two minds where to sit. Look how far away it is where they're sitting here, where the water patrol is, and where they're sitting before by the rock. These are two different picks. This is a left-hander. So on the previous seat, and I think that's why we saw such low scores, such low totals for the top two, everybody was kind of second-guessing. Now, these guys will be like watching, but still, it's pretty hard. It's kind of in between tides. There's that middle of the beach is still breaking, but there's, you know, it's there's still some opportunity by the rocks, and that's why you can see there's still surfers taking the option to stay there after watching the last hit. But I wouldn't be too surprised if they do what White is kind of doing right now, starting to pedal a little bit more to the middle of the beach, and then the rest, look, they will follow him. So it's going to be hard to adapt these next couple of hits, but adaptation is the name of the game. And
a bit of chess game on
yes.
this one. We can see they're moving a lot in the lineup.
This guy's super in tune with conditions all the time. Jan Fontaine, by far the most experienced surfer out there. We have another cracker of a hit, and with Maxime, Caio Driozola, and Nestor Garcia.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Maxime is a bit more experienced.
Well, Maxime,
I think he needs to get the nod. He always catches the best waves.
Maxime
has an excellent
better results than Jan
year.
for sure, you know, Maxime. But I think surf-wise, many years surfing, competing, I think Jan Fontaine has more years competing now than Maxime. Although Maxime started super, super young. I remember Maxime arriving at Portugal being like 12 years old, something like that.
Wow. Massive.
Talking about the man?
Blow of the fins on the first turn, and he's going to milk this wave all the way through. That first turn was the money turn, so if he can finish it off with something here on the inside, it's going to be healthy number for Maxime to start off this heat. Let's see if he can get the connection. A lot of downtime, though, as you said.
Yeah.
And he gets a nice snap off the top, so nice finish.
Look how close he finished to the beach, huh?
Yeah, it's not going to take long, though, for him to get out the pack just because of that keyhole and that tide, that rip that takes them around the rock, so...
I think that it's less simple than it was before. Let's watch the replay, this one of Nestor Garcia. Because a few hits ago we saw it's a no-brainer. You just go big or go home, you know. But now, those vertical sections on those big closeouts, they're not presenting themselves like they were before. The waves on the outside are getting a little bit more, with the tide coming in, a little bit more mellow, less vertical. So if there's... like you saw on last of Maxime, he didn't really got like a proper vertical turn on the outside, so he might as well try to milk it a little bit more to get some more points out of the inside. But it's going to be a dangerous game too, you know. And I wouldn't like to be out there, you know. I would still go like Joan Duru style, live by the sword, die by the sword, you know. I would still be out there waiting for a big one for a couple of turns. I wouldn't be as active as I was advising on the previous heat. I will be more selective, but I might be dying by the sword because you check Maxim's all the way to the inside, a 4-3-3. So judges are still looking a lot to what's happening on the outside.
Yes, indeed, the Viv, that first turn was where most of the score was made, so maybe he should have just kicked out and go back out to not lose as much time as he will lose. And there's a few lines coming. Looks really hard right now to manufacture a proper score. And I think it's all about that big turn out the back still.
Even if I was going for a free serve, I wouldn't know where to pedal out right now. What's the best pick? Now, Caio Driozola.
Really nice wrap around, cut back, out the back. Really clean on that first turn. Draw the perfect line on that turn, but nothing really critical, in my opinion. So I don't think it's going to be...
I think until the tide fully changes and
it's going to be really hard. It's
going to be really hard, and we're not going to see really high scores like we saw in the previous heats. Until all of this strength of the wave, all of this energy comes all the way to the inside and concentrates on the inside, we're going to see a lot of waves like this one of Kai. But we're ready for interview with Nicolas Paulet.
Nicolas, congratulations. Looks super tough out there. How was it?
Thank you. Yeah, super tough. It's in between two tides. It was good before, a couple good sections, and now it's like kind of slow and soft. So yeah, hard to manage to catch waves. Super slow hits, as you see. It took like 3 waves. So yeah, happy to make it.
And last 5 minutes, low scoring heat. Everyone wants to catch waves. How do you feel in a situation like that, like stress, or how do you feel? How do you manage that?
I'm okay. I just think the wave gonna come. I hope the wave gonna come, and I hope for that, and the wave came. So yeah, happy. Works like that. Doesn't need to feel nerves, and doesn't help. So yeah, I try to be as calm as possible, and yeah.
Cool, good mindset. What now? How are you gonna prepare for the next heat?
I'm gonna take my wetsuit off, take a shower, eat something, and then go back. We have a heat in like 2 hours, I think. So,
okay.
So yeah.
And message back home?
Merci à tous, tout le monde qui regarde. Bisous à ma sœur hier qui a fait ses 18 ans. Voilà, on va continuer. Prochain hit après. Voilà.
Cool. Thank you, man. Have a good one. Back to you.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish. While others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules. But whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de P-Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
And after those commercials, we were back with sound, and during the commercial, we saw a beautiful wave. Let's watch this one of Nestor Garcia. I was eager to see the replay. It's a smaller wave, but adds a nice combo on the outside, and he's going to connect now. He's going to stay with this one, and it's going to get cleaner, and he's going to go with one more, at least, proper turn. Look, he's about now. The wave gets really interesting once again. Look, there's one more good turn there.
Really long wave by Nestor on this one.
Yeah.
First turn was really good and he connected really well. Finish off with a bit of a air reverse, so really complete ride for Nestor Garcia. You got a 5.07.
Yeah, I was eager to see the comparison with Maxim's wave. Let's watch this one of Jan Fontaine, I believe, a closeout. No, actually, a solid turn there for Jan. A little bit of white water on this one. Now it's that downtime, waiting for the wave to reform once again.
So we can see that wave starts off with a bigger section out the back, and they are milking the way all the way through the inside. But they haven't been really scoring this part of the wave, as you said early today. I just feel like the probably two-turn combo out the back is where the score is.
I think the judges are on adapting right now to conditions too. Now, the 3.67 on the previous of Jan Fontaine. That now this is was Caio Driozola. Scores coming in for Jan. Not a lot. Well, actually, we didn't saw a lot of critical turns by Jan on that one. Just kind of setup turns all the way to the inside. A little bit of fade there too. Now this is a replay of Caio Driozola. But the score I was really curious to see was the one of Nestor Garcia compared. That's a solid turn on the outside. And then the wave fading away. Then Nestor's 5.07 compared with Maxim's 4.33, because it was kind of the same wave, just a better work on the inside there, definitely by Nestor. The wave had a little bit more potential there, and then finishing with that kind of a small air reverse. And the snap, the first turn on the inside was good too. On the outside was pretty comparable. So a 4.33 for Maxime, 5.07 for Nestor. Like I said before, I think it's going to take us a while to see scores going higher than into the close to excellent, like we saw in the previous heats, like 6.5, 7, 7.5s. It's going to stay for a while now on these mid-4s, mid-5s until the tide changes definitely, and the energy comes back to the inside and they have more vertical. It's very hard, and I was saying, Chico, before going to the commercial, if I was going to pedal out for a free surf, I was going to have second thoughts, where to pedal out. You really can tell what part of the beach is right now where you're going to have fun. And you can tell with the heat, surfers here, and they're moving all the time, going a little bit more to the middle. It's not as defined as it was before.
Yeah, it's true. It's shifting tides, as Nicolopoulos said. And it's a time of the day that it's really hard to them to understand where to sit. And this is Maxime trying to do the best he can to produce some scores. He's going to milk all the way through this wave, as this wave looks really fun on the inside, actually. So nice snap there. Let's see if we can find a bit more open face here on the shore. And he did. So a really funny wave on how he manufactured a score out of this one.
He got a couple of good turns on the outside, and I think that's going to make a lot of difference. I'm checking scores on the last of Kai, just that single turn, the 3.27, then checking the scores on last of Blue, Jan Fontaine, 2.17, the one he milked it all the way to the inside. So the judges still putting a lot of focus, a lot of emphasis on the turns on the outside, and Maxime did deliver a couple of turns on the outside, and then good work on the inside as well. Let's check this again, and this is how I'm going to call it, the money turns on this one.
Yeah, he comes up off the bottom, gets a bit stuck on this first one, and this one was a bit better. Releases the fins a bit, and then he started off milking the wave all the way through, and I felt like the turns on the inside were actually where he kind of exploded a bit more. And this is Nestor Garcia on his backup. A bit of frustration there because he couldn't really find his rhythm through the inside.
I love the approach of Maxime because he tried his best to do a second turn, a solid one, before the wave just got too fat. It was like almost on the limit. When he went for the turn, it was still vertical. When he came out of the turn, it was already close to the shoulder, but he still managed to milk that turn on the outside. And I think that was very well ridden by Maxime, and that's going to make a huge difference. Unfortunately for Maxime, his first turn, like you said, was kind of stuck a little bit there. But let's review this one again. So this first turn, like you said, Chico, got a little bit stuck here.
He got a bit caught up on the lip there.
But this was super smart, yeah.
This one was really technical, and really he releases the fins, and I like this part. Nice bottom turn here, and bang, nice under the lip snap. and he waits again, and he got the connection. Snap, and bang. So I felt like the money part of this wave and where he unleashed the most was on the inside.
Yeah.
So let's see how that score plays out.
I kind of agree and disagree.
Wow.
But definitely, it was good work on the inside there. Jan Fontaine now. One thing going for Maxime as well, Chico, usually there's two sections, the outside and the inside, and on their downtime, Maxime actually got a bonus section. So he managed that turn, and then the wave reformed once again on the inside. So good work by Maxime. Nestor has here a really good opportunity. But after the first part of the wave gets fat really, really fast, there you go.
Yeah, he did a good job on the outside. Actually, he had like 2 or 3 major maneuvers out the back, but they weren't huge, but they were really functional. Here he lost it a bit, but the damage was done on the outside. So this was another wave by Nestor. Nice release of the fins there, and this one was the money turn, and he lost it. But he has a 507. Let's see how they score his previous. So
Maxime once again.
It's the same wave we saw just then.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they are comparing it, David.
Yeah, pretty sure they are. And this was what I was talking about. Usually this is downtime. And look, he's going to have a bonus here with that part of the wave, that section, and then reforms once again on the inside. So he had like a bonus on that.
The bonus of the bonus.
The bonus of the
He had a mega bonus.
Now, that's going to be probably the highest score of the heat so far. The judge is still deliberating and comparing. So far, we had a 507 on Nestor. So let's see. Maxime sitting in 4th place with 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. But I have a feeling he might even jump straight into the lead with this last one. Now, Jan Fontaine trying to improve on a 267. Nice there by Jan. A couple of good turns, connection.
Wow.
Yeah.
That board is looking amazing under his feet and finishes it off strong. So, amazing wave there by Jan Fontaine. Probably, I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And what I love is the intensity of this wave. Huh? It's
Exactly.
not that there's no downtime.
I think he caught this wave in between. That turn there, this one, nice aggressive carve, torque, body in here, bang, releases the fins as well. So look at the judges and say, I'm here, Jan Fontaine.
4.5 for Maxime. So it's actually the second best wave of the heat so far. Still 507, the best one with Nestor. And now we're curious to see this last one of Jan Fontaine, because Chico, with that, Maxime takes the lead. Nestor goes down to second, but Jan only chasing a 341. With Kai only chasing a 381. There goes Kai. And one solid turn on the outside. Now he's going to try to connect with inside. It's going to be a very, very tight heat for the remaining 7 minutes.
Milking this wave all the way through the inside, trying to find something. He will. And a bit of a release of the fins there. There he goes again. Nice kind of a snap and bangs it. So nice long wave by Kai. Do you feel like Jan's wave is going to be the best wave of the heat? Or you think they're going to punish a bit just because it was an insider?
Let's just check this one. It was the wave that I loved the most throughout the whole week, the heat. The intensity, the no downtime, you know, the combination of turns. Now let's see what the judges are really looking for, because it was a mid-size wave, like a mid-section, not on the outside, not on the inside. Let's see how the judges look at that. But for me, it was the wave that I loved the most out of this heat, just as a free surfer, just someone that loves surfing. Intensity, connection of turns, the wave was, and it was the better wave of the whole heat as well, quality-wise. So let's see how much of that it's gonna, are the judges looking at. We're still missing that score. Nestor is going to improve on his total with his previous, the 387. So Nestor goes back to the lead, with Maxime going down to second. Jan was now chasing a 516. So I really can't tell. Is that a 516 or not? I think it's going to be close. Let's see how the judges look at it.
By the rhythm of this heat, I think it's going to be really close. I felt the intensity of that wave was there. So
And then we have Kai's wave as well, with the turn on the outside and then
exactly, and it needs a 5.56. So really close one. 5 minutes to go, and it's well and truly open. As we see Kai paddling back out and looking. Oh, Ian's wave is coming in now. As we see Ian again.
I think he caught one at pretty much the same spot where he caught the one before.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, nice two-turn combo there.
It's going to be close. Huh? Some judges are giving to him. Some judges are not giving it to him. We have only 3 scores dropped so far. Goes from a 4.8 to a 5.5. And it averages a 5.1. And so it gets closer. Only needs our 3.73. And we're waiting for scores on this one. So he was now surfing for a 3.73. And we're still missing scores on last of Kai. Kai was now chasing a 5.56.
How close is this one?
Yeah.
David.
It's going to be very interesting these last 5 minutes for sure. Huh? Very interesting.
He needed a 5.13 and he got a 5.1. And with that last one, he was needing a 3.73. So let's see what happens as we see the end of the wave of Nestor Garcia.
Yeah, but let's
winning this heat. So a really hard heat for Nestor to get through and lead. So as we see the replay.
He had a pretty low backup so far, 3.87.
Massive turn out the back.
This is a very important wave for Nestor.
Snap and a wrap around cut back. So I feel like Nestor will improve for sure with this last wave, the 3.87. So I feel like Nestor is kind of running away with this heat.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see the scores of Kai Odriozola though. Waiting for that last one of red.
Amazing wave here by Nestor. I feel like this is probably the best score of the heat so far. Those 2 turns at the back, they were massive.
I love them, yeah, they were massive. You're right.
And they were on the critical part as we see the replay. Is this a 3.73?
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. I think it's going to be pretty close to. I think that's going to be close to a 4, so a high 3. So I think it's going to be probably enough for Jan to advance to second place. Now, my question is, will he stay there for long? Because we're still waiting for scores on Kai Odriozola. I believe for sure, like you said, Nestor is going to improve on his total. So that was really important way for Nestor Garcia at this time of the heat. And Maxime realizing it as well.
Wow.
Solid, huh? Massive turn by
Maxime.
Maxime.
That turn was massive. Biggest turn of the heat so far by Maxime. Under the lip carve, releasing the fins. Amazing surfing there by Maxime. He goes left. There's a bit of a connection turn. Goes right again. Let's see if we can finish it off here on the inside. And bang. Yes, he does. So, yep. I think this Maxime I think Maxime is going to go to the lead probably with this.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting
a lot
for
of scores.
We're still waiting for Nestor's last one that we call the best wave of the heat, you know, the last of white. So. But with that, Nestor is going to improve on his total and the requirement for Maxime too. So that's my only question. Will that be enough with the new requirement of Maxime to take the lead away from Nestor? Kai Odriozola's score came in as a 4.6, stays in 4th place, but now chases a 4.23, and it's Kai with priority alone at the lineup for the last 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Jan Fontaine got a 5.1 and then a 3.03, so that leaves Jan Fontaine chasing a 3.73. And for the moment, because I do believe that both white and green, Nestor and Maxime, are going to improve on their total. Let's see who's going to be leading once scores are in. It was a huge turn by Maxime. I agree with you, like the biggest turn of the whole heat by far. Let's see how much the judges put value on that. They're comparing, huh?
Of course. But the turn from Maxime was massive, so I feel like he might get the nod on that one, just because the first turn was really, really critical. And this is the replay of Jan trying to get the 3.73 here on the inside. 1 minute and 14 seconds. And let's see.
Nestor just improved to a 5.43, leaving Maxime chasing a 6. That's the requirement to take the lead.
Yeah, it was the best wave of the heat, so...
There's a pretty good chance he's going to take the lead. You're right, Chico. Pretty good chance.
I think he's going to get a 7.
Yeah, I think it's going to get. Yeah, I think you might be right because the judges might still want to send a strong message out there about those. There's still opportunities for big turns on the outside, and that's what Maxime just did. A huge turn, the best turn of the heat on the outside.
I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. That's for sure. As we see the replay of Kai here getting a bit stuck.
And then good work on the Maxime on the inside as well. So it's not only the solid outside turn.
Yeah, the turn was massive. So the first turn was I don't know, a 6 point.
just for the turn, yeah.
Just for that turn. So
I'm with you.
I feel like it's gonna be the best wave of the heat, and Max might jump into the lead for sure. I'm saying for sure a lot of the times, and I'm not really sure now because they are taking a while. So.
But that's indication that you might be right, you know? Usually if it takes them a while and they see a lot of replays, it's a relevant score, a pretty relevant score. They wouldn't be taking that much if it was like a 3-5 or a 4. Now, this is was still counting for Kai, so we're missing, I believe, scores on red too.
Well, Kai was needing a 4-3, but yet we still have to see the last of Maxime. Oh. With a bit of a fall, a bit of a frustration for Kai. It's normal. Competition is like this. When you lose, you just get a bit frustrated. So Kai there just showing a bit of an emotion and how important this is for him. Staying in that 4th position, and this was the replay of Nestor. Oh, they are rewatching the 5-4-3.
Exactly, the top 2 waves of each surfer.
This is the 5-4-3, I think. Maybe this is the 5-0-7. It was the first one of the. Yeah, nice surfing by Nestor. Really powerful, not making any mistakes, and yeah, such a good job on connecting the wave all the way through. Powerful turns. And yeah, as we see Max wave, first score is in.
Yeah. You might be half right with going with the best wave of the heat. Not sure if it's enough to take the lead. So exactly, you got it half right, Chico. 5.9, best wave of the heat, but he was chasing a 6 to take the lead away from
I was half right.
You're half right.
Thanks,
you're right with
David.
saying it was the best way of the heat. You're wrong saying he would take the lead out of next one.
I thought he might. He might get it.
A couple of judges gave it to him.
Yeah,
a couple of judges,
I
he
thought
was the winner. Yeah.
Thanks, David. I'm going to interview Nestor Garcia.
Go for it.
And I'm going to be right back after this one.
And joining me now will be Zé Ferreira, not continuing to any commercials. So heat 4 of the round of 32. One more interesting heat ahead of us. Conor Donegan dos Santos, Hans Odriozola, Oliver Hines, and I left it for the last one, Justin Becret, who Zé, I think, is having the last couple of years the best time of his life surfing. Justin has been like ripping. He got a great result at Ericeira last year. Winner or make the final, something like that.
Yeah, well, it's for sure that he has been having great results. I'm not sure about the results themselves. And actually, Kai Odriozola sent me a message earlier saying that Dillian is one-time world champion.
Yeah.
And the other one is Hans.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Not twice.
Yeah, exactly, not twice, and it wasn't Conor, it's Dylan.
It's Dylan, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the help with that. Yeah.
Cool from Kai. But yeah,
Kai who just lost unfortunately on the last hit, so that's kind of a reverse karma.
Yeah.
For Kai.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's been doing great. Tackling the Challenger Series for the first year ever. He did well in Australia and has been having good performances. it's hard when you're just past being a junior and you get into that Challenger Series arena. It usually takes, a few years for surfers to get acquainted and comfortable in that area. But Hanzo Driozola looking fairly confident, David.
Yeah, and former world champ, just like we got it right now for the ISAs. So Spain's been doing really good the last few years. Let's watch this one again of Hanzo Driozola, and it's like that time of between tides. It's going to be super hard for surfers to adapt. This is Justin on his first one. That's
beautiful turn there. A bit of release of the fins as well, and I think he's very strong on his approach. So he covers a lot of ground when he does his turns, a lot of amplitude, which is important. That's why he scores high usually. Hands then again starts with a carve, then a cutback. Handles this inside section and still has time for these two little turns. Nothing amazing, but keeps him going as we.
All right, guys, I'm down here on the beach with the last hit winner, Nestor Garcia. On paper, one of the hardest hits of the round, in my opinion. How did you feel about that hit draw and going up against those names?
Yeah, I'm really happy to make the hit with Maxime, Kai, and Ian, strong surfers, and really happy to make the hit.
How do you prepare yourself mentally for a hit like that? You really relax and let your surfing do the talking, or you put a lot of pressure on yourself?
No. I'm really with nothing of pressure because I start on a low. What do you say?
A low 5?
Yeah, and
a lower round. Okay, you start off early on the rounds, and now you've got rhythm throughout the comp.
Yeah, I pass, I think, 3 hits and very focused to the next one. Yeah, really happy.
And it's funny, like I noticed that you're using an epoxy, right? And on a day like today, sometimes it's not like ideal. It's not like the conditions you imagine to use an epoxy, but you're surfing really well on it. How do you feel about that selection of board?
Yeah, I always ride a epoxy board because I like a lot of epoxy, and yeah, I surf with small waves, big waves. I surf this one.
Okay, we've got our epoxy man, Nestor Garcia. Congrats and good luck for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, boys.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
Red Bull te da alas.
And we are back with the commentaries because the images never left us. It's a really good option. Congratulations to the production crew to having these commercials without cutting us out of the action. Replaying this of Hanzo Driozola. That's 417 by Hans.
Ooh, beautiful surfing there from one turn to the other. Very compact, speed, power, flow. The wave was small though.
Yes, a lot of work on that wave by Hanzo Driozola. Now Oliver Heinz. That's his replay of his first ride, I believe a 3-point ride, while missing scores on the on the second of Justin, and going for this last turn. So yeah. 3 points on this one of Oliver Heinz. Judges still hoping and sending a message about the section on the outside.
Yeah.
If you check scores on the previous hit, the top 2 were the only ones who put out a solid turn on the outside, or a couple. That's Nestor and Maxime Jan and Kai. Well, Kai got a one wave with a turn on the outside, but just not a lot more on the inside. And Jan pretty much stayed midway. So,
yeah, I think as wave here for Connor. Looked like a strong turn on the outside, and now he's looking for the reform. And as you were saying, David, I think adaptation will be key in this these heats in between tides.
Yeah, most of all, I think the competitors gonna work a lot, you know,
Yeah.
like in positioning, and even when they're surfing. Saw the wave of Hans, and even this one of Connor. There's a lot of work involved.
Yeah,
turn on the
a lot of
outside,
leg work.
A lot of leg work.
Yeah, they're covering a lot of distance in these waves.
And
And
adapting
then
the
the
whole
paddle as well.
And adapting the whole time. It's like kind of three different sections, three different parts of the
Yeah.
wave. It gets like steep, mellower, then gets steeper again. Now you have to work on the inside. You see, I already
Yeah.
lost count how many times he...
It's kind of like Huntington Beach, but like in terms of the structure of the wave. So you have one turn, and then you have like that section where you have to hop, and then you have an inside section. Although here is a bit better.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Huntington wishes.
Wishes, yeah.
It's like today here at Pantin.
Yeah, Huntington is a nightmare.
The difference is that a while ago we're still having the hop, and now kind of the looks like a little bit more power on the wave.
Yeah.
And the hop is kind of fading away. We see a couple that mid section.
Yeah.
It's looking better than it was actually a while ago. But
exactly. Yeah, this is still the Atlantic, so it's definitely different from the ocean there. And one thing I always felt in the Pacific is that it takes like there's no waves in between sets. Like it's weird, and then the sets take a long time to come.
It's a big ocean there.
Yeah.
So most of the times the storms that generate those swells, they're really more far away. So
Lot of
most of the time,
period.
that's what I was going to say. Because living in the Azores, I can really relate now. I live right in the middle of the Atlantic. Let's watch this one live, Connor. So most of the swells that they work, especially like that's why they have competitions in California on summertime.
Yeah.
Because they're still working with the swells coming actually from the South Hemisphere. Even the swells that reach El Salvador. Those are all south swells coming from the winter in the South Hemisphere. Those are all pretty much long interval swells that come in. So there's no in-betweeners. Where I live, I think we have probably one of the most cleanest swells in the world. You know, as in between the south shore of the island of San Miguel and the South Pole, there's nothing. There's no land. And
Wow.
this time of the year, we're working with, let's watch this one of White first, and then we go back to that if it's relevant. But it's a bigger wave, this one of Justin, definitely.
Let's see if he can handle it into the inside, because, you know, yeah, but he will easily. And the wave will come up. Ooh, kind of a setup turn there.
I think got stuck between turns on that one, huh?
Yeah, and his legs look a bit stiff because of also he's like a very solid, you know, calm surfer, but it might happen to some surfers to get tired, because you know it's a long wave, and it's not just that the wave is long, you have to move a lot.
And yesterday was a pretty demanding day, huh? Waves that size.
Nice one. Or maybe it's also possible that Justine is just saying, look, I'm going to put one score in the board and play this heat smart, not falling. Because this one was like, yeah, but also he was looking at that last one. So.
Yeah, and look how far away he is from the rocks.
Yeah.
I think he was kind of hoping that this wave will deliver a section that delivered to Jan Fontaine, pretty much where Jan surfed the whole time. Kind of in between the outside and the inside. These last couple of, the last few minutes, there have been opportunities there. So I think he was kind of hoping for that, and then realizing it was all coming down to the inside. So, but good work on the inside there by Justin, and a turn on the outside too. That's only his second score on the heat so far. Best wave of the heat, a 417 by Enzo Driozola. So good read on the wave, I still believe, by Justin Becquerel, and still good opportunities there on the inside.
True that.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be pretty hard for them to adapt. Like I've been saying over and over again, I know, but it's adaptation time in between. And I was fast. He was fast to get out there, Justin. Huh?
Yeah, well, he's in good form. Nice wave for him. Again, smart surfing from Justin. Nothing major. It was a smaller wave, but you can just feel the rotation he has and experience in regards to his competitive performance, because he just got one wave, his best wave, actually the best wave of the heat of 4. It's still coming out. No, it's 3.9. And then instead of going and joining the other guys, he said, I'm going to do another one just to put some pressure, maybe moving to first. And then I have 12 minutes to do better.
With such a close-up on Justin. Meanwhile, let's watch this one of Oliver. I have a feeling that Justin is staying way more in the middle of the beach than the rest of the pack of the heat. Because it didn't look like an outsider. This is a good finish there by Oliver. It didn't felt like he had enough time to go all the way back out. I think he got that wave. The last one you saw of Justin on that section I was talking about, like midway, on his way out.
Oliver here. Nice first strong turn, solid. Oliver is a strong guy from the Netherlands again. This is the surfer, one of the surfers Barrick is coaching. I saw them talking before his heat. He's a big guy. Usually Northern Europeans tend to be bigger or taller in this case.
Not usually. You know what? Netherlands is the country in the world with the tallest people.
Really?
Yeah. Average tallest people, yeah.
Wow, Connor here, he found a little nugget.
We are like midgets in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
I'm a midget everywhere I go. But they are, it's like the average, the man population in the Netherlands averages the tallest in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. So
in the last century, they grew like, in average, like 15 centimeters, something like that. Huge.
Wow. I wonder why. Anyway, Connor, he's not a tall surfer, but he's a good surfer with great turns like this. Smaller wave though, so judges don't find that too funny.
What the judges are doing right now is wondering, because that one of Justin that we're waiting for, like I said, I have a feeling it was like mid-section.
That was Gatien, by the way, getting ready.
And the judges are taking a good look at the previous one. This is the last one of Justin, the previous one of Justin, because realizing it's not like really on the outside, but it's not on the inside, it's midway, and the wave was still pretty vertical, with some rise connection of turns by Justin. So the judge reviewing that one, I think that's not the one I've been talking about. Is the last, actually the last of white. And again, I believe pretty much the same spot where he caught this one.
Exactly. Yeah, wow, nice turn. It really similar to his last one, right?
Yeah, just the one before I think had a little more opportunities.
More opportunity, yeah, bit bigger.
Yeah.
But changing tides needed changing strategy. Nice turn from Hans, straight into some, sorry, I was just seeing, he likes it, claims it. we'll watch that wave from the beginning, but clean surfing.
Clean surfing. We have a good battle on our hands, don't they?
Definitely.
Because we're still missing that one of Justin, missing the last one. The last of Oliver will be a throwaway. But it's getting really interesting, and I think Connor has to watch out, because I have a feeling Connor might be down to third. He's currently in the lead. Once scores are in for Hans and Justin.
Yeah, Hans, from his first wave, we could see he was like on that little roll of his. When he starts going, like, he's very incisive. And unfortunately, Oliver Heinz just a bit out of sync there. But Hans, let's take a look. Beautiful wave, nice bottom turn. And boom, this turn was amazing, David.
Yeah.
And manages it well. When you have a good turn like that, you really want to keep your wave. So you don't want to ruin it. And great line there. Beautiful turn, very straight.
Beautiful combo.
Beautiful combo, and yeah, definitely the best wave of the heat. He's happy about it. He cleans it off. Yeah.
Well done. And this is Oliver, the wave closing out, so he's going to try to milk this one to the next section. But that was a beautiful ride by Enzo Driozola. And definitely the best wave of the heat by Hans.
And
it was, we haven't seen a wave for a while that connected all the way, you know?
Yeah.
It was pretty much like intensity all the way, plenty of turns. There were a couple of highlights throughout that wave by Hans. Justin, now scores are coming in for Justin. The one I was looking for, we're still missing one score. It's a 4.77. So that's out of those two that he caught midway. That's the best one, the one with the nice combos on the outside, the one that stayed clean. That's a 4.77. So I believe that Hans, and with that, Justin takes the lead. There goes Connor down to second, and now Connor is going to most probably down to third because requirement for Hans was a 2.27. We're going to see probably Enzo Driozola taking the lead with Justin Becre relegated to second place, and I'm calling that the last one of Hans. Comparing at least a 6.5 to a 7. Compare with the 4.77 of Justin, or even higher. I'm going to go in mid-7s. I might be wrong. I'm going to put it out there, but I'm calling it a mid-7.
Definitely.
For the last one
I would agree with you. 7.
Like 3 points.
The 7 house, like around there.
And if you look the 4.77 and the 4.17, the previous of Hans, the previous of Justin, I think 3 points. It's looking like a proper spread between those waves because there were some really quality turns there. Wouldn't be that surprised if the judges went even higher. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it has to be minimum a 7 points. Little runner for Justin Becre. Surfing well, but a bit safe, I would say, for what he's capable of. While Hans, for instance, he's releasing it a bit more, and I think the judges really like that, the risk part. But then again, heat is a heat. You just have to get through. That's the job. You don't need to be spectacular all the time. Only when you're in the final there, you have no excuse. You really have to do it. But until there, you have to go through heats. And I think in the QSs, 90% you can pass 90%. There was a statistic about this. You can pass 90% of the heats with a 10-point score.
I totally agree. Yeah.
So
just look at the results of the previous one. 10-5 the winner, 10-4 the second place.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was just 0.5 of a point and 0.4 of a point plus than 10. So you're totally right there, and exactly. Another thing that's nowadays, like that combination of major turns. If you do that most of the time, it's like one of the easiest way to get an 8-point ride. 2 solid turns on the outside, and that might do it for you. Now this is live. Connor has been feeling like this one is running away from him. And now, I just jinxed him.
But you see, Connor released it a bit more, and Justin also should be careful because if a guy like Connor, turns on the machine and starts doing this but landing these last turns, judges will reward that.
You know what? I'm so glad we make the call we did about Enzo Driozola because don't look, the score just came in as an 8.5.
8.5, yeah.
So
wow.
I'm loving that.
Judges, again, clear message.
I'm loving
right?
that. That was my only doubt, between the 7s and the 8.5s into the accent was my only doubt. How much the judges will want to send the message out there that that's what we want to see. And there were at least two solid turns and super active wave. It comes all the way
from... It's the
from
best wave of the day so far, right?
I think so, best wave of the day. It goes all the way from the 7.8 to a 9 by the
judges.
judges.
2 judges gave him 9 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
Averages 8.5. So definitely. If we can get to our director, if we can still get a replay of that, that was the previous of Blue.
Yeah, I think that we already have enough heat to say look, that's not the best of what we can have, but some of the best.
have a chance to review again.
This has to be excellent.
First, I love that high line that he took at the start of the wave to have enough power for the bottom turn and release on this first one.
And also, like, he had a great reception of the turn itself, and then that hair thing he did. I think that's like half a point as well. And then look, another high line here. This is like textbook J-Bay. And then bam! Great turn, straight into the bottom turn. There's no in between. So when I was saying like a minute ago that if you don't see a lot of airs in a contest, that's an European contest. But if you see some good rail work and good strong turns and good flow and line, that's also a European contest. That's what we are best at, I would say.
That's the kind of waves that we have in Europe, you know, and mostly in Portugal. Those are proper, solid waves. It's not like we don't have a lot of beach breaks. We have plenty of beach breaks, but our best waves are always all pretty much point breaks and reef breaks. They have power, and you see from the surfers coming in Portugal, you know, there's not a lot of.
I would say Europe in general.
Exactly.
Obviously, France, there's a few beach breaks for airs and stuff, but generally, like, it's the Atlantic, right? It's powerful.
And then you match the surfers of the last, let's say, 2 decades with that kind of. That was good by Connor.
415, that's what he needs.
Yes.
So
might do it. It's like you said, Justin, better watch out. You know, like you said, Justin has to take more risks, I believe, now. And here we go. This is Oliver Heinz, so far down in 4th place, and his best wave so far only a 3-point ride. So this might be his best so far in the heat. Let's see how he connects with the inside.
Yeah, we cannot count him out. Solid surfer, and he has a good mentor behind him. So 5, 6, 7, it might be hard, but you know, Connor, he'll be praying now because it's 1 minute to go. He'll be praying for that wave to be in his top 2. But let's look at this bigger wave. And this first turn was nice, David. So 5, 6, 7. You know, careful.
Nice connection there on the outside, for sure. We only saw this one starting pretty much from now.
Exactly.
So we missed those first couple of turns.
So Connor will better his scores, his second score.
Yeah.
And then Oliver as well. Oliver is in search of a 5.67. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things changing. I think Hans is definitely safe.
This was the last opportunity. They were down to 30 seconds. So it was pretty much make it or break it by Oliver Heinz. All scores are in for Hans and Justin. Yeah, I think it's going to take a while for this score to arrive to Oliver Heinz. The judge is going to review that.
Justin's last try.
Oh.
Smaller wave.
And it's to improve a 3.9. I'm not sure. He's not sure too, huh?
No, I don't think he. But you know what? He did have a strategy that included, you know, these smaller waves. That I'm not sure it was. It played out in his favor. Great surfing. I think we didn't see that wave. So he also has, or was that his last?
I think that was his last.
That was his
last. You know
last.
what? I think that Justin went to do the same strategy as Jan Fontaine on the previous one. Kind of that mid-section, and it didn't work for Jan. And Justin, his high score so far of 4.77. Let's see, you know.
No, but Connor still has one score to come in.
Yeah.
He's
and Oliver, and the last one.
And Oliver, and judges are like. You can see because there's no points on the scoreboard. You can see judges are like taking a step back and thinking about it.
Now, 5.64 for Oliver. The only thing that I think is working against Oliver is the 8.5 of Hans Odriozola, who put like the level really up there. And let's see if the judges consider that the last one of Hans is. My point is. Are the judges thinking is the last one of Hans only 3 points better than the last one of Oliver, you know? And that's what putting doubts out. If it wasn't the wave of Hans didn't exist, I would think that the last one of Oliver will be solid attack to second place. The requirement is a 5.64. I think could be like on the mid fives. But then thinking about it and thinking about the wave of Hans, is that only 3 points between those two? So
yeah, it's a really tricky one because Oliver's wave, like in theory, in my opinion, would have been the score. It's a bigger wave, 2 strong turns on the outside, then finished the wave on the inside, like fairly well, nothing major, but like, you know, it's a middle, it's a 5.6. But in comparison,
yes,
as you were saying, you know, that the doubts start coming in.
maybe the 2 judges who threw out a 9 to Hans gonna give it to Oliver.
Yeah.
You know? But then it's all about the average.
Yeah.
It's 5 scores. So judges are working like they're pretty much watching the same, but they're on different scales sometimes. Someone's a little bit higher, someone's a little bit lower. It's the comparison, that's the meta. And
that's Dylan there. I think Connor's brother.
Yeah, Connor's not going to get it. Scores are starting to come in for Connor. It's looking like so far on the mid threes. The previous of Connor.
Okay. He was really happy about it, but
or maybe we're still missing one more wave for Connor. That could be it too. Huh?
That could be. I think no. Actually, I think that one is his wave. Yeah.
Just will not improve in his total. We can tell that already. Or if he improves, will be like marginally with kind of decimals of a point. Justin was trying to improve a 3.9. Scores are coming in right now between the 3s and the 3.7s, 3.9s. But we only have one judge score that I was based on one judge. Only one judge typed in so far for the last one of red. Now scores are coming in for Oliver. And Cesar, I think we were right about the comparison.
Yeah.
A 4.53 for the previous one of Oliver Heinz. That was the score we were looking for. And yeah, the highest score was a 4.9 by one of the judges. And like we said, comparing with, he gets actually the same score as the high score of Connor. Both of them on the 4.53s.
Exactly.
What's making the difference is the 3.27 of Connor against the 3.03 of Oliver.
Yeah, and I think.
So Oliver right now was still missing a score, was chasing a 4.15.
Yeah, Connor still has the chance.
Connor's chasing a 4.15 as well.
The first judge gave him 3.5, but you know that can be the lowest given. So
it's just an indication, you know.
Yeah.
Even the score can go away and come back again, you know.
Exactly.
Next is on standby. They are deliberating. It's a super important round, and let's see.
Yeah, this is really the round between like not doing good and
between a keeper result and a throwaway.
Exactly. Thank you. Even next round, I wouldn't say it's like probably like a keeper, but at least you get like, because some of these guys are going in for, this is their second heat. Some it's like their third or fourth heat, but like if you pass this round, even if you're a top seed, you know you're in the rhythm.
I think next round is the most important round of the event. It's just a round before the quarterfinals.
I would say that's the round between like, you know, going home happy and
there's a huge
between the man on man and the four. Yeah.
Because right now there's like, if you lose third or you lose fourth, there's like 50 points.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, if you make it through a round, you had like maybe more 100 points. Coming into the quarterfinals, into the man on man, that we start seeing like 200 points different, 500 points different, and then we came to the final where it's like, I believe, 700 points different between first and second. So the further you go, the more important it gets. So this is still a very important hit, because a very important round, because you do need to advance to this one to get to the next one that we're talking about as being the most important. So this is super, but the next one is pretty much the make or break. Let's see, 4.2.
Wow, nice.
He got it.
Goes through.
He got it.
Wow, nice moment.
You got it.
Nice one. That's cool. And his friend Hans is, and his friend and his brother, both of them cheering him up. You know, small little important moments that, you know, sometimes change careers.
Man, I'm checking totals. 8.73 for second, 8.67 for third, 7.6. So there's barely 1 point between second and third. It's very, very tight hit.
But you know what, David? Justine Becquerel is obviously, older and a better surfer than Connor. But Connor deserved to win this, to go through on this one. Like, more effort, more commitment, and Justine was just off sync. It happens.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Now, I believe I'm going to leave you. It's my turn. Yeah?
Yes.
It is my turn. Time flies by. We're having fun.
You have a nice interview to do.
Yeah, Chico is going to join you now, and I'm going to interview Hans Odriozola.
Nice one. Have a good one. All right. And if you're joining us now, be very welcome. We're at the beautiful Pantin for the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. And Ido Agag going on this one. He's in blue. We have Gatian de la Haye in red, Tristan Guilbault and Iago Dominguez. So strong heat. And Gatian is choosing to go on this one with a nice re-entry. And now he's going to look for that inside section. We can call this the Spanish hop, because surfers will have to invest some legwork into that inside. And Tristan Guilbault on his first wave as well. And, okay, Iago Dominguez with two nice and fluid turns on the outside there. So we have a lot of action to see after live action. We have a lot of replays and active on his feet. Welcome back, Chico. And Iago, how many turns did he do? Was that 10 or 15?
He surfed it really well, that's true. He had a really good result last year here in Pantin as well. Iago is one of the best goofies around the European circuit. And as we see here, red, Gatian.
That was a lightning.
We saw Gatian there with a bit of a great hit off the top. Just a one-turn maneuver. I don't think it's going to factor in on the score line at the end of this heat, but just trying to build some rhythm, to get in tune with the waves. And this is Tristan, one of the most stylish surfers in Europe. Nice,
wow.
blind float.
Wow, I fell in love with that
turn.
Yeah, he just lipped he kind of like made love with the lip there.
He lipped the
that
lip.
was beautiful.
Yeah, he did such a good job on making the turn look really good, and he connected. So let's see what he does here on the inside. And bang, floats. Just tries to add a few more points there at the end. Nothing really crazy, but this wave from Iago was really, really good. Nice under the lip snap, connects there, floats the section around, waits for the wave to build up. I just love how he transitions from rail to rail really quickly, and he makes his board look fantastic. He rides for Pukas, and such a good wave. So Iago here with a really good wave, long one, but I feel like it's probably going to be the best one of the 8 so far. And Ido Agag there with a bit of a nice carve off the top, and waits for the wave to build up again, and let's see what he can do on the inside. But nonetheless, really nice exchange by all our surfers. And Ido here winding up again, going around the section. Nice float, and nice job there by Ido. So
pushing
20 minutes to go, and we have scores coming in. I feel like maybe Iago's wave is going to be the best one of the 8 so far. Was the most complete ride of all of them. So Iago there showing off is rhythm from last year here in Pantin, throwing buckets of water and surfing really well on his backside. Tristan there, 417 for that lovely turn. Judges enjoyed that lip line float as well, Zé. So,
yeah, I think you know, who doesn't love a good floater? Especially if there's style involved, and you know, floater competition should come back. And Ido again.
I think the best floater ever is Joel Parkinson at J-Bay.
Oh, actually, I have one for you, but let's just look at Iago. A lot of rhythm there. I think judges are really rewarding strong turns, so he has to be careful about that, not to go for like too many turns. It's the quantity versus quality thing, and Gatien here showing the quality and the quantity. So I think there will be a little gap there between those two waves. We'll have to go into that, but my floater selection would be Jordy Smith at Jeffreys Bay, 1 foot out floater. Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not talking about like an individual floater.
Oh, but
I'm
you
talking
should.
about like
you
transitional floaters. Joel did like after a card.
I know what you're saying.
Just like
I know. With the like a rock and roll floater.
No, like the ones he did in between the turns.
Ooh, this one was
not a floater. Was a huge backhand snap.
Yeah, we didn't catch this wave from the beginning, and now looking at it again, this was a great wave.
This turn was sick. The combination of maneuvers there on that wave was amazing, and this was Gatien's wave as well. Nice turn there, and winds up again, and bangs again off the top, and yeah, nice combination of maneuvers by Gatien. Really good.
But Iago, was that 5.5? No, I think that's his first wave. Yeah,
was the first one you saw. It was long. You remember? That's a 5.5, and he got the one after the one that he smashed it. So
I'm interested to see the difference between Gatien's and Iago's wave. Now watching it again, I think Iago's wave was like that first turn was very vertical and inverted. You know, upside down.
I think he's gonna get a 7,
turns.
at least. The wave was not a.
It was a smaller wave.
Yeah, it was.
But it was like a runner.
A runner, and he smashed it. He belted like 6 times. So I'm feeling like it's gonna be the best wave of the heat so far. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the wave was a runner, and he was running with it, or maybe even sprinting it or jogging it.
Yeah, the rhythm, of course, as we see. 16 minutes to go. Ido here trying to come back on this one. He only sits on a 2.6 and a 1, so he needs to make up for his name. He did really good things yesterday on bigger swell, as David said.
Gatien, big turn at the back, and he will obviously go and smell what the inside has to offer.
That turn was massive.
That was great. Let's see if that white water disappears, turns into a real wave, which it does. And not much. It looked like his foot there kind of went out of place, but all good. He's feeling fine.
As we see Ido as well, the replay. He went for a blow tail reverse, couldn't really find the energy on the section that allows him to really fly a bit higher, and that layback was the money turn. We could hear Zé Ferreira really enjoying that moment from from Tristan Guilbeault.
Omonotopeias, that's how you say it. Yeah, that would have been a huge turn. And there's a few comparisons between Tristan Guilbeault and Joel Parkinson now that you're remembering his floaters. Yeah, that was Adriano against Owen Wright in Rio. Yeah, that's a good floater. That's a good floater.
That floater actually was was debated on social media just because of the score.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he got like a 9 or something, and
Yeah.
everyone was questioning, can a floater be a 9?
I think for sure it can. It's hard. Go do a floater in Sunset Beach when it's big. You know. It's.
Go.
Yeah. No, go.
No, go.
Go next winter. There should be a floater competition in Sunset. Or like floater competition in Jaws. Or backdoor. Only on the first section.
Who gets the best floater wins.
Yeah, you imagine.
13 minutes to go now. We have Iago Dominguez in the lead, 5.67 and 5.5. He got a really good one. Only 5.67. Why do you think that score came in as a 5.67?
That's it, I think, because he did one strong turn, but then the other turns, although they were very technical, they were smaller turns. And you know, judges have been showing all the indications that they want to see big turns, even if they're less, they're more interested in them than. Look at Gatien. Gatien scored a 5.27 with his last, just a one turn.
Bang, blows the fins out. Section wasn't really steep, so I feel like it's not going to be huge. But yeah, 5.27 for Gatien. They love that layback jam off the top on that bigger wave. So Iago though still in the lead. So that wave helped his cause. I thought it was going to be a bit higher. I really enjoyed the rhythm he had on that wave on his backside. It was a really steep wave, and he surfed it really well, as we see White up and riding out the back. Oh, nice blow of the fins for Tristan. Gets around it, cut back, waits for the wave to open up again. As you guys can see, there's a long distance in between where they are taking off and where they finish the wave off, and Tristan here just trying to find something on the inside and couldn't really find it, so he's paddling back out. Not as much rip as in the morning. Let's rewatch the first turn. Bang. Oh. Well, the foot just slipped a bit.
Yeah, a bit out of balance there, but you know, just because of his style, he compensates it so well that it looks that it was on purpose. Let's see if he can navigate through this section, but cannot. The wave died out. Nothing to do there.
11 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Looks like the wind stopped a bit. Tide, high tide right now. Not high tide, but almost fully high tide.
It's one of those days that's like really fun for free surfing, but a bit tricky for competing.
Yeah, this tide is perfect for free surfing. There's plenty of reforms and waves to surf throughout the lineup, but for in terms of score-wise, you really need to sit out the back and try to surf throughout the criteria. As we see, Gastien on a huge carve there. He's trying to milk all the way through. I don't know if he's going to do it. Yes, he does. He did it. So he will be able to finish off this wave. Opens up again. Claims it. So he enjoyed this last one. He was needing 5.84. So let's see if he can get a 6 for this one. It's basically a 6, right?
Yeah, and I think this heat turned up in terms of scores. 10 minutes to go. Iago has 11 combined score. Gatien has 10.6. Maybe he will better it. And Tristan has 8. So these three surfers will be fighting for first and second place. You know, in a tight way. They're really good surfers, all of them. Experience. although Gatien and Tristan are a bit more experienced than Iago, but Iago has some heats under his belt and some good results, and he's surfing really good, looks really good to us. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be any of those guys right now, because this heat will turn on fire.
Yes, it will. 9 minutes to go, so plenty of action on this one. A lot of waves ridden, actually, so it has been a really funny to watch. Nice turn off the top there, blowing the fins out, and love the extension of the carve, torquing the body all the way through the white water. So Gatien here with a really nice wave. You reckon he's going to get a 5.84 for this one, Zé? How do you compare it to the Iago's wave?
Well, again, Iago has been doing way more turns in terms of quantity, but every turn of Gatien, I would say, has a bit more amplitude. Let's watch this wave from Tristan. Has to go big, but the section is pretty mellow, so he will have to hope that this inside section turns into gold, which it doesn't look like it's going to. He has one more opportunity. So yeah, nothing great for Tristan there. I don't know, yeah, I just feel that every turn of Gatien is, as I was saying, he occupies a lot of space in the turn, and so a lot of amplitude. Doesn't even have to do with like the quantity of water, but there's rail, there's variety. Also, he's on his front side, and Iago has just been going on that like bottom to top, a bit more similar. A lot of power, very sharp. Maybe a bit small waves as well. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I think they have been the standouts of this heat. No doubt about that.
Yeah, so Gatien on the last one got a 5.07, so doesn't improve. He was needing a 5.84 for first, so still in the lead. Iago Domingues with that 5.67, highest single score of the heat. That smaller wave, but really applied a couple of belts on his backside, and he's in the lead. So
I have a question for you, a strategic question. If you were needing a 5, and if you just caught a wave, and if you see like a wave with potential to do an air, but you're not very sure on the inside, would you catch that wave and try in the air, or would you go to the outside and wait out?
Well,
like, would you invest losing that time into trying an air, or would you go straight to the outside?
I would for sure, because I'm a really bad competitor, but I'm sure someone like Arit Saramburu wouldn't do that. He would paddle back out, sit out the back, and get the score.
Pragmatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they
but
just
if you weren't Arit and you were for sure, for instance, let's say
a good competitor.
No, like a good aerialist, like let's say.
Of course, I would go.
Leon Glatzer, like air specialist.
I would go. Yeah, I would go left and try to do a full rotation, and get like a 6, probably 5.5, 6.
I don't agree, actually, because that inside section is like.
No. You asked me if the wave was great. Also, if a good
oh yeah,
left
that's
came.
true. That's true. That's true.
You didn't say it was
but you
it
have
was a bad one. You said it was a fun.
No, but it was a tricky question, and you didn't pass the test because there's no waves like those. That's your answer. But you live and learn, right, Chico? You live and learn.
Still learning how to compete on the booth.
We're taking it here, and we're still bad at it.
Exactly.
It's better if you try to cooperate and not compete. But out there's no cooperation. You know, it can be healthy competition, but it can't be cooperation. It has to be competition.
Nice carve there by Tristan. Nice snap off the top. And bangs. Did he make it?
Yep.
Yes.
This is an insider. It looks like it is an insider.
He needs a 6.43. What do you reckon, Zay?
You're always putting me in that position. I don't think it's a 6.37, but I think it has the potential to better his score. Maybe his best wave. And yeah, I think 4.23, it's his last now.
Yeah, it's his last. So you were right. His
No,
best wave so far.
not his last, or is it? Is it?
Yeah. When it's not his last, it's on the screen, like a dot.
True. Thank you. Cooperation right there.
It's a learning curve. Like 4 minutes to go, Zé. If you're Tristan or Ido Agag, what were you thinking, or what was the strategy? Needing such a high number.
With 4 minutes to go,
yeah,
I would watch what Ido is doing now first, just to see how he is doing. But if you lose the first section when you're needing an 8, it's like you need to get out of there.
He listened to you.
He knows. But yeah, if I was Tristan, you know, at this point, I don't think there's much strategy. You need to go out, wait for your turn in terms of priority, or try to force people that are that have priority over you to go on you know, bad waves, so you get the priority quicker.
Okay.
And go strong, like, because you don't have much choice. If you go left, like everyone that has been going to the left part of the peak has been losing, so it's not a good option. The inside sections are always, you know, short in terms of points, scoring potential.
Have you thought about coaching? You're actually really good at doing.
Yeah, well, but if it's a real life situation, then it changes, you know, pressure, you know the deal.
As we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and Red is up the ridings there, and he's out. So first priority now sits with Iago Dominguez. Iago, he's sitting comfortable. He did his job really early on this one. Really confident he's gonna make it. A standout last year, as I said, he ripped last year on this event. So Iago knows this place well. He's not from here, but he feels comfortable out here. So quite a drive from Zarot to here. I didn't know it was like 6 hours, but yeah, it's quite long. The road from Zarot to Pantin.
6 hours?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same time from Lisbon.
Yeah, it is. I thought it was less. I thought it was like 3. But yeah, it's on the other way.
Yeah, it's in France almost. So
yeah, it's true. So we see you're paddling for this one.
Yeah.
Was Ido?
Yeah, but you know, I think Ido is learning here. This is a, you know, a learning experience. With when you're in 4th place and you need an 8 point to advance, you can't paddle on, you know, knee-high waves. You have to look for waves that offer you potential and an opportunity to have a chance. And
yeah, but if he gets a double up and he does like a huge full rotation.
Yeah, well, that's true. But can he do a huge full rotation? I think that's the question. You do have to adapt your strategy to what you can do.
He's really good in the air.
He's really good in the air. But it's just the waves that really, you know, don't offer the potential for that. But he's still trying, you know. That's the attitude.
He is, and 40 seconds, and I would love him to have another crack at that 8 point ride. It'd be lovely to see him going to the air and trying to do that score. With 30 seconds to go, we have some interest out the back on the lines coming towards the lineup, and 20 seconds to go there, and either there. Oh, he wants it, so
it looks there looked like it was some movement out the back. So
I'm wondering where Tristan is sitting.
exactly, me too. But Ido, yep, yeah, I think he just wanted like to catch one more wave. But anyway, this heat is closed and done. So Iago from Euskadi, he's in first place. Great heat for him. And Gatian Delahai in second place on this heat. So this was, heavy heat, hard heat. 11 score, 10 for Gatian. Tristan just couldn't make it, unfortunately. Great surfer in the way, but that's, tells you the level of these QSs. Anyway, I'll leave it up to Chico and David. Have a good one, boys.
Precisa, é claro que trato-me. And we are back. Now, Prescott joining Chico for one more heat number 6. On the beautiful split screen there, you can see the difference between when you're looking from the water's level, and then from the drone. How more clean it looks from the drone. One more interesting heat ahead of us. Actually, a cracker of a heat with Joan Duru and Sam Peter and Elijah Short, 3 Frenchmen out there, joined by John Rabinovich, representing Israel. I'm going to be here for a while by myself. Chico is taking take your time having lunch. I can stay with it. And it was Sam Peter on the left there going for a turn, but the wave just like getting too fat. It's getting, the tide is getting higher and higher, and those opportunities on the left are kind of fading away. And again, still adaptation time, still staying on the outside. And you can tell here on the split screen that blue and red, that's Elijah Short and Joan Duru, took an option, I believe, to stay a little bit more on the middle of the beach, and then, well, actually closer to the rocks. And then coming a little bit more to the middle of the beach, you see St. Peter. After that first left, he just realizes, looking over his shoulder, maybe I'm going to move a little bit more to the middle of the beach. And Joan kind of sitting there midway. But you can tell now Elijah and John, everybody's coming more a little bit to the middle of the beach. Where you see Sam still moving on your screen, there's a chance he might get, well, there's still no priorities. Only one wave ridden. Otherwise, he would be with his priority suspended while he's pretty much changing picks. And he's going to leave the rest of the crew behind him. And he's going to be the only surfer taking a risk there, going more to the middle of the beach. Let's see how it delivers for Sam or not. A little bit slower the action that we saw early this morning. With the tide filling in. There are less waves breaking on the outsides. If you're not familiar with these parts of the world, we are working with tides around more than 3 meters between low and high tide. Or if you prefer, more than 9 feet, more close to 10, 12 feet almost between low and high tide. As Sam moved, you start to see the rest of the heat kind of following him. Joan Duru, one of the favorites for sure for this event, former finalist here. Well, actually, he won here before, always good results. Yesterday, he was definitely one of the standouts, Joan Duru, with an 8.5 for a single turn and then a really good air for Joan as well. I think he got a 7.17 out of that one. Both of those on his backhand. So Joan, one of the men one of the surfers in form definitely yesterday, coming out from the Olympics, where he only lost to the gold medalist. A very tight heat with Kaoli Vast, an all-Frenchman affair, although Kaoli Tahitian. Kaoli, who is not here on this event, not on the draw. He got the only 10-point ride last year throughout the whole European Regional Qualifying Series. And we're going to go with Joan Duru on his first one, on his backhand. One of the best surfers in the world on his backhand, for sure, Joan. A quick turn there, then goes for the carve, straightening up a little bit, waiting for the wave to reform on the inside. And you can tell it's still a long way from the outside, these inside ones. So a lot of downtime there. Let's see how the judges reward the turns on the outside by Joan, because so far in this heat we got a 1.07 for Sam. That's it, and actually look like from the judges' point of view, we're checking it from the drone, look like pretty soft on the outside by Joan Duru. He gets a 2.67, and here we go. Now from the same angle as the judges, like a soft turn and then just a quick carve to set up, and from here on it's pretty much downtime. It's nose of the board, pointing all the way to the beach. Joan looking over his shoulders. Should I fade? Should I get some speed? And going for one more, and that's for a 2.67 for Joan Duru. So it does look like Joan is kind of joining Sam. And now let's see if it pays off for these boys. They had a decision to stay here, closer to the rocks. John taking a look there. There's still no priorities established, only one wave ridden by St. Peter. So they're still working with the basic rule of priority. The one closest to the peak, the one will be the one with the right of way. Up next, it will be the second to last heat of the round with Jorgen Cuisinet, Sean Gunning, Joaquin Chaves, and Teva Bourgeois. But so far, pretty slow for these boys. Again, I know I've been saying this over and over again, but adaptation time. Let's see who makes the right decisions. John waving.
And I'm back.
Welcome back, Chico.
David, thanks for the lunch break.
No worries.
I'm feeling a bit more energized.
Of course.
I needed some juice to keep going. 17 minutes to go, and what a heat we have on our hands. St. Peter, son of the iconic surfer, Didier.
I make some parallels early on between Sam and Lucas. Family history, even their age is kind of similar. I believe Sam a little bit older than Lucas. Lucas who lost earlier today. Talking about Lucas Skinner, about second generation.
Oh, it's true. They are quite the same age. I feel like Sam might be just a touch
older, I think.
Yeah, like 3 years old or 2.
Both of them with the second generation surfers. Both of them with dads with really success. Like
on the tours.
On the tours. Sam's father Didier was European champ for the EPSIS back in the day.
The father of Skinner just got like an excellent score on the last stop of the tour, longboard tour.
More than that, he was a couple of times runner-up for the world title actually. Skin Dog, Ben Skinner.
No, of course I saw the last comp he went.
Yeah.
The last one he was on. So as we see, Sam here, big air, and he makes it. So quite interesting first air we saw today.
Yes.
And first proper air.
And even the approach him and Lucas have, they're really solid on the airs too. So.
And Sam, he can throw some big airs. I've seen some clips of Sam on the social media, and he's really good. So nice wave there by Sam. I really enjoyed the first air. So
yeah,
it's gonna be interesting.
I announced more than a few hits for St. Peter the last couple of years, and when I make the parallels with Lucas, it's really about that, the consistency of the airs. Not only the family history, but the consistency of airs. It's amazing between those two. I think they have, when they go for a hit, it's one of those kind of surfers that they have more makes than not makes when they go for the airs. You know, they really have a good percentage. I'm putting like on the 60% success at least on the attempts of airs, both by Sam and Lucas. Not the only ones. We have some really good air games right now here in Europe, but these guys are really sticking out. And now the score for a big turn on the outside, 6.5. And I'm eager to see, because we saw Sam moving all the way to the middle of the beach. We saw first was Joan going all the way to the middle, then we saw Sam following him. So I believe that was on the left, but not the same left that these guys are looking at.
Yeah, and Joan, just trying to figure out the lineup. Surfed excellent yesterday,
yes.
But today is a new day, right, David? So that's the funny part about a competition, is that you can have a standout one day, and the next day you can have a shocker. So it depends a lot on tides, days, feelings, and yeah, let's see how he responds to that.
Now straight away after that 6.5, good tactics, good strategy.
Oh.
St. Peter tries to go for another one. I totally agree with you, Chico. I think about Joan Duru is that he has a lot of experience here in Pantin. He's almost a local. He's been competing here for almost 20 years now. Let's check this, just a small couple of check turns there by Sam, and then an attempt for the air that you saw already. The end of it came out incomplete. So, but Joan Duru really knows this spot on all different tides. He got like really good results on a lot of, from like double overhead to knee high. He got good results here at Pantin. So I'm not saying he's I'm saying he's a favorite for a top 2 on this heat. Although John Rabinovic, let's see how John adapts to these conditions too, and it's pretty soft, the first part of the wave here for John. We can see at the back that was Elijah taking off as well. So let's see what this one delivers or not. And it's looking pretty similar. Maybe now better luck on the connection on the inside.
Nice bottom turn here. Oh, connects well there. Good flow in between sections.
Yes.
And he makes it all the way in, and big turn to finish the wave off. So nice wave there by Elijah, as you said. And this is Joan out the back, trying to milk all the way through, gets a snap. Looks like a nice double up. He's coming his way. But no, it's just a drone view that was giving a bit more face to that wave than the one that was actually there.
We missed the start of that one of Joan Duru. We got it like midway already.
Yeah, it was at the end, I think. So, wondering what he did at the back. For a guy with his experience to take the wave all the way towards the inside, he might, for sure, he did something special at the back. I feel like he had a big turn out the back, and this was the wave from John Rabinovic, as you said.
The wave just faded away pretty soon for John. There was pretty much no opportunities here. And you see out the back, that's Elijah taking off on a steeper one. This one is going to die out right now for John. And the next one, this one of Elijah. It's a way bigger wave. And it takes a good opportunity there for a snap.
He kind of mistimed the first section.
Yes.
But the end of this wave was actually really good.
There's 2 sections, this one and then another reform.
Yeah, he had this one, which was was a good turn, but this one was the money turn. Unfortunately for him, it's on the inside and really close to the shore. So judges are going to be a bit hard, as we see the turn out the back from Joan. Yes, of course he did. A big turn out the back. That's why he tried to milk the wave all the way through the inside. So Joan here showing off some experience. He's going to get a quick snap here as well. And his boards are looking really good. Last year as well, he was surfing on a kind of like a summer model from Lost, and he was ripping. So, and this, wow, St. Peter catching off a really fun rip ball right here in between the outside section and the inside section. I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but that first turn was silky smooth.
It's going to add to the 6.5. It's actually on a 3.37. That's the backup already for that 6.5. Well done. Good strategy by Sam. Well, coming son of Didier Pité, was European champ, I believe, more than once back on the early 90s, late 80s. So plenty of experience competing in the family. And Didier was such a good surfer, but an amazing competitor.
How do you reckon they managed their relationship, being the father so experienced? And how do you reckon sometimes son and father play like a bad factor into the relationship? So like I feel like sometimes you can have the knowledge, all the experience, but sometimes a son never kind of listens to his father.
Yeah.
So it's just like funny to understand how some relationships don't work and some just work that well, because it's the case of Sam and Skinner, right?
I think
they are always with their parents and they go really well with each other. So it's funny how
the dynamics work, huh?
Their work, but so many doesn't work with father-son relationships. So it's funny, especially in sports. But
you know, Francisco, it's not only that their fathers surf; their fathers are great surfers. And I think let's watch Joan here once again, trying to connect with the inside. This is a new wave for Joan, so this is live.
Yep.
Similar reads, similar approach as the previous one.
And Joan here, he's going to get the bonus here and a bit of a poke of the nose, as you were saying.
I think most of all, it works for Lucas and for Sam by osmosis. So they were like surfing with their fathers, who are great surfers from an early age. And you know that if you have like someone who surfs them way better than you, you're going to evolve. So first of all, it has to do with that, like being young kids, just going out with their fathers for free surf sessions. Already the level was pretty high. As being kids, you always want to impress your father. So I'm pretty sure they wanted to surf better than that. And that level is like Didier's level or Skin Dog's level. Obviously, you're going to be becoming really good, really fast. And it's a whole different deal. They're having a father as a coach. That's not like a ex-pro surfer than having a father as a coach as an ex-pro surfer. And then most probably, as kids, they look at the fathers and, you know, we always rebel against our fathers, you know, when they are like, especially after puberty, it's hard.
I think it's during puberty, right?
Yeah, during puberty, exactly. During puberty, exactly. But then at the same time, they're thinking, oh, they know, because they got like really good results. So I might as well follow their advice, because they're really experienced competition-wise. They're really good. They know the formula. So I might rebel a little bit, but I'm going to keep my ears open. I'm going to listen a lot too, you know?
I think it comes down to education as well, because...
of course. Most of all,
they are clever enough to understand their fathers have the knowledge, you know, and not really thinking they know everything, and they listen to them, which is the point of the discussion, and that's really beautiful in between their relationship. So yeah, they are really close to each other, and that's what the father-son relationship is all about. So 7 minutes to go, and Sam is in the lead.
Now the score we're looking for was that second one of Joan Duru, a 4.17.
Yeah, that turn out the back. So Joan has the 417 and the 267. Elias short on that longest wave he got, the only wave he got actually, 417. And Rabinovic, 1.9. So anything can happen. Rabinovic needs a 4.94 and short needs a 2.68.
Here we go with Elijah once again. Now from the drone angle. That was a good, what looked like a good turn on the outside. Let's see how he makes it all the way now, milking this one. Looks like a pretty vertical section, but from this angle it's pretty hard to see. We could tell that Sam gave up on that decision of staying more in the middle of the beach, which one was surfing. I believe we could see that green was moving closer to these guys too. Let's now watch it from the same angle as of the judges.
So first turn, he gets up there, blows the fins out. Not like a super critical maneuver, but he gets it done, gets a reform section, a bit of a setup turn there, and he gets a bit, kind of like a layback kind of snap on the lip. And well, I don't think it was his best wave, but he only needs a 2.68, so I think he's going to get it.
Yeah. for sure is going to move to second. Juan only has 267 as a backup. Scores are coming in. It's going to average a mid 3.353, so definitely puts Elijah in second place. His high score is the same as Joan Duru, both of them sitting on 4.17 as high score. Joan now chasing a 3.53. Priority stays with John Rabinovic, and let's go with green. Sam here, single turn. We already have scores for, well, let's stand by. Elijah there, 3.53. Milking this one after that single turn.
And pokes the nose there at the end.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, and
Vamos depois puxar a mesa mais para.
And we have 4 minutes to go now.
That's the single turn of Sam on the outside. We actually look pretty solid. Well, last of green is in. Chico, 3.97. So Sam improved on his total. Now under 4 minutes remaining. Elijah is still second. Requirement is really low so far for Joan Duru. Priority stays with John in red. So far, John is having a little bit of a shocker in this heat. The surfer from Israel, his best score of 1.9. Actually, his only score of 1.9. Chasing a 5.8. And talking about John Rabinovic, he's up and riding on his backhand.
Oh, just really late on that one. Was a good turn, but the wife couldn't really wait for him, as we were saying. And
very surprised for John not to make that turn. You know, usually he's very solid
on those bigger
single turns. So
unfortunately for him, he couldn't get it. So 3 minutes to go, and
you saw who's joining the party again? That was White, Joan Duru, moving, making his way back to closer to the rocks. So, which is not common by Joan. Usually he lives by the sword and dies by the sword, and he took the option to go into the middle of the beach. He's actually repositioning himself. Let's see, there you see Joan Duru now joining Elijah.
He needs a 3.53, so just one turn away for Joan, basically.
And he has priority.
So I think he's going to get more opportunities, I feel like. There's a lot of waves coming here in Pantin always, right?
Yes. Super consistent, huh?
There's not like big walls, and every heat there's like plenty of sets.
Yeah.
It's hard to see heats where we don't see often many sets coming in.
It's been the story of the whole week, Chico. I believe lower interval swells, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, around that. So we're seeing a lot of consistency throughout the whole week. Another lovely thing about this event here, that it's a huge beach, and there's not a lot of spots that you can compete, and then you can go and warm up and practice a little bit further down the beach. So it's very democratic. You can have a comp, you can practice, and you can even give surf classes all the way to Marnella. Marnella is further down the beach, as we see Sam once again, just a quick in and out there. Marnella can be an option for us. Actually, we did a couple of finals there already. Goni has one that he remembers perfectly because he lost. Well, we're going to invite Goni to come here, and we'll talk about that too, because when the swell becomes to northeast, this big cliff you see here on the right side makes a huge shadow for the swell, and all the swell just breaks on the opposite side of the beach, on the left side. That will be the west side of the beach. But this part of the world is known as one of the most consistent parts of the world regarding swells. If you turn the corner, now we're facing pretty much north. If you turn the corner and go for the west coast, they call it Costa de la Muerte, shore of the deaths, because there's a lot, it's very, very tricky to navigate, for the boats to navigate around that. You probably remember, it's been, wow, I'm getting older, so I remember a lot of stuff. But I think it was like 15 years ago, 16 years ago, we had Prestige. Prestige was a huge oil tanker who sank right here in front of Galicia, and it was a huge oil spill. We got like a sink Nunca Más with t-shirts. I had one of those too, and that was because it was he got into a huge storm in front, pretty much in front here of Finisterre, and it just sunk there. And they were doing their best to push the huge tanker further out into the ocean, so the impact will be less to the shores with oil. But it was a huge catastrophe for all of this coast. You know, thank goodness Mother Nature kind of took care of itself and things regenerated, and there was a lot of people involved here. Thousands of people involved in cleaning, taking the oil out of the rocks and helping all the ecosystem. Whoa, John Rabinovic. So just by saying there's a lot of swell, the ocean is very much alive on this part of the world.
Impressive stuff, David. And we have, it is finished. I don't think we saw away from Joan. Joan, as you said, lives by the shore or dies by the shore, so didn't catch anything. But John Rabinovic did a really cool air at the end there. So did he do more turns out the back, or was just the one-turn maneuver?
Voy a preguntar a nuestro realizador si es posible. Tenemos el replay de la última de Rojo, and Spanish asking our director if we got the replay of that last one of John, because I'm 100% sure that's what the judges are doing right now, checking replay of this last one of Red 2. Let's go. Thank you so much to our director. And that's the answer to our question. What happened on the outside, Chico?
Well, he cut the wave in between, gets a foam claim there. Well, I don't know. He needs a 5.8, got a 4.73. So the air was great though. Bang. Really stylish landing.
Yes.
I really enjoyed the rotation. If he had something more out the back, just a bigger section, he would get the score for sure. But yeah. As I'm going to leave you with Zé, I'm going to interview Saint-Péter, and I'm going to be right back.
Thank you so much, Chico. As we see Saint-Péter on his way back to the beach marshal, celebrating there. We have another good hit on our hands. One of the men of yesterday. One of the standouts of yesterday for sure. Wearing red on this one, Jorgen Cousinet. We talked about him before today. Got close to a 10-point ride yesterday on a combination of two major turns, Jorgen. Up and riding, that's Teva Bourgeois. Also another second generation surfing. Joining them, Sean Gunning, representing España, and Joaquim Chaves, coming from Portugal, wearing the white singlet. So, Zé Ferreira, welcome back to the commentary. Another very interesting hit on our hands.
Yeah, well, yeah, from this phase onwards, it's, you know, even the earlier phases, although level sometimes is lower, you see a lot of up-and-comers. It's interesting if you want to know what's going on. But this guy is no up-and-comer. Look at this style and his base on the board. Very solid, very, you know, trademark surfing. You can see him, and we had some.
Yeah, there was someone complaining at the back, huh?
looked like it was Jorgen.
Like pretty. Now we maybe can see it again. I felt like maybe it was pretty intense, the paddle for that wave with white, with the Joaquim.
Yeah, because I didn't quite understood his gesture. Anyway, that's very typical from beginning of heat, when the priority is not yet set. And usually I feel like, I don't know what you think, David, but I feel like judges tend to be a bit more easy regarding interferences and everything in the beginning of heat, especially if we're talking about paddle battles.
Yeah, let's say, if there's one thing, part of surfing where there's almost no subjectivity. It's when you're talking about priorities and the priority judge. But that's when priorities are established. At the start of the heat, and I think that's a really good point there. I'm going to go back to that. Let's just watch this first one of Jorgen. So at the start of the heat, priority is not established yet. So they're pretty much working with the basic rule of priority, like we do on free surfing. That leaves a little bit more subjectivity. So I agree with you. It's not like the judges give them some more leeway. It's just I think it's harder to be 100% sure
exactly
who had the right of way or not. When priority is established, it's pretty easy. It's just turns. It's your turn. If it's not your turn,
yeah. And if you're not sure and you're like stopping someone from going through the heat almost in the first 24 or 23 minutes, like when they have traveled, a long time to come here, invest their money, blah blah blah. Yeah. So I'm glad that they only have interference really when it's clear, and actually, obviously it exists interferences that are wrongly called, but it's very rare. Usually, like when it's an interference, it is an interference. Like it's not, in general, it's very good work from the, yeah.
I think the rules are way more objective nowadays.
Also,
you might,
but also imagine this case. You have priority, and I catch a wave before you, and then I leave the wave, but I go around you, but it's a closeout, right? So you don't ruin the potential of the wave because the wave doesn't have potential, and that's a case where it's still subjective, because what the rule says is that if you interfere in the potential of the wave, you get an interference.
That was what the rule only said a few years ago. Now the rule says a little bit more. And that's what I was about to say. I totally understand what you're saying. And you're going to add to my point, because what I was going to say is that you might feel it's right or wrong. You might feel it's well-deserved or not. But if you stick with the rules, those are the rules. I'll give you an example. You remember John with Kelly Slater at Sunset? So basically, Kelly got a wave and John was in front of him. But because he crossed path with Kelly.
But paddling?
No,
paddling.
Surfing or on the wave already.
Cross path.
So the cross path, I don't think that interfered at all. I don't remember if it was John on Kelly or Kelly on John. I'm not 100% sure. But clearly,
as long as you cross path.
But for me, clearly, it did not interfere. If you ask to the guy who were surfing the wave, he would say to you, no way. It was like a free surfing. You don't even go like, hey, if it was a free surfing situation. The guy didn't interfere at all on the potential, but he crossed paths in front of him. So that's when you take the subjectivity out of it, and makes you way more. If
you can't cross him,
you can't, and that's it. But the thing about the potential,
that's subjective.
That's more subjective, and then I've kind of went away, So, on somehow as a spectator, I wish it would stay the way it was. So I wish we had that, for example, that first call I was talking about at Sunset between, I believe, Kelly and John. But we're trying to make things more objective.
Here we go. First wave of Sean Gunning going wild on that inside, and as we can see, people screaming in the in the surfers area. Everyone is pushing for him. It looks like we haven't heard these screams for a while. This is a good sign. He has a good, team spirit around him. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, now from angle from the beach, kind of just setup turns here on the outside, but a really good read. See, he found where the pocket is, and it's more than a fade. That's a huge change in direction, and it's right on spot for this combo.
Wow. Yeah, now he just, turns on the motors and just keeps on that inside. He has 4 turns on the inside, which is like a lot of turns, and lip turns, all of them.
And all of those with it was rail to rail all the time. He didn't saw the board flat throughout that inside section. Took him a while, and most of all, I loved his read of the wave, starting on the outside, but let's go live here with Jorgen Cuisinet. one of the surfers, well, if not the surfer of yesterday.
Yeah, Jorgen, you know, has been here for a while. He's a huge guy, so he has a lot of power, and he really knows that and takes advantage. But although he's big, he's still flexible. You see him in airs, you see him in laybacks, you see him like in turns that you're used to seeing small guys do.
Now, Joaquim Chaves, Portuguese surfer.
A lot of drive on those turns, right? Yes. Beautiful surfing, very low center of gravity.
I love that one.
Beautiful surfing there for Joaquim. He has been growing a lot as a surfer. He did the last stop in Portugal, the WCT, where he did well, showcasing his surf to the whole world. And Jorgen, again, this is the replay. A lot of extension on that back foot in that turn, releasing the fins a bit.
Yeah, really holding the rail on that cutback too. Just a little bit of loss of balance at the end of that turn, but still managing to connect really good to the inside.
What is that, Sharpai? Is he surfing with Sharpai?
I have no clue. Now, Joaquim Chaves.
Let's see, beautiful bottom turn, nice carve. It wasn't a lip turn, it wasn't like an explosive lip turn, but it was a drivey carve, which is valued, and then he starts carbureting on this inside, another carve, another setup turn.
I really like
and then
the last one.
Yeah, and the wave really opened up for him as well.
It was kind of a grower, huh?
Yeah.
Especially on this last section. And now check the scores for the first of Sean Gunning.
8:17.
Yes.
Wow, wasn't expecting that.
Well, it was really good surfing by Sean, huh?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think judges, when, it's what we've been saying, when you have like, when you put together a few turns, and that also sends a message, which is you don't need to do turns on the inside in order to get an excellent score. On the outside, I mean. You can just work that inside. It's good enough already, you know?
From now on.
From now on.
From now on.
Yeah.
I think that's a judge is sending a new message
exactly
to the surfers out there.
Yeah, because surfing was on point, but because we have been seeing that judges only give those scores when you have a strong turn outside, this is a change in the scenario.
Now Sean already working on his could be his backup.
Nice turn out the back.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about Sean's previous one on a 8.17, and you know what? I agree with you about the outside, but actually, this is good surfing again. But Sean, way smaller wave, but good surfing. That's going to be an interesting backup for Sean Gunning. So he started on the outside on what looked like a bigger wave, and then he got really nice read. Remember, he did like a huge fade, almost changing directions all the way. And when he got there, the section that he got there on really good timing. It was like a proper outside section. It looked like a proper.
It
was not on the outside.
It was a bigger inside wave.
It was like midway, not even inside, like midway, big section, vertical one, and he was right on spot for that when he arrived there and went straight from the turn. And after that one, he just stayed with the wave, rail to rail, all the way to the inside, you know. So it was still a pretty big section, meaty section at the start of that wave of Sean. Now here's Joaquim replays on the, I believe, 3.73.
Yeah, look, this heat just got like lit up. So Sean Gunning, Joaquim Chaves, Teva Bushwa, and Jorgen Cousinet. Again, another potential final.
For sure.
If we had four-man final heat. And Sean Gunning here just really trying to put that pressure on the other surfers.
And smart competitor.
Yeah. Very on point.
So that's going to add to the 8.17. And I'm not going to say the heat is done by Sean Gunning.
Far from that.
But most of the work is done, huh? Most of the work is done.
You know,
he's going to go on a 12-point total already.
He can, because of this last one, yeah. But still, that thing about starting your heat with a great wave and then relaxing, he's not doing that.
Yeah, the 4.5. He's not doing that.
No, he's not doing that. He's like working, but still, again, like Teva Bushwa, Joaquim Chaves, Jordan Cousinet. These are all dangerous guys. 12 minutes, so.
Oh, if someone can throw out an excellent score on this heat, is this guy we're surfing right now. He got the highest score of the whole day yesterday, of the whole event yesterday, for a combo of 2 turns. So, for sure, it's not a done deal yet for Sean, but it will be easier for him to manage pressure and
for sure.
Because all of these guys know that if they want to win it, they need at least one excellent score in the box. At least one excellent score. Because it's not done for Sean yet. He still have plenty of room to improve. Priority with Teva was, let's check replay of this one of Johan. I love the surfing of Johan. Like you said, pretty tall guy, but makes things look like so polished, and at the same time, a mix between a really polished surfing and real powerful surfing too. And that's what makes it look so beautiful.
Exactly. I think he's originally from Reunion Island.
I think you're right.
We used to compete a lot when we were kids, and I remember he would come to Europe for the European Pro Juniors for a while.
Always a nice kid, huh?
Always, yeah.
Super polite.
Always cool, always happy, always chilled. And then he was very small, and he was like the novelty. Everyone, oh, who's that guy? All the French guys knew him. And we didn't, because he showed up, at least from what I remember, when we were like 14.
Yeah.
And when we were 14, like, we knew all the other guys from that generation. So Maxime, Dimitri Ouvray, Ramzi, for a long time, from the ISAs, from the Euro Juniors. And he hadn't been there, so he was like, who is that? And then he really affirmed himself as one of the best juniors. And yeah,
that was, it was hard times for Reunion Islands. I remember really that time. It was very hard times for Reunion Islands with the shark attacks.
Yeah.
So we saw a lot of surfers. There's always that tradition of coming from Newlands if you want to compete at the highest levels, coming to Europe. But there were a lot of them who really got no options and had to come to Europe because they closed the beaches pretty much for surfing. That's when we saw guys like this one, Maxime, there you go. And Maxime got to Europe.
Joan Defay as well.
I was trying to remember Joan's name. Canel Bullard.
Canel,
all of them.
Remembered.
Yeah, all of them coming from.
There was so many, there's so much talent coming from the Reunion Islands.
Adrien Toyon,
Mehdi Verminardi.
Mehdi, exactly. Was putting some really cool clips.
I know. He's in Indo, no?
Yeah, he's putting some really cool clips on twin fins, like surfing amazing.
Yeah, surfing really good. He had such a great style, man.
Let's go for scores. 6.33 on this last one of Jorgen Cousinet. Goes together with the 407 and gives him the second place. Now that's Sean Gunning trying to improve on a 4.5. So already a turn on the outside. He liked it. There's the cleaning the nose, the no claim. And seeing what this one is going to offer on the inside from the drone angle is harder to see and looks so clean from the drone.
Yeah.
Looks like ice from the drone angle, huh? Well done by Sean. Let's see.
Nice.
Let's see from the beach angle if that's comparable with the 4.5. It's that better. How much better? Here we go. Thank you so much to our director. Releasing the fins on the outside, pre-whitewater section, but good job by Sean.
Yeah, a bit, not much rail there.
No.
That turn was a bit straight with the bottom of the board. So yeah, but it's still a turn, right? But
it was pre-whitewater section.
Yeah.
It was kind of a mix of a foam climb, you know.
But he's really in tune with this inside section. Beautiful connection there between those two turns. Let's see. Even if he betters the score, I don't think he will better it a lot. But all the points count, right?
Now, 8 minutes remaining. Joaquim and Teva, they need a proper wave.
Yeah.
They're the only ones. They have like backups. That 4.83, the high scores, both of Joaquim and Teva can kind of work as backups, especially the 4.83 of Joaquim. but they really do need a proper one, because it won't be that hard for Jorgen to improve on a 407, and Sean just improved barely, 0.2 of a point, but he improved. A 4.7, it's now Sean's new backup. So Joaquim in third with priority is now chasing a 5.58. Teva is chasing a 6.57. Okay, so 6.57 would be the second best wave of the whole heat. Let's see how it goes. Teva representing the beautiful kingdom of Morocco, who's probably watching online. So I'm sending a huge shout out. I have plenty of friends that I call like family. It's like my second family.
Nice.
In Morocco. We have
where? Whereabouts?
Well, both in Casa and in Agadir. You know, I have loads of friends there, and we've been going there for the last, let's say, 6, 7, 8 years with the WSL for competitions. First starting with the QSs, then going into the Pro Juniors. It's been super exciting to be a little bit involved with the culture and seeing what's happening right now. And Teva has been representing the Kingdom of Morocco, but it's pretty much practicing on the southwest of France from an early age.
A bit like Ramsey as well.
A bit like Ramsey as well, a bit, and Lilia Stebai as well, you know. But
exactly,
it's very exciting to see. And let's just check if we have some more scores here. No.
And can you share a bit with me, because you know I went to Morocco as a kid like a lot every year for like 10 years straight, and then I stopped going. I haven't been there for like another 10 years. How is the culture changing? What do you feel? What do you feel?
I'm feeling there's a lot of more people talking English, especially the kids, than French. When you were back there, usually it was like Arab and French as the main languages. Now you see this new generation talking a lot in English. So you see a lot of American and Occidental culture going into Morocco. You see also a country that they have a hard time with taxes, because there's a lot of things that are imported from Europe. And that makes things really, really expensive. And you're seeing development like amazing. You go to the south, and there's a lot of resorts being built. Thank goodness, proper ones, very sustainable ones. And Casablanca is right now pretty much like an early European capital, you know?
Yeah.
There's still and the surfing. The surfing it's getting really, really good. You know, I'm loving it. Talking about good surfing.
Yeah,
you liked it too. Jorgen is going to improve. You know, they're feeding. You know what happened in Portugal with Tiago Pires and then Frederico Moraes.
Yeah.
It's happening right now. The last couple of years, it was happening already before Ramsey qualified. But now that Ramsey qualifies, you should. Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Started with a little reverse. Nothing huge, but it's still a reverse. Then powerful and with a lot of speed, goes for a carve and then a layback. So
you know what I feel? That Joaquim and Teva now going to look into the excellent range regarding requirements. They were on the mid-5s, on the mid-6. I believe they're going to be more closer now to the mid-7s, even closer to 8 points to requirements to go for second place. But I can't see a little bit what's happening in Morocco the last few years, or what happened in Portugal too. Let's say almost 20 years ago. Oh, no, not almost, 20 years ago, when Tiago Saka qualified and start getting the results, you know, because I'm still from that generation that when we watch the World Cup soccer, we rooted for Brazil, because Portugal never make it to the finals in football.
Yeah.
Same with surfing, you know. We got like some good, some surfers going, some nice surprises with João Tunj and with Bubas on some major events, eliminating like Kelly Slater, those stories that you know about.
Yeah.
But then Thiago, Ruben, of course, and then
Thiago qualified and changed the game.
Yeah, he started changing the game when he made the final. He got like third with Russell Winter, Alan Stokes, something like that. When he's like, because he was losing, he was surfing at home, which is always hard. He was kind of losing early. Then he made a final, I believe, like 2002, something like that. Then he did his first win, which was...
Yeah, I was there.
Man, that's still my favorite event ever.
With Pedro Henrique?
Yeah.
Me too. Like, I can't forget that event. The beach was full. It was a great day.
I'm going to wait for score. I have a funny story, and I'm going to confess to the rest of the world about that event.
I want to know that.
Scores are about to come in for Jorgen Cuisinet. I believe it's going to be pretty close to the previous, that 6.33, which might start closing the door now for Joaquim and Teva.
Then before your story.
Yes.
we were at some point, I'm sure you remember, we were in Pontinha, the contest moved
Bobby
to
Martinez.
Pontinha.
Against Bobby Martinez.
Against Bobby Martinez.
I announced those hits.
Yeah, I know. And we were like, when you're in Pontinha on the rocks, you're like 10 meters away or less from the surface. So everyone had to quiet down.
Yeah.
Because if you said, hey, like it would distract the surface. It was, one of the kind situation. Saka and Bobby Martinez.
I had a chair. I had two chairs. One chair to sit, another chair with the screen. It was not like flat screens we have nowadays, with a big screen, proper old school computers.
A television.
A television. There you go, television. There, and just sitting on top of the rocks by you guys with a small tent, announcing that those seats now at 6.23 for Jorgen Cuisinier.
You almost didn't need a microphone.
No, I could almost shout.
Hey, Saka, hey, 6.2 on your last one.
So I have a confession here. I think it's the first time I tell this one live public. So it was my first event. I just did. It was my first year. I came out of the juniors tour, national juniors, and the nationals too. And that was my first event for, at the time, the ASP. And I was working with Nuno Jané. And Nuno is good friends with Iraterina Tufa, who's actually coaching the whole Tahitian team right now. And Ira was doing good, and Nuno was announcing Hira's hits. And Hira was doing good. And I announced a couple of hits for Tiago, and Tiago was doing good too. So Nuno looks at me and says, hey, you know what? I'm announcing Hira's hits, and he's doing good, and I would love... We don't have favorites, but we're humans, So I'd love for Hira to make it. And so if you're with Tiago, and Tiago is making your hits, is making 3 hits.
Keep on doing that.
Keep on doing that. So I actually, as I stayed, it was my first, can you imagine the pressure? And I stayed and announced all the hits of Tiago. It was like amazing, like you said before, with the whole crowd at the beach and those hits at Pontinha with Bobby
you
Martinez.
made him win.
And then no. But and then he was surfing with Pedro Henrique. Later on the day, it was like evening, almost night. Like 10 turns. It was small, 10 turns all the way from the outside to the inside. And after that event, like I can still remember Tiago coming to me. We had a huge hug. I just lost my father. Tiago just lost his father too.
Okay.
We had like kind of a similar, and I was starting my career. He was almost qualifying. He didn't qualify that year. He qualified the next year with a win. And Tiago looked at me, and his mother looked too and said, came the next event, and I was still announcing for Tiago. So I announced every single hit of Tiago Pires that he did in Portugal for like almost 3 years.
Wow.
Just out of superstition. And you know which one was the first hit that Tiago lost? Was actually against Paulo do Bairro at São Torpes at the time. But for 3 years, Tiago was unbeatable. Now, talking about unbeatable, Jorgen is looking super solid throughout the whole competition. And the heat is over. So, no comeback from Joaquim. Actually, like I said, 7-7-3 and 8-4-3. That was the requirement now for third and fourth. So Sean Gunning advancing, winning the heat. And Jorgen Cuisinier, we're still missing one score of Jorgen. So next year for Tiago, I announced all the hits on his second win. The one that made him qualify. I announced, actually, he didn't qualify with that. He qualified the third year. Actually, when he got to it, he said he already qualified. Was the year that Charlie won the qualifying series. That was the year that Tiago finally went to Margaret River and made the final. He used to lose it like first round, and that made the difference. But that's the story, I had a blast there. It's still, these days, you can imagine, my favorite event ever. Then we had another one fun with Tiago at Lanzarote. That few people remember that at San Juan, where Tiago won the event, and there was like 3 Portuguese at the event. It was me, Nuno Trigo, the judge, and Tiago Pires, the surfer, and Tiago just ripped that one, and he won. We have a special invitee joining us. I'm going to leave you, the 2 of you guys. You're not coming in? Oh, okay. We usually have commercial breaks so that we can adjust the whole thing, but from time to time we don't have enough time. Zé Ferreira, do you want to present our invitee?
Yeah, we have a very special and onerous friend. Jan Fontaine is coming in right away. We're just fixing the sound. And in the water we have Christian Portelli, Adura Matrien, Keoni Lassa, Charlie Quivron. Quite a hit, huh?
Quite a hit, quite a hit.
Let's see, this is the first one for Charlie. Yep. Yeah.
Hold on to those socks. We want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I think, are you on a break? Not yet.
No. It's you, actually.
Oh, it's me. So I don't have the time, so... okay. I was... you have a word?
You wanted to stay. No,
no. Chico is going to replace me, I believe, and stay with Zé and Jan Fontaine. No, it will be me. Chico will replace me. I'm just waiting for the mic, but I'm going to pass the microphone already to Chico and, well, Jan, we'll have plenty of times to talk.
So this heat is underway, and it looks like we had a wave from Keoni Lassa. We'll check that again.
Un peu dedans. Et tu commences à faire son. Hello?
Son. Estás a ouvir?
Okay, so we have 21 minutes to go, and I have with me on the joining me on the broadcast Guilherme Ribeiro, Jan Fontaine, two legends of the sport, and wave and well surfed, Jan. So, what do you think, Guy, is the recipe for today for a high score? We've seen what Jan is saying. There's like a in-between outside section, inside section, but what's the ideal recipe for a huge score?
Yeah, I think the waves have been changing a lot. We saw in the morning too, the outside only was working, but on Jan's everything changed. He started to surf on the inside, at least I saw that. And yeah, now a big score has to be a big turn outside and connecting with the inside and put two or three more turns with spray with power. I think the judges will appreciate that, as Keoni did. 783, first wave. Yeah, good score.
Yeah, 783, one of the highest scores of the day so far. So Keoni Lassa starting off really strong. Charlie Quivron, your fellow Frenchman in this heat. He has been reaping. He surfed really well on the Challenger in his Snapper Rocks as well. Nice. And we have Christian Portelli as well. I believe he lives in Canary Islands, right?
He does.
He does. And Adora Matrien, the Basque surfer really fearless competitor, always makes good decisions. So you have a stacked it with 19 minutes to go. And joining myself here on the booth, I have two of the best European surfers, Jan Fontaine and Guy Ribeiro. Guy, you lost yesterday, but I know you have a really good relationship with Pantin. Talk me to a bit your experience, not only on this event, but with Pantin in general. It's a place you feel like you're going to do well, or it's just like one of those places you're trying to figure it out?
Yeah, definitely there are places that you don't feel that connection with that place, but Pantin is not that in that case, because last year I did my first quarterfinals in a QS 3000. Was here. So yeah, coming this year I was super confident, and not only with the place, but with my surfing and the work that I've been putting. But yeah, didn't go my way yesterday, but it's all good. Couple more 3000s to come and a lot of opportunities.
Nice. About your next steps, you've been competing really well.
Yeah.
You've been around for a while now. I had the pleasure to compete with you back in the day.
Good times.
Good times, a lot of years. And but you keep coming back and showing off. You're one of the best and still competing so well, surfing so well. What keeps you so motivated to come back and perform that well?
Well, first of all, thank you, Chico. It's really a pleasure, and it's for me, contest-wise, I don't really have a goal, or I just want to make sure that I stay right there. You know, it's a motivation for me to aim the European level and to stay there. It keeps me fit and keeps me technical wise and strategy as well, and I really like to come to those events because you can see all the best surfers surf and how they surf, what they surf has what their equipment and everything. So it's always good to come and try to do the best. It's a budget for sure, but yeah, I went to Newquay this year. It's a contest near my home, and it's a place I like. Pantin is also a place I really like. I entered late, so I started from the first rounds. But yeah, unfortunately, I lost today. I did a bit of a mistake, which is not really common for me normally. I thought it was gonna pass only on the inside as the tide was coming up. But I got a 5, and then I needed a 3.73. So it's a tough score, you know, because you can do it on the inside, but you need a wave. And going outside without the priority, maybe you can be stuck, no waves coming. And so I tried, but I did a mistake by the last 10 minutes staying on the inside, and I lost today. So no, but for me it's just it's a pleasure to be here and to surf with those guys. They really rip, and you can see the new generation coming, and it's super nice for sure.
Well, you can clearly see a bit of a shifting in generations, and being one of the oldest one doing the event and being amongst it, it's actually really good. And for you as well, I feel like what you said is one of the main points: being fit, being prepared.
Yeah.
It keeps you active during the year. So when you come up to these events, you just feel you maintain your level of surfing, right? So
exactly, it's exactly that. I do most of my time now is to do more free surf stuff. But when I do my inscription for a contest, it's a goal, and I want to be ready for it. And it really helps me to have this level, because it's a really tough level to have when you arrive on the contest. The boards, everything has to be ready. So it's super nice for sure.
Yeah, it's just a challenge overall. So
exactly.
14 minutes, and Keone Lassa looks like he's running with this one. During our talk, hello everyone, welcome back to the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Myself, Guy Ribeiro, and Jan Fontaine. So different generations, same goal: be prepared, surf well, and enjoy surfing in general. So thank you guys to be here with me, and we are here in the beautiful coastline of Galicia for the 3000 event. one of the most important events of the season for the European region. So this is pressure moments for every surfer that is competing and willing to qualify for the challengers. So what an important event of the year, and what a beautiful scene we have here in Pantin.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really nice wave, really nice scenery, and it's really interesting because the tide is just, I think, shifting now, and you can see Keoni Lassa is waiting on the inside because he has a 7.83, and he wants just to back it up and maybe make it a 4 point or something, and try to make some distance with the second place, which is Charlie Quivron. He just got a good wave on the left and did a big turn, but couldn't find on the inside, so it stayed like as a 4.5. But you can see like the only good wave that really came, it was for Keoni Lassa, and he really scored. But the other scores are really low right now, and it's an open heat with 13 minutes coming. It's really interesting. Let's see how it goes and how the priority is well managed too, because Hadour has first priority and he needs a low score, but he needs 2 scores now, I think, if he wants to get through. So
yeah, 12 minutes to go, and yeah, as you said, Keoni kind of like running away with this one. Anyone else has some big scores, so quite open heat for the other 3 surfers. And Guy, for you, you qualified last year for the Challengers. How has been your year so far? How do you adapt to a new format, not a new format, but just a new challenge in your life? What have you been up to in terms of training? I know you're really, as we see live action, I'm going to hold that thought. And beautiful jump though. That jump was beautiful.
And that's a mistake. Charlie with priority. Charlie's priority. Oh, nice. Managed to avoid the falling in the first turn. Charlie has a really nice style. He has a super nice flow, always really composed.
Super technical.
And he did well last year. He got second as well. So he likes these waves, and he can do well.
Nice.
Oh, nice turn to finish. Is that better than his 4.5?
Most of the turns were done on the inside, and judging has been really clear about the outside turn, as Guy was saying earlier. So I don't know if it's going to be much better or in the same range, but definitely it was a really well-surfed wave. But as I was saying, Guy, so I know you prepare yourself really well. You have all your year planned every day, every hour. You take like an hour to study, an hour to train, an hour to... So how do you keep like going on such a restrict plan with a couple of losses? How do you readjust your mind to just keep that fire going and that focus throughout the year?
Yeah, basically since April, since I qualified in Caparica, it has been a non-stop year. I started from Caparica, I went straight into Australia. From Australia, I came to do some nationals in Portugal. Then after, straight into South Africa, went to J-Bay. So yeah, I think the main thing is to be organized. You have to have a schedule. You have to have your day basically organized, and not only your day, but your week, your month, your year. And yeah, if you have everything organized, I know this year hasn't been like, what is my first year on a challenger, lots of learning. I haven't clicked in any competition yet. Next one is in Ribeira in Portugal at home. So yeah, I'm just waiting for my moment, keeping working, giving everything that I have day by day, and I'm sure that the results will come. And yeah, that's why I just keep working every day and do not
give up.
Yeah,
basically. Yep. And sounds like a great plan.
Yeah. How do you prepare for an event at home and your home place? Is that something you want to extra prepare, or you prepare it like a national? It's like a challenger. How do you prepare an event?
We actually had a national in Ribeira a couple months ago, and I felt that was a really good preparation, even though it was was still a lot of time to come the challenger. But yeah, I think if you live in Portugal and you are near the wave, you kind of have the advantage to go there and try to surf that wave with less people than when the contest is on, because you have all the crowd, all the girls and boys from the challenger. So I think the trick is to go there earlier than everyone, because I have that chance, and yeah, prepare as much as I can, because it's not an easy wave. Ribeira is such a difficult wave, hard to understand, and yeah, if I can take advantage from the others in the preparation, that's for sure a thing to do.
Local knowledge.
Yeah, even though I'm not a local from Ribeira, I can have more knowledge than anyone.
For sure.
As we see live action now, I'm gonna let you, Jan, call this one. Christian
So
Portelli.
it's a mid-sized wave. He's really aiming for the inside. We can see he's trying to work, but he didn't have any good moments on the outside. And let's see how it goes on the inside. It's not a wave that it's gonna count at the end. So what's the scores now? Charlie got a 4.67 on his last wave. Pretty much the same as his first left. And Keoni Lassa managed to back it up with a 3.13.
He now has priority.
He now has priority. He's going to control, and Charlie has second priority. It's you want to have priority when you're leading or you're second in the heat with 7 minutes coming. You can improve your scores, or at least make a block move for the third or the fourth place. So it's going to be interesting to see, because I think Charlie and Keoni are outside and Adour is outside, but Christian Portelli is aiming for the inside, trying to get some scores, but he needs 2 scores now still, so, or a big score. 6.17 on the inside is pretty hard to do, I guess.
Yeah, but if you have like fourth priority, that's an easy call.
It's better. For sure.
It's an easy call to go inside.
Imagine having first.
Yeah.
And just paddling in further. And getting that 373 in, which is horrible to listen. So.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what's next for you, Jan? You're gonna stay around the comp area the next few days. You're gonna go back to. You live in Bretagne still, right?
Yeah.
En Bretagne.
En Bretagne, yeah.
En Bretagne.
Northwest of France. So
exactly.
I'm gonna aim back there on Monday. But I'm gonna watch the guys, surf with be there for the free surfs and watch the guys and support the guys I'm with, and just learn from the finals day and how they surf and how they score the waves, and go back to home, and I'm gonna do Anglet with my good friend Gaspar, and then after Anglet there's a big break, so we'll see how it goes after Anglet. I've got some free surf projects coming October, November.
Some surf trips?
Yeah, some surf trips, and it's gonna be the good time of the year as well for us to do some content and everything in Bretagne. Oh, Charlie's going. He's using priority. Good turn. Is he gonna have the good inside? Oh, anti-turn hop.
No, couldn't.
It's a shame. He's not gonna improve on his 4.5. 4 minutes to go.
Oh, this looks like a fun one.
Again. Yeah.
He's gonna get it. I don't know. We lost it, but let's see what he can do. No. This looks like the typical conditions that it's fun to free surf, but not as fun to compete in, right?
Especially with 4 guys.
Exactly.
Because you can't really control the heat with priority, and you're outside, you need a score, but there's no wave breaking. And even if you have priority, like we've seen Joan Duru on the last. He's like maybe the top guy in this contest, and he was needing only like a 3.53 or something, and
he couldn't get it.
He couldn't get it. Well, he got it, but like 1 second late.
Oh, was it 1 second late?
Yeah, he stood off after the first beep and did like a blow tail reverse on the outside, so it was 3 point, but it was just too late. But yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. You wanna have a good score like Konilasa in the beginning, so then you can back it up and make sure you control the heat for sure.
That was actually a really good score. 783 for a day like today. It's above the average of a good score today. So
it's the one of the 5 best scores of
of today. So as we see live now, Keone with a bit of digging the rail a bit on the outside.
Using priority.
Looks really hard now to connect from the outside to the inside. So let's see if he can do it. He did it. So it's funny how like the drone view can give a different perspective of how hollow the wave is or not.
Sure.
You cannot really tell if the wave has a big wall in front of just.
I think Christian's going on the next one. Let's see from the front view. Is it better than a 3.13?
Well, I don't think so. I think he will not improve because he had a bit of a fall here at the end. He had a long downtime without any major turn, so I don't think he will improve. And
he could have though.
Yeah, if he landed this one, but he ended up falling. So.
And Christian just after went on the inside one.
Oh, nice carve there, and the wave just disappears. So couldn't really tell where he's sitting in the lineup on this one. As you see,
my board.
That's your board?
Yeah, in the Dakar, in the things, it's my board. In the sock.
What are you riding? Have you kept the leaders the same all these years?
No. No, you know how it works. No, I have an epoxy, and it's actually made in Bretagne. Everything is made in Bretagne, and I'm on 29 liters now.
29?
Yeah, 29 liters.
Oh, that's actually a grom.
Yeah,
that's a strong grom.
I work on my weight. I'm okay on the weight.
You're working on your weight all the time and keeping the liters down.
It's hard to because I have small wave boards that are 30 or 31, but in those waves you want to be sure you can go in the pocket and you have to work to like make good turns. So when you have too much liters, maybe it's gonna help for the downtime and everything. But when you come in the pocket, sometimes it's hard to like hit. And I was bringing a few boards, and I asked the coaches to give me some advice, and they said it's better to like make sure you can hit the lip. It's and with like good power, and don't go fade like carve and everything.
Yeah. I don't feel like you have the age to just fade and.
Not yet.
You know, you need to really hit the lip part. And what have you been up to in terms of boards? What liters are you riding right now?
I'm riding around 27.7, 28 liters.
28?
Almost 28 on the smaller boards. Yeah.
How much do you weigh?
78.
Oh, you're actually. I thought you were a bit heavier. Just because of the size you have?
Nah, I'm using.
You're really tall. I thought you were a bit more heavy.
5'11", yeah.
I thought you were like 81 kilos.
Nah.
83, around that.
83 now. Nah.
Like, I don't know if you guys ever saw Gabriel's board.
Yeah, they're heavy.
They're like 30, 31.
thick.
Yeah. He likes to use like.
And he rips
box rails and really thick boards. And it's like 80 something, like 83 or now he's really.
But you can see his legs; they are like
yeah,
capable of turning the board, and he's really strong.
He's got the legs to turn. So this hit is finished. Keone Lassa first, second Charlie, your housemate, got through. So
let's go, Charlie.
Let's go, Charlie. On y va. Christian Portelli in third, and Adur. What a shocker for a guy that competes so well.
Yeah. But it's not easy, huh? The guys, the best guys can lose and can lose, and as we saw, Joan Duru, Adur. It's not an easy wave to control, and there's not many good waves, even on 25 minutes. And you can see like the best wave, the first place. So even on one wave with a 3 point as a backup, he still
A
first
really
place.
small score as a backup still. So
Yeah, and this round was really important for the qualification as well, because you get to the quarters, you have at least nearly a top 10 finish, and if you it's a keeper, so it should be a bummer for the guys that wants to qualify to lose in this round for
round.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So like this is a 3,000. After this one, there's Anglet, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And then Anglet, you go
There
to.
should be Morocco and then Caparica, but it's
all the year
next year.
2025. But sometimes the events they got cancelled and everything, so it's better to make sure in the beginning of the tour you like have good results.
Good
for
results,
sure.
Niki, Lacano, and here.
Yeah.
The 3 first stops, right?
Yeah.
Nice. So I don't know if you guys want to stay with me for another heat. I'm
Yeah, I'm
enjoying
staying.
your time here.
Yeah, we can stay.
Oh, thank you so much, G. Thanks, you guys, for the company. I had José Ferreira here for a while, and I got a bit bored. he had a couple of issues early on, and now it's good to have a bit of fresh air here on the booth. So thank you, guys. Now we have the round 4 of the ladies, and we have a good hit on our hands. Tessa Tyson, Ariane Ochoa, Leiciaga, and Mendes.
Yeah.
Who do you got on this one, Guy?
Who?
Just don't say names, just
colors.
Assumptions.
Don't say names?
Yeah, just assume like based on the conditions.
Okay.
Who do you think you might get like an semi advantage?
I've been seeing a lot of good surfing by Tessa.
Yeah.
She has been doing the challenges and she has been doing really good. So Tessa might be on the first 2 spots for sure.
Jan?
I agree, and she's a French.
Oof.
Ay.
Oof,
No, but
flying the flag.
She has a really good momentum on the challenger. She had really good hits and good scores.
And there she goes.
And she's on a program, and she really I think this year she's gonna really improve. So she surfed really good on the free surfs and everything. So
nice.
Let's see how it goes.
I think she didn't catch the wave.
No, but she doesn't.
Nice
miss
paddling
birdie.
though.
Yeah, nice paddling.
Amazing paddling.
You can see she has the work.
momentum
Yeah.
for the paddling as well.
Exactly.
That was a good paddle.
And for me, the second guest will be maybe Sarah Lesaga, because I've been seeing her on the free surf as well, and she is backside. And
Is she
yesterday,
French?
She's French also.
That's why he's saying that.
And this morning she surfed really well, and I think she's gonna do good as well. So I've got my 2 French mates, French girls.
Yep.
On the first and the second place.
And we have Tessa up riding here, going left. Nice carve there. We lost it, but
Yeah.
what a view still. Bit of a
Oh.
fall for Tessa there. So
Yeah.
it's not a score that is going to factor in at the end of this one, but nonetheless, trying to get the rhythm going as we see the replay of Tessa, just winding up off the bottom, quick snap there, and a bit of a fall there. So on the beach, for the beach interview, we've got, I think it's Zé or David with Keone Lassa, the last winner. Take it away. I don't know if they're going to take it away. Sorry, guys. We just need a 30-second silence on the booth
to make it awkward.
To make it a bit awkward here in between us, but nonetheless, Carolina Mendes got a score, so 367.
Yeah.
And
it's what was the high tide? It was free.
I'm not sure.
I'm not really sure. I think it was around that. What time is it right now?
No.
So it's 3:30 right now. So yeah, I think we are fully high tide right now.
Yeah, it was free. It was 3 p.m. the high tide.
3 p.m.
So it's starting to go low again.
Would you use like different boards on the high tide and low tide here in Pantin?
That's what I was gonna talk about. All the guys, they're like, low tide is a really heavy wave, and you want to be able to like go vertical and hit the lip really hard, and it's only about like maybe 1 turn or 2 turns, so there's no link in between and transitions. And the high tide is way different wave, and you have this interview.
As we have Zé Ferreira on the beach with Keone Lassa now. Zé, take it away, please.
So, Keone, congratulations. Hard heat. How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a hard heat. I had a couple big names in my heat, a couple challenger surfers. So, yeah, Charles, the amazing surfer, Adur also. I train with him every day, so yeah, it's fun to have heats with him. Yeah, the conditions are actually really hard. It's hard to choose the right wave, but I mean, I got the first wave, so that calmed me down, and yeah, happy to make it.
Nice, yeah, that gives you confidence. And the waves seem to be like always changing. How are you managing that?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's full high tide, but the other days when it was high tide, it was on the inside, and now it's on the outside. So yeah, I think it changes a lot here, but you have to adapt. Every time you just get on the right waves, and yeah, surfing good, and yeah, keep making rounds.
Cool, yeah, you did a really good job. Good luck for the next rounds. You want to send a message?
Ja, eskerrik asko etxean todesten guztiai, familiai da lagunai. Oso pozik ineten lanakin da urrengoan bila. Eskerrik asko.
Terra delle fe, terra de soñar, terra que te pide tempo da contar. Déjate levar, polo natural, algo que te pide volverte a topar.
We have been protecting what we love for more than 15 years through environmental awareness and activism. We are not perfect, but we want to leave a positive impact. Welcome to the regeneration. You are the regeneration. We are the regeneration.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules, but whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque os nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de P-Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
back to the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. We went for a quick break, and during the break we had a couple of waves. Sarah Leiciaga was one of them, got this wave during the break. Take it away, Jan, your fellow countryman.
Wave, and she managed to get a re-entry. It was pretty good, but she couldn't get on the inside, unfortunately. But it's still 3.4. And as we've seen on the last heat, it could be a keeper at the end of the heat. So if oh, Tessa's going on this wave, oh, didn't get on the inside. She only had a short ride. It's not going to be a scoring ride.
Yeah, Tessa started off this heat with a 1.4, now 0.43. When you're in a heat like this, with 40 minutes to go, and you see there's no waves coming out the back, and there's 4 surfers out the back, you know you're gonna get at least 1 or 2 opportunities, but you know one of them might be not the right one. What do you do? Do you change, like, do you have a plan B? Do you choose to go to the inside, another part of the beach?
Yeah, I think here it's an easy call to go to the inside if you have 4th priority. But if you have like 1st and 2nd, of course you're gonna stay on the outside. With 3rd, you might not get the set that's coming, but you getting the next set. It's still 14 minutes to go, so I think at least 2 more sets will come.
Yeah, we can see now that Tessa is aiming for the inside,
Exactly.
and the other ones are replacing themselves.
You've put a wire on her ear.
ear.
Yeah.
No.
She's hearing you. She said, now you need to go to the inside.
She
Tessa
went
Tyson going
straight.
to the inside.
It depends on the score. You need to as well, because
Yeah.
I guess on the inside you can do a good score.
But on the inside you don't get priority. So I think if Leiciaga goes to the inside, she'll get her priority.
Let's see. No, maybe the next one.
Looks like a nice double up, the next one, right? It is. Looks a cool double up.
No,
she's not going to
too
make
far
it.
out.
There's quite a big distance in between the outside and the
Lot
inside.
of distance.
It's like
In my heat, I was like, kind of even like, I felt like paddling back was like 3 or 4 minutes, but it wasn't. But it's really, really
Far away.
and you can't see when you're on the inside. You can't see the waves outside. It's too far, you know. So you can't really tell if the waves are good outside or not. So being on the inside it's a tough decision to make, and it wasn't the right one for me.
You
But,
actually got a really good one.
Yeah,
You had a
that's-
couple of big turns, so
that's why I stayed in.
Because you heard
on the inside.
5 points.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get another one like this, and maybe with 2 5 points, maybe
you can make it easy.
you can make it. But it wasn't the right decision yet. But yeah, you can see Tessa with 4th priority. She wants to be on the inside and make sure she gets a score, because she only has a 1.4 and a 0.43. So it's a good call. If she gets like a 3 or something, we can see her surfing now. Let's finish this wave, Tessa. Boom. If that's a 3 or 4, maybe she can be in the race, and she's gonna go back to the outside maybe, and make sure she puts herself in the
In
good
position
opportunity,
to
good position,
catch a
like
good one.
to catch the good one. Yeah.
Because you have Carolina Mendes with the 367, so started off for the heat. This has been really well, actually. So, as you
Yeah.
said at the start of this heat, a 367, quite a keeper
Yeah.
on these conditions. So, Carolina Mendes, I think we didn't saw that wave actually.
We didn't.
We didn't, right?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't saw her catch a wave. So, 367, nice start for Carolina. Tessa in 2nd, and this heat is really, really close. I feel like these heats on the high tide are going to be really, really tough in terms of management of the heat. So anything can happen on the high tide. Best surfer can lose. Not worst surfer, but less favorite, I would say.
Yeah.
On paper.
On paper.
Right
Gets
place, right
through.
time.
gets through. So, um, are you guys excited for the WSL finals coming up soon?
Yeah.
Who you got? Who you got for the finals, Guy? Hit and
Right.
wing.
Probably, yeah, but he has a lot of eats to do because he's gonna be the first one in to compete. He's the fourth against Italo, and he has like 3 eats to do until he goes to against John. So he might be tired.
So he's gonna do 2, at least 3 with Italo, right?
First is Italo with
He's
Ethan.
gonna. So it does 1.
Then with Jack.
Jack, and then in third place is no.
And
Jack is in third.
In third.
Italo. Jack, exactly. Then Griffin and John. Yeah.
It was a good wave from Sarah. She's gonna improve her backup. She gets a 2.87. I think it's good to stay busy and make sure you have 2 scores at least to get through the heat. Yeah, but around the WSL finals, it's gonna be fun to see John like in the first place.
Yeah.
Because has he ever surfed in the finals at Trestles? Not yet, huh?
No, never.
Never.
So he doesn't have any experience from it, and the other guys have.
Yeah.
Especially Griffin being at home and having already the last year matchup. It's gonna be a really interesting contest to see. But I'm aiming for Ethan Ewing. I think what he did last year was, for my personal point of view, the best surf you can do
on the rail.
Ever on the rail, perfect, critical, and I really hope he does well and manage to go the furthest possible and maybe get the title. Could be sick to watch those matchups, and I'm excited for it for sure.
And how impressive was Philippe actually matching that rail game from Ethan?
Yeah.
The way he actually could go around it with turns like I don't know from where, under the lip laybacks with airs and.
Yeah, I feel like that's why coming in first is such a great advantage because Ethan did like 3 hits before him, and he was kind of tired already. And then Philippe came up fresh and
out of the gates, out of the box. So 7 minutes to go, a really slow heat. As you said, Ian, Sara Lesiaga got the backup on this one, the 297. So this was while we were talking about the finals. Was not this one, was the wave before, but yeah, she's in the lead. So top 2, you were right, but
not the best scores, but a good wave from Ariane.
Not
Let's
the best
see,
scores,
we don't have the beginning, but if she has a good turn in the beginning, there could be a potential score.
So
no, it's just 1 turn.
It was just a bit of a foam claim hit off the top. It was
It's
like
good.
a mushy section also. So
it's hard for the judges as well because they come from the guys, then they have the high tide. It's another round. It's the we don't say the quarters, but it's pretty much the quarters.
Round of 16, yeah.
Round of 16, and so you want to be able to like have some room for big scores and big turns and everything.
Oh.
That's a good wave from Sarah.
That might be the best wave of the heat so far.
she uses well the arms, like to really maintain her
good technique.
Yeah.
Carolina.
Oh, this looks like a fun one.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
She's on a bigger board, looks like.
Wow.
She's on a Pantin board.
Pantin board.
She was only needing at 0.7, so.
Do you think she's gonna get it?
Yeah, I think.
Of course, she's gonna get it. Nice wave there for Carolina. Best wave of the heat?
For sure.
Yeah, 2 clean wraps. The last big hit off the top, so probably she's gonna jump into the lead with this one. She's got the second highest score of the heat so far. So Carolina, with 5 minutes to go, she's gonna be in the lead, and not yet. we need to see the score.
Yeah, because Sarah did a good wave too.
Sarah had a good wave as well, so just waiting for scores.
There's a wave of Tessa as well, I think, no? She...
Yeah, there's a wave. This wave.
This one.
Nice snap, winds up again, bang. Better from Tessa and a third, so...
Wow.
Comparing this wave to Carolina's wave, let's go through that after. Let's rewatch Sarah's wave, winds up off the bottom, nice under the lip snap, and a turn to finish it off. A bit stuck on that last one.
Yeah, but a bigger wave for Carolina and Sarah than Tessa's wave.
True.
And Carolina went from the back to the inside. Oh no, that's another wave. That's the 0.67.
I think it's this one.
So on the inside, but it's still a bigger wave.
Nice double up. Gets the rep. Nice, stylish surfer, Carolina. I
Nice
like.
style.
Yeah, I like how she does like the rep at the end, and she pushes a bit, and she puts the knee down a bit. Looks nice.
style.
Yeah. So, how do you think it's gonna play out? The scores, Jan?
Best wave will be Carolina. Then I'm having Tessa because it was more critical. And then Sarah, but Sarah's and Tessa's are pretty much, I think, the same. But Carolina is gonna have the best of the exchange. I think. I'm not a judge, but I try.
I try my best too.
I try my best. But yeah, it's a good time for Carolina Mendes to put pressure on the other ones with a proper score. And here goes Ariane Ochoa.
Ariane is really dangerous on her backside. We've seen her do some really massive scores on her backside last year in the Challenger in Ribadilhas. We saw her performing really well. So Ariane, there with a bit of a hard wave to surf. Was the wave was running away from her, and on your backside it's hard when the wave is always running away from you.
For sure.
Let's see the replay. Bang, bit of a snap carve, and here you can see the urgency of trying to get around the section, but she was always a bit late into the next one, and was just really hard. Nonetheless, she finished it off, so I think it's going to be her best wave so far. This is Carolina's again, upper riding. Nice under the lip snap.
Just after Ariane.
Another snap. Let's see what she can do. Hits off the top and a foam claim. So.
Oh, fails.
And she fell. So a lot of scores.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for the
to come
judges.
through to process everything.
Yeah.
I think that one from Tessa was a 3.2.
Yeah, the last one of Tessa 3.2. So. That right, we saw with 3 hits off the top of 3.2, sorry.
And she goes left.
She goes back again on the left. One turn and one re-entry.
A bit more precise, you think?
Yeah, a bit more speed. The crowd liked it.
Everyone liked it. I can hear the whistles on the beach, so.
With 1 minute 50.
Impressive how crowded is Pantin in terms of support for the surfers here.
Yeah, it's one of the best setup we have on the tour, on the European tour. They have everything. They have the food court. They have the good contest area. There's people watching.
There's bands going around playing music.
It's a really nice organized event, and there's always waves. It's crazy how they always have waves in every event. There's always fun waves, and beautiful scenery. It looks like Bretagne, so it's beautiful.
Like
no,
Bretagne.
but it's true. It really looks like home. It's pretty much the same landscape.
Scenarios and mountains and everything.
Yeah, adventures, outdoors.
Nice. And we have 50 seconds to go.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to say goodbye to you guys in a moment. I hope you guys enjoyed.
We enjoyed a lot. Thank you so much.
Hit, 2 hits actually with me, and anytime you guys want to join, just come in and.
Okay.
It's like your own
Thank
home.
you.
You know, when it's your house, you go grab a beer to the.
Then you come back.
As you see the replay of Tessa, a bit of a snap there, and this last turn a bit more speedy, and the crowd loved it. So let's see how this hit pans out. She was needing a 3-4-7 to overcome Sara Leiciaga. 4-0-7 for Carolina Mendes.
Still another
so
one to come.
she goes to first. And second place now, Leiciaga. And third,
She
Tessa.
goes again, Carolina. 103. Tough time for the judges to remember all the waves and put the scores down. There's a lot of waves been ridden. Tessa's wave's not in yet, the left. There's one wave for Sara Leiciaga that came as a 3.27. So it's still super close, super tight, low scores.
One thing is for sure, one of your predictions is going to make through. So either Sara or Tessa, they're going to make it. So this was the last one of Carolina. Nice carve. This was the 4-0-7 and bang.
Where is Carolina Mendes from in Portugal?
Cascais.
Cascais?
From Cascais. Yeah.
So she surfs Ribeira as well.
Yeah, I think she surfs a lot in Ericeira, right?
I
She
think
has
so
a good
too.
style.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, because she has the good carve, like the Portuguese.
She likes those long right-handers.
Yeah.
And as we see, good-looking board there under her arm. I don't know what.
Silver.
Silver.
The ones from Italy.
Oh, maybe. Probably.
It looks like.
They look good though. And congrats, Carolina. What a heat. Thank you, guys. I'm going to
you.
leave you guys go back to your daily life, like a normal life. And hope you guys enjoy your days in Pantin. Hopefully I see you guys back again next year. I know you both lost, but you didn't lost the whole thing. So
yeah.
just stay around and enjoy your time, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And have a good one. I'm going to say goodbye as well here on the booth because I've got David Prescott and Zé Ferreira coming in. They had quite a long break for today's action, so I'm going to welcome them back because they're a bit sleepy. Let's go.
And still waiting waves for red and blue.
Mientras tanto, la siguiente manga espera allí en el pico. Veis allí a las 4 surfistas que van a entrar inmediatamente.
Okay, previews of green 3.47.
Look a little bit funny for those of you listening back home. Now me, David Prescott, joined again with Zé Ferreira. We're already, well actually we're still waiting for scores on the previous heat. So these girls that you're seeing on the screen, they're still on standby because we're still missing scores. Might have a computer issue. It's looking like it's a bit frozen. So yeah, we're still, as you can see on the graphics on your top left side of your screen, still graphics from the previous one. So the girls out there, I can tell you it's wearing the red, Sol Borelli, Noah Clapp wearing blue, white is Francisca Vazelco, and green Ina Maria Conradi, but I believe they're still on standby for the start of that heat.
I think it's possible that they're still waiting for scores on this heat.
I think so. And even looking at Carolina's and all the girls and the way they're sitting.
Everyone's waiting. So
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we're waiting. Anyway, good time to say that I was just sitting on the grass there, and it's such a natural amphitheater.
So cool. Huh?
It's just like perfect to do a surf contest. That's why this exists since '88.
Yeah, 37 editions.
Wow.
And did you realize how different it looks on the camera and it looks when you're there looking at it live? First of all, it's way bigger. The set's on the outside. It's like it's actually an incoming swell.
Yeah.
Looks also there's a lot of current.
Yeah.
So it's looking pretty physical. That's my point. It's looking pretty physical. Like scores for Tessa's last one, 3.23. So Tessa finishes in third place and just one score missing for Ariano Shoa.
Yeah. Anyway, it feels like not on this heat, but on the previous heat, from the 7 last minutes, everyone was surfing the inside.
Yeah, I saw that. They were starting on the outside. I think it's not as consistent as it was before on the outside, and
Yeah.
all the girls can not really to
It's
the inside.
mushy.
Yeah, there was like midway, pretty much the girls there, which means like if you're sitting there, and I think you're gonna agree with me. If you're sitting where they were sitting, it gets like really, really physical. There's no time to rest. There's white waters coming your way the whole time. The current is pushing hard too, so you have to be paddling, reposition yourself the whole time, deck diving.
I think Tessa is maybe discussing, not sure if with her coach. I think her coach.
Yeah, she was not happy.
No.
And we're about to start Heat 2, round 4, reminding you that we have this round of the ladies competition to run with 2 more hits after this one, and then we go back to the boys, same for the round of 16 with 4 more hits, and then we're going to call it a day.
Long day.
Wow. that's subjective.
Exactly.
You know, when I was talking about those Zero Juniors, we had like 12-hour days at Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
So it's kind of feeling like easy for me, but it was a pretty early start, and we're gonna stay here almost from sun to sun. So it's gonna be a long day. You're
Yeah,
right.
it's 24 hits.
24 hits. Yeah.
Yep. There we go. Kika
That's
Veselko.
2022 World Junior Champ for the WSL.
Looks like this wave is going to open up. Beautiful whipping carve straight into a snap. And now let's see how she finishes off. And finishes off very well. You can hear the applauses and the whistles at the beach. That's a good sign whenever you're at a surf contest. When you hear that, it's probably because someone did a good wave. And let's see what happened.
No clap. Hit on the leap there. And as you can see, the board just pointing to the beach. She's now trying to fade and get in one more section. Well, kind of a nice carve there, but nothing really spectacular. This one with a lot of white water to work with. Not a lot of open face to work with. Kind of 2 turns for Noah. And now Sol Borelli.
Oof, no, can't right out. But that one from Noah Clapp didn't properly, didn't impress, but it's very hard to do those foam climbs as she was doing because it's really tricky. So she did very well, and then Kika didn't have a big outside section, but then in the inside she compensated, starting with this beautiful carve with no lumps between one and other, and then finishes off in this short break, fairly done. Very nice first wave. She'll get the best out of that exchange of waves.
So I feel like Francisca Veselko is feeling really comfortable under these conditions. This is the kind of conditions she likes, especially those closeout sections.
Yeah.
It's one of those surfers that it's really strong on single turns. You know, I had an expression session last year in Portugal, in Santa Cruz, doing the QS, and there was a few waves from Francisca that I wasn't sure if it was a guy surfing or a girl, you know, for real. And I'm talking about single turns on the closeouts. She has a lot of go for it.
Very explosive.
Very explosive, yeah. I think
and powerful. I think that's, you know, like at the time we knew because she's Portuguese and we follow her, but when she was world champion, I think a lot of people were impressed by how powerful she is, especially on her backside.
Yes.
You know, in bigger waves, big size.
Yeah, she can throw a pretty powerful beach break too. Very used to surf Carcavelos growing up.
Guincho.
And
Yeah, but
Guincho.
she's actually, her mom at least lives in Carcavelos.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're from Cascais, it's Carcavelos in winter and Guincho in summer.
I
so.
saw kind of Francisco growing up in Carcavelos, free surfing there. Jaime is surfing really good too. Her brother, Jaime Veselko.
Yeah.
So it's definitely another surfing family.
Yeah, exactly. And both their parents surf, so that's like someone told me, and we were talking about generations a while ago, me and you. Let's just watch this replay here. no clap. Let's see if this wave mounted to anything, but it doesn't look like it. And then Sol Borelli, bit of a closeout there. Yeah, and she quits that one. But we were talking about oh.
Maria.
Okay, yeah, yep.
Just a quick floater there.
Yeah, it's really tricky, those sections. But talking about generations, like there's two ways of looking at it. Like you can say like, okay, there's a generation that is from the 90s and then there's another generation that's from the 2000s, 10 years apart. You can call that a generation. Or you can say that a generation is when surfers have kids and their kids become surfers, like Joe and Jaime, for instance, and that's like 30 years apart. But we're going to an interview now. She could take it away.
So guys, I have with me on the beach the last heat winner, Carolina Mendes. Carolina, there's a big distance in between the inside section and the outside section. How difficult was for you to see the other girls going to the inside and staying focused on your game plan to stay on the outside?
Yeah, for sure. At the beginning of the heat, my strategy was trying to catch a good one, like in the outside. But and then in the middle of the heat, all the girls was going to inside. I mean, I was trying to wait for the sets, but at the same time, I was like thinking about them in the inside. So I think I did good. I just kept one in the outside, and then I was moving to the inside. Was not like my best heat, but I was able to make the heat, and for sure I'm happy about it.
One of the things that I noticed is that your board was gliding through the sections, and the board looks really good. Talk me through about it.
Yeah, I just changed my board. I'm working now with Silver Surf. He's a shaper from Brazil, so he's really good to doing these kind of boards, like trying to connect to the inside, and it's the way I like to surf. I was in my first heat, I was like so close to make the heat, and I was so happy because I made it, because I was trying to surf the high tide, to try to surf the right. So I'm happy that I was going through, and then I made my heat now. So yeah, let's go. Let's keep going.
I'm glad for you. Hopefully you surf more high tides. That board is looking magic. So back to you boys, and good luck for the next round, Carolina.
Thank you.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque os nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estella Galicia se escribe con B de P-Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
And we're back straight into Noah Clapp's third wave with a nice hit off the top there. and she's now looking to connect with the inside. Let's see if this wave allows her. It's looking well so far, but this is a tricky part of the wave because a little mistake can cost you the whole inside, but she finishes off strong.
Pretty hard to read, huh? There as well. You could see that, like Noah was up and riding, was checking, like looking over her shoulder to the left. Should I go on the inside to the left, maybe to the right? And,
exactly. I would say that the tendency is the rights are better, even on the inside.
Yes.
But you know, every wave is a wave, so you have to be. You just have to adapt.
That's Francisca. This is going to be kind of a throwaway for her. Only 1.5 on this one of Francisca. So finding nothing on the inside. This is a good example we were talking about. And when you go for the inside, you could actually find a good one, or it could be just a 1.5, just like we saw from Francisca Vezelko. Now taking off on the inside, Sol Borelli, kind of a whitewater takeoff. So it's a way smaller wave for Sol on this one. 15 minutes still remaining, but definitely a very good start for Francisca Vezelko. Meanwhile, let's still go with the Noah Clapp. One more replay here.
Wow, that was a speed turn. I think we didn't see that wave, did we?
No. It was the first time I had a look at it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was the 190 probably. And this was her last. Yeah, this one we saw. She goes left now, and she's like, what should I do? What should I do?
Exactly.
Then she decides. Actually, she's trying to go left first, then again, but she ends up going right. And nice snap there, and very strong finish. So might be her best wave so far.
Yeah, very tough read. She kind of have like one attempt to go for the right-hander. Got like a small turn into the white water and then realized, oh, not yet. I still have to fade a little bit more and hold on, because this wave is going to probably reform on the inside. But hard to read. Well done by Noah, as we see live Ina Maria Conradi. First snap there by Ina Maria. Now time to hit on the brakes. Now she's going to wait for the wave to reform. There you go, that little bit of downtime. It's starting to reform again, starting to fade. She wants to stay as close to the pocket as she can. She's actually going to manage a turn there, so like a huge round the house, kind of. And now changing directions once again.
Oh, her foot slipped.
Yes.
Actually, her foot was out of the board, but I tell you what, I like her surfing. Very composed surfing. Let's watch it again. There's a certain calmness to her surf, right? A certain stillness, but a lot of water. Yeah, this roundhouse was really long, and you know, nice lines that she's drawing. I feel like she hit the board like a bit too much, see? And yeah, did the job.
Yeah, you're right. And I was appreciating what you were saying at the start, you know, just like only using the body movements that she needs, you know, not a lot of movement on the arms that it's extra that you really don't need, you know, and that translates usually into style, into fluidity.
So true.
But then when it comes
nice point.
Then when it comes to the inside, it was kind of the opposite. I think she was still trying to build some speed, just like pumping the board there. What she could actually do it already on the rail, you know. She already have enough speed. So especially when she was going for the left and then got that hit, like you said, she could have stayed with the board closer to the water and working on the rail. Now straight into a turn goes Sol Borelli. Well done. Now again, that little bit of a downtime, looking over her shoulder. Let's see if it's going to be a right-hander. And it's going to start reforming pretty much right now. Fading a little bit, going for the bottom turn. Nice snap there by Sol, going into another turn. So this is becoming a very interesting heat for this second half of the heat, because Noah Clapp on that previous one, or that last one, got a 5.83. The one we were talking about with a pretty nice read by Noah. Now let's review this one of Sol. So she did really good on this opportunity that the wave presented to her on the outside, straight into a turn, a little bit of a downtime. But once the wave reforms, she got couple of turns, two turns, solid ones too. There goes the first one, bottom turning and first snap. Just putting some power on that back foot and connecting for a quick re-entry there to finish. So a good turn on the outside, a couple of interesting turns on the inside as well. So that's going to be definitely Sol's best wave. and she was still missing a high score, and now she has it. Well, still going to wait for scores. And meanwhile, we lost that one of Francisca Vazelko on a single turn. Big turn by Francisca on the outside, the way she loves it. And now she saw something on this inside, definitely. Building some speed here, carving. Nice cut back there, and right on spot for that re-entry. And I think it's going to reform once again. Yeah, confirmed, it's reforming once again.
Wow.
And more for Francisca Vazelko. You can tell by her claim that she really liked it. And the first turn on the outside was a really good one too. So Francisca will add definitely an interesting score to that 6-8-3. And now we're missing scores on all the 4 competitors. Ina Maria's maybe of that last exchange, the surfer with, well, it's going to be probably the lowest score of that last exchange. Although for Noah, the last couple of waves will be throwaways as well. But definitely, Sol's wave's the keeper, and Francisca's wave's the keeper too. I believe these will be scores for throwaways. Yeah, there you go. Incomplete on the turn there by the surfer from Germany. But with 10 minutes remaining, Francisca is going to have a very solid first place now, once we have scores for that last of white. And I'm eager to see and curious to see the scores for Sol's last one. Ina Maria is going to get around the mid-3. That's what's coming in. We have already, out of the 5 judges, 4 already scored that wave. But no indication from the judges whatsoever regarding Red, Sol, and regarding Francisca Zé, meaning that the judges are reviewing, are comparing, and those will be interesting scores for sure coming in for Francisca. Francisca most probably, or definitely, will take the lead, and there's a good chance Sol will take second place.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of waves ridden in this heat so far. But Francisca's, because she started off really well, the judges are taking a, you know, fairly good thing about that. No score yet on the score line.
Score is in for Ina Maria, 3.57, a mid-3. That leaves Ina Maria in third place. Well, Sol drops to 4, but we're still missing scores on that last one of Red. Priority now with Ina Maria, second with Noah. And again, judge is still reviewing. You know, it's, if you time these waves, they run for like a good 20 seconds, maybe even a little bit more. So the judges are checking replays on waves that take a little bit of time just to be ridden. So a couple of replays will take at least for the judges a minute and a half, 2 minutes at least, to deliberate, to compare. And scores are starting to come in for Francisca Vazelko, and it's definitely the best wave of the heat. 7.23 on Francisca. Now just missing scores on Sol Borelli.
So this one is probably in the bag for Kika.
Yeah.
You can never count it off, obviously, but with a score of 14, I think it would,
at
at
be
least the
a shocker
probabilities would say that it would be impossible for her to lose.
We'll be shocked if she didn't make it to the next round.
Yeah.
Now, Sol Borelli, with Francisca taking the lead, now she's fighting for second place with Noah Clapp, so requirement for Sol went up just with Francisca taking first place. It's now a 6-8-3. Let's see if that's enough for Sol to take second place away from Noah. One thing I'm sure of, if not second place, Sol will get way closer now to second place. And 7.5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time. And yeah, I've been announcing yesterday to the beach how hard it is, this sport. And it really, the images that we see from the drone regarding conditions, I've been saying this over and over again, but really doesn't translate what's really happening with conditions. It's way messier out there, it's way more challenging that you see here on the screen. Judge is still checking replays on Sol Borelli. This is a really nice setup by Estrela Galicia for all the crowd. That's the stands just in front of the Estrela Galicia kind of lounge. They have a huge space there. One of our traditional sponsor. And this says a lot about this event. We've been having the same main sponsors for almost 10 years now. That says a lot, not only about the consistency of the surf out there in the water, but also about the consistency of this organization and the whole setup.
But like the event itself, you know, first of all, we're talking about Estrela Galicia.
Yeah.
Right? What better place to do an event than in Galicia, in the one of the most iconic surf places? And then, like for me, this is just like as an event, and I organize another event, for instance, this is just like a winning recipe. Like a good contest with the best European surfers in a beautiful place with music, beer, and like people.
And you know
and
what?
skates.
Yeah.
And like live music. It's you know, I know it looks easy, but like it's a recipe that works, right? And obviously, just to top it off.
No, go for it, say.
It's this easy because it exists since '88, so people know about it. It's different, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to invest a few years until people like know that, you know, yeah, there's this every year. Oh, is the contest on?
It's a tradition already.
It's a tradition.
There's a few things that make a difference. I think most of all, the people. That people that live around us here in Galicia, they love surfing. They're really into surfing, and they're very knowledge of surfing. And it's not like they have in Portugal right now.
It's cultural.
It's cultural, and we're spoiled too. Now we have like a World Tour event, then we have Nazaré, the Big Wave Challenge. Then coming up, like in a few weeks, we're gonna have the Challenger Series.
We have QSs.
We have QSs. We just have the Euro Surf, Euro Junior at Santa Cruz. So plenty of surfing too. Here, this is the only opportunity of the year when I have to see the best surfers in the world. And it's a tradition for the families to come down to the beach.
It's the only thing happening in Spain from WSL?
No, I mean like in Galicia it is, and I'm thinking about
no, it is. It is.
In Spain.
I'm thinking in
Spain.
Spain.
It is. We lost a few events in the Basque
that.
Country that you were traditional ones.
Yeah,
we
the Pro Juniors in Soplana, in San Sebastián.
In Soplana, San Sebastián, the main event at Zaraus. We lost that a while ago
QS,
already. The QS at Zaraus.
Mundaka, the CT as well.
Exactly.
That's a shame.
So there's kind of people from here, people from all over Galicia, even from Cantabria, coming here to watch the event. So it's a.
I even had contests in Santander, for instance.
Yeah. In Cantabria.
Cantabria, yeah.
For sure.
In Ferrol as well. I had a Euro Junior
well,
there.
Ferrol, we still we had a longboard event not that long ago for the WSL as well, just a couple of months ago, and we're going to go to Raso for the Pro Junior.
Oh, that's true.
Which
that's
is just around the corner here with Great Waves too. Let's just check this one off. Francisca Vazelko after that 7.23. Francisca is having fun there.
Yeah, and she should relax. She
scores for Sol Borelli, Sorizé 5.5. So that puts Sol in third place. She was looking for a mid-6 in fourth. Now she's third, looking for a 3.84. So getting really close to Noah Clapp. But Noah has priority. There are 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Another very important thing is the structure that they set up for this event. Doesn't matter if it is a 1,000, literally, if it's a 1,000 or a Challenger Series or a Prime.
The structure is always here.
It's always here. It's always the same. And the only rivals with World Tour events are Challenger Series, you know. It's a huge structure, very well put it for the competitors,
but
for the public.
This structure, I would risk to say that it's better than I don't know, maybe 80% of the contest, because you know this is a huge structure, you know. With it's a proper little city. It's a surf village, literally.
Yeah, and that helps a lot with the people coming by too. But we have to take our hat off because there's a lot of investment that comes because they do it such a good job that they've been having the same sponsors year after year after year. The local government, the regional government believes a lot on the organizers too. So that's why we're seeing and then they keep on adding. Like this year we have a big screen at the beach, so that's a lot of fun. You stay on the hill. One thing is to look to your small screen, but it's way more into the family. You have like a big screen and everybody looking at the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
So you're watching it live and then you look at the screen and you can see the replay, so it makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you know, not for competitors, but for just common people or surf enthusiasts, there's easy beer to pick up if you want.
Oh, yeah.
So sunset, you grab a beer, you're watching surf on a natural amphitheater, and you know, when good things happen, one needs to compliment them, you know, recognize them, because it's surfing has been going through so much change that it's good when an event when you feel the roots of the event and the essence hasn't been lost, you know. So
and it's a special place, you know. We had special moments. I remember one year we had dolphins in the final, you know. It was so much fun. It was with Silvana Lima, I believe, at the time, you know, during the girls' final. It was so cool.
When this was a 6-star.
Yeah,
because this has been everything.
It's been everything. It was actually a prime too. before the Challenger. So that's actually what we used to call the 10,000. That became the Primes. That became the Challenger. But we're talking about the same thing, just the name.
The name is different.
The
yeah.
name is
But
different.
it's always the top 100.
Yeah,
basically.
So we had the Dolphins coming by. You know, we had some really amazing stories here at Pantin with very not well-known surfers. If you remember, Billy Sterman.
Yeah,
Here.
I made the final with him.
Oh yeah, you were at that final.
Yeah.
That he won the event.
No, so he made the final twice.
He won 1 year. He got here like ranked 200 and something. Nobody knew who he was, and he won the event.
He won.
He went to like top from 200 and something into almost top 50.
No,
with
the
with
year
that
I made a
result.
final, the guy who won was Stephen Pearson, Tahitian guy.
Yes, great guy too. Really nice family back home at Tahiti right now. And we had some other stories. I remember Amuro Suzuki.
Amuro Suzuki.
Also got in here and getting some winning here.
But
Also,
that was later, like.
that was before. That was after Billy Stanman.
Way after.
Way after Billy Stanman.
Amuro must be. Like,
That was like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Amuro, and
exactly.
Billy was like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or even more than that, you know.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
we were
yeah.
dying 5 seconds. Unfortunately for Sol Borelli, she got closer, needing a 384, but she didn't find any other opportunities out there. So Noah Clapp will advance. Well, we're still missing one score on Ina Maria, but it's coming in. It's going to be a throwaway. So Francisca, we could tell from her first wave, she got 6.83. It took her like 5 minutes to get that 7.23. So good win by Francisca Vazelko, 2022 Junior World Champ. And we're about to start hit number 3, which is looking like a very interesting hit. Check that out. Gabriela Diniz, Paulina Ado, Tia Zabrowski, and Teresa Bonvalo coming up next as we still checking replays of Francisca Vazelko.
Yep, that was a very nice heat for her. Very confident, and it's good to have a heat like that before going into the woman-on-woman round.
Yeah, the ladies, these ladies are off for today. This is the last round for the ladies, so Francisco will have time to relax now. Same for Noah. We're going to finish this round of 16. So it's actually 4 hits like the quarterfinals. For those of you watching back home, but not to get confused, we call this the round of 16. Still 4 hits, just like the quarters, but 4 surfers in each hit. After this round, we're going to go on 2 competitors on each hit all the way until the end. We still have one more round of 16, but that's for the boys. That's going to close out the day. And what a hit we have on our hands this next one, Anza.
Definitely. Again, like I've seen so many hits that could have been finals in these early rounds. That it's crazy. It's crazy how the level is. So yeah, Gabriela Diniz, she surfed really well on her previous heat. Paulina Do,
former World Tour surfer.
Exactly, and one of the most intelligent, smart, and calculated competitive female surfers in Europe ever. I would say, her competitive skills. I'm talking not in this regard. I'm not talking surfing, but competitive skills. I think she's the best ever. There she goes. Nice first slash. Now she will look for that inside section. Then we have Tia Zabrowski, which is one of Europe's main, hopes. Finishes off well. And then we have Teresa Bonvalo, also one of Europe's best.
Zé, I'm going to leave you with Chico. I'm going to go and interview Francisca Vazelko.
Go for it.
I'm going to see this one live from the beach too, because I love battles between Pauline and Teresa Bonvalo. And just adding Tia and Gabriela to the equation sounds like a cracker of a hit.
This is an explosive heat. And Paulina Do starts not very explosive, but with her style. And this works. This is effective. So finishes off with a little inside carve and then a little re-entry there to take this one home. And it's always good to start your first wave without falling, completing your wave. Gabriela Diniz and in and out. And Chico, welcome back.
Thank you, Zé.
We have quite the heat on our hands. This round of 16 has been pretty exciting, and we still have 4 more heats after that.
So yeah, we have the last heat of women, right? And then 4 more heats of
men.
Stacked heats on our way. Tide is gonna start to drop, so I think we're gonna see more opportunities connecting all the way in. So I think it's gonna be just the perfect tide for the last heats of the day. So can't wait for it.
Yeah, with David, let's go for an interview.
It looked to me like you're having actually really fun out there, and these conditions really suit your kind of surfing. Am I right?
Yeah, it's really fun out there. I was kind of, before the heat, I saw the girls from the heat before were starting to surf on the inside and started thinking if I should go outside or inside. But I knew that if you got a wave outside, got a big turn and connected to the inside, that would be the best plan. So I just stick with my gut and did that, so I'm really happy.
We're watching pretty much from the drone angle, from the camera here at the beach, and especially from the drone, looks really clean. But it does look like super physical out there right now, and a lot of current too involved. How do you feel our conditions right now?
Yeah, not as much current as this morning as the tide got higher, but it's really, there's a lot of physical throughout the hop. Looks like Huntington Beach, but a bit further, it's like Huntington Hop. So yeah, that's a little bit tiring to have legs towards the end section, but that's why we train and we're ready for anything.
Oh, well done. You're not even win, but win with a high score, so that's going to motivate you for finals day for sure.
Yeah, it feels good. It's been a long, crazy year for me, especially on the Challenger Series, so it feels good to feel like myself again, put my surfing and just think one heat at a time and just be present in the moment.
Well, congratulations. I'm pretty sure Cacavelis is watching, pretty much all over Portugal, everyone is watching. You want to send some message in Portuguese for everybody back home?
Sim, passei mais uma, estão altas ondas aqui em Pantin, amanhã vai ser outro grande dia e estou motivada, estou-me a sentir bem, finalmente estou a conseguir fazer umas ondas boas e estou-me a sentir bem, conectada com a prancha também, e acho que amanhã vai ser alto dia, por isso continuem a apoiar, obrigada.
Francisca Vazel in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you, obrigada.
We have been protecting what we love for more than 15 years through environmental awareness and activism. We are not perfect, but we want to leave a positive impact. Welcome to the regeneration. You are the regeneration. We are the regeneration.
Terra delle fe, terra de sognare, terra che ci pide tempo da contare, giù deixate levar, polo natural, algo che ci pide volver a topar.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules. But whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque os nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de Picor. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
That's like cinema, not even commercials. That's very good. And this is live action. Actually, not live action. This is a replay of Teresa's last wave. Let's see if that inside, you can see there's a wave in front of her, which won't allow her to reach to that little inside. And then we had a paddle from Gabriela Diniz, not Gabriela Bryan. And might have been, you know, a pedal there, but very well done for Paulina Do. She climbed very well that that section there, and no potential. So now that the tide is pushing out, this will start happening. So the reforms won't happen as much, and another time for surfers to adapt. Adaptation, one of the most important skills in a surfer.
Yes, indeed. And with 14 minutes to go, this is one of those heats that you watch on paper and you think, well, they need to do 6s and 7s to make it. And for now, it has been quite slow, right, Zé?
Quite slow indeed. Tia Zabrowski had a very good wave, which we didn't have the opportunity to see yet. Maybe we'll have the replay on that. But yeah, talk about Tia. She's been tearing it apart and really affirming herself as one of the most relevant surfers in Europe at the moment. Who knows what will happen next year? But she's growing and growing faster. Surfing is crazy mature. And David was comparing her to Erin Brooks, and you know, I see the similarities, even in the way she talks, which is funny. And Paulina, though, just another smart wave, did what she had to do.
Yeah, Pauline just getting the job done, connecting the wave all the way through, catching this one a bit under priority. So finding a good one without first priority. The start of the wave was really slow, but the second part of it was quite good, and I think this is going to be his best wave so far, as we see just under the lip snap there. Again, carves, always staying really close to the white water, making sure she gets all the speed she can get, and another snap there. So I think she will improve on that 317 there.
Oh, that's a cute dog. I would love to lay down with that dog and just hug him and kiss him and have him kissing me back.
It has been a long day for everyone out there. Yeah, we start off the stream 7 hours ago, so I understand Zé wants to lay down and have a bit of a rest. That's normal. But that was beautiful scenes on the beach. That lovely dog was enjoying the action with Frother. And as we saw, Teresa Bonvaldo there trying to do the best she can out of that wave, but that wave was just that hard. So we score for Pauline yet to come in, so we are waiting on that for the final situation right now, with 10 minutes to go, 11 minutes to go. We have Taya Zabronsky, 617, 107. So in the lead with that 617, I feel like that's a big number for a day like today. It's going to help her cause in terms of later pressure situation in the heat. And yeah, she's got first priority also, so she's got she can choose the next wave that comes in, and that's a really good position to be in, right? Have a 617 priority under your name, without no one without a score even close to yours. How good is that, Zé?
Yeah, it's great because you feel like I wouldn't say on top of the world because she only has a 6 yet, but when you have 2 of those scores like Kiko on the last heat, it's like you can actually rest. You can actually feel like your work is done before doing it almost, like, because I would say that 90% of the heats you're struggling until it finishes. But when you're that far away from the rest of the heat, is just like, it's your problem now, not mine. I'm focusing on tomorrow and having fun. But those heats are rare. And even though Tia has a good score, it's not enough to keep her safe. She has 3 other surfers way more experienced than her. A former CT surfer, Teresa Bonvalot, not a CT surfer, but almost. She was the first one not to qualify 2 years ago, and she actually made like half a circuit anyway because of the injuries of someone. So very experienced.
I think it was Joanne Defay that was injured.
Yeah, but so look at this. Although different kind of experience, less experience, let's be real, her surfing is just amazing, and a lot of energy there, a lot of life and freshness. She will definitely be one of Europe's best ever if she keeps keep going. Look at this.
That turn itself was really, really good. I feel like that's a good backup for Tia. And this was the last of Pauline. Nice foam claim there. Tries to get around it. Always really composed with her style. Doesn't make many mistakes. Always has such a good read on the waves.
Doesn't make more or less than what she precisely needs.
Exactly. And that takes a lot of years competing to understand that.
That's experience. Like, that's like efficiency. Teresa Bonvalot.
Oh, this looks like a massive double up. Let's see what she can do. Bang. Quite good one, and another one. So this wave opened up really well for Teresa there at the end. So a really important number for her.
Yeah, let's follow this wave from the beginning again. So a bit of fat in the beginning, but she manages to go for the lip. A lot of water, a lot of spray there. And when she gets here, she's like, I've got a good turn on the outside. I can't, ruin that. And she doesn't, but still risks it. So that's definitely her best wave. Maybe even the best of the heat so far. What would you say?
Well, I think based on Tia's wave, we'll see. I feel like the wave was really good, and I feel like it's going to be the best one as well. First turn was really, really good out the back, stylish, really technical. So yeah, it might be Zé. And the finish was great too. So bigger section here near the shore. So
no, but it's not. It might be. Is it or is it not? Risk something.
As we see, 7 minutes to go now.
Risk it. Risk it. Risk it. Is it?
as we
Okay,
have a present from our fellow commentator, David Prescott, who just brought us a bit of a snack after lunch.
Ooh.
We've been here for a couple of hours now. We need some extra fuel, and he did just that. So thank you, David. Legend, always taking care of his younger brothers.
Big D.
Big D.
Big Dave.
Big D, Big Daddy. Big everything. Small guy, but big heart.
That's how we like them. And scores are coming in for Teresa Bonvalo.
Best wave of the heat, I told you.
Best wave of the heat. No, you didn't. You
I
didn't.
said.
You didn't.
I
You
said.
didn't. No, you didn't assume. You just, it's too ambivalent. Ambiguous. Yeah, you never commit. You never commit.
Ambivalent.
No, it's ambiguous. You never commit. You're scared, but it's okay. It's okay. Then again, we have this. It's not a peninsula, but it's a beautiful, beautiful place. Also to trek, and to do natural things like swimming. Diving. I'm sure the underwater.
Isn't swimming the same as diving?
No, I mean diving underwater and like almost snorkel. But snorkel is on top of the water. Diving is actually going underwater.
Okay, got it.
But yeah, so you can use that from now on. Keep that as an experience for future situations. We have Gabriela Diniz. She's been slow in this heat.
As we see the replay of red, Gabriela started off strong, a bit late into that turn, so wasn't really a massive one, but then she tries to milk it all the way in, and the wave just completely disappears on her. So Gabriela there. So Gabriela there just with a bit of in and out, and Paulina Do. Beautiful wave here for Pauline. Nice carve out the back. Looks like this is one of those ones that is gonna hollow up on the inside really well, because I don't know, I just feel like it has the shape to it. So yeah, nice snap there. Let's see what she can do. Another kind of like a snap, and well, looks really hard right now to really identify what's a wave that is going to give you a good wall all the way in or not.
But Teresa is finding them. Look, speedy section in the inside. Carves it again.
Oh.
Another turn. A lot of drive there. She's going to finish it off. Another claim. She claims a lot. She's a claimer. That just shows you how excited she is, how passionate she is, and serious about doing good. She, in some ways, has been a pioneer in the Portuguese female surfing world, because entered a lot of CT stops. She's the one that got closer to qualify ever, and that by itself is a very important step into having someone actually qualifying. And Paulina Do here just trying to find the scoring potential on this one, but just not really getting there. Nothing too exciting. She knows it, so she's going to quit on that one. And Teresa Bonvalo is most probably going to move to first place after her last one. With 2 minutes to go, it's good for her because, yep, so 5-4-3 in that last one. And watching it again. And another one. Another one. So 4 turns there, and then she's a bit late to that last section, but all the work was done before. And another doggy, and surf fans, and a lot of people interested, not just in the surfing, but just to come and have a good day at the beach. Paulina Dor here looking for a 5.38. That's what she's looking for. That's what she's aiming for. She needs to do something very special. Nice turn, but this wave is closing on her. We need to know what she did on the outside.
She was only needing a 5.38, so if she did something big on the outside, that's going to be really close, because those last 2 turns, they were really good, as we see Tia here on a nice insider, and she goes for a huge air, and she doesn't make it, but I like the go-to that she has. It's impressive. Like, she's really technical, right?
Tia Zabrowski risking it. And 15 seconds, so this heat is pretty much done. Gabriela Diniz is in the outside, but she needs, you know, an almost excellent score. That would be probable for her, but this is it. This is the only chance for the heat situation to change. Didn't do much on the outside. Struggled a lot to get in the inside, but eventually she did. The wave mounts well, but it's a smaller wave, and it's a nice 2-turn combo, but I don't think that's going to be enough, Chico. And we're on to the next heat, which means that, yep, that's the official situation. Teresa Bonvalot in first place, Tia Zabrowski second place, then Pauline and Gabi Diniz, who had a shocker. So they will reflect and come back stronger on the next contest. It will be in Anglet, Biarritz. Very beautiful place. And now we'll give it up to David Prescott again. Have fun, boys.
Thank you so much, Zé. Zé is now going to interview Teresa Bonvalot, winner of the previous one. And another exciting heat ahead of us. Last heat for the ladies today, actually, on this round 4, round of 16. Up next, not the end of the day, not the end of the competition day. Up next, we're going to go still with 4 more heats, but for the men's division. Right now, as you can see on your screens, Camila Camp, a German surfer who's been pretty much spending her whole life in Portugal, close to Lisbon, close to Guincho, so she speaks Portuguese as good as or better than me and Chico. Then Lauren Sandland, coming from Great Britain. She's been really in form and a really good surprise by Lauren, feeding from the success of her fellow countrymen from Great Britain. Anat Lelior, representing Israel, is wearing, as you can see, in white, and we have La France with Baia Frediane. So another interesting heat ahead of us, the last heat for the ladies division today. Chico, sorry.
Yes, last heat of the women today, and what a stacked heat. And as you said, Sandland being a bit of a good surprise, and she has been surfing really good. And starting off this heat, the powerhouse, Anat Lelior, she loves to start off strong. She's really aggressive, and she doesn't fall. She goes for it, and she makes sure she makes the beach stand up for her.
Yeah.
You know, like, she likes the crowd, she likes the emotion. As we see here, the replay, David, What do you thought about this one?
First, I think it's a wave with size, and she really took advantage of that first section. So that's definitely a good start by Anat on the outside. Now here's the connection. Waiting, a little bit of downtime here. Now the wave starting to be more appealing again for Anat. Couple of turns there. I think this is just to, and still trying to go for one more reform, but actually the wave fading away from her. But really nice turn on the outside, I think, and most of all, the size of the wave, the critical turn there. So good job, good start by Anat Leliar, who definitely has a strong personality, a lot of charisma on Anat. You know, you can't be indifferent when you pass her by. She's like a force of nature, you know.
She reminds me a bit of Yolanda in some ways, like in terms of spirits.
Yeah.
Yolanda as well, she has this...
go for it.
Yeah, she's always ready. And that's something you can feel about all the surfers, the ones that are a bit more mellow, the ones that are a bit more aggressive in terms of emotions.
Yeah.
And I feel like Anat and
Yolanda.
Yeah, they just go for it. Like, I love it.
And sometimes you can have a little bit too much of that, but I think they can really manage that. I'm remembering Yolanda's probably biggest moment so far, or for sure biggest moment so far. Well, although she got like 5th on the Olympics at Tokyo, which is huge for Yolanda as a diploma from the Olympics. But she beat Carissa Moore at Super Tubush with what I called 2 left-hand uppercuts. That's how I call it, because it was pretty much 4 solid turns that she was like in a wave onto 2 left-handers, 2 turns in each wave for solid scores, and she beat Carissa with that. So you can tell that they have a lot of power, a lot of energy, but they don't succumb to the nerves. You know, when they go out there, they can really channel. They can channel their energy on a good way, on a really good way. Both Yolanda and Anat.
And it's funny how some athletes they just can't do it the same way, right?
Yeah.
There's some people that have so much energy and they can't really understand how they can use that into their advantage, right?
Yeah, some people like to work under pressure. Some people not so much. You know, I think that's a big issue too. And both of these 2 girls, they really love pressure.
Yeah,
they
really
really
just
love
feed
pressure.
off pressure, and it's just a question of being under pressure. It's what makes them feel like they belong where they are. So
I saw a few lost from Yolanda, a few lost from Anat, but I never see them shaking their legs. You know, like being anxious, nervous in the heat, you know. They feel like they're always on top of the game, you know, always like super aggressive. But like we said, really channeling that aggression on a positive way. And there you go. Starting with the 6, Anat Lelior. Strong turn on the outside and a few nice turns on the inside too for a 6-point ride. So solid start from the surfer from Israel.
Beautiful start, as you said, and we've got big names on this one, right? Later rounds, and Camila Kemp has been one of the standouts.
That's another surfer who really commits to the turns too and really likes close-out sections. So eager to see what Camila is going to do on this one. There you go, one of those waves that's just faded away before reaching the inside. Let's watch the replay here and see what Camila did on the outside first. It's a way smaller wave than the one we saw from Anat. Kind of a soft turn there, and then the wave is like promising. Looks like any moment now it's going to reform and go all the way to the inside, but actually just fades away for a 1.83 on Camila. We saw great surfing already today from Baye Frediani, and again, I'm very curious to see how Lauren Sandland is going to deal now that she's on round of 16. It's more pressure, and let's see how this British girl is going to adapt to the conditions. Plenty of time ahead of us. Last hit for this round of 16. ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Thank you so much for joining us online. As we see, not losing a lot of time, trying to go straight away into another one was Anat. The wave closing out fast, so no chance there. But after that 6, she's going really hard, trying to get a backup score as fast as she can. Now blue taking a look, that's Lauren Sandland on the left here. Let's see how are the lefts so far. Looks very, very mellow. See that wave went to deep water really, really soon. She had to change directions, but well, between the white water you see on the left and the rock you see on the right, that's a lot of deep water there. So those waves, those lefts at this time of the tide, if it's not like a proper big wave, they're going to do what this one just did. I'm calling them, it's like a bluff, you know. That start, the waves look really good, but then just fades away. It's promising, but really not delivering anything. 1-5 for this one of Lauren. Now, this is the one we missed live by Frediani.
No, this is actually Teresa Bonvalot from the last seat, I think. Yeah, this was Teresa's wave on the last seat. So this is the replay of one of Teresa's wave, probably just bit of nice wave though.
Yes.
Great wave by Teresa on the last seat. She got through in first place, and Bahia Frediani caught a wave, but wasn't that one.
Well, it was a 5-4-3 that we know about Bahia Frediani.
But that wasn't Bahia Frediani. Otherwise, it's just similar to Teresa Bonvalot's style. It's impossible.
Let's wait and see.
Okay. Anat Lelior doing a big turn there. You can really see.
Not actually completing that. Let's see now. We can see the wave all the way. We had the graphics in front when she went for the turn. Yeah, just slipped there.
Front foot slipped on that turn, so unfortunately for Anat on that wave. With 15 minutes to go, looks really quiet right now, the ocean. I've said it before, this is one of those places that there's always waves coming, but now looks a bit slow, David.
Yeah, I think it has to do with, we've been talking about over and over again, the tides and the whole thing. There's less waves breaking on the outside now. Only the bigger ones are going to break on the outside. So, and they're all optioned to stay out there. So I think it has a bit to do with that. And well, and maybe the interval on the swell is getting a little bit bigger too. So, but I think it has a lot to do with the tide. You see, there's a few lines still coming in and passing by the girls, but they're only going to break on the inside. And Camila now with priority. Lauren only a 1.5. They both know that Anat got a 6, Bahia got a 5.43. So they really need to start delivering. Meanwhile, as we wait, we have Teresa Bonvalot with Zé Ferreira.
So, Teresa, congratulations. I think you're one of those surfers that, when gets on a roll, winning heats, you're pretty much unstoppable. I remember you won like, I don't know how many heats in a row, like 2 years ago, but it was a lot. How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be back in Pantin. I have amazing memories here. It's always, even when things get well, things get not that well, I still enjoy my time here. And that's what I've been trying to do these couple last days. Today was our first day to surf, so it was like a long wait. But yeah, there's a couple waves. It's been kind of tricky with this higher tide, kind of slower on the outside. And I think if you can manage well between those times, get the correct waves, you can definitely be a little bit one step ahead.
Yeah, I think you manage pretty well. And how did you manage the fact that you're going with a more experienced surfer in terms of timing the heats, and then a surfer like Tia that is, has a lot of energy? How do you manage that? Does that play into your head at all?
I think I just try to focus on myself. If I don't do what I want to do, no one will do for me. So that's, in the end of the day, everything that you have to think about. It's you, the waves, and the moment. Each wave, it's an opportunity to be better and to show more. And that's what I focus on.
Being in the moment. So good luck to the next round. Anything in Portuguese back home to Cascais?
Obrigada a todos que estão a apoiar e a assistir. O dia de hoje foi difícil, condições bem tramadas, mas amanhã supostamente vai ser os Finals Day e vamos com tudo. Thank you.
Obrigado. Back to you, boys.
Red Bull te da alas.
We have been protecting what we love for more than 15 years through environmental awareness and activism. We are not perfect, but we want to leave a positive impact. Welcome to the regeneration. You are the regeneration. We are the regeneration.
Terra delle fe, terra de sognare, terra che ci pide il tempo da contar. Deixate levar por lo natural, algo que ci pide volver a topar.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules, but whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
And we're back with commentary. We never left you with the performance there on the split screen. And let's go with this one of Anat Lelior. Nothing on the inside, but an interesting turn on the outside. That's the single turn of this one, Chico.
Yeah, Anat Lelior in the lead still. So great stuff by Anat. You can tell she really wanted that inside section. She has the 6th highest score, but yet to find a proper backup. And Frediani with a 5.43, so a really good score as well. Right, David, for a day like today, I feel like she's up there.
And it's, you listen to Teresa Monvalo, and we're kind of talking the same when you ask me about the conditions, how slow it's getting because of the high tide. It's not like the tide is going to stop coming in. So it's not like it's going to get even more, it's going to get slower. So the importance of having a 5.43 and a 6-point ride, and now Anat just got a 5.57, but also on that wave of Anat, it's been a while we saw a wave with that potential. So it's getting even more slower with the tide coming in minute after minute. So for Camila and for Lauren, opportunities are kind of running away from them, you know? It's the window of opportunity is kind of closing fast. Because we saw
9 minutes to go also, so
but on the first 15 minutes of this heat, Chico, we saw 3 waves breaking on the outside of potential.
Wow.
2 of those went for Anat. The other one went for Bahia. Then we saw kind of an attempt there for Camila, but you remember it was like a mid-size wave. It was like a proper set wave. Lauren Sandlin the same. So the opportunity, it's going to run fast for Camila and Lauren. They really have to, first of all, they have first and second priority. First prior with Lauren, second prior with Camila. That's obviously going to work for them. But now they have to, I'm going to say, pray a little bit for a set to come in and especially to break on the outside on these 8.5 minutes. It's been a while now. Lauren is taking a look at this one. Let's see if this is a proper set wave.
As we see Lauren getting around the section.
It's already a missed opportunity. If there's no turn out there, that's...
You know it.
You know, I would be kicking out already. I would just keep this inside for Lauren, and and just stay out there.
But at the end of the day, she's just a bit desperate for a turn.
Because if you check requirements for Camila and Lauren, they're going to change because Bahia only has 1 score so far. Bahia gets like a 2, and these girls will be chasing like
a 6.
There you go. And for a 6, no way you're going to get that on the inside section. So that's my point with Lauren. She went for it. The wave closed out really fast. So just kick out.
She got a 1.9.
And she was with first priority. Now she will go down to last priority.
Looked like a good one from out the back, though. When she started off, when she paddled to the wave looked good. So Just a bit of no, just a bit of unluck there on that one. So
Yeah, and with the, but still, I think she should have quit that wave way earlier. And
well, but she's gonna have fourth priority anyway. So
yes,
you know.
Yeah, but she might miss a set on her way back out. You know, they know how Murphy law works. Now you know how it is. You wait 100 minutes for the set, then you give up. You catch like an inside one. You go to the car. You're taking your wetsuit, and you look back over your shoulder. What's happening at the lineup? Set of the day.
Set of the day.
Yeah, that's Murphy's law. That's what happens all the time. And you see, they're surfing out there. Camila caught a wave. We saw another wave being ridden. So Lauren probably on her way out and probably getting to the lineup right now. Bahia now has priority. We saw Camila has second priority. We saw a quick ride there by Anat. Let's see if she improves or not. Actually didn't saw that wave that well, so try to get a replay of that last one of white. Here we go. Thank you so much to our director. Great team and high line to start.
Wow. Nice float around the section. The wave just kind of disappears.
I don't think she's going to improve on her backup, that 5.57.
4.23.
But this wave could be of Lauren. That's my point, you know.
And the 4 would help her cause
a lot
better.
A lot better. Camila now with priority. And this is Bahia Frediani on her second wave. So she will improve on her total. Requirements now will go higher for Lauren and Camila. Let's see by how much. But definitely on her second wave will improve on her total. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Camila now with priority. And well, that was under Camila's priority. This one of Bahia. Or maybe Bahia actually had first prior because she only got one wave too. It's a 2.67. That's not much by Bahia. But that's, remember the requirements of Lauren before this wave and Camila? Now it's mid-sixes. So a whole different deal.
Challenging. Well, with 4 minutes to go, and it's quite open still. Like, but as you said, she gets a 2. They need a 6, so and now it's a lot harder.
They need a set wave with a strong turn. No way either Lauren or
you
Camila
predicted.
are gonna make it with a kind of a setup turn and then coming to the inside.
You predicted.
No.
She's gonna get a 2, and now they need a 6.
Yeah.
So nice call, David. Long day, I feel like.
Yes.
We are getting into the next round of men, round of 16, 4 heats to finish off the day. What was the best moment of the day so far for you? A moment you look back at it and say, I'm so glad I'm here. I'm here at Pantin watching the best surfers in Europe try to qualify for the challengers.
Yeah, we had some exciting moments on the men's division on the first rounds. I can't really put the finger there. I liked, again, Jorgen's wave, the whole performance of Jorgen Cuisinet. Combined from yesterday to today, I'm still stuck with that wave from yesterday. So if I combine that with what I saw today from Jorgen, definitely the surfer who's impressed me the most throughout the competition so far, Jorgen Cuisinet. And what he did today, after yesterday, still staying at such a high level, and still surfing so good, I think that was one of the moments for today. But yeah, it's there were some really nice turns, but I really liked the performance of Francisca Veselko and the way she approached the heat. You saw my first question to her was like, it looked like this suits you, and you were having fun out there, and I was
and
kind
it's
of
true. Yeah.
So I really liked the approach of Francisca on that one too. So those were kind of, let's say, between Jorgen and Francisca. Those were like my highlights so far today. But there's so many waves, I'm pretty sure that after reviewing, I'm going to regret what I'm saying, because there's a lot of waves that we enjoyed, but it's honestly, I've been commentating what hundreds and hundreds of waves throughout the whole week.
Hundreds
and
of
hundreds. Yes, a few.
Yeah, you got here Monday, so you've seen a lot of it.
Tuesday. We started Tuesday, actually. I got here Monday, but we started Tuesday.
You saw a lot of heats.
Yeah.
because you started off at round 128, right?
Yes, for the men's division. So, and you heard Teresa Bonvalo on her interview. That's her first time competing. So it took a while for the girls for the top seeds to start competing. Only today the top seeds of the girls start competing. That was Teresa and Francisca's first heat on the event.
They could have come like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, we had a long second day of competition, pretty much dedicated to the men's division. It was a big day, demanding, and we had more rounds and more surfers on the men's division than we have on the ladies division. Pantin, actually, as we see hopping, is Camila Camp. So let's see what she did or did not on the outside with 1 minute and 30 seconds, because she used her priority for that. She was chasing a 627. You know, Pantin was the first event in the world with gender equality. Way before that became a rule for the WSL. The organizers here make sure every single year they did the same prize money, the same amount of points, either for the girls or for the men's. So my point is that there's nothing to do with being the girls out there or not. It's just we had a lot of rounds to run for the men's. So we really need to put that second day pretty much an all day for the men's division.
To guarantee they finish off the event, right?
And now they're in the same rounds, both the men and the ladies, both on the round of 16s.
Wow.
And that's ripping again.
Ripping really hard, so that turn from Anat. The second one was really, really good, as we see a newborn there.
There you see, there you go. Family friendly. And by Frediani, I'm afraid that might be too little, too late for Bahia. And we're still waiting for scores on Camila's. We saw the end of the wave, wondering what Camila did on the outside. But for Bahia, that's not going to be even going on her top two. Dying seconds of the heat. We're still waiting for scores on Anat. And here we go. Thank you so much to our director. That's what we were looking for. What did Camila on the outside? That's a snap, but that's a wave that was, well, that was actually live, I think. But that was half the size of the waves we saw by Anat and Bahia at the start of this heat. And like Teresa talked about, like we predicted to, tide coming in and less opportunities. So it's not a good time to try and go for a comeback. It's good time to go and charge from the first moment of the heat. 2.57 for Camila goes together with the 3.33. So the combined scores of Camila a 5.9. So this one of Bahia comes pretty much to nothing too. That's 1.27 for not even a proper carve. That was a setup. Now I'm curious to see if we're going to wait for scores on Anat. That will be the last of white. Anyways, Anat obviously qualified for the quarterfinals together with Bahia Frediani. Now I'm curious to see where the men are going to sit. What's going to be the strategy for Luan, Maxime, Nicolas, and Connor coming up next. That will be heat one for the men's round of 16. This one for Anat was for fun. 3.87 only. And that's it from the girls division today. Chico is going to leave, and Zé will be joining me pretty soon as I present this one. We're on the countdown for the start of men's round of 16. And that's the horn. I don't know if you can hear them going into the mic, signaling the start. Men's round of 16, a very important round on our hands. And let's see, well, the man still option to sit pretty much on the outside. Let's see for how long. Now that's the question. This is Nicolas Paulet on his first one. Another Frenchman on, actually 3 Frenchmen. And surfer from the Canary Islands representing Spain in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, is going to have a hard time out there surrounded by 3 Frenchmen. But there goes Connor already on his first one. So good tactics. Zé Ferreira, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you, Dave.
We're now with the men's first hit on the round of 16, a very important round. And starting this hit soon was Nicolas and also Connor.
Yeah, very technical there for Connor. He will need that. That's how he got through his last heat. But I think in this round, Dave, you know, you really have to go big. You can't really go on those technical backside little turns. You have to catch big waves and do big turns, man turns.
This was good surfing by Nicolas Paulet.
Yeah. Still has a little inside section, finishes off.
I kind of agree and disagree with you at the same time, Zé, because let's just check first the replay on this one of Connor. There's obviously the potential for the money turns. You saw that on the previous hit for the ladies too. Anat and Bahia getting some high scores on single turns on the outside. That was almost half an hour ago.
Conditions changed. That's what you.
Yeah, and then when you interview Teresa, one of the things that she answered to you, it's getting slower. On the with the tide coming in, that outside, it's getting slower and slower.
Yeah.
So, you saw Anat and Bahia getting opportunities at the start of the heat, and they managed that. And then 20 minutes later, was almost nothing there. I think there were kind of 4 proper waves who broke on the outside. Anat got 2 of those, and well, actually 3 of those. And the Bahia got 1, and then she got it back up to Camila and Lauren. They were waiting and waiting and waiting and
for a while.
For a while, and there was nothing breaking on the outside.
And I think the peak of the swell was tonight, like the past night. So we have a decreasing swell, at least in terms of energy, and you can feel it.
So if you combine that with the tide coming in,
yeah. But still, I'm, you know, what I meant was really more about the approach itself.
Oh yeah.
To the wave, you know. So, not, you know, you will need basically amplitude in your surfing. Like your turns will need to be like big turns, you know, even if it's in small waves. You know, little tricks won't count, basically.
For sure.
You know, I think it's. But yeah, obviously, we won't have big turns in big waves because that's, you know, not existing much now. It really is decreasing, as you're saying.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah.
I feel if you have to pedal out on this hit, ready to change your attitude, to change your tactics at any moment.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You can't be stuck out there like Camila was and Lauren for too long, because like I said, the tide is coming in fast.
This has a good look. This wave. Nice first turn for Luanog. And then I think that's an epoxy. It's too wide to be a PU normal board. Let's see. Another turn there. It's hard with the epoxy and all these little bumps. Another turn. See, that's what I mean. So bigger turns and more defined turns. Maxime is very good at that.
Yeah, I believe, and I now understand what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. It's that time when kind of less is more.
Exactly. Yeah, I think, you know, from round to round, judges tend to be a bit more, you know, exigent.
Obviously.
And for instance, this wave, I think judges will like. They won't. It won't be a high wave, but he had one good turn in the outside. Then he had, you know, bottom turn there. Although that turn wasn't amazing, but then again with a bottom turn, you know.
Well-defined maneuvers.
Well-defined maneuvers. That's it. Yeah. You took the words out of my mouth.
And that's what I meant with less is more. And
yeah.
It's exactly that, you know. Just look for the proper sections of the wave. There's no point in going for like small snaps, small cutbacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure you're just showing that you're in control the whole time. And when the section presents to you, you're on top of your game and you just go for it.
Exactly. Maxime here. looking for 2 turns, but didn't really, the wave didn't really turn out as he expected. Then Connor again. That was nicer.
Hard turn, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The wind of kind of fade really, really fast. We're going to finish this replay of Connor, and then we're going to go with Chico, who's ready to interview Anat Lelior.
Every wave you catch, there's an amazing wall to it, and you're surfing really strong. Talk me through that.
I mean, not everything is as perfect as it seems. Yes, I was catching the right waves and doing the right things, but I was definitely a little bit struggling over there. Luckily to have some waves, lucky to have my girlfriend and my coach over here. Super lucky to have all the Israelis supporting me out there, and yeah, just feeling good.
And you got the 6 straight away, but it took you quite a long time to get that backup. How stressful is sometimes with this type of tide to get that backup under your belt?
For sure, it gets a lot of good surfers with that backup, but I think I was enough on my tiptoes to be aware that I need another wave, and I didn't stay still and just kept on getting more and more waves. That's how I am. I just keep on moving.
Quick word back home.
אני אוהבת אתכם, את כולכם, כולכם בראש שלי, החטופים בראש שלי, אני מקווה שכולם יהיו בטוחים ושלמים ושהחטופים כבר יחזרו הביתה. אוהבת אתכם, נשיקות. Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anat. Have a good one. Good luck for the next round. Back to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Chico. So, staying active, manage your expectations.
Keep moving.
Keep moving.
Strong words from a strong surfer. Now, Connor, that's, these smaller waves won't do the trick.
No, for sure. And 4.57 for the first one of Luan, 4 points for the first one of Nicolas. You can see already that outside section losing a little bit of potential compared to what we saw before.
For sure. But they're still sitting there. And it's that time of the tide which I think we hadn't seen. It's bad outside and it's bad inside.
Exactly. You took. You know what I was gonna say? They want to stay out there,
good waves.
but there's no option coming to the inside too. It's still too early to come to the inside, and so yeah. But the most important thing of it all is that there's not a lot of opportunities. Make sure that when they present themselves to you, you take good.
Exactly.
You do good, and
I still think that the structure for a good wave is one good turn outside and like 1 or 2 okay turns in the inside.
Yeah.
With some speed in the inside if the wave allows. But yeah, it's the round of 16 of the men will be tricky in terms of conditions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the conditions are going to become once this when this tide changes a little bit, when we have more water on the inside. I'm still lacking the word in English, but anyways, when conditions change and all of these energies start to be more converging more on the inside, what's going to happen with the waves and how good will it be or not?
But the tide is dropping now.
Oh, it's dropping already.
I think it started dropping already.
So we already high tide.
I think, but we're going into.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque os nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estella Galicia se escribe con B de P Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
They just went and checked the tide, and thank you for noticing that. It was getting slower and slower out there, so I had a feeling that the tide was actually coming in. It's actually going out for the last 2 hours. I think it has to do with what we said before about the peak of the swell.
Exactly.
Being it's dropping, so when it's dropping inside, obviously it's not breaking so much on the outside. It does need more swell. But that's good news. That's good news. I thought the tide was still coming in, so that's really good news, meaning like has a tendency to improve now. It has actually a tendency to improve. I think the worst is gone already, and let's keep our fingers crossed that this swell is going to hold.
I think this inside section will, surfers will have to start like not to consider it because, is it worth to waste this much energy?
Oh, now that I understand
and time to, for this? Maybe yes in this heat, but maybe in the next heat, no.
So what I'm realizing is if I was about to pedal out for a heat, I would be totally wrong because I should have checked the tide. I was saying that with the tide coming in, it's going to be worse and worse, a lot of water in 25 minutes.
I would be in your corner as a coach, and yeah.
And you let me know, the correct tide.
We turn the strategy in your favor.
Still, what we said about getting slower, definitely it's getting slower.
Yeah.
Now
that you can't fight, like it's just a swell.
Yeah.
The peak of the swell was yesterday at night.
When we got here on day one of competition, no one was surfing out there. There was not enough size for these for the swell.
Even in low tide?
Even in low tide. On day one?
On the inside,
everyone was on the inside on day one. There was pretty much nothing breaking on the outside. It was really, really small. Then on the second day, when it got like proper overhead, nobody was on the inside. Even on high tide, it was still holding. So,
but today's the biggest day, probably in the morning. No.
No. The second day.
Second day was bigger.
I felt like second
More
day.
energy.
That really long day of competition was like powerful out there.
Yeah. Well, we can't complain. We've had waves all week, although it's
and yesterday
small.
too. Yesterday was really good too.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I'm calling out second day, but actually maybe yesterday was like
the biggest day.
The biggest day, yeah. Maybe yesterday was the biggest day.
Cool. And the check-in was fairly easy, no? At like 10 a.m.
For a 2 o'clock start.
For a 2 o'clock start.
So that's why I'm getting confused. Been here for so long. Because we got like when we got here yesterday was kind of knee high. It wasn't. We went on hold until 2 o'clock. And everybody
then the swell started to build.
Because Monday, it built it throughout the whole second day of competition. We had waves pretty much the whole day, and that's what it felt like the best day of competition, biggest day of competition. But actually, yesterday, it started like really small with almost no waves. We got the first call at 10. We went like call an hour after another. I then talks with Charlie and Mark. They were asking me, will they run it today? Because looking really small. I told them I'm looking at the schedule, looking at the forecast for the remaining days of competition. I have a feeling yes, but it's still pretty small. But then it came in really, really fast. It felt like an island swell. That's how it felt, because it went from a waist high to overhead surfing in like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Connor.
And Maxime in the outside as well. So split screen there, and Connor surfing well in this sea inside. That's more like it. Great surfing there. Maxime as well, not leaving anything for others to grab. Oh, actually, he left that last section. So 3 waves in a row, Dave.
Yeah, and all of them connecting all the way from the outside to the inside. So that's good signals, and yeah. Now that I realize that with the tide, I'm way more optimistic from what's ahead of us.
That's good.
For this round of 16. And as you can tell, this is a whole different deal from what we saw on the girls on the previous one. So maybe a little bit push on the swell too, but it's good surfing by Nicolas.
So this is an inside nugget, this wave.
Yeah.
With 3 turns, without pumping in between turns. You know, smooth surfing, diversity there.
Yes,
and off the
good
top
point.
a floater and a layback slash to finish off. So I am sure judges will like that.
That's the replay of Connors.
This was a nice turn, although, you know, a lot of bump in that wave, in the face of the wave, which makes it harder. But then he got to work here, and I really liked it, at least from the drone vision. It was very nice. Here he goes, one, and then boom, fins off, fin release.
And now the replay of Maxime's. Actually, it's the first time we take a look at this one. There goes first turn for Maxime. We knew he caught his wave because we could tell what someone else was riding. And now the inside, kind of a grower, this one, huh?
Yeah, and look at those bottom turns. That's what the judges like to see. And unfortunately, that was an important turn to finish. And Luang Nog, let's see what he did in the outside. Nice first turn. Straight into a second one. Could have hit it a bit harder, I would say, but got the job done. He has a 4.57, so he wants to add something to that, and then finishes off well here. You know, playing it safe a bit, I would say, but building his campaign on this heat in a smart way.
Now Nicolas Paulet. Good start of the wave there by Nicolas. The wave getting this is a different kind of wave, this one for Nicolas. A bit of a downtime. Has nothing to do with the wave we just saw from Luan. Now on the inside starts getting a little bit more interesting, and he starts ripping this one here on the inside. That was a really nice finish. We loved that one when we saw it for the first time, especially the end of it. Look a little bit slow on the outside, slower than the previous waves that we saw, but then on the inside sections was really, really interesting. Good surfing by Nicolas. We have already scores for the last of corner, 5.13. So with 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, after what we just saw from Nicolas, Luan and Maxime are waiting for scores on all of the 3 of them. I think we're going to have a very interesting last 6.5 minutes of these ones.
For sure. And I think a lot of these heats will be interesting in the in the final part, because as you're saying, the swell is pretty much building down. You know, the last moments of the heats will be pretty opened, let's say, at least for second place. So it will be always tight. Everyone wants to go through this phase. Maxime again, his last score didn't come in yet, but let's see.
That's beautiful bottom turns and a lot of projection coming out of that first turn. Look how easy it was for Maxime. Got a lot of speed out of that first turn, and how easy it was for him to go ahead of the white water there. And well, trying to connect here, and that's a done deal. Staying close to the pocket, going for one more, because it's going to go around this white water section. No, closes out too fast here for Maxime. And this was super important for Maxime, because it took him a while. If you check so far before that we're now waiting for 2 scores on Maxime, but until now he only got a 2.67.
True, and I think the judges really value the way he compresses on that bottom turn and releases on the top of the wave. That's a really point of difference from Maxime to other surfers. He's trained that for years and years, and then he finishes off. He's like, nah, I'm just going for one turn. Like, I prefer to have one better turn than 2 good ones.
Less is more. Two
half
okay
ones,
yeah. That impresses way more the judges than like having two average turns. That was more into a major turn. Like we said before, less is more under these conditions, especially at this level, at this round of 16. Now scores are about to come in for Nicolas, as we see replay of Last of White. So I believe we're actually waiting for 2 scores, I think.
He had a 6 on his previous one.
Yeah. And I think might be this one. Yeah, that 6 is, or maybe not.
Maybe not. I think the 6. I don't know. I'm a bit lost.
It's when everybody. I think that 6 point right is when everybody pretty much got a good one. One got a good one too. When one got that
exactly.
4.1, then we saw the 5.13 of Connor. Everybody surfed. Everybody got a wave of that set, and I think actually Nicolas got the better one. Now Luan on replay here. Oh, that's the 293 for Luan. That's no doubt about that one.
Yeah.
So Maxime is now looking for a score because so far on his previous one he had a 3.27. So 3.5 minutes remaining. We're missing one score on Maxime. He's chasing a 5.4, and that 5.4 is has to be the second best of the heat.
Exactly. And Luang Nog, I feel like he's having the best wave selection of this heat, but hasn't got the timing right in his turns. It's either a bit late or a bit too early for those sections.
Maxime got a 4.03, and with 3 minutes remaining, he's still needing a 4.64 to advance to second. And I totally agree with you. You know, Luan is, I'm not going to say lucky to still be in second place, but if you check Connor in third place right now with the second best wave of the whole heat, that 5.13, and Connor is only needing a 3.54. Let's check this replay. That's for a minimum of 3.54. I'm not feeling it. It's 2.27 actually, this last one of Connor. So for the moment, Luan is safe. And I agree with you, he got some really good opportunities, but that turn on the outside was never like a proper explosive one like we're expecting. That's why the score stayed on the 4s. And again, Connor has the second best of the heat, 5.13. He's still sitting in third place. Maxime now with priority. So I believe Nicolas feels kind of safe in first place with 2 minutes remaining. But between Luan, Connor and Maxime, especially with priority with Maxime, I think no, the rest of the heat, no one's safe yet.
Yeah, it's everyone's game at the moment. Small scores for Connor and Maxime to go to second place. Easy for Luan Nog to better that 4 points too. But it's 1 minute and 30. Let's look at priorities. Maximus now has the priority. He's well positioned. I'm sure he'll catch something, and it looks like there's a wave coming. And then Luan Nog. So, you know, it's like Maxime can get a wave, and Luan Nog can protect it.
You just saw Connor pedaling for that one, and straight away looking to the watch and seeing how much time he has left. It's just over 1 minute. And Luan has the second priority, so he has priority over Connor. So he's actually giving a lot of room for Connor to move out there. You can see on the right side, that's Maxime with priority, with 50 seconds remaining. So 45 seconds, the window of opportunity is kind of closing for Maxime. You know, if you remember, until the last 7 minutes of the heat, Maxime was only sitting on a 2.67. So,
yeah, there we go. Has to do something good. This wave is smaller, so maybe going for the air. But look, it will open up. Let's see how much. Bit stuck there.
Yeah,
won't be it.
No. Just his body language told us that he was not convinced as well.
And that's it. And you know what? I thought that Maxime's wave could have been a bit more...
higher scores?
Yeah.
That 3.27, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, although I know it wasn't a great wave, but other good waves were better scored than that, and at least for me, and then it's a bit personal. And even the judging, there's a criteria, there's everything, but it's always a bit subjective, right? It also depends on like who's calling it, and I would say I really like that top to bottom surfing, even if it's in small waves. I think that's really hard to do, and it's hard to do as good as Maxime does it.
I can see where you're going, Zay, and I understand. But on the other hand, no major turns on
No
the
major
outside
turns
for Maxime
No
on
major-
any.
kind of like floaters, and yeah, that's the explanation.
I'm going to leave you now with Chico Alves to enjoy this second hit of the round of 16.
Well done. See you in a bit as we're going straight into the next hit. Next, Nestor Garcia, top seed, Afonso Antunes, Hans Odriozola, and Renan Ranville. So this will be another stacked heat. A lot of juniors in this one, the second heat of round of 16. So this starts to be a serious round of the contest. ABANCA Pantin Classic Pro. It's a long time, and welcome back, Chico. Did you know this event started in '88?
No, I didn't know about that. It was actually David that told me about this being the probably
37.
just after Bells, the event that has more. As we see, Afonso big turn out the back, gets around it again off the top.
Wow!
Blows the fin. So.
Wow! Because no one is going for 3 turns in the outside. That doesn't even exist now. So great wave selection for Afonso. Let's see how he finishes this wave. Nice turn there, and another one.
Wow! Really, really well surfed by.
Very
by
well
Afonso.
surfed.
Yeah.
We have to watch that again. Obviously, our super production team will go right into it. So, great wave selection. First good turn with a bottom turn, then foam climb, and then he releases the tail, risks it. Risks it well, because it's already hard to have that first turn well done like he did. Then the second one, and still he didn't leave anything in the bucket, in the bag, and still had that third one done. Then just had to finish it off easily.
Afonso has been surfing really good. He has improved a lot on the last year and a half too, and I feel he's really focused on surfing. I feel like he has put his head together to really perform well, and he has been one of the standouts even on the not only on the European scene, also on the national scene. Great to see Afonso in such a good form here in Pantin, in probably the most important event of the season so far. So Afonso, you're starting off really, really well this heat. I think this is going to be a really, really healthy number for Afonso. And based on the last heat, we saw Nicolas Paulet and Luan Nog advance, as we see the replay of the last wave or Nestor Garcia, 107, so nothing major for Nestor. Afonso Antunes with the best of this exchange so far, Zé?
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Afonso definitely standing out with that first one, but he has there's no easy hits from now on. So Hans,
yeah, that's true.
Hans had a great last heat, 8.5. I think one of the best scores of the day, maybe the best score of the day so far. So, but every heat is a new heat. You can do the best heat of the contest, and then you go to the following heats and you have a shocker. So, you have to focus differently for each heat, and these surfers know that better than anyone. Well, some of them actually. Some others are young and use this contest as to gain
learning
experience,
process,
a learning
yeah.
process.
As you see, Green here, the replay, blowing the fins out the back, and just trying to stay with this. What is it?
Little hand dynamic there for Renan Granville.
Big debate around big debate around the claims
around
nowadays.
the bush. Around the bush, but who's around the bush is David Prescott, who is with the winner of last heat. Take it away, David.
Adaptation is always the name of the game, but looks like the ocean is kind of playing mind games with you guys, because the tide is kind of going down, but the swell looks like it's dropping. So you really need to use those opportunities when they present, and you did it.
Exactly, it's super tough. It's changing all the time. Every hit is different. So yeah, you need to be on the right wave and to do what the judge wants. In this heat, they wanted to. They like more just one finisher, one big turn at the back, and then you finish at the end. So I understand that after my first one. So yeah, I try to do this and make it. So yeah, happy.
Yeah. So you pretty much can have a plan when you go out there. The plan is pretty much be ready for anything and be ready to change the game plan every single time throughout the heat.
Exactly. Catch. Be active at first, and then you have to see like what's the judge likes and what's the oceans going. So yeah, you really need to be a chameleon.
You find the right formula. That's for sure is going to motivate you. Now you're in the quarterfinals. Great result already.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Good results. It's not done yet, so I have a next hit tomorrow. So I'm going to be ready for this.
I'm pretty sure family and friends are watching back home. I'm really proud of you. Want to send some words in French?
Thank you. Bah ouais, merci beaucoup. Deuxième hit de la journée, ça passe. Un peu mort là. J'ai plus trop de jus là. Je me suis haché sur le paddle battle avec Luan à la fin là, un peu chaud. Et donc voilà, non, cool. Merci à tout le monde et bonne soirée.
You heard it from Nicolas. You have to be a chameleon. That's the name of the game. Be a chameleon out there. Congratulations. Well done. Back to you guys.
Red Bull te da alas.
Terra delle fe, terra de soñar, terra que te pide tempo da contar. Déjate levar por lo natural, algo que te pide volverte a topar.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules. But whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
And we're back, and let's see, we've had action. Enzo Driozola, that was a nice dip. But this is a surf competition, so we have to see maneuvers. And we had this, which was let's say reverse. We'll call it an air. Nestor Garcia, Spanish surfer there, but then again, you know, you won't go there by tricks in this round. Alfonso, this is what you have to do, pretty much. You can do better than that, but this is a good example of a backup score. If the wave has the inside, it looks like it does. But yeah, the inside is pretty average. But it looks like he's playing a good game, Chico.
Yeah, seat, 5, 6, 7, and now he has the backup, so doing a really good job on that. So here we see a bit of a debrief in between Nicolas Paulet and Laurent Nog from the last seat, and this is White, Hans, not really finding his rhythm until now there.
Yeah, but that was also a nice dip. So 2 nice dips. I think he's getting ready for something good. Let's see. Hans is. Oh, what's that? Ah, okay. It looked like it was in the water. That's a cable. Yeah, actually. Ooh, there we go. Great turn by Enzo Driozola. Inverted, upside down. I'd say his head was, facing the bottom of the wave. Let's see if he had a first turn before that, but a lot of speed on that turn. That's more like it. And Afonso Antunes, yeah. See, bottom turn. And I think the judges, once again, now that the tide is going lower and it's closing out more on the outside, judges will go again, will value again just those one turns like this one from Hans. And I'm sure they will give that message.
Sure they will. 13 minutes to go, and Antunes. He's last, so let's see. The drop. This turn.
Yeah. Yeah. 12:20 on the clock, and Green is asking for information. But then again, he's, in second place at the moment. He has a 3.67 with that first turn of his. That was a nice turn on a nicer wave. Then he did a floater. And interesting, Hans with fourth priority. He's paddling a bit more to the left. He doesn't need to be, in the middle of the pack, since he will be the last to catch a wave. So, and Renan Ranville, he's paddling towards Hans. But I think that's a good strategy, when you don't have priority and you want to work on those one turns, why not move a bit to the left and just do that? Then when you do have priority, you wait for those good ones out the back. At least you don't waste time, because you won't do anything by sitting, and really not many waves coming. So
yeah, but Afonso is looking good. He has the 5, 6, 7 and the 3. So and
there you go.
So 10 minutes to go, and we need Afonso. Oh, that was a massive turn by Hans on this one.
Wow. That was great.
We see the replay of Renan also. Just a bit late into that one. Really late into that last one. So, as you see Hans here, big turn out the back. So, Hans got a 6.07 there for that single maneuver.
Wow.
What do you reckon? You reckon it was a good? You reckon this one is going to be better than the 6.07?
Yeah. Why not? you know, the section was as critical, even more critical. Nestor Garcia,
wow,
with also a good section.
So, as you said, judges really have their message given to the athletes, as we see Joaquim Chaves and Guy Ribard there.
They know they're being a film.
How they know? How they know?
They were laughing, cheeky
Oh,
laugh,
just because
cheeky
of
smile.
the screen on the beach.
Exactly. You're a fast thinker.
607. How do you compare the wave of Afonso with multiple maneuvers and the one of Hans? Wait, the 607 and the 567.
So, I think that Afonso's wave.
The first one out the back and then
his
blows the
turns.
fins.
Yeah, exactly. His turns were good, but not as good as Hans' ones. But he had more. It tells you that judges are sending a clear message. They want, quality, not quantity. That's it. It's fairly simple. Like, they want critical sections, inverted maneuvers, risky maneuvers, and they don't want flat sections. That's for sure.
Okay. Sounds fair and really simple to understand. And here is Nestor trying to kind of come back on this seat. He's in fourth, and in second we have Afonso Antunes. In third we have Renan Granville needing a 5:01 with 7 minutes to go, and in fourth Nestor before this last one needing a 6.5. So close one, and yeah. And yeah, it's gonna be a battle for the second place, I feel like, until the end of this one. And look at the score for Nestor. 4.6, the last one of Nestor Garcia. So puts Nestor in third place. Now Nestor needs a 4.08 for second. There.
Wow.
4.08.
Yeah, that's not hard to do. Nestor has been, surfing well, choosing the good waves, which is very important. So he's capable of that, but you can't forget Afonso. He only has 3 points to better, and he has priority. So it's probable that that happens. We hope that happens. He would deserve it. He's been surfing very well.
I feel like Hans was a bit frustrated in the middle of the heat, and suddenly he found himself like in a matter of like 2 minutes. It was really quick, changing his game plan, and that's why he's in the lead. So Hans, they're identifying potential on that left. Started off that left, he went back out, and he got a really good ride. So. And just really making sure he had a plan B kind of thing. Don't you feel like he had a plan B right there, Zé?
What are you saying?
The Hans really turned his frustration at the start of the into something good really quickly, like in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think Hans had kind of a boost of confidence in Lacanau. He had a 5th place there, and sometimes when you're a young surfer, that's part of the growth process. It's like coming down and coming up and coming down and coming up. He's a teenager, so it's a bit through phases, and sometimes you just need a little click to reignite your fire. And once that fire is ignited, because you can dream so high, like, not much gets you affected. And I think that Hans is really one of those guys that when he's on, not much tears him down. Like, he's very focused. He's, a lot of potential there. Grenville.
Uh,
Nice painting.
What's the age difference between Kai and Hans?
So Hans will be 16 this year, and Kai will be 19 this year. So 2 years, 3 years. Either 2 or 3 years. Yeah, it's either 2 or 3.
So Hans is doing man on man.
Wow, nice turn from Afonso. But Kai is still, Kai is not, unfortunately. Afonso has an opportunity to better his score with 4 minutes to go. What do you think, Chico?
I think he will. As you said, judges want big turns out the back. That was a big turn, so I think he will improve. And he's looking good. I feel like Afonso deserves this result. He's been working really hard, so look at this. Bang, and bang.
Wow.
Huge turn.
7.4. Would you consider that?
Well, that last turn was massive. He drifted the fins, was a really meaty section, so...
But Hans had this, wait.
Wow.
Wow. No. That first one was beautiful. You saw that? Like, carve, and yeah, beautiful turn.
And the last one of Afonso.
He has a 5.9. So a bit, bit low. I think the judges didn't like
that wave was higher.
Yeah, well,
the second turn was massive.
I thought it was going to be higher. I thought it was going to be higher.
He blows the fins out. The section was there. Everything was there. The speed, the aggression. If you compare it to this was a 2-turn combo, and the second one was massive. So comparing to the 607 of Hans, I thought it was maybe better than Hans actually.
The 6.7 of Hans was just the one turn on his backside.
The 607, yeah, the first one we saw.
Yeah.
So I thought it was going to be better actually, because I thought this was more technical in
Yeah,
terms of the way he drifted the fins.
I think, and he had 2 turns.
Exactly. The first one was great, and the second one was even more aggressive on the pocket.
But then again, it's it's a bit on the average thing. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying regarding that. Not the 7 point. 7 point really showed a lot of aggression in the wave itself. Was
I thought
bigger.
it was the second best wave of the heat for sure, or the best.
No, not the best. Not the best. The best was clearly Hans' wave, in my opinion, because that section was,
Okay, let's put it like
but
a
the second
6.5.
best.
6.5.
Yeah. 6.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that it doesn't arrive to 7 because the first turn wasn't great. He dealt with the section, but it wasn't an active maneuver. The second one was.
And Andy Afonso, really close to getting.
Yeah.
Getting.
Yeah. No, and that will happen, I'm sure.
And with 1 minute to go.
Unfortunately for
Nestor
and
Renan.
Renan is a bit out of the picture. He surfed good. He had a good event, so he should be happy, as I'm sure he is. And Nestor, he's a bit closer, but he has priority.
7-point ride.
7-point ride.
He needs to get the best wave of the heat, but
yeah, basically, which is
hard.
Yeah. And with 40 seconds to go, that's a hard task. Hard task to ask.
So next we've got an amazing hit coming up. It's in the names.
Who are they?
Iago Domingues, Jorgen Cousinet, Sam Pité, Charlie Quivron.
Nice.
This is a good one.
Very, very nice.
It's a great hit. Speaking like British, I just look.
Ah, nice. Yeah, he's coaching the Brits basically. There's a few surfers from Great Britain that train with him, and gladly he's a great surfer. I think he did well in Yuki actually. I think he did like the semis or the final. Luke Skinner. It's cool. He's been around for forever as well. He used to he's our age, I think.
In Yuki, you won.
No, Luke Skinner won.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Luke.
Luke Dillon. You're talking about Luke Dillon as well.
No, I was talking about yeah. I've been talking about Luke Dillon the whole time, but
the whole time me too.
Okay, I lost you.
Yeah, you lost track.
Okay, so now in the water we have Iago Dominguez, Jorgen, Saint-Peter, Charlie Quivron, and Zadriozola e Afonso Tunes.
Very, very nice. Actually, they were the two favorites in that heat, so it's not a big surprise that they both got through. It's a good test for both of them, and they're now into the men-on-men phase, which is like actually very important for both of them.
So as we see some lines approaching the lineup, looks like a good one.
Yeah, that's true. The lines do approach the lineup. Anyway, I'm going to go for an interview. I will now reintroduce our estimated colleague, David Prescott. See you guys in a bit.
Thank you so much, Zé Ferreira. So that's it, back in the booth. And another cracker of a hit ahead of us. This next one, we just saw Charlie Quivron representing La France. 3 Frenchmen out there. Charlie Quivron in green, Saint-Peter in white, and Jorgen Cousinet in blue, together with Iago Dominguez. This is getting really interesting.
Yeah, big names. Look at this. Big snap off the top for Charlie. Another one. I just love these big eats. You can tell by their body language that they are fully committed. They're really focused. They're giving everything. And yeah, they know it's a big heat. They know they need to perform to make it. Otherwise, they're going to lose. So this is Charlie finishing it off really well there, kicking the fins out. Such a stylish surfer.
Chico, I'm calling this the most important round of the year so far.
Eat?
The round. This round of 16, qualifying to the quarterfinals of this event. So far, I'm calling it the most important round of the year. Compare what we had before at Lacano and Nuki, it's super important.
No, it is. It is. In terms of points,
it's crucial.
If you want to go to the challengers, you need to come to Pantin and make at least this round.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Like the man-on-man.
Yeah.
So guys like Afonso, and they are all putting themselves in positions to really qualify.
It's huge, and we saw kind of Afonso. It's not a junior anymore; it's almost a junior, and it's still a junior. So like some really young surfers qualifying to the quarterfinals already.
15 years old.
And Zadriozola. Oh my God! Yeah. Nestor Garcia has been surfing really good. I'm kind of sorry for Nestor because he's been surfing really good throughout the whole competition. So a little bit of more of a shocker on this one, but well, a lot of good surfing by Afonso for sure. Really deserved that.
He's the only Portuguese, right?
He's the only Portuguese in the competition for sure. So we have to take our head off Chico to the Frenchman. There's a lot of only on this heat. There's 3 of them. So
they are good.
They are ruling pretty much the round of 16, you know, and the rankings. If we're talking about the Portuguese girls on the rankings, we have to talk about the Frenchmen for sure. These still not like the juniors, but there's some really surfers out there with a lot of experience. We just seen one right finishing his wave. That was Jorgen Cousinet, the man with highest total of the whole event so far. Highest single individual score too yesterday, and a very interesting hit on our hands. This is a replay of Jorgen's. We have Iago Dominguez on this one too. It's not going to be an easy one for the Basque surrounded with the 3 Frenchmen. But like you said, it's such an important round and the comp that I'm 100% sure there will be no teamwork between the Frenchmen on this one. It's going to be any man for himself. 4-6-7 for Charlie Kivron, waiting for scores on the first one of Jorgen. And here we go with Iago Domingues.
Bang! He's really, he can generate a lot of speed without much space.
Yeah.
Iago, and he gets really, really vertical. And I like how he serves. Last year he did really well here as well, and he got really close to qualifying.
He had a great year last year. He had a really super year, you know. Iago can be a little bit like that, you know, ups and downs sometimes, you know.
He's really young, though.
He's very young, and he's super emotional guy, super motivated the whole time, you know. This is a big deal for him, you can tell. Every single hit is a big deal for Iago Domingues, you know. And I'm super stoked to see him getting such good results last year. I think he's still feeling from that. And I see great things coming Iago's way on the next couple of years.
Yeah, I feel the same. I was scrolling through social media like 2 years back, and I saw a clip of him, and I was amazed by the way he was surfing. Had the chance to commentate a few of his hits, and he's really good. So, yeah, Iago just making a name for himself as one of the best, and doing such a good job. Jorgen, my big friend, Jorgen.
Yeah.
Had a lot of years competing with him on the juniors. Good friend of mine, and what a surfer. He rips, and he had a bit of an injury last year, was a bit down, off the map, and now he came back, and look at the form that he's in right now.
That happens a few times, you know. You go into an injury and you just, first of all, you start focusing a lot on the physical part of it because you're really bored at home. You can't go surfing, so you really get in shape on that injury. I remember at least a couple of surfers. Obviously, the first name that comes to mind is Mick Fanning, his first world title after a major injury. But we're going to go back to that because we're going to have an interview pretty soon.
So Hans, congratulations. You're clearly on a roll after Lacanoa, surfing really well every hit. But I'm not going to ask you about strategy or anything. I know Nestor is one of your best friends. How is it to compete with, with one of your good friends?
Yeah, it's not easy because you want to pass and you want him to pass as well. But happy to make it, and he also got a really good result, so happy for him as well.
Cool. And how did you manage the strategy? Was exchanging good scores with Afonso? How are you feeling out there?
I didn't start like I wanted. I went on a really bad wave, and then I went a little wide without priority, and I got a good one backside turn, and then nice, the same but front side.
Nice one. And why didn't you do the claim?
Because it didn't feel as good as the last one.
What does he mean, the claim?
It's like a joke, but like a professional soccer player did it, and it's like cold-blooded, and you don't freeze in the important moment.
Nice one. Okay, so good luck, and any messages back home?
Sí, un saludo a todos los que me estéis viendo desde casa y a por la siguiente manga con todo. ¡Vamos!
Thank you.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque no os den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de P Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
Rompían al principio.
Por favor, Mario.
No, no.
Vaya nivel tiene mi compañero Mario Azurza, que en sus tiempos fue compañero de viaje incluso de Joan Durú. Y aquí está, Joan Durú sigue siendo pro y Mario, pues nada, pinchadiscos para sacarse los cuartos. En algún bar así que les falta música, tal, bueno.
Con flow. Ojo que te pide.
And back with the full screen. And during the commercial, we have a few scores coming in, a few waves to read into. Well, actually, only the scores. Let's go with the replay. This is St. Peter. On his second one, he scored a 4.5. I believe that's going to be probably the highest score of the heat so far. This is when we're checking the replay. Only a single, or maybe that was, well, not 100%. We'll go back to that. Now, blue, this is Jorgen Cuisine's second wave. And well done there by Jorgen. Still trying to connect this one with the inside, but a solid turn on the outside. This is coming in as a 4.7 for Jorgen Cuisine. And we're missing the last of white as we see a replay of Charlie Kivron's wave number 4, so we're still missing scores on this one. Again, a single turn, and just the body language of Charlie tells you how much he enjoyed that single turn. And there's one score to come in for the third of white, which is looking pretty interesting. I think this is the replay of that one. The one before was the 4-5, and solid turn there by St. Peter. So this is a 5-8-3 on this left-hander by Sam. So the previous on the right-hander 4-5 and 1 point better, 1.33 better, this last one of St. Peter. Now scores are coming in for Charlie Kivron on that single turn too. So it's becoming pretty much a single turn affair, this one, with 12 minutes remaining. Scores about to come in for Charlie. And I believe it will be most probably Sam and Charlie taking the top 2 spots of the heat, with Jorgen in 3rd place and Iago most probably sitting in 4th place. Going for Iago, he has the priority. It's a red priority, so that's gonna help Iago's cause for sure. We just entered the second half of the heat, and there you go. Sam in the lead with that 5-3 in the 4-5, and Charlie takes 2nd place with a 5-2-3 on that single turn too, which means Jorgen Cuisine in the 3rd place, as you can tell. But it's still open game for all of them, 11 minutes and 20 seconds. So plenty of time still ahead of us. It's been pretty much about single turns so far. So with the tide dropping, opportunities presenting again to the surfers out there, although this swell is still dropping since pretty much midday. It was cool to see Nicolas talking about the chameleon, and I believe now you have to be less of a chameleon when you go out there. It's again going for single turns and opportunities for the surfers. So kind of easier or less difficult to make a plan now than it was like, let's say, an hour ago. So a 5-2-3, a 5-8-3, and a 4-7 so far are the keepers of this one.
Yes, 10 minutes now remaining. We have Sempite in the lead.
9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Let's check the replay. This is Charlie Quivron trying to improve here on a 4.67. And scores already coming in. This is not gonna improve on Charlie's top two. So he's still trying to improve on that 4.67. With that meaning that requirement stays a 5.21 for Jorgen. Iago with priority is being left a little bit behind now with priority. But still, time enough to change these results. Iago sitting on a pair of threes. So those two fives that we have there on the screen, 5-3 for Sam and that 5-3 for Charlie, that making all the difference. And those scores are for single turns on the outside. Actually, the 4-7 for Jorgen also on a single turn on the outside. So Iago Dominguez with priority, being very selective. So far only 3 waves ridden, and his best one a 3.67. Let's go with the blue. It's Jorgen. 5-1 is the requirement to advance to second. That last one of Charlie Quivron made a big difference, that 5-3 of Charlie, and there he goes Charlie again, now trying to improve on a 4.67. That will not work for Charlie. That was incomplete there. So requirement stays the same. But I believe no one's safe on this one so far. It's actually between Sam, Charlie, and Jorgen a very, very close hit. Requirements around the fives. It's pretty much all about the fives on this hit. High scores on the fives, requirements on the fives. Yeah. And you see the crowd all over the place, all over the village here. It's amazing. It's like hundreds and hundreds of people around and when the music starts to play at the concert later on, it's going to be packed. It's going to be packed. Oh, but that doesn't make a difference here this time of the year. Even if it was like, yesterday was Monday, Tuesday, every single day, especially at the end of the day, especially in the afternoon. The weather hasn't been great at main town at Ferrol yesterday, so it was a little bit raining in Ferrol, so people were like kind of thinking. But as soon as they realized, and I think they're watching the webcast too, and as soon as they realized it was not raining in Pantin, in Pantin, everybody came down to the beach. We saw like 3 hours ago was like a few people there, and I went there just now. It's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It's all packed. The hill is packed. The skate park is packed. Every single activation from the sponsors. There's people who want to go for to go for it. So it's beautiful to see. Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Oh.
On shot of the scenes here of the so 5 minutes to go, and a really close one. Sempite running away with this one, but this is one of those hits that can turn in
one turn. In one turn, it can turn.
Literally, in one
turn,
second.
In 1 second, and in one turn, it can turn the whole hit.
Yeah. I would say a big turn for Iago and Jorgen, and as we see Jorgen out the back.
Ooh,
wow.
This might be it for Jorgen, chasing that 5.21. Doesn't have to be a massive one, Chico. They're looking for fives, mid fives. So Jochen feeling really good with that turn on the outside. He was kind of thinking about quitting the wave, but then he realized, oh, maybe I'm going to milk this one all the way to the inside.
Is he going to go for another air? Just a quick snap.
You know what? I think he made the air, and for a second there, he thought, I think that's enough, and then said, oh, maybe not. I'm just going to take all the doubts from the judges.
I think it was a big air.
But he was going to, because if he got like, he was chasing 5-2-1, if he got a 5 and just let the inside go, he was, on the back of his mind, was, I should have done it. I should have gone it for the inside to get add a couple of tenths of a point, just in case, and that's what he did, realizing there's 5 minutes remaining. That was a Iago too, so we're witnessing right now a very important part of this heat. Charlie's trying to improve on a 4.67. There we go, the replay of Jorgen.
Oh.
Nice one. And see, right now he's thinking, okay, it's done. And then, oh, maybe I'm going to go for the inside still and try to add a few more tenths of a point to this one just to make it sure.
So he needs a 5-2-1. You think that's enough?
I think it was a great turn on the outside. I don't think this on the inside is going to make a lot of difference. But anyways, he felt for himself. I left nothing on that wave. So
I really enjoyed the air. I think it was really critical.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen too many.
No, I think
we saw some earlier on from Saint-Peter.
It's been a while, huh? It's been a while.
6.5.
There you go. That was pretty much for that single turn for the air. Best way of the heat. One of the judges threw him.
They like progression as well, right? Judges are looking for something different all the time.
You know, I think so. What you said, it's right. But what I think is that they're looking for strong turns on the outside. And actually nowadays, and I heard you guys talking about that before, airs are like one of the most difficult way to turn the heat, you know, because back in the day, it was like you go for an average air, you kind of get a 5 point out of an average air. Nowadays, the judges are so selective with those airs, so demanding with the airs, because it's like tube riding. You're pretty much going to get like a 3, or you're going to get a 7.
Yeah.
You know? So it's pretty hard to turn the heat nowadays with airs, you know, unless you're pretty sure that it's a solid one. Not back on the times of like Kirk Flintoff. I'm pretty sure you don't remember about. It was one of the.
Of course I
you remember?
remember.
I hated those airs.
I used to play with Kirk Flintoff on Sunny Garcia Pro.
Oh, really?
The game on PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
I'm back in the day as well.
So this is, let's say, pre-Jess and Andre era. When we start seeing like really proper airs. I remember those. I'm sorry if Kirk is listening, because he's a charger, Kirk Flintoff actually, but those airs were horrible. Now this was a proper one by Iago Domingues. Will that be a make? Yeah, that's a make. That's a make. So Iago in 4th place is chasing a 6.2. And we saw Charlie with a good one too. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. St. Peter was in the lead for most of the heat, or pretty much until now. He just dropped to 2nd after the 6.5 of Jochen. And now Sam has priority, but waiting for scores on Charlie, waiting for scores on Iago. Charlie was chasing a 5.11, Iago 6.2. Let's check this one and compare. Although it's a totally different air from Jochen's, on a totally different part of the wave, but a lot of projection there, huh, Chico?
Yeah, this was beautiful. A lot of technique there, really pushing the tail towards the front of the wave. Couldn't really get more projection just because the section wasn't there. But Charlie there, big snap, and straight into a big closeout turn.
So this is feeling like better than a 5.11 for Charlie Clivon. So a strong attack now.
Of course.
Iago's wave, Jorgen's 6.5 for the air. Requirement for Iago 6.2. It's a 4.33. That's the answer to my question already from the judges. So Iago is going to stay still on 4th place and still needing a 6 to take 2nd place away from St. Peter. Now the question mark is on the Charles Quivron's wave. I'm calling it a solid attack to the 2nd place of the heat.
Well, I think he's going to get it. Unfortunately for Sam, and of course, good for Charlie.
What? He got exactly the score he was chasing, a 5.43. So it puts him in 2nd place.
No way.
Yeah. And St. Peter drops to 3rd, needing a 4.83 with priority on white.
36 seconds.
So that's not on purpose. The ones watching at home and not really so connected with the sport. That was not in purpose by the judge. The judges only score with decimal points. It's the average that comes as a 5.43. Exactly what Charlie was looking for. I believe that was the exact requirement.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Sam Pité, tough one to solo for Sam. So close to make it.
Yeah, and for Iago too. It was not like a easy one, but like you said, for Sam it's gonna hurt because he was pretty much in the lead throughout the whole heat, and was, I believe, too selective.
I'm gonna interview my good friend Jürgen.
Go for it.
Come back. I'm not gonna come back. I see you guys tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
See you in a bit, David. Good luck.
So we're down to the last seat of the day, and I think if Sam Peter was Portuguese, I'll tell him in full Portuguese, deixaste dormir à sombra da bananeira. That's what Sam just did. He was like with a couple of good scores. He should have kept on trying to improve, and I felt like he was a little bit, not as active as he should be on this hit. But from here, from the couch, it's so easy to point the finger. And so Jürgen advancing together with Charlie. Sam, Peter, and Iago Domingues are out of the competition. We're down to the last hit of the day, last hit of this round of 16. And there you see on your screens, Sean Gunning is representing España. Gatien is representing France.
Wow.
Oh.
Be very welcome. That's a nice, interwave.
It is from Sean Gunning, huh? Detkiani Euskadi and Elijah Short, also France. I want to see the replay on that one. That was sick.
Yeah, and bold.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, if you want to take risks, you better do it pretty soon on the heat, huh?
Exactly. That's correct. Let's look at it again. Didn't have a lot of time, but it was like, an aerial to the base of the wave. That was a great air, and as we see Elia Court.
Yeah, that's just for a 2.5. So it's not like my favorite type of air, that one of Sean, that you pretty much go all.
You rotate on one
one axle. One axle.
Yeah.
With not a lot of not really inverted, not really high air. So it's not like one of my favorite ones, but super difficult.
Yeah.
And it was super clean by Sean, and he gets a 7.5. So
yeah.
Excellent start of the heat by Sean Gunning. Excellent start of the heat by Sean Gunning. He's been like
on a roll today.
I want to say on a roll in the competition. I'm not going to call him a dark horse, but if you look at all of these surfers, he's kind of a dark horse in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, he's young though.
He's very young, Sean. He's very young.
So might be one of those surfers because, and this is one of the things we don't talk much a lot, but it happened to me. Like some surfers flourish later.
Yeah.
Like when they're like 20, 21. They've been around, but because most surfers are like at 14, 13, people talk about them, blah, blah, blah. But there's other surfers. Look at Juan de Fey, for instance.
Yeah, good example.
It's
there's
another one.
My goodness.
On a roll.
Sean Gunning.
Shotgun.
Shotgunning.
That's nice. That's nice.
Oh, wow. Now, Gatien. So, in 3 minutes, let's say, the shotgun gunning just put a lot of pressure on the remaining heat, Tanze, and took a lot of pressure from his shoulders, too.
Yeah,
100% success ratio for Sean Gunning so far in the heat.
Yeah, airs really can save the day.
And again on the left, this looks like a deja vu from the previous one, huh? Wow.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a smaller air. I think it was a nice one, but yeah, it wasn't a big air, right? A power air.
Yeah, the first one was more impactful.
Exactly. Then Gatien has the one turn, nice bottom turn. Good turn, didn't release a lot, didn't, you know, not a lot of expression there, but it's his first wave. He's been going through every hit like that, you know, strong turns, textbook classic surfing, strong. Had a great result last year in Belito. Third place semis.
Great surfer, Gatien.
Yeah, great surfer.
Kind of a same generation as a Jorgen, I believe.
Yeah, a bit younger.
A bit
actually.
younger.
Yeah, when I was like I caught him when he was starting the QSs with the Mignon kids. Not Marco, but Diego and his other brother. So, and Gatien was always with them, and then he followed his own path. You know, they were like a very tight pack. That happens sometimes, very tight pack. But then one of the guys just keeps on going. And Gatien did really well and does really well because he's a big surfer.
He's being coached by Jason Aparicio.
It's possible.
One of the boys from Jason, I believe.
It's possible. It's possible.
It's been a good addition to the European tour to Jason Aparicio as a coach.
Definitely.
You know,
definitely.
Really, we're seeing and just the way he approaches his
so much energy.
Exactly. There you go.
And
Thank
good
you so
energy.
Much. Good energy. Good energy. I remember, and such a good surfer, you know. That's from my generation.
Oh, really?
Jason, amazing surfer, amazing surfer.
Nice.
He came here to Europe to compete a lot. He had some good sessions on Hawaii as well, on the North Shore, you know.
He's from Reunion Island, or?
No, he's from the Caribbean. He's from
Caribbean. Okay, Martin.
I'm not 100% sure of the island, but he's from the Caribbean now. Great guy, super involved, a lot of energy, like you said. And talking about the energy, 7.5 and a 6.4 Sean Gunning on the first 4 minutes of the heat. So 13.5 total. I'm not going to call it like safe for Sean, but if you look statistics throughout this whole round,
sure.
Yeah, just the last heat, you're going to win with a 11.2. That was for the winner. So
I'm almost sure that there's no second place that went through with a 13.5.
Oh yeah, well, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So that just gives you an idea.
Throughout the whole event. Yeah. Let's not jinx it.
No, Sean. Because if it is to happen, it's from now on, right?
Exactly.
Like the more the contest happens, the more probable that is.
Yeah, and especially with good conditions that we have right now. So
yeah.
Keone Lasse, well, don't forget about him. So far with no scores, but another second-generation surfer too from Julian Lasse, his father, another great coach. Obviously coming from the Basque country. Super involved all the time, you know, like all the Basques are, all the Basque coach, you know. They don't laugh a lot, you know. They're super.
They have his own, very strong personality.
Strong personality. If game is on,
tough,
tough. And if game is on, like full time, you know. I really appreciate that with Keone and Julien, his father. But that's pretty much the story.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Chico is out there with his good friend Jorgen Cuisinet.
So guys, I'm down here on the beach with the last heat winner, Jorgen Cuisinet. Jorgen, pressure moment there at the end, but you nailed the air. Was a good way for you to escape this round, right?
You know, when I saw this round with like Sam, Charlie, and Iago, I was like, oh, this is pretty much the hardest heat of the round. So I was like, maybe I'm gonna have to bring my air games, and yeah, I was struggling to get scores. You know, when you start the comp with like 17 point total or something, you're expecting to do even better on the next hit, you know. So I keep doing like, I went like this and now I'm going down. So it's a bit weird, but at least I'm making my hits and now I'm into the quarters.
Did you know, like, it was one of course, being one of your strengths doing airs, you knew the judges would give you that extra point or two if you nailed one, or was on the back of your mind for these last moments of the heat?
To be honest, I tried one and I got a 4.77, so which I was a bit disappointed because I claimed it, and so I went back out and I almost wanted to slap my face, you know, because I was like, hey, dude, you claimed a 4.77, come on. And then at the end, I don't know how many minutes left was in the heat, but I saw the the good wall, and I was like, okay, dude, you gotta hit it hard, and luckily the air reverse went my way, and I finished the wave with like a little snap.
You're unstoppable. You want to send some quick words back home?
Of course. Merci à tout le monde à la maison pour le soutien. Vraiment, les messages sur Internet, sur Instagram, sur Facebook et tous les réseaux, ça fait ultra plaisir. Ça fait du bien de revenir avec un résultat. Là, ces derniers moments, ça a été un petit peu dur, sentimentalement parlant, et de me retrouver en quart, de me battre. Là, en ce moment, je surfe avec la rage. J'ai l'impression d'être revenu quand j'avais 18 ans et que je cherchais à faire de l'argent avec le surf et de réussir et de prouver que j'étais là. Donc ouais, content, et puis voilà, j'ai pas envie de m'arrêter maintenant, je vais rentrer à la maison, je vais me reposer, puis demain, game time. Allez, you!
Game time. Allez, Jorgen. Bonne chance and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, my man. Let's go. Let's do this.
Back to you, boys.
Red Bull te da alas.
We have been protecting what we love for more than 15 years through environmental awareness and activism. We are not perfect, but we want to leave a positive impact. Welcome to the regeneration. You are the regeneration. We are the regeneration.
Terra delle fe, terra de sognare, terra che ci pide tempo da contare. Deixate levar, polo natural, algo che ci pide volverte a topar.
There are healthy relationships. Others are more spicy. And some that are purely a saucy affair. People who love with the force of the sea. Those who fall head over heels in love. And those who have their feet on the ground. There are those who conquer by being the big fish, while others win us over when they come out of their shell. When it comes to taste, there are no rules, but whatever you are craving, Galicia loves the sea.
Míralos, arreglando el mundo. Lo arregláis los domingos. Lo arregláis hasta la hora que haga falta. Algunos lo arregláis sin salir de casa. Y otros desde la mesa de una terraza. Os encanta arreglarlo, aunque nos den la razón. Lo arregláis con las de siempre y donde siempre. Llevamos toda la vida arreglando el mundo alrededor de una cerveza. Ahora ya es oficial. Estrella Galicia se escribe con B de B Corp. El movimiento global que lucha cada día por ser mejores para el mundo. Por el planeta, por nuestro origen, por las personas, por la cerveza.
Crafted with unparalleled robustness, meant to defy the abyss, and powered with a high-end manufactured caliber, every edge and every curve mirroring a legacy of craftsmanship. The all-new Tag Heuer Aqua Racer Professional 300 continues to break new grounds, above, below, and beyond. Tag Heuer Aqua Racer.
Sin lugar a dudas. Pues nos visitaba ahora aquí en la cabina de jueces Rufo, para los que sois galegos, no hace falta presentación, así es el Seiper por excelencia de Galicia, gracias al cual muchísimos de los surfistas que estáis aquí ahora aprendices hacia el sur.
E aí estamos, 11 minutes remaining on this heat. Yeah, I've been beach announcing. You can tell, like a lot of Spanish and a lot of English the last few days. Let's go with Gathia.
Wow. Oh, that was risky. Whoever was.
I hope that was a white. I hope that was a white priority over blue.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But still risky for Gatian to go for an air like that. You know, it's again one of those subjective things. Didn't cross, but all that attention that requires for an air. You know, what if the boards hits me? Everything. Does that interfere? I think it does interfere, but does it interfere to the point that is an interference?
No, I don't think so. Like taking your attention, I don't think that's gonna interfere. You know, all scores are in, so let's see if there's any changes here. No changes, so still Sean in control with the top 2 scores of the heat. And now this is Elijah's shot. A turn there. That's the second wave of Elijah actually in the heat. So Sean is feeling like super safe in first place. Now the opposite for second place. He's still open to grabs for all of these 3 surfers. And this is probably a change here in the heat classification after this one of Elijah. We're still missing scores on Gathian's wave 2. So Gathian is for sure improve. He has a 1 point as a backup. So let's see by how much. With this one, for the moment, we're going to see Elijah moving to second. There you see on your screens on the graphics. Green moves to second with a 3.37. Gathian dropped to third, but only needing a 2.2. So there's a chance we might see Gathian going back to second place. It's by the time the score is taking to come in, it's not going to be a throwaway for sure. So I have a strong feeling Gathian will be back in second place.
True that. And we have Keone paddling here for the left, but he...
was a mistake. That's a priority change now. Keone is going to go to the end of the line.
Yeah.
And yes, only in the first 15 minutes, he only got a 2.63, and he just lost the priority with the paddle. Not even riding a wave, just with the paddle. That's going to hurt. That's going to be a long ride back home if Keone doesn't make it out of this one with, still 8.5 minutes remaining. But with a couple of mistakes like that, I can tell you, it's going to be a long ride back home with that. Sean. So Sean got a couple of good ones, like the best ones of the heat, obviously.
And that's done. That's it.
And you know what? He waited, and everybody else surfed until priority went back to Sean again.
Yeah.
And no, he's now in the lead
exactly.
and with priority.
Because, yeah, that's it. It's like when you have all the upper hand, it's easier to control if you did a good job. Like, he's so safe that he just doesn't need to do much anymore. Replay for Keone. He's trying to go for the air, but doesn't work for him. He's a bit late, and if you notice, no one is going to the inside anymore.
No. They're all staying out there. They're all staying out there and taking care of each other, looking over each other, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not going to take any risks. If all the boys are here, I'm going to stay here. And how difficult is surfing? Because you saw the first couple of waves of Sean, and if you're out there, you think, okay, I surf, I'm here, I deserve to be here. I surf really good too. So there's potential there for great scores. If Sean can do it, I can do it too. And no, you can't. No, you cannot. You really have to manage your expectations. And sometimes it's puzzling, huh? You see someone like, that happens a lot of time everywhere in the world you go there, especially with the locals, with these specialists. You see, I can't see anything out here. How come he's getting like all the good waves, all the like really excellent ones? And that's probably puzzling a little bit these 3 remaining boys, Elijah, Gatien, and Keone. Did I heard it right? The 7.5 and a 6 on Sean, because I'm only seeing 3 points and 4 points around me. That's
Sean lives in here?
Sean lives in Cantabria. Sean is not from Galicia, but it's from Cantabria.
Okay.
And second generation surfer as well, I can tell you that.
Yeah. That's it. When
Aussie blood on Sean Gunning too. So there's he lives here, but he has Aussie blood too.
When surfing runs through your veins, you know, usually have an easier time. That's the thing about generations. Actually, we didn't end up that conversation back then. But what's a generation for you? It's like a 5 or 10 year gap, or is it when like father surfers start having children surfers, and they become, you see, because
I'm
if
with
we're
you.
talking about that, we have 2 generations of surfing in Portugal. Only 2. Like we have Pedro Lima, we have his kids, and we have the kids of Pedro Lima's kids, which are like, which I'm a part of, basically.
Yeah,
like the 3rd generation.
Let's
of
say I
surfing.
would be like 2nd generation. I'm turning 50
You'd
now.
you'd be 2nd generation.
I'll be 2nd generation.
I'm part of the 3rd generation.
Yeah, how old are you now?
I'm
Zé?
32.
So you're almost old enough to be my son. Almost there. So you're almost 3rd generation.
Yeah,
there,
I'm in between,
Yeah.
right? But then like you have, then.
So it's basically
you have
like
categories between generations.
it's like
maybe.
every 20 years, pretty much, you know. And we
Yeah.
only get like every 10 years. I think I know what you mean, you know, and I
Yeah.
agree with you. The proper way.
If you go like to Hawaii, it's like Derek Ho, Mason Ho. When Mason Ho has kids, like that's the 3rd generation.
Yeah.
Or Peru, like where you have a lot of where surfing has been a lot there for a while, or Australia.
I think we miss a word that the Spanish have. It's cantera, which means like group. Yeah, like this new group of kids, like this new cantera. It's like this new group of kids, you know. And
like Malvada.
Yeah, we don't have the same word in
Yeah.
Portuguese, so we use a lot that thing of a generation. I think the English word doesn't have one that can actually translate that too. I wish it could. So we kind of use that thing of generation. But what we're talking about is a group of kids.
It's like a pack.
It's
new
a pack of kids that have the same age, pretty
Yeah,
much. You know,
yeah,
they're around
yeah,
the same
yeah,
age. That's,
yeah,
that's what
yeah.
we've been talking about, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe the 2 concepts are kind of colliding.
Yeah, it's just we're just using the wrong word. That's
Yeah,
the thing, you know.
exactly.
Generation is what you're saying about. It's the sons, the grandfathers, then the fathers, the sons. Those are the generations, obviously.
Exactly.
But we do miss a word to describe that in Portuguese, so we calling it generation. And look at this. No, nothing
He's
there.
looking really like loose.
Super.
Right?
Super.
When he gets up, you can see like he's on point.
Even the way he's kicking out, you can tell like he's on point. He's
Yeah.
feeling really confident.
Gatien is 4th now. He needs a 2.2 for 2nd place, but you know, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Let's see if he lost priority there. He showed a lot of interest. He did lose priority, so mistake for him. And Eli Quartz, let's see. Nice one, but just a one.
I'm with 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm almost calling them all tied for 2nd place. You know, because the
Exactly.
requirements are so low, and
Exactly.
everybody. Because the best wave of the heat is 7.5, the 2nd is 6, and the 3rd best wave of the heat, it's a 3.67.
Yeah.
That's how far away they are, you know.
And the 2 first best waves are on the same person.
Yeah, exactly. And then the 3.67 I'm talking about is with Gatien, who's actually in 4th place.
Yeah.
That's between those 3, that's the best wave, the 3.67. So you look at the requirements there, it's all about 2 points, you know. Gatien
Yeah.
needs a 2.2 to advance to 2nd. Keon needs 2.81. Elijah is trying to improve on a 2.5. Looks like we have totally a whole different heat out there. Well, actually, that 7.5 and a 6 of Sean was on on the first 4 minutes of the heat.
2 minutes 30, and bear in mind this is the last heat of the day. We'll come back tomorrow.
So sorry, because these are like small scores, but very very relevant. Gatien
Oh.
just made it to 2nd place with a 3.7. Elijah is down to 3rd, needing a 4. Keon is down to 3rd exactly. Keon is down to 4th, needing a 4.3, and all scores are in. With Sean with 1st priority, Gatien with 2nd priority, and a 4 and a 4.3 for Elijah and Keone. Any other situation, I was going to say, oh, this is still open. But it's not like these guys are like demonstrating that they can achieve that, you know, so far.
Yeah, it's been a low-scoring heat.
Very low-scoring heat. This last one of Gatien was the 3rd best wave of the heat at 3.7.
Yeah, but Gatien, here he goes again. Only for 1 turn. Woo, but not recovering out of that.
No, on the other side, you saw Sean just kicking out too.
And I think Gatien was like, look, I have 2 low scores. I have 2-3 points. I'm not going to block anyone else. There's priorities involved. So I'm just going to try to improve my own score.
Exactly. Because he can't block both of them.
Exactly, and the scores are so low that I think that was the best decision for him.
It was so inverted on that one, huh? Not making it, but really nice attempt. Now, at the same time, Sean was surfing too, just a little bit further up the beach.
Just another air. Oof, no.
Now, physically, reminds me. Oh, I'll go back to that later on. 35 seconds remaining on this one. Let's see. All scores are in. Priority with Elijah. I was going to say that Sean Gunning reminds me a little bit of Ethan Ewing. Like physically, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of
It's funny, I was thinking, if Sean had an interference, he would still be in first place.
He will. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh.
So he could go Gabriela. He could go Medina all the way and just, if he had to, and just get interference to stop someone because he would still be in first place.
Like he did in pipe with Caio.
With Caio.
That was a smart move. Smart because no one had ever done that that I remember of.
I know that's people don't. There's two kinds of thinking. I think he was like.
He's
so
using
good.
the rules.
No, he was so good doing that. You know, if it's on the rules,
if it's beautiful, no, it's not beautiful.
It's not beautiful, but
it's competition.
It's not
you
meant
have
to be
use
beautiful.
It, it's smart.
It's not meant to be. Yeah, we come from the country in Portugal that we were singing when we got the Euro Cup. It doesn't matter if we play good or bad. We just won it.
Yeah.
That's what we were singing the whole time. You know.
Yeah.
So that was super clever. And I like that. And even the thing we saw a few years back at the Bells with John and help me. The big Hawaiian guy doing turns around him
Ziklau.
with Ziklau.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't like that too.
But I think that's different. I think that's different.
But he was not touching him. He was just doing circles around you.
Yeah, but that was violent.
Oh.
You know, I think that's violent.
But not physically.
Psychologically, that's violent. That's
yeah,
I think that's.
But I think you have to be prepared for that.
No, you do have to be prepared, but it doesn't erase the fact that that was very violent. And for me, there's a big difference.
We just started a conversation here could last for the next
couple
of hours.
Well,
and we just finished the last seat of today, and we have to say
exactly.
goodbye to everybody.
That's true, but we leave like a taste for tomorrow.
No, let's not do that. Let's go and pay a visit to Estrela Galicia. And we'll continue this conversation.
That's a good one. That's
the whole setup here for Pantin. As you can see, still plenty of crowd out there. This was the last heat of today. As we see Gathian on his way up. We're still missing scores on this last one of blue, so it's not over yet until we get the score of blue. Gathian, anyways, is going to finish second place. But it's good to see that Gathian, well, at least he gets out of the water with something better than a 3.7.
Exactly.
A 4.83. So Sean Gunning advancing to the quarterfinals together with Gathian, Delaye, Elijah Short, and Kenny Lassa. I'm going to say goodbye now. We're going to do the same as well. It's been a pleasure sitting here with you, Zé Ferreira, and also with Chico by Chico.
Same. That was a pleasure. Great day.
Great day of competition.
Now we'll have a well-deserved beer.
Yes, we're going to go now and enjoy Estrela Galicia. We're going to come back tomorrow. Please stay with us. It might be a pretty early call for tomorrow. I can tell you that, we might have, and let's put it this way, we might have a long day of competition tomorrow. So we're going to.
If it's long, it's because it might be the last day.
That's you saying that, not me.
Yeah.
But we're going to say goodbye to all of you guys at home, and thank you so much for joining us. As you can see, there's plenty of reasons for you to visit Galicia. Not only the waves, really nice commercials. We're talking about that, me and Zay here, the work they do here to promote. So if you're not enticed to come to Galicia right now after this surfing, after the commercials we saw with the nice food, the beautiful people, and especially to this Pantin Classic, wow, yeah, there's something wrong with you. Probably too late to come down this year if you're not close by, but I hope we helped to motivate you to come by and check this live. I'm David Prescott, Zé Ferreira joining me. We're gonna say goodbye. Thank you so much to Chico by Chico, and we're gonna come back, I'll bet, tomorrow really early. Have a good one, everybody.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Aloha. Clássico e eu fiz questão de guardar até hoje. Passou assim,
A ver si nos vemos para tomar un trago. Salud.